Who is this young man, whose drunken, spontaneous sword strokes etched on a wall became the ultimate sect-protecting technique of an entire sect? A great war against heavenly demons shook the Jianghu, yet he refused to participate, for he disdained joining the battles of the weak. What kind of background does he possess? That those under his command are all peak experts. No one knows his true cultivation realm, only that he has attained the legendary void-stepping stage. Yet his face appears to be that of a 20-year-old youth. Everyone can only surmise that he is a centuries-old senior who has reverted to youth. He always carries 2 swords, meticulously wrapped in cloth. Yet, when the wrappings are removed, cries from the depths of hell always echo in the ears. No one knows the true form of those swords, for all who have witnessed their actual appearance are no longer of this world. And without further ado, let us begin. That night, the rain poured relentlessly outside. Several assassins, clad in dark raincoats, stood rigidly by the door, swords in hand, as a palpable tension enveloped the entire building. Inside the room, 2 figures sat opposite each other, conversing. One was a terrifying fiend, Chen Erfeng, leader of the Manhwa Shanglian. He raised his hand, its severed fingers wrapped in white bandages. He not only plundered all my assets, but he even severed my fingers. He seethed with fury. Though I am reduced to this state, do not underestimate me. I still possess enough funds to hire you to slay him and exact my revenge. The man sitting opposite him was Gui Ming, the foremost assassin of the Jianghu. His eyes were shadowed, and his face was colder than ice. Are there no other distinguishing features? His clothing? His appearance, for instance? The stout old man's eyes bulged. After a moment's thought, he could only blurt out, "He is remarkably handsome. I first encountered him at a banquet. He appeared exceedingly refined. Both his eloquence and his abilities were exceptional. Only 20 years of age, he was remarkably learned and cultured. He has journeyed through every corner of the Central Plains, and thus I remained with him for 2 months. After becoming intoxicated, he once displayed a martial art. The old butler standing behind him immediately understood, pulling aside a folding screen for the other man to observe. That is the unique martial art of the lightning sword, Leng Yishang. The slash mark left upon the screen was so horrific it was immediately apparent. Wei Ming, upon witnessing it, was utterly startled, his eyes widening in shock. This lightning pattern is indeed the rumored trace of the lightning sword. Leng Yishang, one of the 10 great experts of the previous generations, Jianghu, he vanished several years before the righteous demonic Great War. The conflict concluded 20 years ago, yet he has never reappeared. The stout old man Chen Erfeng quickly added, "Initially I did not believe it either, but after seeing the secret manual in his possession, I became absolutely certain. Ultimately, I resolved to kill him and seize that secret manual, which is more precious than 1,000 taels of gold." From the life-death sword to hundreds of top Jianghu experts, and finally even dispatching the demonic sword Tian Wuyu, one of the 10 great experts of the world. As he spoke, his face turned deathly pale with fear, whiter than paper itself. Yet, not a single one returned alive. Every time that person came for me, he not only severed my fingers and plundered my assets, but upon leaving he would say this to me: "What a splendid mood, to be able to openly and righteously seize everything from you." The young man couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile at that moment, yet the words spoken were not wrong in the slightest. That was the fate the old man deserved. Even Gui Ming could not argue with the old man, but he only dared to think to himself, "You were the one who moved to kill him first. He isn't wrong, but this is daunting." Could a 20-year-old youth truly contend with Tian Wuyu? At the mention of this, the old man's severed hand trembled uncontrollably. That person merely needed an excuse to plunder my assets. He shamelessly stared at Gui Ming. "Please, you must kill him. That fiend is named Qi Li Gan." Gui Ming thus tracked the name to a certain place, where an old farmer showed him the way. Qi Shaoxia's house is located over there. During the time he lived here, he treated us servants very well. He is a truly benevolent individual. Gui Ming listened, his mind reeling. Is it another benevolent person this time? In fact, he had already investigated. He is the romantic young master, Qi Shaoxia. The young ladies at the brothel even praised him with blushing faces, saying Qi Shaoxia hardly spends any money, that he is a true romantic young master who truly understands romance. The song he sang that day still echoes in my ears. Others said that a few months ago, someone else also had their fingers chopped off. He had robbed the wealth of another rich magnate. When Gui Ming arrived at the casino, the person there spoke with tears of laughter. He said he poured all the failures of his life into gambling, saying it was for future great fortune. And in his eyes, another piece of the puzzle about the man was added. The fool always lost whenever he gambled. The last piece of information he found about him was that he had participated in the martial arts grand assembly. Gui Ming pondered everything once more, sighed, and clicked his tongue, muttering, "This person is truly like an onion. Just who is he after all?" He then asked the man who was leading the way. When he left, Did he say anything?
Oh, he said he was ready to establish his own sect and find an intelligent woman to help him manage household affairs.
Gui Ming was speechless. A woman?
He is truly an enigmatic individual.
The old man carefully pointed. This is the room where Qishao Wuxia once stayed. Please feel free to examine it. Gui Ming pushed the door open and entered. The room was neat and ordinary, with simple furnishings, tables, chairs, and a bookshelf. Nothing more. Even as the foremost assassin of the martial world, he swept his gaze across the room and found nothing out of the ordinary.
Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a painting hanging on the wall. Upon it was a line of characters and a marked trace.
Hubei system. Hubei dominate.
He pieced the words together, finally revealing. Dominate, Hubei. He had found a clue, and a triumphant smile immediately formed on his lips. If it is Hubei, this year, 2 martial arts grand assemblies are being held there. He stood, gazing at the paper, and happily muttered, capturing him is only a matter of time. But, dominate Hubei? If you went to the trouble of writing it, you might as well write, dominate the world. He was so engrossed in speaking, he did not notice someone had appeared behind him.
After observing him for a moment, a voice rang out, startling him.
Initially, when he intended to do that, I stopped him, telling him to take it one step at a time.
Gui Ming swiftly turned around.
Before he could get a clear look at the person's face, a piercing shriek of pain echoed through the room. A moment later, the room fell silent once more, with only the sound of tea being poured and conversation remaining.
Why did Qi Li Gan go gambling? How could I know what that fellow is thinking?
Gui Ming was covered in blood, his eyes barely open. It seemed he had been ambushed and knocked unconscious, and he could only hear a few voices near his ear. Let us also depart. After all, we have nothing else to do. If that senior appears, it will undoubtedly shake the martial world. His entire body was pinned to the wall by a sword. In front of him sat 3 old men, calmly drinking tea and conversing, and one look at them revealed they were no ordinary figures. He awoke, horrified by the sight. He turned to look at the hook embedded in his arm and said, "You are already over 100 years old. What meaning do the rules of this world still hold for you?" While the others were conversing, an old woman suddenly turned to him. "Youngster," she said, offering a steaming cup of tea, "would you like a cup too?" But how could Gui Ming dare? He saw golden smoke hovering above the teacup and trembled with fear. This aura, these 2 scythes, one pinned to his body, the other tucked into the old man's waist.
He recognized them, the twin demon scythes, Manhwa and Ying, the most trusted subordinates of the former demon emperor.
He then looked at the old man sitting next to them. The pattern on his sword sheath, it was undeniably Lang Disheng, who had vanished without a trace. He was a chivalrous expert, so why would he be with demon cultivators? And the last old man. Moreover, that demonic aura belonged to the demonic sword, Tian Wu Yu. His mind immediately recalled the screen scroll shown to him by the disabled man. It depicted the unique martial arts of the thunder sword Lang Disheng, and also Tian Wu Yu. It was too late now for him to realize. These people were Qi Li Gan's accomplices. Gui Ming suppressed his terror and asked with a trembling voice, "Why? Why not kill me?"
The old woman simply explained, "I promised not to casually kill anyone without his permission. However, crippling your dantian and severing the meridians in one of your legs is permissible." The old man Lang Disheng also looked over and added, "I heard assassins do not fear death, and you even hide potent poisons beneath your fangs." He understood, giving a helpless laugh and resigning himself to fate. Was he implying that suicide was preferable to living in agony? Precisely so. The eyes of the others clearly indicated they were awaiting entertainment. He looked around the room, and the more he looked, the more despair he felt. There was no way to escape. Thinking this, he resolved to bite down on the "It is better to die early and reincarnate sooner." Blood gushed from his mouth, yet even before his final breath he still cursed Qi Li Qian. "I am deeply envious of him, that masters such as yourselves would protect him." His eyes gradually dimmed, until darkness finally consumed. But before he formally departed to meet his ancestors, Gui Ming still managed to hear their response. "He fundamentally requires no assistance from us. That man, with 2 swords crossed behind his back, is truly formidable." At that very moment, upon the flower field, another horde of individuals seemingly tired of living appeared, blocking his path. They lifted their chins, smirking maliciously as they questioned him. "We have finally found you. The secret manual is in your possession, is it not?" They even turned to one another, cautioning, "We must not be negligent or careless." Several of the experts dispatched earlier had already perished, yet the leader, refusing to believe, drew his sword from its sheath. "Young man, your audacity truly knows no bounds. You have offended the leader of the Chen Huashang Lian, and you believe you can withdraw unscathed? Your head." He had not even finished speaking, when a crimson light, seemingly from nowhere, flew straight towards his face. In that instant he was unable to evade.
His entire body was flung backward. It would be a pity if this one were to survive. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed forth, obscuring the view.
The remaining thugs stared at his pathetic defeat in horror, frantically surrounding him and crying out, "My lord!" Yet, as if truly blind, more of their number dared to charge forward with drawn swords, aiming their blows at the protagonist while hurling curses.
"You scoundrel!" But who could have foreseen that the protagonist would merely use 2 fingers to firmly grasp the tip of his opponent's sword, spin it once, and instantly eliminate the entire group? Over a dozen individuals, charging forth together, were not even competent enough to be his opponents.
These fools merely hastened to offer their lives. Blood already flowed like a river. The back of the protagonist's tattooed hand glowed brilliantly.
This final strike would dispatch the entire horde.
Corpses lay strewn across the ground. Yet he stood casually, as if nothing untoward had transpired. This formidable individual was none other than Qi Li Qian.
He knew precisely where these thugs originated. With a slight ache in his head, he smoothed his hair, issuing a stern warning.
"Have you still not given up?"
Was merely severing a finger not sufficient? The great war between the righteous factions and the demonic cult. A conflict where any who bore blades or swords were destined to perish. Yet no one could have foreseen that this war would rage for 13 long years. It was a conflict steeped in tears and filled with the cries of despair. An unending hell, teeming with bloodshed and tempestuous strife. Then, one day, the protracted war suddenly came to an end with a declared armistice.
Even after 2 decades had elapsed, not a single soul knew the true reason for this armistice.
The Tian Mo Shen Jiao and the Zheng Dao Ming, as if bound by a prearranged pact, maintained absolute secrecy regarding the matter.
As years drifted by, new powers gradually emerged within the Jianghu, while some noble families slowly succumbed to decline, remnants of the war's enduring aftermath. In a courtyard, a girl in white robes, sword in hand, ceaselessly cleaving the air. As she practiced, she pondered why, exactly, she could not break through the 7th level.
This beautiful young woman was Zhang Salian, the second young mistress of the Zhengjian sect. The more she practiced, the more fervent she became, resolving to swiftly master the Scarlet Heresy sword art and revive her family's glory. The Scarlet Heresy sword art was the inherited martial art of the Zhengjian sect. But after prolonged practice, exhaustion set in, her robes soaked with sweat, and she sighed deeply. She exhaled. How strange! Why can I not make any further progress? Suddenly, a call echoed from behind her.
Salian turned around to see her elder sister, Zheng Hualian, the eldest young mistress of the Zhengjian sect, and her brother-in-law, Bai, standing there, waving to her.
The younger sister looked at them both. I am currently practicing my sword, but why are the 2 of you suddenly here? The elder sister rubbed her temples and sighed, lowering her head. The Zhang Jinbang clan's people have arrived.
Her elder sister delivered the news.
Young Master Zhang wishes for you to participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with him. Zhang Salian, upon hearing this news, was utterly stunned. What?
The 2 most anticipated martial arts gatherings of the Jianghu world, the Central Plains Heavenly Dragon Grand Battle.
A contest where the honor and lives of sects were at stake. It was considered the foremost martial arts gathering under heaven. And the Dragon Phoenix banquet, for male and female pairings, reserved specifically for young talents. This year, both of these martial arts gatherings were to be held in Wuhan, Hubei.
The mere thought of it made the young woman's skin crawl with revulsion. Not only the childish nature of the male-female pairing, but also being forced to pair with that pervert, Zhang Renji. She immediately and vehemently refused. No, I cannot do it. Salian lost her composure and shouted at her elder sister. Why must I participate alongside that man?
Hualian calmly explained. Do not be angry. Listen to me first. You always speak of wanting to elevate our family's reputation. If chosen as a Dragon Phoenix, you will receive immense honor.
Furthermore, to defy young Master Zhang Jinbang. Before she could finish her sentence, Salian had already turned and fled headlong.
She even shouted, I absolutely will not participate, sister. Oh, you can just lie about your age and go compete yourself. Leaving the other 2 speechless and helpless, the scene shifts to a bustling marketplace. The calls of hawkers echoed everywhere. Come one, come all. Fresh goods just arrived. Westlake Dragon Well tea is half price today. Within the stalls, the chatter of gossiping merchants could also be heard. Have you heard the news? This time, the leader of the Grand Merchant Alliance had another finger severed. Someone has vented our anger for us.
Salian ran far away before daring to stop and catch her breath, her mind racing with calculations.
What if Zhang Jinbang truly intends to harm our family? What should we do? Does merely possessing strength grant one the right to act unscrupulously? At first glance, this market seemed peaceful, but upon closer inspection, schemes of deception and mutual harm were rampant.
Amidst this array of sinister plots and schemes, the young lady stood dumbfounded, gazing at the scene before her in bewilderment, asking herself, is this truly the Jianghu I have always dreamed of? Suddenly, an excited roar erupted from behind her.
Ah, the Martial Alliance leader. The name piqued her interest. She turned her head to see a crowd gathered, cheering loudly. The grand ambition of unifying the demonic sects. Yet it ends like this? The heavenly demon has fallen.
It was merely a stage performance, with several old men reenacting a battle scene. The 13-year war had finally concluded.
Long live the alliance leader! The young lady watched in disbelief. How could this be?
Even if it was merely a play, did no one truly know how the great righteous demonic war had actually concluded?
As she murmured a few bewildered words, someone unexpectedly approached from behind, agreeing. I thought so too, said the man who only sought profit, standing with his arms crossed right beside her. The heavenly demon's 9 calamities demonic art was reputed to be unconquerable. No one could defeat him in a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, the great righteous demonic war would absolutely not have concluded in such a tedious manner.
Cao Lian turned to look, her face pale with bewilderment. Who was this strange individual?
Yet he behaved as if they were old acquaintances, immediately inviting her to socialize upon their first meeting. I'm thirsty. Let's go have a drink together. You can lead the way. This is my first time in Wuyuan.
The young lady carefully assessed him from head to toe, and finally concluded,
how dare he try to play tricks on me with that innocent face? Thinking this, she waved her hand and immediately walked away.
If you are truly a denizen of the Jianghu, then do not engage in such despicable acts.
I have matters to attend to. I must depart.
Farewell. Suddenly, he called out after her, asking,
do you truly believe this Jianghu is so magnificent? His single sentence struck a nerve. Cao Lian immediately spun around. What? What did you just say?
He glanced disdainfully toward the stage performance, having long since cast aside the concepts of chivalry and righteousness. This is a Jianghu that only chases immediate profit.
Don't you find it utterly laughable? The two exchanged glances, and it was.
Cao Lian trembled with rage, her hand tightening around her sword. She tried to maintain her composure, telling herself, I absolutely must not get angry. So the young woman lowered her sword and retorted to Xinch Liqian, but are you not still living in this Jianghu? Having said that, she walked away, not bothering to argue further, a belief still held within her heart. This Jianghu is not as worthless as you claim. He stood there, staring blankly at the young woman, as if her words were not entirely mistaken. He let out a soft laugh, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. In the Dongru Jian market, after their fated encounter, each went in an opposite direction, without even knowing the other's name. Inside the Huayang Inn, the place was packed, filled with boisterous chatter, as some individuals ate crudely and boasted loudly. This Dragon Phoenix feast is truly magnificent. The winner will surely be young hero Lin, scion of the northern Chuan hegemon. Oh, but young hero Yang from the southern Yu Lian cannot be underestimated either. They were absorbed in their spirited boasts when they suddenly froze, their gazes following the figure who had just entered the inn. It was the young woman, Cao Lian, who, still holding her sword, looked around the inn, asking herself, could it be because of the grand assembly? So many people. A waiter recognized her, then ran over and bowed. Is this not Miss Zheng, of the Zhengjian sect? Why are you traveling alone? The young woman replied vaguely. I wish to drink a cup, she said. But he showed a troubled expression. Oh dear, what should we do? Now, only VIP rooms remain. Please come this way. Miss Zheng is our Wu Huan's unrivaled beauty. Please charge her a bit less. All the men in the inn turned to look. Wu Huan's unrivaled beauty? No wonder she looked so beautiful. Wherever Cao Lian walked, the crowd's gaze followed her, making her feel utterly unnatural and intensely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, who on earth spread this rumor? Normally, I would not come to an inn alone like this. From Zhang Xinggang's group to that strange person from earlier. As the young woman finished her thought, the waiter opened the door. Xinch Liqian had been sitting inside all along and turned to greet her first. HMPH, we meet again. His eyes lit up. Resting his chin in his hand, he smiled. I knew we would meet. We should have gone together earlier. The two gazed at each other, utterly speechless. Today is truly strange. But since we have met, having to sit in the same room, Xinch Liqian ordered a great deal of food. As he gnawed on a chicken drumstick, he asked, now that I'm back, do you know how to register? When is the deadline? The young woman looked at him, as if he were a hungry tiger. Have you been starving all day? Seeing him ask so many questions about the competition, she guessed. Could it be that you also wish to participate? He immediately boasted with a smirk. Of course. There will surely be many beauties participating, won't there? I possess a face that is very much favored by women. From my early teens I began to travel, and wherever I went, women pursued me. How could the young woman possibly endure such absolute confidence? Furthermore, is this truly his inherent personality? Speechless, she immediately took a sip of tea. As she watched him ramble on, she thought that the righteousness demonic war wouldn't end so meaninglessly. He felt entirely different from earlier. Seeing the young woman did not reply, he changed the subject. Finally, I know who the most beautiful woman in the martial world is. I had wondered how it would be, but who knew, he calmly concluded. It is my own mother. Cao Lian choked on her tea. Your mother? Seeing her attitude,
His eyes immediately flashed with sharpness. Is it because my mother is old that you look down on her? The young woman broke out in a cold sweat, her eyebrows twitching, as she frantically waved her hands. Internally, she cursed herself 1,000 times. Damn it, why am I panicking? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Anyone in this situation would be shocked. Only then did he stop, picking up more food to eat. Oh dear, I'm about to face important matters, so I'm a bit tense. I can't help but want to eat something. The young woman wondered. Why? Is it because of participating in the grand competition? Who knew he would boast again? It's not about that kind of competition. I am certain to win. My goal this year is to dominate Hubei. Salian was stunned on the spot. Dominate Hubei? He calmly continued to pick up food. There are too many things to worry about. In times like these, my appetite is naturally much better. The young woman, however, felt extremely annoyed listening to him. Victory in the grand competition. Dominating Hubei. You are speaking a bit too boastfully. Just at this moment, someone pushed open the door and entered. A man stood at the door, observing the two. Having heard their voices as he passed by, he mused, "It couldn't be such a coincidence. Isn't this Miss Zhang of the Righteous Sword sect? Long time no see." Truly, old adversaries meet on a narrow path. The very person she wished least to encounter was standing right here. He was none other than Zhang Renji, the heir of the Zhang clan. Let us also have a drink here. Accompanying him were several other individuals. A young woman brazenly entered the room and inquired, "Here?" With that, she tossed her hair and cast a provocative glance. Oh my, how audacious. This woman, exuding a conniving aura, was Zhang Manhwa, Zhang Renji's younger sister. He then cast a glance toward her, inquiring, "How have you been lately?"
Her face contorted with visible irritation, her brows furrowed tightly. She disdained to respond, noting that his habit of staring intently at others' bodies remained unchanged. Though she yearned to strike him, she forced herself to endure. Noticing her lack of response, he then turned his attention to Qi Ligang. However, our protagonist remained utterly indifferent, continuing to eat noisily with his head bowed. He strode directly towards him, pulling open his robe pocket to retrieve something. Are there still others present here? With that, he disdainfully dropped a gold coin onto our protagonist's dining table, an act brimming with contemptuous charity. This is for your meal. If you are finished, then vacate this table for us. Indeed, even the heavens avoid interfering with one's meal. Our protagonist's face darkened considerably. He raised eyes as sharp as blades, glaring at Zhang Renji as if he wanted to devour him whole. Yet he still endured, merely letting out a sigh and gesturing with his chopsticks. Ha! This paltry sum is entirely insufficient. There are still dishes yet to be served. This meager amount fundamentally won't suffice, yet you dare to approach, threatening me with such a growl? While our protagonist was still offering his kind advice, Zhang Renji's gaze suddenly landed upon something. Aha! You believe yourself a denizen of the Jianghu, acting solely on impulse? It turned out he had noticed the two swords resting beside him, immediately piquing his interest, and he turned towards them. Truly impressive weapons! You dare to wield such mighty swords. Allow me to examine them. But the moment his hand touched and attempted to lift it, his entire body erupted in goosebumps, and he felt as though his very spine would shatter. His face turned deathly pale, whiter than parchment. His eyes Why is this blade so heavy? However, with countless eyes scrutinizing him from behind, his face cycled between pale and crimson. If he were to falter now, he would surely lose immense face. Having committed to the task, he secretly mustered all his strength, his veins bulging visibly. Yet, even after channeling his internal energy, the sword remained utterly unmoving. He awkwardly struggled for several minutes before finally managing to lift it a mere few inches from the ground, only then feeling a sense of relief and letting out a laugh. Ha ha, this is indeed quite heavy. Drenched in sweat, he turned, panting heavily, and asked, "This is a training implement for building muscles, isn't it?" The onlookers, hearing this, also began to discuss amongst themselves. So it is an implement for training? That must be right. However, that young man immediately rose, snatched the sword from his grasp, and effortlessly slung it over his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. He chuckled and explained, "This is no training implement." The other man, so mortified he wished the earth would swallow him, roared in anger, "This object, one can clearly see it's meant for training." The young man directly interrupted him. "No, it is not. This belongs to me, and what I say is correct." Each of his words was met with a counter from the young man, driving him to a furious rage. He even dared to release his killing intent, attempting to intimidate him. "Are you toying with me now?" Before he could even make a move, Salian immediately drew her sword and stepped between them, blocking Zhang Renji. "All of you, cease this at once. This is a place where guests reside." The three men accompanying him watched with dropped jaws, not one of them daring to utter a single word. Zhang Renji was momentarily taken aback, his face freezing in surprise. Yet, with audacious shamelessness, he still spoke baseless words. "You gaze upon me with such ardent eyes.
Could it be that you are interested in me? He even lunged forward and firmly seized her wrist, declaring, "We shall participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet together." Before then, getting a little closer wouldn't be bad. But Sa Lilian resolutely flung his arm away, rejecting him on the spot. "Forgive me, but I have decided to compete alongside another." His eyes, filled with resentment, glared back in furious rage. "What? Why?" Her hand clenched tightly, trembling, as she forced herself to remain calm and coldly rebuked him directly. "You rely on your family's influence to coerce me. Truly too shameless, and utterly despicable." He gnashed his teeth in frustration. "Then, with whom do you intend to compete?" The young woman was left speechless by his question. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. It was at this moment that Chiligan seized the opportunity to interrupt and take over. "I am the one who will fight alongside her." Our protagonist remained composed, casually rested his hand on his sword, looked straight at him, and declared, "Fight with me." The entire room fell into silence. The atmosphere grew thick. That woman, Zhang Renhua, stepped forward and haughtily asked him, "Do you know who he is?" He calmly replied, "I do not know." "Then do you know who I am?" "I do not know." Furthermore, he took the opportunity to lecture that woman on a principle of life. When people face strangers, they usually have two types of reactions: ignoring them or fearing them. But you possess both. You do not know me, and you ignore me, yet you expect me to fear that man. Do you not find that contradictory? She listened to his words, unmoved, and covered her mouth, letting out a chuckle. Is that so?" That man, Zhang Renji, suddenly interjected, "Your eloquence is quite impressive." Our protagonist replied with a broad grin, his eyes crinkling, "I am not particular about what I eat, and those who are not particular about their food often possess decent eloquence." His hand, resting on the table, had already gripped so tightly that it cracked the dining table. He was red-faced and choked, unable to argue back. Chiligan's eyes lit up as he deliberately provoked and reminded him, "Be a little careful. We cannot spill the food." Zhang Renji barely managed to restrain his rage on the spot. He feigned adjusting his clothes, understanding that staying would only bring more disgrace, and promptly left. Before leaving the room, he turned his head back to warn, "Just wait and see, at the Dragon Phoenix banquet." Those others also followed in his wake. Before leaving the room, that woman Zhang Renhua turned back to look at our protagonist one last time. It seemed she was completely captivated by his captivating charm and striking appearance. Then, farewell. Only two people remained in the room. Now the young lady Sa Lian nervously swallowed. She had been holding herself back this entire time, completely exhausted. She looked at the shattered corner of the table, trembling with fear, her face pale. "This is bad. With Zhang Renji's temperament, you will be in danger today." Our protagonist, standing beside her, still calmly suggested, "If matters have come to this, then let us fight together. Changing the plan is fine, is it not?" Sa Lian finally turned to him. "Change the plan? Were you not planning to participate in the grand competition?" He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that is precisely why things must change. You have indulged her to this extent, and only now does she realize something is amiss. Could it be that the grand competition you spoke of participating in is the Heavenly Dragon Great War?" Qi Lijian nodded repeatedly. "Of course. Only then would it be worthy of my participation." She remained unconvinced and, with narrowed eyes, asked in return, "You are so domineering, yet why did you not act just now?" Unexpectedly, he calmly replied, "I do not deign to fight with children." The woman was rendered speechless, yet still forced to smile, only daring to curse under her breath. "You certainly know how to find excuses." He then uttered an even more provocative remark. "The martial world has devolved into this monstrous state, and it is certainly not due to those youths." Her head immediately reeled and buzzed, unable to distinguish what was real from what was false. He spoke with such a serious expression, as if it were all true. Those individuals from the Zhang clan departed with bitter resentment, heading straight for the street. His two subordinates each uttered a provoking remark. "Ms. Zhang truly fancies young Master Zhang. I believe Ms. Zhang is intentionally trying to make you jealous. She fundamentally has no intention of becoming a dragon in Phoenix. She rejected young Master Zhang only to go and fight alongside that imbecile." But in Zhang Renji's mind, only Qi Lijian's image remained. He could not comprehend how that person could be an imbecile. That saber is exceedingly heavy. To lift it so effortlessly is by no means easy. I have never encountered that person before. Who exactly is he? And that arrogant wretch, how dare she refuse me? The more he pondered, the more he burned with resentment. There was nothing he could do but secretly vow, "I will make you too regret today's events." The scene shifts to the Orthodox sword sect. In a room where three individuals were seated, Zhang Hualian cried out in utter shock. Hualian has decisively rejected young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang is so enraged that he is currently causing chaos at the brothel. The elder woman seated opposite was utterly stunned, her mind unable to process. Lian Hare has refused? Young Master Zhang's reputation is not good. I am greatly worried. She was Anjou, the beloved daughter of the orthodox sword sect master.
The two women, filled with agitation, conversed back and forth. Given young Master Zhang's temperament,
Sai Lian is still young. She cannot be allowed to sacrifice herself for the clan. Young Master Zhang not only harmed our family but also Sai Lian. The old man, Zheng Yiqi, sect master of the righteous sword sect, had sat silently until now, unable to utter a single word, able only to blame himself.
It is because I am too useless that my wife and children must suffer, he secretly calculated.
If only I could master the righteous demonic sword art, our sword sect would possess strength.
The elder sister anxiously prepared to stand up, thinking,
if that is true, then this is a very serious matter. Let me go find Sai Lian first. Just then, a voice rang out, stopping her. There's no need.
The younger sister, Sai Lian,
led Qiligan inside and immediately said, that is the truth.
The three people looked over and were startled.
Lianger, your parents are worried about you.
But everyone's attention was drawn to the young man standing there.
Who are you?
The younger sister immediately introduced him.
This time, he is the one who will accompany me to the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Upon saying this, even the younger sister herself barely dared to believe it.
She bowed her head shyly.
As soon as the other three heard this, their hair stood on end, and they simultaneously cried out, what?
The young man simply took a few long strides forward,
smiled, cupped his hands, and declared clearly,
greetings for the first time. I am Qiligan.
His confidence was, as always, overflowing. As soon as he entered, he casually wandered around the room, examining everything. He immediately picked up a vase and asked, oh my, isn't this Fujian ceramics? How much did it cost? 10 taels?
The old man looked at him holding it precariously with one hand, and grew anxious.
It cost a full 150 taels. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes lit up with delight. What a pity. If I had been there, it could have been bought for 120 taels.
The old man Zheng Yiqiu broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile.
Ha, that's right. Sai Lian, are you truly planning to participate with young Master Qi?
Hua Lixian, however, stared intently at the two of them.
Younger sister, even if you are naive, you shouldn't participate in the Dragon Phoenix banquet with this strange individual.
Indeed, the young man was a bit much.
He kept holding the ceramic vase and spinning it playfully, having not grown tired of toying with it yet.
She thought this, and with narrowed eyes asked, young Master Qi, from which sect do you originate? He directly placed the ceramic vase down. I have no sect. To be frank, I speak only the truth. My parents sell fruits near Jade Gate Pass. Even Sai Lian doesn't know this, he declared, his voice the loudest in the room.
What? What about the fruits? What about the saber and sword on your back?
The old man, his face frozen,
questioned again, confirming. Are you truly studying both saber arts and sword arts simultaneously?
Internally, the old man secretly judged.
That is merely something third-rate nobodies from Yaoxiang do.
If it was merely for showing off,
then our protagonist swiftly nodded.
Indeed, I study both. The old man's face changed colors like a traffic light.
However, our protagonist was not the type he imagined. His eyes shining brightly, he declared, I am a genius in all aspects, and I even inherited an excellent bloodline.
The old man's face stiffened. Your martial arts. Could it be that you learned them from your fruit-selling parents?
Our protagonist did not grasp their meaning, scratching his head and ears, his honesty almost painful.
Aren't you all going to eat?
That woman, Hua Lian, immediately approached and whispered to her younger sister, tomorrow, you must apologize to young Master Zhang at once. Sai Lian's face was now whiter than paper.
Throughout the night, the younger sister wandered listlessly back and forth in the garden. Because I feared that person would be harmed by Zhang Renji, I temporarily brought him home. She let out a long, helpless sigh. What should I do now? Suddenly, she saw Qiliqian standing imposingly before her, seemingly out of nowhere.
The younger sister asked with concern, can't you sleep? He smiled and replied, it's just that the bed feels unfamiliar. Moreover, there is still something I must do tonight.
The younger sister did not quite understand.
What task? He did not say much. He extended his tattooed hand, clenching it tightly into a fist. His demeanor was casual, as if announcing good news. Today, I shall go and kill a few people.
The younger sister, Sai Lian,
was instantly terrified. Why would he display such a serious expression to utter a joke reeking of murderous intent? Could the matter of the fruit shop also have been mere nonsense?
Her curiosity was profound.
The young woman couldn't help but ask, what kind of people are your parents? Is your mother very beautiful? What kind of person is your father? As the two stood by the lake, sharing their thoughts in the evening, he said,
my father likes to do things by the book, which is a good thing.
But the problem is, he applies that habit to me. My parents objected to me stepping into the martial world, especially my father. The young woman could understand this. After all, parents who are not from the martial world would naturally worry for their children. Unexpectedly, he continued to speak freely. They said they feared the perilous martial world. The young woman listened, utterly dumbfounded. This, I also understand. Suddenly she felt a pang of guilt, especially recalling how that scoundrel Zhang Renji had acted out in bitterness today. Her parents worried so much, yet everything had turned out like this. As she was lost in her sorrow, he finally noticed, and turned to say something quite irrelevant. But the dinner was entirely vegetarian. "I've digested it all," he said, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he tilted his head and asked, "Will there be any meat dishes tomorrow?" The young woman was speechless. What? Finally, she took a deep breath, steeling herself to expel the guest. "Stop speaking nonsense. Finish your meal tomorrow morning, and then leave this place." However, he did not deign to reply. When she turned, she only saw him staring intently. "What is it? Why are you looking at me?" Qi Li Qian, observing her, proved to be quite perceptive, speaking a remark that struck precisely at her hidden thoughts. "Are you worried about me?" The young woman, denying her true feelings, blushed crimson. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely concerned for those who will cross paths with you in the future." Having said that, Sheng Guo grew indignant, turned, and walked away directly, leaving him standing there, chuckling playfully. In truth, he was exceptionally happy today. The scene shifts to a tower. Beneath the bright moonlight, a crimson aura surged skyward from within. A group of people sat by the tower's entrance, gathered around a fire, conversing. An old man, resting his chin on his sword, pondered. That brat, clutching his saber, trembled as he declared he wanted to avenge his father. Of course, I couldn't simply stand by and watch. He gave a sinister laugh, so I had no choice but to send him to meet his father. At just that, all four men burst into boisterous laughter, as if celebrating a bountiful harvest. One of them suddenly turned and remarked, "What you did was save a child from becoming an orphan." However, just as they looked up, they saw Qi Li Qian standing prominently there. "Who is this man? Who are you? Why do you stand here? Do you know where this place is?" He answered their inquiries as they were posed. Unlike other places known as a market for wanderers, these few men grew even more arrogant. "You knew, yet you still dared to come? Times have truly changed. Even a mere brat dares to step foot here." He had not even finished speaking when the young man, his patience exhausted, abruptly cut him off. "If you continue to call me a brat," the young man warned, his face calm but his eyes sharp as daggers, "I will kill you." Those men, intimidated and enraged, flushed crimson. One of them drew his sword and stepped forward. "Out of pity for a mere brat like you, I had originally intended to spare your life." He suddenly thrust his sword forward, shouting, "How utterly disrespectful!" Shinch Ligan showed not a hint of fear, leaning his body to instantly dodge the attack. His hand did not remain idle. It flashed, drawing a line sharper than any blade, cutting straight into his opponent's abdomen with a bone-deep strike. The three other men watched, unable to react in time. All they saw behind them were two figures, standing motionless like statues, roaring with mocking laughter. "This fool is now being utterly thrashed by a mere brat. Ha ha ha! Get lost! Go back and help your mother with her paltry business." However, no sooner had their laughter died down, than their comrade collapsed face first onto the ground, his life or death unknown. The smiles on the faces of all three men vanished in an instant, replaced by expressions as utterly dumbfounded as a startled goose. The young man remained standing there calmly, ready to face them all. "This moment is of utmost importance to me. Today marks my first step toward the future, and I have already made my resolve." The three men could no longer endure this humiliation. They rose instantly, drawing their swords, intending to overwhelm him with their numerical advantage. What mockery is this? But the young man knew no fear. He merely brandished his sword and charged forward. "These are individuals I would not normally kill." With those words, he delivered a single, precise strike, and blood splattered across the ground. All three men were struck by his attack. Not a single one escaped. Each of them screamed in agony, their pain piercing the very heavens. Jinch Ligan declared, "But today, I shall eliminate every last one of you." Having thus dealt with these insignificant ruffians outside, he proceeded inwards. Inside, the bodies were far more numerous. Blood flowed like a river, pooling at the very entrance, and the entire room was littered with corpses. Reaching the final room, he pushed the door open. It was the most luxurious chamber in the entire tower, where a corpulent, obese man sat at its innermost recess, surrounded by beautiful maidens standing ready to serve. Some fanned him, while others served tea and poured water. Seeing him enter, the man didn't even bother to stir. A strange aroma still permeated the room, yet he still found amusement in teasing. What a truly delightful atmosphere. The fat man calmly lifted the teacup, tilted his head back to empty it, then slammed his hand on the table with a resounding bang. His eyes glowed blood red, and killing intent surged fiercely from his body. "Are you a patron? Whom do you wish to purchase that you cause such a commotion?" This unsightly piglord was none other than the Dunhuang master. Yet from beginning to end, the protagonist's eyes remained fixed solely on him. He was the most valuable person in this room. Yet the Dunhuang master utterly failed to grasp this, instead assuming the protagonist was interested in Lumiere. He threw his head back, laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha ha, he thought to himself. This snot-nosed brat dares to try and buy me? With a dismissive flick of his chin, disdain clearly etched on his face, he questioned, "How could a mere youngster like you possess such wealth?" The protagonist paid him no mind. "Just name your price," he stated. "What is the true cost?" Yet the man actually stated a sum. 500,000. What did he expect? Qingaligan promptly tossed a stack of papers directly before him. 500,000. Is the transaction complete? The fat man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never once imagined this, assuming the protagonist was merely a boastful brat.
He had not expected such immense wealth.
It seemed the protagonist still had money to spare. Seeing this, greed immediately flared within him. "What if I kill you and seize all your wealth?" The protagonist's eyes gleamed. He looked directly at the man, warning, "I would be even more disappointed." The fat man immediately waved his thick hand. The young women surrounding him instantly understood his intent, nodded, and stepped forward. The entire group began to advance towards the protagonist. The seductive women closed in, caressing him without an inch of space. "Go ahead and be disappointed," they purred.
In the room, reeking of sinister allure, demon-red eyes fixated on him. Their bodies swayed hypnotically. This place had transformed into a true lair of temptation.
Qingaligan stood still, his face utterly cold, not even deigning to glance at the women.
"Which one?"
The fat man, observing from above, couldn't help but sneer in silent triumph. "The moment you stepped into this room, you had already fallen for my trap. My ultimate technique can paralyze a man's very rationality." One of the women covertly reached up, pulling a sharp hairpin from her hair.
Standing behind him, she launched a direct sneak attack.
This was the illusionary dance of ultimate bliss. Yet somehow, the protagonist stood like an unmoving statue. In a flash, he raised his hand and blocked the strike instantly, then effortlessly snatched the hairpin from the woman's grasp, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Your dance is excellent, but it has not yet reached the point where I must slay you."
Finishing his words, he aimed the hairpin directly at the fat man. With a flick, it shot forth like a wind-piercing arrow, whistling past the fat man's bald head. This single hairpin possessed enough force to shatter stone pillars. The women watched, trembling with terror. The young women seemed to snap awake, looking down at their hands in bewilderment. "What? Has the evil art been broken?" Its efficacy was truly astonishing.
The fatty could not comprehend how he had discovered these lamps were tools of soul-snatching art. Soul-snatching art is an evil technique that manipulates the human mind.
He pointed directly at the corpulent fatty and asked the young women, "Do any of you harbor affection for him?"
The young women looked at him, as if he were a ghost, shaking their heads vigorously. "Of course not," the protagonist responded. "Since you harbor no affection, I shall grant you freedom."
"You were forced, were you not? Depart from this place. Trouble yourselves not with what follows." The young woman hesitated, casting a glance toward the fatty.
"Will you truly let us go?" But Qingaligan understood immediately. Standing before him, they dared not leave. Is that it? But is that truly the case?
"If you now possess the courage to depart from this place, you will surely attain a life of prosperity."
Such a generous offer immediately enlightened the young women. Just as they were about to turn and leave, the fatty suddenly threw back his head and laughed raucously. His eyes gleamed brightly. "Your eloquent speech is not bad at all. Very well, I shall permit you to leave." But then he added a low-voiced warning. "I shall tear your limbs into pieces."
The young women's faces turned ashen. They dared not move a single inch. Yet, the protagonist showed no fear of him. His eyes widened, and a challenging aura erupted from him.
"Is that so? Then I shall mince you into a paste of flesh and blood."
Their gazes locked, and the fatty was instantly afflicted.
The space around the fatty violently warped. Blood, which surrounded him, had risen nearly to his groin. What abomination is this? What is the meaning of this murderous aura?
Suddenly, the young women, finding newfound courage, bowed their heads deeply. "Many thanks, young hero. We shall heed your words and gather all our courage to depart.
You have also bestowed upon us such a generous sum. We shall never forget your benevolence." The protagonist readily assented.
"To commence a new life, you require funds. Live well."
The fatty stood there, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. His eyes bulged, nearly falling from their sockets. Even in death he would I was utterly paralyzed by this man's depraved aura, only able to watch as those women escaped. What in the world is this? This is truly infuriating. He mustered his strength, and his entire hand swelled immensely, snapping all the rings he wore, as his body bloated like a gluttonous pig demon. Now his entire body transformed into a colossal form, 100 times larger than our protagonist. But this was still nothing.
Zhigli Khan's expression remained unchanged, as he sinisterly chuckled and declared, "I will smash you to pieces. Grow even larger if you dare."
No sooner had our protagonist finished speaking than the opponent impatiently threw a direct punch downwards, but it was like a mosquito bite on hardened steel. Our protagonist simply leaped to the side, effortlessly evading the blow. His mood soured. and his face turned pale as he threw another punch. This time, our protagonist merely leaned back, and no matter how many blows the opponent delivered, none could connect, leaving him to only grind his teeth in frustration.
"You contemptible rat!" he roared, stomping his foot, shattering the floor.
"That's right, keep running. I will crush you into a pulp." Our protagonist, utterly fearless, disregarded him, leaping up and cursing, "I find detestable those like you." Upon finishing his words, he delivered a resounding kick directly to the opponent's face.
The corpulent man flew straight through the door, shattering the entire room beyond recognition, blood spewing from his mouth as he gasped for breath with great difficulty.
But his body was too massive. This single kick from our protagonist was not enough to kill him, and he resiliently charged forward to continue fighting.
"You mongrel!"
Our protagonist casually picked up a stone, preparing to aim and strike him with it. "You vile wretch! What purpose did you have in bringing these women here?" Upon finishing his words, a small stone flew forth, but imbued with our protagonist's power, a single shot was enough to utterly shatter one of the opponent's arms.
The corpulent man could only watch powerlessly, as one of his arms was severed and flew away, gushing blood, before he collapsed to the ground, exhausted and in pain.
At this point, his mind finally had to concede. This man was a true master. If our protagonist was not one, then who else could be? Yet he still refused to yield, using every last ounce of his remaining strength. His body radiated spiritual energy as he roared, "Do you think everything ends like this? I will surely mince you into 10,000 fragments."
Shinchli Khan found his words profoundly irritating, deciding to charge forward and mince him first.
An energy orb swirled in Shinchli Khan's palm, and he aimed it directly at his opponent's abdomen, delivering a devastating strike.
This time, the corpulent man was sent flying clear out of the building, shattering through the thick, sturdy wall.
His eyes tightly shut, he plummeted to the ground, unconscious. But even if he died now, our protagonist would not care. "I have claimed your life, and thus you shall accompany me." With immense effort, the corpulent man managed to stammer a question.
"For what purpose do you intend to use me?"
Shinchli Khan looked at him, his voice laced with coldness. "HMPH, you are gravely mistaken." He pointed a finger at the hunched man who had been standing in the corner. "It is not your fault, but his." But the stout man refused to believe him. What could that useless man possibly do? "With your strength, you could have easily taken him away in secret. So, why exactly? Why did you kill me? Hehe, you truly are a man, even more wretched than I."
The protagonist merely smiled faintly as he listened. "Perhaps, but righteous people would not be seduced by me."
The stout man's eyes widened in disbelief. In this martial world, how could such people exist? After speaking, the stout man dropped dead, his eyes never to open again.
Shinchli Khan remained standing there, tall and straight. The protagonist knew without turning around who the hunched man was. He had finally met him.
Manor Lord Hua.
The stout man flinched upon hearing the name,
but dared not speak. Men turned back with a smile. Or should I call you Hua Yu Tai before you deigned to answer? What could the hunched man say now? His gaze was as sharp as a blade, utterly devoid of warmth. This name truly evoked nostalgia. He was indeed Hua Yu Tai, the former Manor Lord of Ghost Iron Mountain Manor. With his admission, the protagonist no longer had any doubts. To think the genius of array formations and hidden mechanisms would be here. "I spent no small amount of time searching for you. You still cannot move past that incident, can you?" Ghost Iron Mountain Manor, renowned throughout the martial world for its peerless mechanism techniques, was known to all. Hua Yu Tai, a man of extraordinary talent with a happy family. He once had everything within his grasp, until his only daughter accidentally touched an incomplete hidden mechanism, losing her life in the accident. Hua Yu Tai harbored immense resentment for his own foolishness. Thus, he changed his appearance and vanished without a trace. Just mentioning the pain caused the old man's face to turn ashen, devoid of any blood. Ah, how could I ever forget that? Tears trickled down and fell to the ground. Men stood silently, watching the old man for a long moment before speaking. "You are a good man."
The old man could not believe it. He abruptly looked up at the protagonist, his face still drenched in tears.
A good man who could not forget the pain of losing a loved one, tormenting himself for 10 years. No, tormenting himself for an entire lifetime.
The old man's eyes remained fixed on his face.
He truly is a peculiar individual. He risked his life just to save a stranger like me. Has anyone ever spoken such words to me before? But in this world, there is no such thing as a free meal. He asked directly, "After acquiring me, what do you intend for me to do?"
With killing intent radiating from his entire being, Shinchli Khan replied, "Conquer the Jianghu." The old man froze for 3 seconds before forcing a wry smile. "Is this truly my new destiny?"
And so, the old man decided to prostrate himself on the ground, hands clasped before him.
"Hua Yu Tai respectfully greets Master.
Your humble servant pledges the remainder of his life to you." "That is good." Our protagonist was extremely pleased. He smiled with satisfaction and stepped past him, saying, "Then, let us see."
His eyes burned crimson,
His hands erupted with scorching flames, and he let out an evil laugh like a demon.
The old man looked on with a pale face, utterly bewildered by his intentions.
At this moment, outside the building, leaves rustled and shook. A pair of feet appeared on a slender branch.
He stood on the high branch, observing the tower before him.
This scarred man wondered, is the young master still fighting?
Inside the building,
Old man Hua Yu Tai, who had been completely hunched over, now stood perfectly straight. Like a normal person, couldn't comprehend how our protagonist had achieved this. Even he did not understand. After all, his body had been deformed by a powerful cultivation technique, and no one should have been able to restore it to its original state. Overjoyed, he hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude. I am truly indebted to you.
Shinchli Gan smiled teasingly.
I will demand you to work until your last breath.
It is I who should be thanking you.
Just then, someone walked in between the two of them, exclaiming, You have finally succeeded, young master. He is the one who has been lurking outside this entire time.
Taking off his mask, it was Wu Ying, Shinchli Gan's personal guard.
Our protagonist looked over and recognized him.
Wu Ying, however, was met with the unexpected command.
Shave your beard. You look too old. He was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood, sighing heavily. He then turned back to the old man. Master Hua, this is Wu Ying, my personal guard. He will be responsible for overseeing your future tasks. Now, let us get straight to business. He looked at both of them with a serious expression. The plan has changed.
Wu Ying was stunned and asked again,
What do you mean? Only now did he learn of this news. Young master, you once said the Zhangxing gang was not even worth us taking action against. Why do you suddenly wish to attend the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Why have you changed your plans? Qi Liqian remained perfectly calm, responding, A person's intentions can change at any time, can they not? Unexpectedly, as soon as Wu Ying heard this, he sensed something amiss. Those frivolous types often speak such words. He merely raised his head, completely unperturbed, and sneered, Are you jealous because I am so well liked?
The other person, not to be outdone, launched into a lengthy discourse.
What is there to be jealous of? Many women may pursue you, but that is not a blessing. It is more likely a calamity. Only marrying a virtuous woman can truly be considered a blessing.
The two exchanged words, their conversation thick with hostility.
Your jealousy is truly formidable, he retorted. Old Hua Tiawu was left speechless, suddenly feeling that choosing this side was ill-advised. The scene then shifts to the Zhangxing gang. Two gatekeepers block the two individuals in front of them. The gang leader and young master have gone out. They are Shalian and his son.
The old man frowned and asked, When will they return?
The two guards merely replied, We do not know either.
The old man's brows furrowed deeply as he recalled what his eldest daughter had told him.
Young hero Zhang was angrily causing a disturbance at the brothel. The old man's mind was in turmoil. Before this minor matter escalates, he must offer his apologies. Thus, he could only leave a message. When they return, please inform them that we have called. Suddenly, the large door opened, and a person emerged. Is this not great hero Zhang? I received an invitation from the gang leader, which is why I came. I did not expect to meet you here. This old man was none other than Bafei Shuquan. Zhang Yiqiu also bowed in greeting. Great hero Quan, long time no see. In his heart, he quickly calculated that the Zhangxing gang leader had invited experts to display his power. It is said he does not casually meet with outsiders. It seems to be true. That old man immediately extended an invitation. It so happens you are at leisure. Let us go for a drink. It will be my treat. Haha, why not? The two old men then departed without delay. Unbeknownst to them, inside the house, Zhang Renji was sitting high above, looking down and sneering. At the Xuan Feng Inn, two old men shared drinks. Please drink. This is a rare Bear Gall wine. It is thanks to Grand Hero Quan that I am able to savor such a precious wine. However, the gang leader seems to be very angry. If there is an opportunity, I implore you to speak a few words on my behalf. Haha, do not worry. I will advise the gang leader. The young woman Li Qian sat quietly, unable to say anything, as the voices of the two old men echoed in her ears, dismissing it as merely a childish squabble. The young woman then recalled that she had only found out this morning while setting the table. What? Young hero Qi is not here? The servant replied. Yes, young miss. It seems he left last night, the servant reported, and she was shocked to hear it. He had not even said a single word. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even now, during meals, she could only think of him, muttering about wanting to eat meat, and then he suddenly vanished. She wondered. By now, he must have already left Wuhan, right? After the meal, the father and son bowed with clasped hands and departed. It is thanks to Grand Hero Quan that I was able to drink such fine wine. Next time, allow me to treat. No sooner had he finished speaking than Grand Hero Quan suddenly shouted loudly, Good heavens, you startled me. His eyes widened as if something earth-shattering had occurred. He smacked his head, exclaiming, My mind! I had such an urgent matter and completely forgot. I must leave now. Until we meet again. Having said that, he vanished from sight, leaving the Zhang father and son standing there.
The proprietress of the inn, smiling brightly, presented a piece of paper.
"This is the bill." Old Zheng Yi took it, and as he glanced over it, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck his ears. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. How could this be? 1 jar of wine costs 120 taels? And the appetizers are also exorbitantly priced?
He let out a long, drawn-out sigh.
Swallowing his pride, he addressed the proprietress. "I do not have enough money on me today. May I pay tomorrow?" But the woman merely stood there, smiling, and replied, "Our establishment does not allow credit."
Immediately, a group of assassins dressed in black surrounded Lyrian.
"Seeing how pitiful you are, I shall lend a hand.
Patron, while you retrieve the money, leave your daughter here temporarily." The young woman was startled, her face drained of color.
How could this be?"
Zhang Chuyi immediately shielded his daughter.
"Are you planning to take my daughter hostage?"
The woman replied bluntly.
"You can consider her as collateral," her eyes glowing with a wicked malice. "If there is no money, then let your daughter entertain patrons."
The old man broke out in a cold sweat, anxiously glancing around.
"Are you out of your mind?
This is no ordinary tavern, and these individuals possess extraordinary martial prowess, on par with my own."
The old man's hand tightened on his sword, veins bulging. Just as the situation hung by a thread, a voice echoed from behind. "Patron, we meet again." A young man in red robes, with flowing hair, entered. The young woman immediately recognized him.
"Qi Shaoxia, why are you here?"
He casually picked up a wine bottle from the table, his eyes narrowing into a smile.
"I came to drink wine."
Suddenly, he slammed the wine bottle down, looking at the female counter-attendant. "But elder sister, the wine's scent is somewhat peculiar. Has something been added to it?"
She still tried to stubbornly deny everything.
"What are you talking about?"
He sternly interrupted her.
"I heard everything from my room just now."
"This place is about to receive an esteemed figure, yet you dare to sell counterfeit wine to such an important person?" The other patrons in the establishment noticed the commotion, and also looked over curiously. The woman glared, warning him.
"It seems you are drunk. Speak softly. Do you think yourself so clever, causing a scene and making accusations?" He sneered, then raised his voice, shouting for all to hear.
"The Bear Gall wine sold here is counterfeit. Counterfeit Bear Gall wine." All the patrons in the establishment immediately rushed out.
"What? Counterfeit goods? Why is there such a commotion?" The woman finally showed panic, hastily explaining, "The guest is merely drunk and causing trouble." Ben Quiet, however, did not relent, spreading his arms before the assembled crowd. "Are you intending to cause a scene? Allow me to present the evidence. If I can prove this wine to be counterfeit, then today's entire revenue from this establishment shall be mine." The woman regarded him with an icy gaze and inquired, "And what if you fail to prove it?" To everyone's surprise, Xinqi Li retorted, "If I am wrong, then take my gall to steep your wine."
Having sealed the wager, the protagonist gestured, leading the throng of guests.
"Very well, then I invite all of you, this way, outside." The guests now realized, with surprise, that this establishment possessed a hidden back area. But what evidence could possibly be found within this place? Only he remained, standing calmly amidst the unfolding scene. "Every time a servant retrieves wine from this location, do none of you perceive the strangeness? Why would one conceal wine in such a secluded spot?" He flicked a finger at the colossal padlock, which, to make matters worse, also secured an iron gate.
The woman's expression had already turned unsightly. Grinding her teeth, she retorted, "These varieties of wine are exceedingly precious.
They cannot be stored haphazardly.
Furthermore, the storeroom holds our establishment's most guarded trade secrets." The protagonist wasted no further words. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the door and effortlessly carried forth a colossal wine vat.
The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! To break an iron gate with bare hands! This young man possesses formidable strength. He slammed the vat down forcefully in the center of the courtyard. "Hold, what is that within?" "It is merely filled with the smell of wine." Xinqi Li then scooped out a bowl of liquid. "This, indeed, is the true nature of your supposedly precious wine." The woman's complexion shifted hues more rapidly than a traffic signal, her panic rendering her utterly speechless. We absolutely must stop him. If the customers witness that, then so be it." A surge of murderous intent erupted from her. She unleashed a volley of venomous needles from her mouth, aiming directly for the protagonist.
"Slay him first.
Capitalize on this chaos. Swiftly remove the wine." But what threat did such a trivial attack pose?
He merely smirked with triumph, effortlessly dodging the assault, then seized the massive vat and brought it crashing down.
In the blink of an eye, the colossal wine vat shattered into countless fragments, its contents gushing forth like a deluge. The surrounding guests witnessed this spectacle firsthand. What was steeped in the wine was not bear gall at all, but instead several enormous insects. The entire crowd was aghast at the sight. "What is this? Why are there worms in the wine?"
The young man, still holding the bowl of wine, raised it with a faint smile, extending an invitation.
Then, who would dare to drink? Today, they would merely retch it out. Who would dare to drink such a thing?
Wherever he extended the wine bowl, the crowd recoiled as if from a plague.
I do not want it.
Some individuals even covered their mouths, vomiting on the spot.
HMPH. Jinch Li Qian stood in the center of the courtyard, exclaiming loudly with an air of dissatisfaction. None of you wish to drink, so how will this be proven? He even cupped his hands to form a makeshift megaphone as he called out. Is there no one?
Even with matters having reached this juncture, one individual still stepped forward, undeterred.
You scoundrel! Cease your actions immediately. I have never heard of using insects to concoct bear gall wine. The young man unhesitatingly grasped the insect and brought it close to the man's face.
This insect is known as the
back-patterned bug, named thus because the patterns upon its back resemble a painting.
Still, the man failed to grasp the significance of the matter.
So what then?
It was then that the young man had to enlighten him. The scent of the back-patterned bug bore a striking resemblance to bear gall, particularly its excretions. The aroma and taste were so alike that an ordinary palate could not discern the difference between the two. It appears none here were aware of this detail.
Its excretions? How can this be?
Suddenly, a figure strode directly towards them.
How do you possess such knowledge?
The counter-manageress, upon seeing him, immediately turned ashen, her face utterly drained of color, her jaw dropping in astonishment.
Lord Yang Renming. This elderly man with white hair and beard was none other than Yang Renming, the Lord of the Southern Prison Alliance.
For 13 years, ever since the conclusion of the righteous demonic Great War, the 9 gangs in one faction, along with the 4 great clans, had suffered devastating losses and subsequently sealed off their respective sects.
The demonic cult had once again retreated into seclusion.
Capitalizing on this opportunity, 4 formidable powers had emerged within the Jianghu, among which the most dominant were the Beichuan Overlord clan and the Southern Prison Alliance. This seemingly unassuming elder was, in fact, one of the most influential figures across the entire Jianghu.
When the elder arrived, everyone clasped their hands and bowed their heads in silence. Only he remained standing proudly, a bowl of wine in his hand. The old man then continued to ask, I heard that calamity insects only reside in the southern wilds. How do you know of them?
Qi Ligan merely replied indifferently,
I have wandered everywhere since childhood. The old man then praised him. Your knowledge is not bad at all. Who are you?
The eldest son of Xing Yun Liu Shui. Qi Ligan wondered. Xing Yun Liu Shui, he continued.
The foremost fruit merchant of the border region.
The old man's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. A moment later, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, like a wealthy landowner blessed with a bountiful harvest.
Now I have figured it out. Are you deliberately concealing your identity? He praised him, saying he was truly formidable. But he paid no mind, merely holding the insect and turning to startle San Lian. A figure standing beside the old man couldn't help but frown deeply, staring intently at the elder. It was truly strange that the Alliance Master would be so interested in a mere junior. This man was Mo Hui, the great master of the White Tiger faction of the Southern Prison Alliance, and he stepped forward to propose, Allow me to taste it and see. The old man immediately agreed. Ha, all right. Mo Hui took a sip of the wine and immediately understood the problem. His face flushed crimson, and killing intent surged as he stared intently at the female manager.
This wretched woman! The taste is exactly like what we just drank. The other guests, hearing such confirmation, truly felt like vomiting.
What is this? What we just drank was truly vomit. With such undeniable evidence, that woman still wants to argue.
Everyone, calm down. This is slander.
Are all of you blind?
They pressed her for an explanation.
If you claim this is slander, then bring out the real goods. Otherwise, hand over your life. The audacious woman screamed at the assassins behind her. All of you, quickly stop them. But both of them feigned deafness and immediately fled. Those are people from the Southern Prison Alliance and the Great Master of White Tiger. Let's escape quickly. The woman, having no other options, changed tactics and yelled threats. Do you know who backs me? If you dare touch me, I will kill all of you.
Our protagonist was standing aside, watching the spectacle, when Elder Zheng Yi approached.
Young hero Qi, the elder said, clasping his hands and bowing his head.
If it weren't for you, I would have almost suffered a great loss.
Thank you. While others might humbly refuse, when it came to our protagonist, his answer was, naturally. If not for me, who else could accomplish such a remarkable feat? The old man looked at the insects strewn across the ground, feeling a bit awkward, yet he couldn't help but admit. You are not wrong, he said. Our protagonist, having rendered such a great service, squinted his eyes in a smile. I am your benefactor, so you must treat me exceptionally well. I am very much looking forward to it.
The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving the She is enough.
Let us depart. We will have to trouble everyone for now.
As a grand assembly is currently underway, there are no empty rooms left.
Mo Hui kept watching after him. What a truly interesting child.
Yet, The elder perceived something far deeper.
No, it is not merely interesting. The moment I beheld that child, a long-forgotten sensation suddenly welled within me. What could it be?
It was the tremor, the exhilaration, and the exhaustion I felt the day I acquired the Nan Yu Lian, accompanied by a surge of ambition.
Indeed, spiritual energy was emanating from the elder's body, his eyes shining brightly, yet he knew not why he felt such a way.
Mo Hui was startled to hear this.
The Alliance Master I know possesses a wisdom eye that sees through all people, yet cannot see through that young man. He too felt compelled to watch. Curious. In other words, is that young man truly special? The scene shifts to a forest as dark as ink. A man, riddled with wounds, struggled to run, his heart resolute. He must inform them, for this matter concerns the fate of the entire Jianghu.
Just as he was running headlong, a dark figure appeared beside him.
He hastily drew his sword to defend himself. Damn it, have they caught up so quickly? But the other man, upon appearing, raised an object and introduced himself. I am from the Zhengdao Alliance.
The elder looked and confirmed this was indeed a token of the Zhengdao Alliance.
Gasping for breath, he introduced himself. I am from the Ba clan. My name is Ming. There is no more time. I will get straight to the point.
Without a trace of doubt, he recounted everything he knew to this newcomer.
Cancel the Dragon Phoenix Banquet and the Heavenly Dragon Grand War.
An organization named the Fei Xian Society is plotting sinister schemes within this grand assembly.
The other man merely probed for information.
Is not the Ba clan the host of this year's grand assembly?
Why not report it to those above?
Contact the Zhengdao Alliance, the elder immediately stated.
The Ba clan has internal spies. One cannot trust anyone from the clan itself. At this very moment, several whistling sounds erupted from behind him, and several more dark figures appeared.
Startled and alarmed, he turned to the other man and exclaimed, "Damn it, they've caught up! I will act as a decoy."
You must flee quickly and report this to the Zhengdao Alliance. But he still deliberately lingered, asking further, "Besides you, no one else knows this information, correct?"
The elder turned his head and replied,
"You are the first one I have told." He did not see the other man's face darken into a sinister, triumphant smile.
"Excellent!"
By the time the elder realized, it was too late. What did you just say? No sooner had he finished speaking, the elder's head was severed in a single strike and fell, blood splattering everywhere, the head rolling away.
It was certain that the elder would lose his life today, no matter what.
After killing the man, he chuckled and corrected himself. You misheard. It's not the Fei Xian Society, it's the Fei Yan Society. Having said that, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed respectfully before a newly appeared young woman.
Yan Shilu paid respects to the council head.
She asked him, "What about the others?"
He replied smugly,
"They have already been dealt with by Yan Shisi." The beautiful woman, holding a fan, smiled and asked, "Is that so? I knew he would perform exceptionally well. This Longfeng banquet has truly been a nightmare." At this moment, Chiligan and the young woman Salian were walking home together, his face brimming with excitement, truly anticipating something. I wonder what kind of delicious meat the sect master ultimately bought.
Earlier, he told me to go buy some delicious meat. You and Lian Sire should go home first. It makes me truly eager.
He involuntarily exclaimed, "I'm so hungry!" The young woman, speechless, tilted her head. "Why are you always so hungry, brother?" His face fell in dejection. He chuckled. Hee. It's because I've had so many worries lately."
Salian guessed doubtfully.
Perhaps it's because of the matter of dominating Huspa. But he only said, "Let's just say that." The young woman wanted to ask further. Could it be that there's still something else?
Suddenly he stopped abruptly, startled, staring intently ahead.
His face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together. Salian, however, felt nothing at all, and only looked at him, trying to guess his thoughts. Is it very lonely living alone in a strange land? After walking a few steps, the young woman again showed a shy expression. Today, her eyes shining brightly, she looked at him sincerely. "Thank you, brother," she said. "I have already figured everything out. It must have been Zhang Renji and Quan Hacker who incited the proprietress to do that. And I even thought about participating in the Longfeng banquet with such scum. Now, you are truly making an official invitation. Therefore, join me. I will help you win." As if Salian had only been waiting for this, her eyes shining brightly, she turned to him and nodded firmly. "This determination! Even if I don't win first place, I must at least crush Zhang Renji's spirit." Her hands clenched tightly, brimming with fighting spirit. "Just do your best."
He smiled faintly as he looked at her.
"Actually, there's no need to do that. But since you've decided, first..." Suddenly, his eyes darted backward, and he pointed at the person standing there.
"Should we deal with this fellow?"
It turned out to be Quan Hacker. "How long has he been following us?"
"Who is this fellow?"
The old man smiled, tilting his head sinisterly. "You are the one who angered Zhang Renji, aren't you? The spy planted among the guests informed me that a strange individual was causing trouble." Chiching Gan showed no fear. his voice laced with sarcasm. Do you make it a habit to investigate those you intend to kill? Salian, the young woman, was startled by this. Kill? Murder? Could it be merely for such a trivial matter? His eyes glowed crimson, radiating a thick, killing intent as he stared at both of them. Zhang Renji merely instructed me to kill you, but the mouth of this girl is also a nuisance. This time, Salian was truly panicked. I can feel the killing intent. He genuinely intends to kill us. The young woman's sword-wielding hand trembled uncontrollably. Can the two of us stand a chance if we join forces? I have never fought anyone before, she thought, turning to look at our protagonist.
She was relying on his combat experience, but unexpectedly he immediately retreated, putting on an exaggerated display of fear, even clutching her shoulder and begging for his life.
Well, this is problematic. That man is an unrivaled master of palm techniques. When he attacked, his movements were so swift that it seemed he possessed 8 arms, earning him the nickname 8-Armed Hand.
He was once a righteous hero who dreamed of bringing order to the martial world, but those who lived in comfort were always the villains. He gradually realized that distinguishing between good and evil was utterly meaningless.
Thus, he ultimately became a villain himself.
Even if Salian were to die and be reborn,
she might only then barely qualify as his opponent.
The young woman, trembling with fear, knew her place. She would have to face such a master alone. Yet the disparity in both strength and experience was immense.
Seeing the young woman trembling uncontrollably, our protagonist tilted his head, offering guidance.
Draw your sword first, he instructed.
Only then did the young woman remember. That's right, she couldn't just sit here and wait for death.
So she drew her sword and pointed it directly at her opponent. But such a negligible threat only made him laugh louder.
Ha ha, it seems you wish to court death first, he sneered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward to attack.
Salian, quick as lightning, leaped to the side, evading the attack, her eyes wide with fear as she desperately racked her brain for a solution.
Too fast! I must also use a movement technique, she thought. But before she could even activate any profound step, her entire body was struck, slamming her back against a tree, making her face contort in pain.
The old man immediately unleashed another palm strike, but the young woman was fortunate enough to leap down and narrowly escape a deadly blow. This was her first true combat experience, encountering such a vicious opponent who sought her life. The young woman might very well have soiled herself.
This was utterly different from her training sessions. Just looking at his face fills me with dread. I truly am going to die.
At this critical moment,
Gan, who had been do not rely on footwork. Let your body flow with the sword. He shouted loudly. Your sword should not move according to your footwork. The sword goes first, your feet follow. Only then did the young woman awaken to realization. That's right. Focus on the sword. The man, clearly irritated, turned to sneer. You hide behind a woman, yet your words are utterly repulsive.
He didn't even look, yet still blocked the continuous long-range attacks. Mainly because the young woman was still too inexperienced and raw. Her entire body was already covered in dirt and grime, yet she continued to exert herself.
If I lose, both of us will die.
Thinking this, the young woman resisted with even greater strength, fighting with all her might. But no matter how many strikes she unleashed, she still couldn't cut a single strand of his hair. He merely laughed mockingly, challenging her. It was truly absurd.
Do you think these petty skills can affect me? Finally, his entire palm struck directly at her face. The young woman fell like autumn leaves, her body tattered, bloody, and exhausted. Damn it, as expected, I am no match for him. What should I do?
Suddenly, the protagonist approached her side. Don't you find it very strange? He asked. The young woman, of course, did not. She turned to ask, what?
He was extremely curious. Your sword technique is that of a heavy sword, yet why are your movements so light? Only now did she understand, her eyes wide with shock. Is he talking about the Jiqi sword art? The techniques of the Jiqi sword art are infinitely varied, based on light footwork. That is what I was always taught. I have practiced for over 10 years. Could my method have been wrong? Moreover, what does this fellow know about the Jiqi sword art? He was clearly begging for his life just a moment ago, yet he calmly offered his opinion. Right now, you are like a turtle that should live in water, but is trying to run on a mountain. Only after he spoke did she truly understand. But all this time, I have always felt as if I were wearing ill-fitting clothes. Ever since reaching the 7th star, it has always felt as if I were blocked by a wall. If what he says is true, what if the Jiqi sword art is slow as a turtle and soft as water? Enough of thinking. Only by trying will I know. The young woman began to move. After all, continuing like this would only lead to death. I might as well take the risk and try it once. She focused intently, slowly sensing each sword stroke, both heavy and soft. With a single swing somehow, she cleanly sliced off a tuft of hair from the other man's head. This truly surpassed all limits. This is the feeling. This move was nothing short of an utter humiliation to that scoundrel. He gnashed his teeth in seething rage, roaring like a tiger in curses. "You arrogant wench!" He immediately charged forward, unleashing an incredibly powerful attack.
Just a moment ago he had shown some restraint, but now, filled with resentment, he struck with full force. Sa Lian was struck, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and fell unconscious. He, ashamed and enraged, lunged forward. "I must kill you, but how on earth?" In an instant, Sa Lian, who was flying in mid-air, vanished without a trace, leaving him standing dumbfounded on the spot.
What just happened? Where did that girl go?"
Suddenly, a voice replied, "Over here." Only then did he look up and realize that Qi Qian was tightly holding the young woman, floating directly above his head. He stood upright on both feet, steadily holding the young woman without any difficulty.
Quan He's face turned ashen, muttering, "Was that walking on air?" "Not at all, it's much more profound than that." Qi Qian calmly walked in the air, explaining to him,
"This is the falling blossom steps of the Heavenly Thunder clan. My father's side of martial arts is almost never passed down to outsiders, so perhaps you do not know of it."
The more he listened, the more confused he became. "Martial arts from your father's side?"
He set the young woman down, leaning against a tree trunk.
"My father and mother fell in love at first sight. I never truly believed in such things, but now it seems I understand a little."
As he spoke, his eyes shone brightly, gazing at Sa Lian with interest. It was a pity that the young woman was unconscious and knew nothing. Quan He's entire body trembled violently, stammering, unable to speak.
Have you regained your youth? You are this young, how do you know that martial art?"
While he was still retreating in a panic,
Qi Qian suddenly swung his hand and punched him, distorting his features.
Now even if his ancestors rose from their graves, they would not recognize him.
His skull, teeth, and gums were shattered, and his body flew through a large tree trunk. This time, if he wasn't crippled, he would surely be useless.
He lay flat on the ground, unable to comprehend.
How could this be?
This man was completely in a different realm than him, but realizing it now was too late. He could only groan, begging for his life, as Qi Qian slowly walked towards him.
"Do you know why I hate my father?
Because he would surely tell me to forgive you.
It truly infuriates me." But as waves of pain crashed over him, how could he possibly have the mind to listen to Qi Qian's words? He's insane, isn't he? What nonsense is he spouting? Or perhaps I should just run.
Thinking this, he acted immediately, summoning what little strength he had left to heave himself up, and fled with all his might. Suddenly, Qi Qian's eyes turned crimson. He reached for the sword on his back, instantly transforming into a fiend.
"But my mother once said, we absolutely cannot be so forgiving and magnanimous.
Even if my father's martial world is the righteous path, I wish to live in my mother's martial world."
The layers of ice wrapped around his sword began to fall away, revealing the sword's eye, which was also blood red.
Quan He, running ahead, dared not stop.
But what was this sound he heard? It sounded like wailing ghost spirits. It was none other than the demonic aura emanating from that sword, a colossal, red-hot blade, as if just pulled from a forge. On its hilt was carved the image of a fiend with 2 crimson eyes.
Just looking at it instilled fear. No wonder he usually kept it concealed.
Jinch Loi Kan swung his arm, unleashing a direct downward strike. Demonic energy surged from the slash, immediately latching onto the fleeing figure ahead and pursuing relentlessly.
This time, he would find it difficult to escape.
His eyes wide with terror, he glanced back, still unable to comprehend what this thing truly was. By the time that entity drew near, his entire body was torn into 100 pieces.
This was a sight our protagonist greatly relished.
The more he gazed, the more satisfying it became, making him feel that his father's Jianghu was far too dull.
That night, Jinch Loi Kan carried Sa Lian back home. Alone, he stood upon a wind-swept cliff, singing loudly of the future path that lay ahead. As he walked, he recited poetry, while the young woman listened intently. Even the solitary flower blooming on the cliff seemed to listen. His eyes still closed, he sensed it, and immediately asked, "Are you awake?" The young woman blushed shyly.
"Put me down," she pleaded.
But of course, he did not agree.
"Don't get down. You are injured."
Recalling what had just transpired, the young woman immediately asked,
"What exactly happened?"
"That fellow was truly unfortunate. He was struck by the sword you wielded. After he fell, I added another strike with my sword."
The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Huh? I stabbed him? Is he dead?"
Our protagonist lied without batting an eyelid.
Could he be a Jiangxi, to be stabbed through the heart and still live? The young woman became agitated. She simply could not believe it. "He is dead. Half his life was taken by me." Her entire body involuntarily trembled. Seeing this, he held her even tighter. He consoled her. "Do not trouble yourself over such a person. His death was deserved. Moreover, to draw a sword and not be ruthless enough is an insult to the blade itself." Sa Lian gazed at him intently, her heart feeling less fearful.
He is truly an enigmatic person. He appears foolish at times, yet at other times, he transforms into someone entirely different.
Suddenly he declared, "This is only the beginning." For some reason he had grown particularly jubilant.
He shouted loudly, "This is only the beginning! Dragon Phoenix Banquet, Heavenly Dragon Grand War, dominating the world!" The young woman, it begins again. Meanwhile, the carriage stopped in the middle of the road, where 3 people stood. By the weapons they bore, their identities were clear. Aunt Yang Huaying looked over and asked, "Did you buy it?"
Tian Wuyu's face darkened. "Indeed," he said, and quickly carried out a steamer of delicious steamed buns, presenting them.
Here, the old woman immediately took one, stuffing it into her mouth and chewing voraciously. Her mood clearly brightened, her eyes crinkling in a smile. "We are almost at Wuhan," she said. "Traveling leisurely like this is quite pleasant. It reminds me of the past." The carriage rolled on, and the 3 people ate and conversed.
"Do you know what this fellow said when he first met me 20 years ago?"
"Are you bringing that up again?"
HMPH.
As soon as he saw me, he drew his sword and lowered his voice, saying, "Supreme demonic empress, I do not care about the evil deeds you have committed, but if you dare to step on the shadow of my young master, you will die on the spot."
Those words, the aunt remembered as if etched into her soul.
Old man Lang Dying, ashamed, tugged at his hair. At that time, I was still naive, and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth.
The 2 burst out laughing. Tian Wuyu looked over and asked, "Who was the young master at that time?"
The aunt raised an eyebrow and clarified, "That was Li Gan's father." "Haha, Li Gan is already old enough to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Banquet. Time truly flies." Old Lang Dying smiled, his eyes crinkling. Those youngsters are about to face great misfortune. However, they felt that Li Gan would not make a move against them, unless they did something that truly merited a good thrashing.
Their words were undoubtedly directed at Zhang Renji and his group.
At this moment, on his side, his face was thunderous. He growled, asking his subordinate, "That fellow? He's still alive?" The subordinate replied honestly, "Yes. I saw him and young Miss Zhang emerge from the main sword gate." Upon hearing this, he furiously spun around and roared, "What in the world is that fellow Quan doing? Even such a small task as killing them, he couldn't accomplish?"
The subordinate quickly said,
"Great hero Quan went out last night and hasn't returned." Upon hearing this, he realized something was amiss. What? That person is still alive and well? Yet Quan has disappeared? Could it be? He had guessed correctly. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, not even 3 seconds later, he threw back his head and laughed like a madman, refuting his own thoughts. I must truly be insane to have such a thought.
He made his decision. Even though he did not know how the other had managed to survive, he would wait until the Dragon Phoenix Banquet to see if it was due to genuine strength or mere dumb luck. Soon, that day arrived.
Fireworks illuminated the sky brilliantly. At the Tianqiao Jinglong Fengyan, hosted by the Beichuan faction, countless individuals, dressed impeccably and armed with weapons, stood in solemn rows. A massive crowd had gathered, bustling with activity, as they conversed amongst themselves. The dragon and phoenix figures were arriving one after another. Look, isn't that the young hero from the Nanjian sect? And there is young Lady Huang, of the Huang family estate.
Those young women, upon seeing the individual approaching, were practically swooning, their excited screams piercing the eardrums of everyone nearby.
Yes, that's right. It's young hero Lin from the Beichuan faction. Oh, young hero Lin. He is even more handsome than the rumors suggest. That is, Lin Xiaqi, the successor of the Beichuan family. He certainly looks quite impressive. And young lady Sima is accompanying him as well. So the 4 great clans are finally making their move? The young woman walking behind him bowed her head slightly, a smug expression on her face. Suddenly, another person pointed. Look there, that's young hero Yang. Young hero Yang will undoubtedly be the victor of this dragon and phoenix feast. The young man in yellow robes is Yang Xucheng, the successor of the Nanyue alliance. Beside him is the foremost Hua Chongqi, young lady Xue Bihua, the beloved daughter of the Lushui mountain villa. Truly a perfect match of talented man and beautiful woman. Young lady Xue, you are so beautiful. I support you. However, the one waving back and responding to the acclamations was Chili Gan. Thank you for everyone's support. I will definitely claim victory. Yet, in truth, no one was actually cheering for him. They even turned to each other, asking, who is this person? He's unfamiliar. Who do you think you are? Don't block young lady Xu's path. Get out of the way immediately. The young woman, Exan Lian, was gradually becoming accustomed to such scenes. She could only stare in amazement, thinking, he doesn't seem nervous at all. Why am I even envious of his carefree attitude? Suddenly, he turned to her and asked, this place is truly beautifully adorned, isn't it? Lord Beichuan must be incredibly wealthy, right?
Suddenly, the young woman's eyes sparkled, and she replied with a gentle smile, let us both strive for this.
Such a simple statement, yet it completely captivated him. He involuntarily smiled, his eyes crinkling. and nodded. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Esteemed talents of Group 8. Please enter through this path. Jia Lian hastily ran off. We are Group 8. Let's go! Suddenly, the portly man blocked their path. Esteemed guests, please do not touch anything. Kindly wait here for a moment. But as soon as Qi Ligan heard this, he sensed something was amiss. It sounded as if they were secretly hoping for them to touch something. Inside the grand hall, quite a number of people were already present. They were talking amongst themselves. Aren't you feeling nervous? How many people will be able to pass this second trial? Ho looked around in surprise, wondering what everyone here was doing. Could it be that the first trial already required a contest? But when she turned, she only saw men standing seriously, gazing upwards. His gaze was fixed on a hanging plaque that read, "Assembly commences immediately upon entry." Puzzled, she asked, "What are you looking at?" He was intently studying those lines of text. Does this mean the Grand Assembly will begin immediately upon entering? Is that truly the case? Qi Ligan pointed at the painting hanging on the wall. Don't you find this painting a bit strange? Oh. Ho wondered. Is it not strange? Let me see. With that, she began to genuinely scrutinize it. This painting was quite long. Inside, it depicted several individuals engaged in martial arts contests. Jia Lian's mind was also quick-witted. As soon as her mind was enlightened, she immediately... The painting depicts 18 figures, each wielding a different weapon, representing the 18 kinds of weapons. In other words, all assumptions they made were utterly mistaken. He smiled, turning to playfully tease her. There is nothing there at all. That is merely a deception, using the 18 kinds of weapons to draw attention. The young woman was momentarily frozen in place. A deception? Could it be that other secrets are still concealed within? He still urged her. Take a closer look. But even after straining her eyes, the young woman was forced to admit defeat. Beyond this, there was nothing else. Yet his eyes suddenly gleamed, as if an idea had just sparked in his mind. Upon closer analysis of the painting, these figures of the Jianghu appear to be engaged in combat, yet all of them are gazing in a singular direction, towards an incense burner held by the figure at the very end of the depiction. That, indeed, is this very incense burner. There can be no mistake. That incense burner truly rests on the pedestal in the center of the room. Several individuals began to whisper amongst themselves, warning, "Do not touch anything. If you do, you will be disqualified. The examiners are observing us. Be cautious. You absolutely must not touch a single thing." However, at this very moment, a hand swiftly reached out and abruptly lifted the incense burner for examination. Who else but our protagonist would possess the audacity to perform such an act? And the second individual? He lifted it, then meticulously shook and examined it. After his inspection, he gleefully inverted the censer, pointing something out to Salian. "Oh, observe this. Long Fuyong San." The young woman stroked her chin, a look of contemplation and questioning on her face. Long Fuang San. What is its significance? Qi Liqian explained. Was it not stated that the examination would commence once we entered? The first trial has already commenced. The others standing nearby wished to interfere with him, yet not a single one dared to. He was still urging, "Let us depart. Locating this place signifies the commencement of the next trial." Precisely at that moment, an individual loudly exclaimed, "Halt!" An individual standing directly behind him pointed a finger and bellowed, "Did you two not comprehend that nothing is to be touched? I cannot simply stand idly by and permit the two of you to cause such a disturbance. Do the two of you not consider that your actions might negatively impact others?" He dared to glare menacingly at our protagonist, his gaze filled with open threat. "Release that item at once." Brother Men let out a deep sigh. "Oh dear, it seems there's big trouble brewing. Young man, why are you so readily obedient? You look to be around our age. Sometimes youth should know how to defy old rules. They must learn to resist." However, that fellow refused to listen, instead arguing back loudly. That was merely the sophistry of an arrogant brat. Suddenly, his gaze intentionally swept towards the old men standing nearby, their faces grim. In his mind, he devised a sinister plot, chuckling inwardly. Excellent. Defeating this brat here to leave a good impression wouldn't be a bad idea. He even dared to think of circumventing the rules. Although the regulations stated that no one could touch the items, it never said one couldn't draw a sword. He resolutely stepped forward. If reason could not prevail, then so be it. His younger sister behind him tried to stop him. "Brother, eldest brother, you cannot." He thought himself quite formidable, and smirked sinisterly. "Don't worry, I'll just teach him a lesson." Who would have thought that the moment his sword was drawn, it would be pushed back, resting still within its scabbard? Qi Liqian had, at some point, appeared right beside him. It was his hand that pushed the sword back. The immense strength rendered the man's hand utterly immobile. Qi Liqian's eyes shone brightly, and he chuckled with amusement. "That fellow is truly intimidated. What's wrong with your strength, you fellow?" Even so, veins bulged on his hand. Despite his strenuous efforts, he still couldn't pull his sword out. Today, Brother Men kindly reminded him,
Do not bring further humiliation upon yourself. Listen to your younger sister. A formidable killing intent also emanated from Brother Men. Terrified beyond measure, he stood frozen, not daring to move, his body no longer able to stir.
All the people in the room looked over. What's happening? Are they fighting? Just at this moment, a tiny hand was placed on his. The little girl smiled, her eyes crinkling innocently. Eldest brother, you show great restraint. The little girl then subtly sighed in relief, skillfully soothing. One should not casually draw a sword against the weak. Given this graceful exit, that fellow immediately bowed his head before Brother Man. Young hero, I have offended greatly. This is only proper. Brother Man smiled contentedly, then conveniently placed the incense burner he held onto the table, turning to call Sa Lian. Then, let us depart.
The younger girl still stood dumbfounded, staring at him as if in a daze.
What is happening?
The gatekeeper even stopped the two, reminding them that leaving the hall on their own accord would result in disqualification, but he merely replied, disregard it.
The people in the room stared blankly, utterly bewildered. What is wrong with this man? He is just walking out on his own?
Suddenly he stopped and addressed the person from earlier.
Though you are incredibly foolish, out of consideration for your younger sister, I shall grant you an opportunity. He appeared utterly sincere. If you wish to enter the second round, follow me. The other person, utterly clueless, thought he was being misled and gnashed his teeth, cursing. Did you not hear that leaving this place will result in disqualification?
Chiligan disregarded him, merely smiling as he walked straight out. The entire crowd gathered at the door to watch, secretly cursing. This madman! He simply led the young lady straight to the Dragon Phoenix Hall.
Only now did Shay Lian realize. So there truly is a Dragon Phoenix Hall? He gently pulled her hand and opened the door. But this question is truly difficult. Just how many people could possibly pass? The young woman was still pondering.
Could it be that only we managed to pass? Did we truly win so easily?
Then, she saw a large number of people already standing before them in the room.
Sha Lian thought. Could everyone be as foolish as me? How could this be? So many people solved the first question? He remained indifferent. Scanning the room, he saw Lin Xiaqi and Miss Sima among the crowd, and even Yang Zhuchang.
These two renowned individuals are both here. As expected, a prominent righteous sect is truly different. The young lady heard this and was shocked. What?
Feeling as if he were mocking them, she hurriedly leaned in and whispered into his ear.
Could someone have already purchased the answers here? Unexpectedly, he simply pointed directly and stated, it is likely that information was leaked to the prominent clans beforehand. How could that be?
This foolish individual arrived here a step ahead of us. Shan Lian turned to look, her face blank. Foolish.
Ah, I see him. The person he pointed to was Zhang Renji.
Oh.
As she looked over, anger. This man committed such an act, yet still dares to show his face here. Renji, that scoundrel, also saw the two of them. He felt a pang of guilt, immediately recalling that girl's glaring expression. Could it be that she knows something? It seems they have truly encountered exceptionally formidable individuals. What exactly is going on? He looked again at Chilikian. I clearly told the exceptionally formidable individuals to deal with this man. What in the world are those exceptionally formidable individuals doing?
Our protagonist saw him looking at him, grinning mockingly.
His sixth sense immediately warned him that something seemed amiss. He felt uneasy, his heart burning as he made wild conjectures. This man has powerful backers, but he doesn't seem to have them. Could it be that the exceptionally formidable individuals have taken the money and fled, and compensated him instead? As for Zhang Renhua, that woman, she stood nearby, smiling brightly, her eyes filled with infatuation as she gazed at him. Our protagonist was speechless, sneered, and turned away. Now Renji, that man, looked towards his younger sister, and his blood boiled with fury. What kind of stunt is that girl pulling, narrowing her eyes like that? He was trembling with rage. Just at this moment, a resonant warning sound rang out. Everyone looked in that direction. On the second floor, a man stood above, looking down, and began to speak. Oh, you dragons and phoenixes gathered here, congratulations on safely passing the first round. He is Feng Suichan, an elder of the Bochuan dominant clan, and the chief in charge of the Dragon Phoenix banquet.
The entire crowd was astonished, their mouths agape, and everyone cheered joyfully.
Even the younger sister turned to our protagonist excitedly. It truly is, as we guessed. We've passed. Suddenly, a man shouted, Wait! Please hold on a moment. Hey you all, step back. It was the man who had caused trouble for our protagonist earlier. He now wanted to enter but was blocked outside. He bellowed, I still have something to say. Sha Lian also recognized him. Ah, that person is... Who knows what this fellow ate wrong to stand there shouting, this competition round is invalid. Among these participants are those who have already been eliminated. They have no right to participate in the second round. The entire crowd, not understanding anything, whispered amongst themselves. What is he suddenly saying? Invalid? That elder also became extremely annoyed. What do you mean, invalid? This scoundrel's face flushed crimson. Yet he stubbornly clung to his principles.
When we entered, the organizers clearly instructed us not to touch anything. We only followed orders.
He pointed directly at Qiliqian. They have violated the rules. They are the ones who should have been eliminated. Those standing behind him also shouted, Indeed, that's not fair. This round of competition should not count.
Jilian and the young man stared wide-eyed at him, utterly speechless, for it did indeed sound true.
The entire crowd grew noisy and agitated, infuriating the old man. He gazed down at them, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Stop your incessant complaining! Do you truly think this Jianghu is child's play?
The old man continued. In the Jianghu, one can never foresee what might happen. You must always keep your eyes wide open and remain highly vigilant at all times.
You are far too complacent. It was clearly written on the wall that the competition began the moment you stepped into this room. Could it be that if you were ambushed and failed to detect your assassins, you would then cry foul and claim unfairness only after being killed?
The old man was furious.
Must I even teach you such basic principles by hand?
To whom would you complain then?
To King Yama, perhaps? Do you feel no shame before those who managed to unravel the secret and reach this point?
The person standing outside was utterly silenced, unable to utter another word.
Xlian suddenly turned to him and asked, How did you know about that? That incense burner was precisely the clue to this trial. That might just be a coincidence.
This young girl was no less naive than the crowd over there. He would have to educate her as well.
No.
In the Jianghu there is no such concept as coincidence.
Only now did the young girl understand that this Jianghu was far more terrifying than she had imagined. The defeated individuals were still weeping and wailing, crying, How could this be? I only did what you told me to.
She looked at the faces in this room, realizing they were far more ruthless and despicable than she had perceived.
Now she finally understood. Had she not come with Loikan but participated with others, she might have.
That brother and sister pair could only sadly wipe away their tears.
Let's go home. There's no other way. But no one noticed Feng Zai-san, who stood above them, baring his teeth in a sinister smile. He even thought, You should thank the heavens and earth for being eliminated today, because the Dragon Phoenix Feast will now transform into a living hell. The first round was finally over. As they went out to eat, Loikan gently fed her a skewer of meat, coaxing her. Come on, open your mouth. Ah. The young lady promptly ate the delicious skewer. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Big brother, this is simply too good. Seeing her joy, he also smiled, his eyes crinkling. Indeed, the taste is quite superb, is it not? Even the same cut of meat tastes superior when grilled by your hand, does it not?
The young lady being fed meat by you is Zheng Julian, the third young miss. This causes Saucelinian, standing between them, to feel like an unwanted third wheel, unable to stomach the sight.
Now, they are happily grilling meat in the Zheng family's courtyard. Our mother is exceptional in every regard, save for her cooking skills, which are merely ordinary. If you wish to partake of truly delicious cuisine, you must learn to cook it yourself.
He believes that eating and drinking constitute one of the three great joys of human life.
The matron smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling, and nodded. After sampling young hero Qiligan's grilled meat, I finally comprehend why your culinary skill far surpasses my own. Saucelinian then reminded her younger sister, Shulian, you are enjoying it far too much. Remember to chew thoroughly and swallow slowly. But the young girl felt the meat melt in her mouth before she could even take a proper bite.
Saucelinian's eyes sparkled with emotion as she gazed at her younger sister. It had been far too long since she last saw Julian display such joy. 7 years prior, Julian had suddenly contracted a severe illness, the cause of which even renowned physicians were unable to ascertain.
Recalling this, she let out a mournful sigh.
Could Julian's illness truly be cured?
The young girl's condition is worsening with each passing day. Mother also mentioned that normally, this child cannot even swallow a single mouthful of rice. Young hero Qi, I thank you. Old man, be you pleased? Praised him. You are truly exceptional. Was it perhaps due to your good fortune that we managed to clear the first trial today?
Qiligan inquired in return.
You already know everything?
Simply entrust the second trial to my care. Saucelinian, listening to their conversation, thought to herself, In the past, I would certainly have dismissed him as merely boasting. This young man is no ordinary individual. Anyone with an ounce of sense would undoubtedly discern it. She grew curious. Who, precisely, are you?
The scene shifts.
That night, amidst a field of vibrant red flowers, Qiligan was strolling leisurely, when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He immediately turned, his guard raised. The flowers beneath his feet suddenly exploded into smithereens. Something was rising from beneath the earth, and the ground itself began to crack and splinter. He remained rooted to his spot, hearing only thunderous rumbling sounds all around him.
Unbeknownst to him, the entire flower garden had transformed into towering earthen pillars. A single misstep now meant certain death.
Gazing at the scene before him, he displayed clear satisfaction. He then raised his head and inquired, Quite impressive, wouldn't you say?
Manor Lord Hua, the old man, and the martial artist all stood there. He had already deactivated the formation, and the boulders began to crumble into sand, scattering dust into the air.
The formation they had just witnessed was the Qi Hua Ju Gong Zhen, the simplest among the three.
The second formation is the 5 elements 7-star formation, and the final formation is the Great Luo Underworld King formation,
the old man explained. When the Great Luo Underworld King formation is activated, if one does not know how to break it, I dare guarantee that no master can escape.
However, while the old man was speaking incessantly, he was interrupted by the young master. This proves that it is a truly terrifying formation. But Manor Lord Hua, you have said one thing incorrectly.
The old man's smile froze. The young master told him one thing. Even if one does not know how to break the formation, there will certainly be a type of martial art that can destroy it. Seeing the old man's blank, uncomprehending expression, the young master chuckled. Ah, you will understand someday.
Behind the 3 formations, the 7-segment Death God's path will be arranged, and the innermost area will house the main structures.
The construction process is also nearing its end, and the young master suddenly stopped and looked at the old man.
Now, we shall build the most powerful and magnificent sect in the martial world. And also, Wu Ying.
He also looked at the young master and smiled knowingly.
We have found traces of Feng Shen, just as we predicted.
The young master nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Tomorrow, I will personally go and find him. Suspicion immediately flashed in his eyes.
But why would you suddenly?
Could it be that you have someone you wish to give a gift to?
The young master's face froze. Are we that familiar for such jests? Wu Ying, this habit of yours is quite bad. You already know, yet you deliberately ask and probe.
He gave an awkward laugh. Haha, this subordinate truly apologizes.
You truly are impossible. The night scenery always fills my heart with emotion, though I do not know why. Could there be some reason I am unaware of?
For example, when I was 2 years old, I fell into a well and was trapped in darkness for 3 or 4 days.
Unexpectedly, he believed the young master completely, as if such a thing could possibly happen.
Even if that were true, young master,
you would certainly have climbed out on your own. After only a few words with him, the young master completely lost interest. Sometimes, I even hate myself. Wu Ying quickly waved his hand. Oh, this subordinate did not mean that. This subordinate was merely jesting.
Haha. Suddenly, the young master stared intently downwards.
Wu Ying, can I grasp all those lights in my hands?
He looked at the young master for a long time. The determined gaze of Qiliqian sometimes even made him tremble with fear. He confidently nodded.
Of course. In this martial world, who else could do better than young master? The next morning, Qiliqian once again led Lian to the market. The young girl ran along, filled with questions. Without saying a word, where exactly are you taking me? An Min turned back and smiled as he explained. A place that sells true weapons. The young girl didn't quite understand.
True weapons? She recalled the time when she had chosen a weapon which Anga had immediately dismissed, saying, "Your eye for weapons is truly terrible," and he had even sighed deeply, exasperated beyond words.
I will take you to an amazing place. They traversed 7 roads and 3 streets, finally arriving. They had arrived. The person who greeted them was an old man.
He appeared disagreeable and difficult at first glance. Standing before him, Salasian involuntarily recoiled, a little afraid. This forge was quite spacious, yet there was no one else around. The young girl also found the atmosphere here quite unsettling. Hadn't he said this was his first time in Wuhan? How then did he know about this black market? He was still standing there, testing out a gleaming throwing knife. After testing it, he turned back, looked directly at the old man, and asked,
"Are these the only items you have here?" At this moment, the old man's gaze also landed on the 2 wrapped blades on his back. A pleasant smile immediately appeared on his face as he understood. I knew all along that the esteemed guest would wish to see something else.
Since you are so discerning, allow me to show you a weapon befitting your status.
After speaking, he opened a wooden box, revealing an ice jade dagger.
The object within the box emitted a chilling aura
and a blue light, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. The blade was needle sharp, each forged line razor sharp. It was truly extraordinary. Someone as clueless as Sali Lian could only gape in wonder. How beautiful.
No sooner had she spoken than the old man quoted a price of 15,000 taels, which struck her like a bolt from the blue. The young girl froze stiff on the spot. 15,000 taels?
But An Min casually asked, if I purchase this item, will there be any complimentary gifts? The young girl was even more shocked and turned sharply to Lia Zi. If they give complimentary gifts, will you buy it? The old man's expression remained unchanged, and he asked in return, complimentary gifts? What do you desire? Qiligan looked around once. May I simply choose one at will?
The old man pondered carefully for a moment, then sized him up from head to toe. He knew that everything here was ordinary.
He was truly a strange fellow. The young man stood smiling, waiting, and finally, the old man nodded. All right. He had already planned it all, just waiting for the old man to agree. his hand pointing directly to seal the deal.
Then I'll take this. The old man's gaze shifted, greatly startling him. The young lady beside him dropped her jaw in utter shock. The old man smirked with a meaningful smile. It was clear he was very interested in the young man.
May I ask for your name?
The young man looked directly into the old man's eyes.
I am Shinchli Qian.
Seeing the old man's confusion, he knew.
Is this the first time you've heard this name? But the old man kept shifting his gaze from him to the item he had chosen. Yet this young man could recognize that item. Does that mean his sect or internal cultivation is very strong? Could it be that saber and sword? Now looking at the young man again, the old man was utterly terrified. But since he had promised, he had to fulfill it.
The old man's eyes twinkled as he smiled.
This item has finally found its true owner. Will I be able to meet you again in the future? The young man, of course, did not refuse.
The old man was also quite generous in his dealings, for he had already given him a complimentary gift. The two of them continued to look at each other,
sharing knowing smiles. Only the young lady, Salian, standing nearby, watched with wide, bewildered eyes, understanding nothing at all, clearly sensing something was amiss, but unable to prove it.
A fair purchase and sale.
The transaction was successful. Upon reaching the stream to clean the items, only then could the young lady finally vent her frustration.
She wailed. You fool! How could you use 15,000 taels to buy a flying dagger? What's more, the item you asked for as a complimentary gift was merely a torn glove.
Are you mad or just foolish?
No, that's not right.
You are a mad fool.
She clutched her head, wishing she could make him return the items immediately.
But Shinchli Qian still ignored her, simply taking the items without a word.
Yet the young lady still wouldn't give up, running around him, asking a barrage of questions. Wait, where did you get so much money?
You haven't done anything bad, have you? After a moment of idle chatter, he finished washing his clothes and extended his hand towards her. Enough with this commotion. Give me your hand. However, she vigorously shook her head, proclaiming she did not need a glove. He had to explain once more. Wear this. It can help you elevate your martial prowess.
You are currently stuck at the 7th stage, aren't you?
Only now am I convinced.
What?
How did you know? Men calmly grasped her hand. In this world, he declared, there is nothing I do not know.
Salian still found it utterly unbelievable. It is merely a glove, she thought.
Can this truly help me? She began. If you are merely jesting with me. But he did not allow her to finish her sentence.
His hand had already tightened its grip on hers. Furthermore, he used both hands to cup the young woman's hands, gazing intently into her eyes, and began his earnest persuasion. Even if it appears unremarkable, it holds a unique power within itself. When you wear this glove, you must maintain a reverent heart to truly perceive its essence. Try wearing it. With these words, he swiftly placed it onto her hand. Only then did Cao Lian examine it closely.
Ah, so it was a transparent glove. How truly peculiar.
The moment it was donned, a sensation of cool smoothness accompanied a surge of power that immediately radiated outward. A refreshing breeze swept past, and her body felt so impossibly light, as if she could simply float away. With this profound sensation, she could no longer deny what she felt, even if she wished to. The young woman was utterly bewildered. Gazing at him, she exclaimed loudly, "What is this phenomenon?" A bizarre power surged through her. It felt as if the glove was absorbing all the essence of heaven and earth directly into her being. What exactly is this artifact? The power intensified by the moment. Shinchli Qian merely stood by, observing with an exceptionally solemn expression. It seemed he had anticipated this outcome all along. A stream of brilliant golden light enveloped both individuals, coalescing into a dense circle of spiritual energy. Cao Lian still dared not believe, her eyes transfixed upon her gloved hand.
This is clearly no ordinary divine artifact. Only then did he finally smile with contentment.
It has accepted you, he stated. Indeed, I did not misjudge, he concluded. You possess a talent in this regard. The young woman gazed at the mark in her palm. Have you accepted me? What is this? Is this from you? The young man's hand also bore an identical mark. He smiled with satisfaction and raised it for her to see. Go on, witness it. This is the Feng Shen. I had planned this all along. Each of us wears one. When we draw near, the gloves will react. Your internal energy is too weak, so you cannot sense it. But I know you still harbor doubts. How can that be? Because I am far stronger than you. Naturally, it is possible. This is no ordinary material. The creator of these gloves was the first king, Feng Shen, the foremost master under heaven 3 million years ago. In short, it is a treasure among treasures. However, Celian's question does hold some merit. Such a formidable treasure? Why would it be carelessly discarded in the black market? How would I know? As for this matter, perhaps it was waiting for its destined master. You could use your bare hands to parry sword kui, but your internal energy is too weak, and your hands would be injured. However, at the very least, they would not be severed. Consider this me providing you with an additional layer of protection. Suddenly, the young woman froze in place, unwilling to move. After pondering for a long time, she finally dared to look up and ask, "Why do you treat me so well?" Shinchli Qian had not anticipated her question. Truly, a sensitive young woman. He gazed gently at the face before him, offering a faint smile. He offered no further explanation, simply implying that knowing this was enough.
The scene shifts to the second trial of the Dragon Phoenix Feast. Today, the rain poured down relentlessly, and the great hall was already packed with people. Salian and Ajmen sat in the stands, looking down with confusion. What is this? On such a long stone slab there are footprints? This round's challenge was somewhat peculiar. Without letting the young woman ponder for long, the uninhibited elder stepped forward and declared, "This year's second trial of the Dragon Phoenix Feast is a test of footwork. The test's requirements are simple. Merely walk from here to there. However, there are two conditions. You must step on the designated footprints, and two individuals must cooperate and coordinate with each other."
Salian's entire family was also present, watching, their faces all tense. Only her brother-in-law excitedly questioned, "The footwork seems simpler than I imagined, doesn't it? My sister-in-law surely won't encounter any difficulties, right?"
On the other side, Yang Xishuang also wore a smug expression, saying, "Anyone who has studied martial arts can do this, right?"
After speaking, he shrugged, acting nonchalantly right in front of the old man.
What childish behavior! Yet the old man didn't bother to scold him, instead muttering under his breath, "The successor of the Nanjue alliance is truly a good-for-nothing. I know for certain that the second trial will not show favoritism to renowned noble families."
He kept staring at him. "The examiners are all individuals unrelated to any dominant powers.
I am also not participating in the examination." "Boy, can you even pass this trial?" only An Mian exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "This is certainly not easy."
Sha Lilian's jaw dropped in utter shock. She had never heard him say anything was difficult before.
"What? Even you would say such a thing?" He calmly explained. "Everyone possesses unique martial arts habits, especially their footwork, which is even more apparent because it's performed unconsciously. However, if one pays too much attention to their footwork, their body movements will become disordered. Furthermore, two people must coordinate their actions." A young woman raised her hand and asked, "How does one participate in this examination? Will the others all leave, leaving only the examinees?" The old man shook his head and replied, "No. It's not done in front of everyone." Upon hearing this, the entire group began to whisper amongst themselves. "What? Won't those who test later have an advantage? Let's wait a bit, consult the footwork of those who go before us, and then perform."
Sha Lian, having overheard, turned to tell him, "If we just observe how others do it and then adjust."
But before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out, "I will go first." The entire group immediately turned to look at the person who had just spoken. "So soon? It's already starting? Is that all right?"
Qi Liqian, however, found him truly interesting.
"This fellow is truly intelligent. No matter the situation, the first person always holds great significance." And the one who stepped forward was none other than the renowned Lin Xiaqi. As soon as they saw it was him, the entire group of admirers cheered to the heavens. Young hero Lin is about to take on the challenge. Both individuals stepped forward, while the people above freely discussed. The first person to take on, if it is young hero Lin, then he truly possesses those qualifications. Sali Lian was also curious what movement technique he would employ. Chili Qian did not speak much, only silently focused on observing. Very quickly, Lin Xiaqi began his first steps.
Everyone watching was captivated. The young women's faces flushed red, accompanied by a wave of ardent admiration.
"Oh, truly splendid." Lin Xiaqi led the way. His female companion Sima followed closely, cooperating perfectly. He appeared quite capable, displaying confidence, his expression very serious. Sa Lian watched, exclaiming in admiration, "Ah, his speed was truly astonishing." Even the old elders seated on the judging panel turned to each other, remarking on how swiftly and precisely he stepped on the footprints on the stone slabs.
Truly worthy of his reputation as the successor of Bak Chuan Ba. Compared to him, Miss Sigma struggled a bit, but she was still desperately trying to keep up with young hero Lin's movement technique. Considering she was the first challenger, it was already remarkable for his female companion to keep up with him, though she was now so exhausted she could barely breathe. Very quickly, the examination segment was completed, and the cheers were even louder than before.
"Young hero Lin has reached the destination. Young hero Lin is truly magnificent. Miss Sima has also arrived." However, the more they were praised, the more annoyed and jealous Yang Xiucheng became. The examiner shouted loudly. Salilian suddenly trembled and asked him, "I'm a little nervous. Can we also pass?" "There is no need to worry." He turned to her, his eyes narrowed in a smile. "Impossible." The young woman became even more panicked, her mouth agaped. "Are you saying we cannot pass?" He became serious, no longer joking. "It's not necessarily impossible," he said, then resolutely stood up and walked outside. "Come with me. Let us practice once."
The young woman, full of questions, pointed.
"Huh? Are we not watching further?"
He shook his head.
"Watching is useless. Most of those who imitate their movement techniques will ultimately be eliminated. This is an examination where only those with their own unique movement techniques can pass. With our current level, we will certainly fail. He had long since understood this competition completely. Outside, it was raining heavily. Chili Qian chose an empty courtyard. It was deserted here, a rather suitable place. He smiled playfully, teasing. Display your Scarlet Evil Sword Art. I will help you refine it. With your 7th level Scarlet Evil Sword Art, you will not be able to pass this examination. The young woman was quite surprised. You wish to help me modify the Scarlet Evil Sword Art? Just by observing once, you comprehend the essence of the martial art? Who exactly are you? Having experienced quite a few events, even a naive young woman would realize. Is he truly a martial arts master? He said little, only replying cryptically. Teaching you is more than enough. After he spoke, she didn't question further, and immediately drew her sword. Though I do not understand your intention, I will demonstrate it for you. Watch carefully. Let us begin. The moment she finished speaking, she began to dance and whirl around him. Shichi Liqian stood still, observing her movements. As the powerful sword blade flashed before his eyes, he immediately caught her mistake. Wait, he said. At this moment your breathing is half a beat too slow. Upon hearing this, she immediately corrected herself. Is it like this? Her progress was astounding. By merely quickening her pace slightly as he instructed, the power of her strikes visibly surged. Xiaolian had never before considered that being merely half a beat too slow could make such a profound difference in the sensation of wielding her sword. He nodded with satisfaction. Good. Continue, he instructed. Simply correct your flaws as they appear. At this point, press your arm inward. Your left foot's position is incorrect. Today, an entirely new horizon opened before her. Every word he uttered brought about astonishing changes. This is the final move, she thought. It's finally complete. My entire being feels as if it has undergone 10 years of cultivation. It is completely different from anything I have ever practiced. The sensation is utterly distinct. He looked over, smiling with satisfaction. Correcting her form was indeed an accomplishment. Xiaolian stood utterly dazed, as if her soul had departed. Her mind was still processing, and her hand holding the sword trembled. How can this be? Is this truly the Zhiqi sword art that I know? She couldn't help but turn her gaze towards him. Who exactly is this person? He even recognized her technique. Congratulations. Your Zhiqi sword art has just surpassed the 7th layer, reaching the 8th. Her face went blank with shock. What in the world is this? This is utterly unfathomable. Is this some kind of jest? Is martial arts merely a joke to you? In less than 5 minutes, merely correcting a few movements allowed her to advance an entire layer. What was even more miraculous was that without his guidance, she certainly wouldn't have progressed so swiftly, even in another 10 years. At this moment, elsewhere within the dense forest, a solitary figure stood. He was none other than Shichi Liqian's trusted subordinate, Wu Ying. He was waiting for the other 3 to appear, and with just a glance he knew they were far from ordinary. The formidable trio of assassins, Yang Huaying, Leng Yishang, and Tian Yue, have arrived. Wu Ying clasped his hands and bowed in greeting. You have all arrived. It has been a long time since we last met. The young master is currently participating in the Dragon Phoenix banquet. Allow me to guide everyone to the main hall. The old woman suddenly fixed her gaze on him. Very well, but without shaving your beard, you look too old. He immediately froze stiff, a numb pain flooding through him. He then saw those 2 old men. One nodded in agreement, while the other delivered yet another cutting blow to him. You've aged 5 years instantly. Wu Ying felt a pain sharper than being stabbed by a blade. He stood frozen, unable to lift his feet to move. The other 3 walked straight past him, conversing as they went. But why is Qian Kaur participating in the Dragon Phoenix banquet? He must be planning something utterly unexpected again. Let us quickly go and see. Let him stand in the rain and weep a little in his heart. It's only because he didn't shave his beard after all. Inside the grand hall at this moment, a voice loudly declared, I wish to challenge. The entire crowd, not understanding anything, began to whisper amongst themselves. What did he say? What is wrong with this person? The one who uttered the strange words was none other than our protagonist. The 2 stood on the arena, clasped their hands, and introduced themselves. I am Qi Liqian, of the Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water. I am Zheng Salian, of the Orthodox Sword Sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd secretly snickered. Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water? Is he without sect or school? Before beginning, our protagonist glanced at the young woman to confirm. You have already cultivated the Scarlet Demonic Sword Art to the 9th layer. This minor matter should be nothing to you, right? As if questioning herself, Jia Lian knew nothing of it. Her eyes widened in confusion. She asked back, the 9th layer? Her heart was filled with bewilderment. Just now, the Scarlet Demonic Sword Art had been modified once more. Seeing her disbelief, our protagonist confidently crossed his arms and affirmed, It has finally reached the 9th layer, but her heart still refused to believe. Although he said so, how could that be possible? I have never heard of anyone's martial arts progressing so rapidly. The two of them hadn't discussed this beforehand. Only then did our protagonist turn and ask, "Do you know what the name of this combat plan is?" Qi Liqian, swift as the wind, hurled out a truly resounding name.
Dragon Phoenix Twin Brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly soared forward, his entire being radiating spirit energy, with absolute confidence.
If he cannot pass this, then who can? The two began the competition. Our protagonist went first. Jia Liqian hesitantly followed behind. The entire crowd on the arena watched in shock, their eyes wide with astonishment, sitting motionless and observing. Our protagonist still had time to turn and ask. The young lady was glowing all over. "All thanks to your help."
Zeha Lian was now overcome with an unprecedented joy, realizing her body could execute such movements. It was truly miraculous. Perhaps due to her newfound mental ease, it felt as if she were dancing. She could sense it, and he could name it. It was the mind comprehending all things, the body controlling all things. That was precisely the process of comprehending the essence of martial arts. As the two exchanged a few words, the essence of martial arts? They had already reached the other end of the arena, and Zeha Lian herself, disbelief etched on her face, cried out, "It ended so quickly?" She could not even recall how she had traversed the distance, and only afterwards did she feel exhausted, breathing heavily.
Qi Liqian smiled triumphantly, his eyes narrowing. "The Dragon Phoenix brilliance is truly magnificent." She also looked at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling brightly. The voice of the old judge rang out. "Qi Liqian, Zheng Za Lian, passed!" Both of them burst into joyful laughter simultaneously.
After this match, the entire Zheng family gathered around, buzzing with excitement.
"Illyrian, since when has your martial arts become so formidable?" Our protagonist, who was standing with them, suddenly froze, his expression blank. Only now did he notice the three old elders had been standing there for who knows how long.
Their gazes met. It was Wu Ying who had led them here. He was only surprised for a moment. Then, ecstatic, he spread his arms wide. Smiling, he rushed forward. Just as he was about to embrace each of them tightly, a sharp scythe suddenly plunged directly into his forehead.
Blood sprayed everywhere, and the entire crowd burst into laughter. "This fellow is far too dramatic, ha!" Anyone who didn't know might think he was truly her grandson. Our protagonist helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling aggrieved. "Ha! Long time no see, yet you still tease me relentlessly." The old woman only cared about one thing. "I heard you are building a manor? Youngster, having made things this grand, what do you intend to do now?"
"Since the arrow has been shot, it must fly to its target."
Our protagonist answered nonchalantly. "What else could it be?" He confidently uttered a profound statement. "I intend to devour this entire Jianghu."
The three elders were speechless. "Do you think unifying the Jianghu is that easy?"
"Indeed, it is extremely difficult. Setting aside the 4 tyrants of the world, how do you intend to deal with the 9 gangs and 1 sect? What about the 4 great clans?"
Furthermore, she looked directly at him, her gaze implying much.
"What about the divine sect? What are your plans for them?" "All of these challenges you will undoubtedly face if you wish to unify the Jianghu." All 3 elders fell silent, awaiting his response. But Qi Liqian showed no concern whatsoever. "I will not worry about things that have not yet happened." Indeed, his style is unmistakable. The other 3 were left speechless. Who exactly does this young man resemble?
Perhaps only Wu Ying would trust him so unconditionally. Suddenly, he turned to remind him.
"Wu Ying, properly receive these seniors," he asked back in surprise. "Huh? Young master, where are you going?" He simply replied, "I am going to capture that deviant." He naturally brought Sally Lian with him. The young woman, still unaccustomed to his style, chuckled and asked, Are you joking?" Qi Liqian never jokes. He was serious. They indeed had to cross this bridge. Before the two of them now was an extremely long rope bridge named the Bridge of Life and Death. A name that alone was enough to make one's blood run cold. The young woman stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. I absolutely cannot do it." He did not explain much, only warning. "If you do not go, you will deeply regret it. The person I am about to capture is very much related to you." Having said this, he calmly walked straight across.
This bridge, in reality, was no different from flat ground. One could simply walk across it. Sally Carrion, still afraid, covered her mouth tightly, not even daring to shout. "It's too dangerous."
Below is a sheer cliff. What is there to be so afraid of? He turned to look. This is the difference between an expert and a second-rate individual. An expert would see this place as no different from flat ground. "I don't think you are an expert." The young woman was speechless. "That's exactly right. I know that too." Being criticized, she felt utterly dejected, but Qi Liqian employed a tactic of both striking and soothing. After criticizing her, he invited her. "But at the very least, You must possess the resolve to become a master and challenge yourself, mustn't you?
Empowered by his words, the young lady's courage surged.
Indeed, they are merely steps. Let us just try.
Thus, she followed behind him,
Step by step, and in a flash they had already traversed 2/3 of the bridge.
Salian moved gingerly, step by step, not daring to quicken her pace. After a few steps, she grew more accustomed to it. Perhaps it was not as perilous as she had imagined.
Chilekian smiled. Am I not correct? Yet, was there not a hint of cunning in that smile? I forgot to mention earlier. Occasionally there are sudden gusts of wind here. Be a little careful. No sooner had he spoken than it arrived.
The wind in this place was far from ordinary. It swirled like a miniature tornado, spiraling directly towards Sali Lian.
The potent winds caused the rope bridge to sway violently, no longer holding steady.
Furthermore, this gust of wind seemed to deliberately target those traversing the bridge. The young lady was suddenly lifted, soaring directly into the air.
Too swift, too perilous. Her heart threatened to leap from her chest.
Chilekian hastily shouted reassurance.
Fear not! Simply imagine you are standing on solid, flat ground.
Her ears rang, her mind frozen, yet she had to force herself to regain her composure.
Yes, indeed, this place is no different from solid ground. But how could she possibly achieve such a feat? With her entire body suspended in mid-air, was she truly expected to imagine herself on solid ground through sheer willpower alone?
The sudden gust of wind vanished, leaving the young lady without any support. She squeezed her eyes shut, terrified to her very core.
She was falling! But was he not standing nearby? How could he allow the young lady to perish so easily?
His eyes immediately turned crimson, blazing with intense light.
His hands formed a gesture to gather energy before his abdomen, and with that, he unleashed his spiritual energy, catching the young lady from afar. His power replaced the wind, gently supporting Salian as she slowly descended. The young lady understood nothing, yet she calmly allowed him to act. Simply by following his guidance, she safely landed back on the bridge.
She looked down, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She had escaped this time, but who could say when such an ordeal would repeat itself?
Would she be as fortunate next time? A multitude of why questions incessantly flooded her mind, especially as she gazed down at the gaping abyss awaiting below her feet.
Truly, she had come terrifyingly close to death.
For the first time in her life, she felt hell so frighteningly near. The bridge occasionally vibrated, emitting creaking sounds that only intensified her panic. She desperately tried to calm.
Chiligan waited patiently,
but CG Salian was so frightened that she was frozen in place. Her mind was alert, but her legs refused to move. Suddenly, Chiligan spoke. The moment I first saw you, my heart felt as if it had abruptly stopped.
Amidst the picturesque scenery, this statement was no different from a confession of affection, completely dispelling the fear in the young girl's mind.
Chiligan smiled brightly, beckoning her closer. Come closer, I like you.
This tactic was unfailingly effective on a young woman. Sali Lian no longer had the presence of mind to be afraid.
A series of moments they had shared together flashed through her mind. He likes me? But no matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't believe it. How could this be? She didn't know why, but her fear had vanished.
The young woman continued to walk, lost in thought.
This man likes me? Is he jesting? She remained in a daze, completely lost in her thoughts, even after crossing the bridge.
Chiligan's words were no different than a hypnotic spell.
She was still pondering. Did I mishear him? Completely oblivious to the colossal mansion before them.
It was only when he turned to her and said,
Have you not already crossed the bridge?
The young woman suddenly awoke from her reverie, her mind still replaying his recent, I like you. She blurted out, Your words just now.
Chiligan chuckled. Those words?
The young girl's face flushed crimson with embarrassment.
Did you merely say that casually? Did you do that to distract me because I was too afraid?
The young girl had indeed guessed part of it,
but his feelings were also sincere.
Both stood awkwardly, gazing at each other.
Finally, he replied decisively, You are indeed very intelligent, aren't you?
Having said that, he immediately turned and walked away, leaving Mo Liansheng furious. Enraged, she punched at the bridge pillar, wishing to shatter it, cursing him silently 1,000 times.
This scoundrel dares to tease me?
Who would have thought that just as she landed a punch, a shout immediately rang out. Who dares to act so brazenly in this sacred place? The young girl flinched, startled, her heart skipping a beat. Before she could even retract her hand, a bald old man appeared, clearly scolding both of them.
You two, halt your actions at once.
Salian hastily bowed her head in panic. She apologized. Meanwhile, Chiligan calmly turned to look.
The moment the old man saw him, his face paled, freezing in place. He hastily waved his hand and fled.
It is quite common for young people to engage in such activities.
Ha ha, you may all continue with your antics. But just as the old man turned to flee, after only 3 steps, he was halted by the protagonist's ice-cold voice.
Your disguise technique is quite convincing, isn't it?
Ugly fellow. You cannot escape my sight.
In the old man's eyes, the protagonist was no different from a devil interrogating a sinner. Sweat poured from his body, drenching him completely. The old man then invited the two inside his home to sit.
He rubbed his aching head, lamenting miserably. Even the heavens are truly too merciless. How did this devil-like individual know I was here? As he spoke, left with no other choice, he removed the mask from his face.
Salian stared in fright, then turned to ask the protagonist.
Who is he?
Xinchi Gan, without the slightest reservation, listed off a series of swindlers, quacks, and thieves.
He possesses 8 types of talents, yet they are all completely useless, are they not? However, merely stating that was enough of a hint for the young woman to immediately realize. Special talents in 8 distinct fields? She exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be the 8 directions? The young woman's eyes widened, fixed intently on him. A hint of trepidation in her voice, she asked, Senior Beauty?
He completely removed his mask, revealing an incredibly cantankerous and unpleasant face. Humph. These young people truly know nothing of the principles of the martial world.
His name is Bat Fuang Shu Quazai. Suddenly, a hand slapped the top of his head. It was the protagonist, who had approached to playfully rub his head, smiling smugly as he boasted. Furthermore, he is my disciple. The young woman grew increasingly shocked. Your disciple? What is the meaning of this? The protagonist then explained. To be frank, this fellow made a wager with me. The loser of the bet had to become the disciple. The young woman asked curiously, What did the two of you wager on?
Recalling that day, the protagonist could not help but curl his lips into a smile.
Go!
The old man, utterly enraged, roared. Someone must have used sound transmission to teach you how to play. Go! The two continued their endless verbal sparring, arguing back and forth, as if reminiscing about old times. Swindler! You used despicable tricks to deceive me.
During the martial arts spar, you must have poisoned me. Upon hearing this, Sha Lian began to understand. What?
These techniques must surely be the unique specialty of Senior 8 Directions' ugly monster, the handsome elder, correct?
And Qi Li Qian actually managed to defeat him?
Suddenly the man changed his tone, propping his chin. Serious. Today, I have a matter I wish to request your help with. Though you are a mere quack, you are a quack with considerable capability.
The man saw no need to inquire further, making his demand. You must help me care for a patient. The other man, still seething with anger, bellowed. Do you think I would casually treat just any patient?
Countless wealthy magnates out there have perished simply because I did not treat them. Yet the price the man offered was simply too tempting. As long as you cure her, we shall nullify our bet. The eyes of 8 Directions' ugly monster lit up, and he immediately stood up, agreeing. Good. Let us swiftly end this nauseating karmic entanglement. Let us go. Sha Lian sat listening, not quite understanding their conversation. Who is ill? The man truly smiled, his eyes narrowed, full of hidden meaning. The young woman's mind immediately began to put the pieces together. How could this be? The patient this man spoke of was actually Tu Lian. Even when the elder arrived at the young woman's home to treat her, she still dared not believe it. 8 Directions' ugly monster lifted the young girl's hand to examine her. Tu Lian lay there, her eyes wide, awaiting a miracle. Sha Lian, however, dared not harbor any hope. Up until this point, no one had been able to diagnose the cause of the illness. This time, it must indeed. After a long while, the man finally wondered. What exactly is the situation? 8 Directions' ugly monster heard the man's tone and was immensely satisfied, seeing as the man had saved his face in front of others. He then seriously diagnosed. This child was stung by a poisonous bee, a blood wasp, a very rare species. The two parents cried out and he earnestly stated, I will prescribe medicine for the child to take for half a month, then ensure proper nourishment and exercise to strengthen her physique. In 1 year, she can fully recover her health. Tu Lian's eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out. How many times had she lost hope, only for the cure to be this simple? Everyone in the room covered their mouths in astonishment. Sali Lian's soul had yet to return to her body, as she muttered endlessly about recovering her health. Old Dr. Zheng Yi immediately knelt and kowtowed. Thank you. Truly worthy of the title, Ba Fang Xiansheng. Oh dear, please stand up, this is truly. Tu Lian stood dumbfounded for a long time, still unable to fully process this. Her mother then walked up to Anming. Qi Shao Xia. Thank you, she cried, tears of gratitude. To be able to invite a renowned physician like Ba Fang Xiansheng here, I will never forget this great kindness. Anming, rarely so humble, chuckled, and replied, Not at all, this is all thanks to her. She even risked her life. He then turned to look at her. This time, it was all thanks to you, younger sister. You've endured much hardship. Hearing his words, tears welled up in her eyes, and she burst into tears, too moved to speak. The scene in the room was truly heartwarming. Qi Li Gan kept his word, clasped his hands, and bowed to the other man. Ba Fang Xiansheng, I have offended you greatly during this time. You may now return. The man chuckled teasingly.
HMPH boy, you truly act decisively. It's quite enjoyable to deal with you. But then, his expression stiffened, becoming serious. You didn't come to me just for this matter, did you? Ming did not beat around the bush with many words, nodding vigorously. That's right, to dominate the world requires the elder's help, but that child's life is also very important.
The old man clearly understood something then.
A child's life is that important?
3 years ago, when you were still an impulsive brat, what did you say?
Your dream was to build an extraordinary Jianghu. At that time, I only thought those were the childish dreams of a youngster.
It seems you have matured now.
Has your dream not changed? Ming nodded vigorously. That's right. This old man truly believes 100%. Let me see it then. That extraordinary Jianghu you spoke of. I am willing to help you achieve it. Naturally, before proceeding, Ming had to warn him first. This matter might require you to gamble with your life.
You won't regret the words you just spoke, will you?
He affirmed without a second thought. No regrets. Ming merely waited for that, then smiled immediately. So, will you call me young master then? If one can address even an old master, what's impossible?
It is much better than being called master.
I also wish to know what scheme you are concocting now. So, what do you intend to do next? Naturally, he had planned everything before approaching him. Next, the scene shifts to a small island on the East Lake. The day of the third trial has arrived. All the competitors are present, gathered together, and conversing. Is there truly nothing? What purpose does holding us here serve? Xia Lian and Qi are also here. Unexpectedly, the third examination is taking place on this island. Suddenly, a group of people behind them erupted into a loud argument. One even bellowed, "Summon my bodyguards here immediately."
It was none other than the notorious Yang Zhucheng, shouting at the administrators. You tell me not to bring bodyguards, and then send me to an island like this. Does that sound reasonable?
The other person struggled in vain to explain. Young hero Yang, please calm yourself. This is for the fairness of the examination. Even the Southern Peak Alliance Lord has agreed. Yet he still refused to believe. How could grandfather possibly agree to this?
The old man could only say,
I have already told you. The entire island is protected by experts from the Bochuanba family. Our protagonist, overhearing this, could not help but sigh. That ignorant youth remains unchanged.
Xia Lian anxiously looked in that direction, asking,
But are things truly all right?
He glanced around, already aware that the experts of the Bochuanba family he spoke of possessed strength far exceeding their imagination, yet one could not let down their guard.
You know that as well. The young lady immediately asked, Can you sense their aura?
He warned seriously. In this Jianghu, a single moment of carelessness can cost you your life as if it were a game. Such things often happen when you are most complacent.
At this moment, a ship was speeding directly towards the island. On board, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed. A girl clutched her face, crying in fear, as a voice roared, Get out! Damn it, why do you always bring me such ugly hags? Unable to vent his frustration, he furiously lay on the bed and called out the door. Hey, are they almost here? A subordinate's voice announced. They'll arrive in just another moment. Upon hearing this, he immediately licked his lips greedily. This man, with long hair and a red cloak, lecherously mused, I wonder if the women of the renowned noble families are any different.
He was Yin Mo Cheng, the foremost lecherous demonic cultivator.
Meanwhile, on the island, the examiner Yan Cheng, holding a red flag, loudly declared,
This is the Dragon Phoenix banner. Whoever obtains this Dragon Phoenix banner will pass the third trial.
The entire crowd was shocked upon seeing him. Grandmaster Yan Cheng? An expert of his caliber is acting as an examiner here? Xia Lian, upon hearing this, innocently turned to ask, If the third trial is to contend for the flag, must we use martial force to seize it?
To their surprise, the old man, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, startling them.
It is not about relying on martial force to seize it. He pointed directly at the flag ahead. Among the two gates you see, enter through the left gate, circle the island once, then exit through the right gate. In other words, this island itself is the third trial. The 4 fastest pairs to return will claim victory. Only 8 individuals can obtain this flag. A young woman suddenly turned to Sadlian and asked, Is this trial a test of lightness skill?
After speaking, she introduced herself with sparkling eyes.
I am Jia Yangxi of the Blood King sect, and he is my senior brother. The other man, blushing with embarrassment, clasped his hands in greeting. Upon their first meeting, the young woman, with eyes as clear as autumn waters, eagerly approached to strike up a conversation.
You are Miss Xia Lian of the Orthodox Sword Sect, aren't you?
Xia Lian asked. How do you know who I am?
She asked again, surprised.
How do you know? Unexpectedly, the young woman began to speak volubly, recounting everything. My senior brother, ever since his previous encounter with Ms. Zhang, has fallen for you at first sight. Upon hearing this, the man became so embarrassed that it turned into anger, and he raged. When did I ever say such a thing? Young lady, This is a misunderstanding. As soon as they started making noise, they were immediately reprimanded by the instructor. Are the three of you here to play around? Qinlan Liqian, feeling awkward, quickly moved a little further away from them.
Feeling quite shamed by their reputation, the bald old man continued to explain. Relying solely on lightness skill, you absolutely cannot obtain the Dragon Phoenix flag.
On this island, there are numerous traps and mechanisms. Young ones.
Yangtze, upon hearing this, looked over anxiously.
Traps and mechanisms? I've never heard of such a thing before.
The old man held up a sharp arrow, but then added,
But do not worry too much. Do you see this wooden arrow?
The mechanisms do not use real arrows.
The elder offered one last reassurance.
Should you become trapped within a mechanism and unable to escape, you may call out to the surrounding instructors, who will always be monitoring you closely.
At this point, there is nothing more to add. In that case, I wish you all good luck. The competition officially begins.
Qi Li Gan led Ji Lian around the island.
This place was deserted. They encountered no one. The young woman still wondered why no one was traveling this path.
Men, however, calmly enjoyed the journey.
To walk a path no one has ever trodden. That is the true meaning of wandering far and wide.
Salian turned to him in surprise and asked,
You began wandering far and wide at such a young age? Then you must have traveled through countless places, haven't you? Men nodded, boasting immediately. I have indeed visited an immense number of places. The young woman listened with admiration. How truly amazing. Are the things Qiligan does that astonish me all thanks to accumulated experience? The more the young woman pondered, the more disheartened she became, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. Looking at you, I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. It simply won't do for a beauty to be sad, he immediately proposed. Don't worry, later I will take you out to broaden your horizons even more.
The young girl's face flushed crimson. She was clearly intrigued but still shy.
Take me out to broaden my horizons? Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, feeling that something was amiss. But wasn't it said that the instructors were ambushing everywhere?
Jia Lian raised her head.
What is it? His expression suddenly turned grave and serious. I don't hear any movement at all. The young woman suddenly felt a tremor of apprehension. What? The two looked at each other for a moment. The sky remained blue, the sun still shone golden, and birds continued to chirp cheerfully. The young woman quickly composed herself, reassuring herself to continue forward. What you said sounds too frightening. Let's go quickly. But just as she turned around, Jia Liqian instantly sensed a killing intent. She immediately drew her sword, slashing horizontally to intercept the incoming object, and shouted, Who is there? On the ground, she saw only an arrow she had merely grazed with her sword, but by then, realization struck too late. This is a mechanism. Another arrow flew towards the young woman from behind. Fortunately, he caught it barehanded, saving her life. Salian turned back, only then realizing there was still one left. Thank you. At this speed, even a wooden arrow would still be very dangerous. But he knew at a glance that this was a real arrow. Someone within the organization has been compromised. The arrow itself was gleamingly sharp. Clearly, it was intended to take a life. At this very moment, from another direction, a piercing scream echoed to the heavens. Qili Qian reacted with lightning speed, dashing forward like a blur. Let's go take a look.
Sai Lian quickly followed him.
By the docks, two people were standing in front of a wooden boat. They pointed at the boat, then turned to ask each other if they had received any news about this boat docking. Not at all. Which fool dares to barge into the hall of the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Suddenly, something dark flew past where the two stood. Something fell, rolling on the ground. But when they finally saw clearly what it was, both of their faces turned whiter than paper. This was Instructor Old Yin. But it was only a blood-soaked head. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared on the boat, a voice proclaiming, There are other instructors as well. I had already ordered my subordinates to kill all the instructors a long time ago, so why do they keep crawling out, one after another, like this? It was the Yin Mo Chong who appeared, his entire body covered in blood.
The two old men were terrified upon seeing him, one hastily drawing his sword.
You quickly go inform Judge Yan Cheng. The other immediately ran off. Yes, I will return immediately. Be careful. But before he could finish speaking, before he could even take 3 steps, a chain wrapped around his neck. With a single pull, his head was instantly severed from his body, and blood gushed forth everywhere.
The remaining old man watched in horror.
He roared, cursing, You bastard! How dare you kill a person of the Bochuan Ba clan? Unbeknownst to him, another iron ball was hurtling towards his head from behind, and only another spray of blood was seen. The Yin Mo Chong had already killed both men with just a single iron chain.
He swung the chain as he walked onto the island, letting out a sinister laugh.
The beauty is waiting for me. It's time to depart now. On Jiligan's side, he rapidly sped towards the source of the screams.
From a distance, he saw several people standing there,
and the person was still screaming miserably. As he approached to look closer, his eyes widened in horror. Sali Lian, who was running behind, seeing her face drained of all color, screamed, "Ah, it's the siblings from before!" And Yangshi was still clinging tightly, crying, "Senior brother, no! Senior brother!" But that person was definitely dead, and died in a very grotesque manner. His lower body, from the waist down, was completely mangled and gone. The other people who saw this scene were all terrified, unable to utter a single word, then rushed to the young lady, while he stood observing his surroundings. He saw a sword embedded in a nearby tree trunk, still covered in blood. The faint-hearted ones instinctively recoiled, stammering in fear. I never imagined it would be a competition like this. Forget about whatever Dragon Phoenix gathering this is. I want to leave this place. He looked around and shouted loudly, "Instructor! Instructor! Instructor!" But no matter how much he called, no one appeared. Salian also looked at him in confusion. Why is no one here? Something seems to be amiss. Perhaps we should turn back. But Shiligan looked around and shook his head. That won't do. I had long since sensed something unusual. Now this island has become a giant trap. If someone deliberately orchestrated this, perhaps they would have anticipated us turning back and set up even more terrifying traps? Straying from the designated path would lead us into a formation. After this incident, the young woman believed him. Her face darkened. What? Then he spoke frankly. We can only continue forward. Remaining here will also lead to death. The others who heard him speak were also afraid. Is this place truly arranged with formations? Is there a way to break them? He nodded. Mechanisms and formations indeed have ways to be broken, because these things are all created by humans. Salian listened with a blank expression. What does this mean? Are you explaining this to prevent yourself from falling into one? Humans despise situations without a solution. Then can you break this formation? It's difficult for us to discuss this now. If I were to escape alone, it would still be possible. Then you should escape on your own. He looked at the young woman, smiling. I cannot leave you behind to go alone. Their conversation was overheard by the young woman, Shui Bihua, who had been observing until now. She frowned, evaluating whether this man was being overly pretentious. His expression was utterly displeased, but she looked at Yang Shucheng, who was clutching his face in fear, and knew he was still much stronger than this fool. After a while, the group dispersed and continued on their journey. This time, they did not split up. The group walked, observing their surroundings, continuing along this path. He realized that, at some unknown point, everyone had gathered together. The young woman also asked him, all the paths have converged into one. Doesn't that mean we are getting closer to the exit? Shiligan nodded. Probably, the young woman was still saying. But after that, there haven't been any other traps, which makes me even more uneasy. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked down at his feet. The ground seemed somewhat unusual. Is that a metallic sound from beneath the ground? Before the two could react, the ground suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. Xiaolian was frightened to her core, closing her eyes tightly, only able to scream, It's a trap! We're falling! But what is this? I'm not injured! She only saw that he was tightly embracing her waist with one arm, holding her securely, while looking at the others. Everyone else was struggling, falling head over heels. Is this the mechanism of the third trial? But he felt that something was amiss. This mire was not a simple trap. Indeed, the others also realized the abnormality at that moment. The entire group was buried deep within, screaming, We can't climb out! What kind of mire is this? Only he knew it was because fate-severing sand was mixed within. The fate-severing sand permeates even the netherworld. It was named as such because it is a type of sand that can sever destinies. This sand severs internal energy. The more one struggles, the faster their body sinks. Even he, though not submerged in the mire, was still affected. He extended his hand forward to examine it. I can no longer circulate my internal energy. Moreover, there is something else beneath this mire. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire ground shook violently. Something colossal was rising from beneath the earth, and the entire group pointed in shock. Look! Look! Someone recognized it as a mechanism. A vertical wooden pillar topped with a colossal blade. Viewed from above, the mire and the blade pillar resembled nothing so much as a giant grinding machine, poised to crush them all into pulp. Xiaolian asked in bewilderment, What is this? Just now it moved. It turned out that blade suddenly dropped straight down to chop, and the entire group struggled desperately to escape. Get out of the way quickly! But their bodies were held tight by the mire. They could not move. Blood splattered everywhere, as those unable to dodge were instantly chopped to death on the spot. Those who had not yet perished were gripped by terror. It truly was a real blade. Suddenly, the blade lifted high once more, retracting to its original position, then ascending again. The group was still sighing in relief, grateful that no one had been harmed, when the blade abruptly shifted its trajectory. This time, it appeared to be heading directly for the two individuals near Shilin. Someone cried out. It's changed direction! Yelled an individual whose face was ashen, his eyes wide with terror. No. He saw clearly now. This time, it was aimed directly at him. If he failed to evade, he would undoubtedly be severed in two. Zhang Renji, sitting to the side, observed the scene. Is this man your companion? He mused. What wretched luck. Suddenly, a man seized his robe lapel, clinging desperately and pleading. Young hero, please, help me. Pull me up. I cannot die alone.
Zhang Renji, of course, paid no heed. He merely turned away with cold indifference. You madman, release your grip at once.
His sister, Zhang Renhua, also turned to berate the man. Do you wish for both of us to perish? Release him now. The more you struggle, the faster you will both sink. As the three struggled, the blade descended directly, delivering a cold, sharp slash. The mere glint of light flashing across its edge was enough to inspire utter dread. This time, the man was utterly dismembered, his blood splattering everywhere. Yet, even in death, the man's hand remained tightly clutched to Zhang Renji's robe lapel. The scene was utterly horrifying. Before the man's final breath, Zhang Renji had decisively severed both of his clinging arms, lest he be dragged down into the abyss with him. A sudden pang of terror struck him. Did I truly kill him? No, that's not right. This man was destined to die eventually, and he almost dragged me to my own demise. His gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Xiaqi, standing nearby, who had witnessed everything. He hastily cried out, attempting to explain. Young hero Lin, this situation was truly unavoidable. Lin Xiaqi merely responded. You acted correctly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Renji felt entirely at ease, unable to suppress a smug sneer. Indeed, my choice was the correct one. However, Shalene found this truly egregious. After speaking, a pang of self-doubt struck her, as she looked down at herself. Yet, if it had been me, I am not certain I would have acted differently. Am I also a wicked person? Unexpectedly, Chiligan offered a word of comfort. To feel remorse is already a sign of goodness. She had not expected that. Very good? His eyes gleamed as he surveyed the scene before them. In this world, even remorse no longer exists. On this world, those with such thoughts are all fools. However, now is not the time for philosophical discourse. The shouts of the crowd rang out, changing direction once more. The space immediately saw the colossal blade, piercing forth to seal internal energy. And with this kind of mechanism, it was truly despair-inducing. Yet the young woman showed no fear. Why? As long as I am by his side, I feel as though I can resolve all matters. Thus, emboldened, she turned to him and said, Let us find a way together. However, she did not know when he had disappeared. Beside the young woman, it was empty. At this, the young woman's face darkened, and a feeling of dread immediately enveloped her. Indeed, he must have gone out to call for aid. Otherwise, why would he suddenly vanish? Precisely at this moment, a shadow fell upon the young woman. She looked up, only to see that colossal blade hanging directly above her head. A terrifying sight. It then shone brilliantly as it cleaved downwards. Salian was instantly thrown into a panic. Moreover, in her haste, she stumbled and fell into the mud. The situation was truly precarious. Should the blade descend, it would cleave the young woman in two. But she had not fallen on her own. What is this? Something beneath my feet is pulling me down. Where exactly is it trying to drag me? She was pulled straight downwards. Only now did she realize that beneath the layer of mud was water, green like the ocean. Salian, calm and unflustered, looked down at her hand, where the water, though very weak, carried a trace of internal energy. The one who pulled her down was Ziqi Ligan. His hand firmly clasped hers, reliable and secure. Seeing that familiar face, the young woman finally dared to believe. As the two gazed at each other, captivated, he suddenly and decisively released her hand. He did not intend to resurface. Instead, he pushed her hand forcefully from beneath the water. Salian's entire body was thus propelled by that force, rocketing through the surface of the earth. His strength was so immense that he could launch the young woman into the air. In her ears, she still heard his urgent instruction. Quickly, destroy the mechanism. Salian recognized the voice. Was this Ligan's spiritual transmission? While she was still bewildered, her entire body suddenly began to fall freely downwards. However, now possessing spiritual power, she was not incapable of resisting. She hastily drew her sword and thrust it forcefully into the mechanism. Her entire body hung suspended above. Standing there, she could already smell the thick, metallic scent of blood. And the mechanism itself was 100 times larger than a person. How could the young... Relying solely on my own strength would be far too difficult. Something this massive would surely require sword quet to sever. Yet, I have never succeeded even once. At this moment, someone below was injured, and the surrounding people cried out that they could no longer seal the acupoints. They had to use clothes to staunch the blood. Salian's gaze shifted, and she was startled. It was an acquaintance of the young Mrs. family. This young woman had just lost her brother, and now had one leg severed. Truly, her misfortune was endless. The young woman looked around. Many had been cut down and killed by it, and those not dead were severely wounded, bleeding profusely, and crying out in agony. Please, stop this at once. Let us leave this place. Father, mother, save me. My body is being pulled inside. The continuous screams echoed, and Sali Lian's hands, gripping her sword, trembled.
She became even more resolute in her determination to sever this thing. Finally, the young woman managed to leap to the highest point of the mechanism. Recalling, Li Gan had once told her the difference between a true master and a mere practitioner. She must steady her mind, believing that she can surely sever it. Striving to calm her heart amidst the screams, she had to sever it before it changed direction to prevent further victims.
I must believe that I can truly accomplish this.
She closed her eyes, focusing all her attention on the sword. Since the first time she wielded a sword, she had trained relentlessly every day, dedicating herself to martial arts. Now, she poured all her lifelong martial knowledge into this single move, and as she unleashed her power, spirit energy radiated brightly, enveloping her body.
The young woman clearly felt the divine seal on her hand grow scorching hot. She could sense her internal energy gathering. It was at this very moment that she decisively unleashed a powerful horizontal slash.
Her sword blade now, compared to before, was clearly far more formidable. A single slash could even sever the colossal falling blade. The young woman could barely believe her own eyes.
It was severed! The entire colossal blade crashed downwards.
The entire crowd below looked up and watched.
Everyone was ecstatic, cheering wildly. The device has been destroyed. We have finally survived. I truly thought I was going to die. Can we finally return now? Sa Lian looked at the scene and smiled joyfully.
The people who escaped the disaster resumed their journey, and the ground returned to normal, no longer a muddy bog.
A person walked over, clasped their hands, and bowed before Sa Lian. Young miss, I truly thank you.
Not only did you destroy the device, but if not for you leaping to the other side of the swampy bank and using branches to pull everyone up, everyone would surely have drowned.
The young woman was flustered, not knowing what to say.
She then looked towards Li Gan beside her. A few people had already thanked her, but he seemed to understand. He extended his hand, gesturing for her to be quiet immediately.
Thus, Sha Lian turned back to thank the other person. No, it was nothing. It is good that everyone is safe and sound. After he left, the young woman turned, perplexed. Why did you not let me tell them? If not for you, all of us would have died. This is a tremendous contribution. I do not really need these trifling reputations, he replied with a chuckle. It is not yet time to attract attention. It was clear he had some calculations in mind.
Sha Lian also harbored a hidden question.
It is still not time? What exactly are you plotting? As the two walked and conversed, the young woman was very perplexed. Why did this matter occur? Was it a coincidence that someone targeted these exceptional talents?
Li Gan had to reiterate a fundamental truth to the young woman. As I said before, in the Jianghu, there is absolutely no such thing as coincidence. Although I do not know the reason, this is not something a single individual could accomplish.
I believe there is some mysterious organization involved. The opposing party is acting against the Beichuanba clan. They are certainly not ordinary people. With such brutal methods, they must be influential figures. At this moment, they were resting leisurely in a small room with the beautiful hall mistress from before, who was fanning herself and speaking with a smile. It is certainly still ongoing, is it not?
Beside her was the white-haired old man.
Seeing that he did not reply, Yanxi spoke again. Do you still feel that my hiring of the lust demon worms was a mistake? Only then did the old man reply. Truthfully, that matter is not important. What I am concerned about is your intention in hiring him.
She looked deeply at the old man, then closed her eyes and turned away, deliberately raising her voice as she replied, I do not understand what you mean. Li Gan and Sha Lian's group was walking through the forest when suddenly someone stopped and cried out in terror, Oh! Ahead is the very gate the old examiner pointed to earlier. They then shouted in excitement, The exit is ahead. The entire group immediately rushed out. We can get out! We survived! However, after having witnessed the dangers, Sha Lian was much more cautious. She obediently stood still beside Li Gan.
Did it truly end? Just like that? Of course it would not be that simple. Even as Li Gan spoke these words, the individuals who had rushed ahead also stopped dead in their tracks, utterly terrified. Before them was a bald head, stained with blood. The entire group immediately recognized it. Was that not the examiner? To their horror, the old man was now hanging from a tree, his corpse swaying in the wind. Great hero Yan Chong. Beneath the tree was a red-robed figure with his subordinates. Countless corpses were also piled upon the ground. The terrified examinees instinctively recoiled. How could this be? Even a master like great hero Yan Chong retreated directly to our protagonist, bumping into him unintentionally. Yet, our protagonist's face remained calm, without the slightest change in expression, as he calmly stated, It's not over yet. At this moment, they were only a few steps away from the man in red. A confrontation was inevitable.
Li Gan stared intently at him. Things had only just begun. That man was the Yin Mo Chong.
He also turned towards our protagonist, his eyes glowing crimson. He did not immediately make a move. Looking at them, he spoke. Surely, there are still a few among you who do not know me. Everyone calls me the lustful demon. Lin Xiaqi and Zhang Renji's group calmly stood to the side, observing. Only the verbose Yang Xiu was not calm, screaming aloud, The lustful demon? When Qi Ligan heard the name, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and his face grew colder by 3 degrees. After he finished introducing himself, seeing the group's confusion, he and his companions exchanged smug laughter. I truly dare not accept that it is merely an empty title. Meanwhile, Xiaolian turned to our protagonist, looking worried. He is the lustful demon. Could it be? Our protagonist nodded and added, the one who has violated countless women to cultivate yin to supplement yang.
The two conversed back and forth.
So cultivating yin to supplement yang means drawing out women's yin energy?
Precisely.
After their yin energy is completely absorbed by him, they will lose their vital essence and fall into a state between life and death. Our protagonist then added, fortunately, I am not a woman.
The young woman's face was utterly speechless.
You may not be. But Xiaolian is, the others yelled out. Is this really the time for such jokes? Suddenly, our protagonist glanced over at a woman who was staring intently at them.
She was clearly targeting him, grinning broadly and winking, as if finding him quite appetizing.
This time, it was our protagonist's turn. His smile vanished, and his face darkened considerably. He might have even vomited on the spot. After the lustful demon finished his introduction, he continued to ramble on incessantly. Our employer said that we must make you experience what hell truly is.
Xiaolian looked over, bewildered.
Your employer? Is it the organization you mentioned? Our protagonist also added, if they merely wanted to kill us, why resort to such despicable methods?
Could it be? Our protagonist immediately realized. Long Chimao's hatred had far surpassed mere ambition.
He surveyed the array of women, a slight headache forming. Such an abundance of women, yet he could not drain all their yin qi in a single day. What a pity.
Whom should he choose then?
Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Lin Xiaqi. Young Master Lin. It was Zhang Renji who approached, urging, let us join forces to slay this lecherous fiend. Lin Xiaqi cast an indifferent glance at him, retorting with a question. Young Master Zhang, if you and I were to join forces, could we perhaps slay Examiner Yan Chong?
Forget Yan Chong. We probably couldn't even defeat an ordinary examiner. Though this man is a lecherous fiend, he is also a true master. To not perceive this, and still dare to invite him to join forces, is to court death. To attack him head-on is not wisdom, but utter foolishness. To Lin Xiaqi's astonishment, no sooner had he finished speaking, than Yang Xuchang drew his sword and charged forward, too quickly to be stopped. His mouth still screamed, you filthy wretch, die! Do you even know with whom you are playing such depraved tricks? Lin Xiaqi was utterly speechless. What audacity possessed this man? This was a clear demonstration. Yang Xuchang would serve as a prime example. Yang Xuchang plunged his sword forward, yet the enigmatic figure did not even bother to dodge. He merely sneered.
His pale hand shot out, seizing the opponent's wrist with an unbreakable grip. And in a mere instant, it possessed enough strength to shatter Yang Xuchang's arm.
Who did Yang Xuchang think he was?
Now, he could only clutch his mangled arm, screaming in agony. Ah! My arm! My arm! Before he could even finish his cry, his neck was also seized. The enigmatic figure then lifted him effortlessly into the air. He had been so loud and aggressive just moments ago, yet it seemed he was only adept at empty bluster. His eyes glowed crimson with warning, his overwhelming presence descending upon the scene. The hand on the neck had yet to exert its full power, but killing intent radiated from him. Yang Xuchang was utterly terrified, the pressure truly dreadful. Yet, inexplicably, in that very moment, he still dared to curse this vile hybrid, simply because he recalled his grandfather's words.
In a fight, one must rely on one's momentum.
Since you dared to lay a hand on me, your life is now forfeit. Truly a good grandson, yet ultimately a foolish young man.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous slap connected with his face, causing him to see stars as blood splattered everywhere.
This time he would not even have teeth left to eat porridge.
Such a fate was truly deserved.
This outcome was not outside Lin Xiaqi's expectations, and it also served as a stark lesson for Zhang Renji. All who witnessed this scene were struck with terror. No one dared to utter a sound. The enigmatic figure continued to slap Yang Xuchang's face relentlessly, until he was bruised purple and unconscious, showing no quarter.
The young woman, Xiaolian, had yet to truly comprehend the situation, daring to draw her sword and prepare to charge.
No, he could not simply stand by, if everyone were to charge. Fortunately, Lin Xiaqi's hand moved in time, pressing down on her sword hilt. Wait, he said. He will not kill anyone. After overcoming this ordeal, this experience will prove greatly beneficial for his future. Indeed, Yang Xuchang lost a considerable amount of blood but still survived, though his face was swollen like a pig's head. After this incident, he will hopefully learn to guard his tongue more carefully before speaking. Only then did the demonic cultivator stop, satisfied. Looking at his pathetic face, he chuckled. This should have been done long ago.
Having said this, he threw Yang Xuchang directly to the ground, like discarding a piece of refuse.
If you had simply been obedient from the start, Wouldn't it have been better?
Suddenly, a figure flashed past. It was Shui Bihua, rushing over to check on Yang Xiucheng's condition. The moment he saw her, the demonic cultivator's eyes lit up.
Wait, girl, what is your name? The young woman still calmly replied to him.
Shui Bihua. He immediately recognized the name as belonging to Chongqing's foremost beauty.
Shui Bihua is indeed as the rumors describe. I hear that Greenwater Mountain Manor is a renowned sect. Your inner cultivation must be exceptionally pure. But one person alone is fundamentally insufficient. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the other women, then exclaimed with delight, Oh, this woman truly captures my gaze. The woman he was now targeting was none other than Xia Lian. Young lady, what is your name? No, that is not important. He immediately decided to take both of them to the back. The rest of you, guard carefully for me. His subordinate, startled, stammered a question. Guard? But shouldn't we take them off this island before outsiders discover this?
He had not even finished speaking when his neck was seized in a threatening grip. Silence! The demonic cultivator glared warningly at his subordinate.
I have waited a very long time for this moment. Dare to contradict me, and I will slaughter every single one of you.
Suddenly, Xinch Lianji stepped forward, blocking their path, and cried out, Wait! Immediately, that subordinate ran up. You arrogant fool! The demonic cultivator also heard and turned towards him.
What? Touching my woman is naturally unacceptable, he declared. This woman and I are... Do you not know what you are saying? Placing his hand on his chest, he announced, a pair of mandarin ducks. We share a relationship of living and dying together. The demonic cultivator asked indifferently. So, what do you want?
The young man's eyes blazed as he chuckled. What I mean is,
if you wish to take her, then take me with you. The yin demon cultist found him interesting. He truly is a madman. All right, drag out these two women's companions. I shall show you an interesting spectacle. With that, he led all four people into a cave. Inside the cave, only a flickering bonfire illuminated the space. And the yin demon cultist resumed. In my entire life I have never seen women this beautiful, not just one but two. Today is truly fortunate. He then looked towards Qili Qian and Xia Lian. Moreover, this pair are lovers. There have been situations like this before. Forcing himself upon the woman right in front of her boyfriend, who then cried out, tragically. He pressed his face close to the younger woman, caressing her chin with a sinister smile. That feeling is truly fascinating. Today, I am greatly looking forward to it. The moment he finished speaking, the flame was suddenly extinguished by a gust of wind. Both Yang Xiucheng and Shui Bihua collapsed unconscious on the spot. Meanwhile, the yin demon cultist also sensed something amiss. What? My acupoints have been sealed.
He tried to scan his surroundings.
Finger sealing? Who is it? Where did they come from? He then looked towards Xia Lian, assessing her. It's not this woman. So, is it him? Only Qili Qian remained, causing him suspicion. This mere brat? Just then he saw the man curl his lips into a smile. That smile. It truly confirms it was I. Surprised? He looked at the man and immediately understood the situation. So, it was you after all. While yelling loudly, he immediately attacked with his chain weapon, striking first. The man showed no fear whatsoever, his expression instead one of amusement, as if witnessing an entertaining spectacle. He let out an "Oh!" and leaped high into the air. The chain weapon. The infernal demonic being was enraged. He actually managed to evade my blow. Dodging is but a trifle. He was even standing directly upon its chains. Lightly he sprang forward, following the chain to strike directly. In an instant he had already moved right before its very face.
Yet, our protagonist was taken aback. The being was completely unharmed, even smiling faintly. Impressive, it conceded. It seems you are no ordinary junior.
This demonic being was also incredibly swift. It swiftly unleashed its chains, blocking our protagonist's incoming strike. Li Gan grinned triumphantly. Praise is always accepted. Of course, it bellowed in fury. What of it then? The two then plunged into a ferocious battle, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. The young maiden Sa Li Lian watched in terror as enormous boulders rained down. The cave! The entire cavern is on the verge of collapse. As she pulled the young maiden away from the falling stones, she gazed up towards our protagonist. Li Gan, is he all right? Suddenly, a colossal rock descended, raising a dense cloud of dust that choked the entire cavern. The infernal demonic being stood motionless, observing the scene. Careful. It couldn't see a single thing. Where had this one vanished to? Where could he possibly be? It had not detected our protagonist right behind it. By the time it turned, it was already too late. Its face was gashed, spurting blood. Fortunately, it had managed to tilt its body, avoiding a deeper wound, yet it was far from pleased. The sight of its newly scarred face would surely strike terror into any woman. Finishing its thought, it retaliated by swinging its chains, yet our protagonist easily landed a devastating punch straight to its face. This time, our protagonist would ensure it was scarred from head to toe. What was a mere face? Never before had it endured such a painful blow. Grinding its teeth in raw fury, it cursed vehemently, unleashing a torrent of punches at this mere youngster. However, our protagonist parried every single one of its frantic blows. Salalian stood by, utterly captivated and dazed by the spectacle. "This truly is a battle of unimaginable ferocity," she mused. "I knew Li Gan possessed considerable skill, but I never imagined he was capable of such immense power. He's fighting on par with the very being that slew the examiner." The infernal demonic being was now in a truly pitiful state, thoroughly battered. As it gazed upon its own heavily battered form, an incandescent fury burned within its eyes. Damn it all! To think such a being actually exists, so young. Yet how could he possess such strength? But their astonishment was far from complete. They had yet to witness the shocking move the protagonist was about to unleash. But now, his opponent had no choice but to confront it, extending his hand. "Come. Let me receive this move of yours." Their two palms collided with immense force, a resounding crash echoing as if the heavens were collapsing. Before the victor was clear, the demonic spirit cultivator sneered inwardly. "Foolish one, no matter how powerful you are barely past 20. Do you truly believe you can withstand my internal energy, amplified by the absorption of vast amounts of dark Q?" However, age was no obstacle for our protagonist. In an instant, his opponent was filled with trepidation. From start to finish, Shichi Ligan remained as steady as a mountain, his opponent utterly bewildered. How could this person not retreat even an inch? While on the contrary, his own body was covered in bulging veins, barely maintaining his stance by straining every muscle. Sha Lian, observing from the side, was alarmed. The cave, which had just sustained the previous shock, was now collapsing. If they continued, both would surely be buried alive. Yet neither showed any sign of yielding. Finally, the cave exploded into fragments, debris flying everywhere. Yet it did not collapse upon the combatants. Only Sha Lilian's position seemed concerning. But for the moment, it didn't appear overly dangerous. Smoke and dust billowed thickly into the air. With their hands locked in confrontation, neither could clearly see the other's face. Suddenly, Shichi Ligan glared directly at his opponent, reprimanding him. "For such paltry power you have harmed countless lives." Before his opponent could even explain, the protagonist unexpectedly unleashed an explosion of power, sending him flying backward, slamming against the wall, blood splattering across his face. Only now did the demonic spirit cultivator finally realize the truth. He is too powerful, even more powerful than myself. He abruptly shifted his gaze to Sha Lian, who stood nearby. "If that is the case, then taking a hostage is my only option." No sooner had he thought it than he acted. He immediately hurled a chain towards the young woman. The young woman watched the chain hurtling directly towards her, trembling with fright, unsure how to evade. Just then, a sharp spear suddenly appeared, startling both the young woman and the demonic spirit cultivator. The chain links shattered into pieces, and his eyes immediately widened in disbelief. Only now did they see Shichi Ligan, wielding a great sword with both hands, leaping high into the air before striking down. Suddenly he looked at the young woman and instructed, "Sha Lian, close your eyes." Having said that, he unleashed a direct strike. But how was it that the demonic spirit cultivator remained unharmed? But did he truly comprehend who this person was? He had only barely managed to dodge, but that was because he was too flustered to pay attention. It was only when he looked down that he saw both of his arms had been cleanly severed by the protagonist. Sha Lian stood frozen in place. Told to close her eyes, she hadn't, and was now petrified with fear. That scoundrel still had the strength to flee to another spot, seeking to put as much distance between himself and the protagonist as possible. But the protagonist, of course, would not allow it, raising his blazing red sword once more. "Where do you think you're gonna hide?" He delivered another horizontal slash, only to see the opponent's blood spray crimson into the air, a deep horizontal gash carved across his abdomen. He desperately pleaded for his life. But the protagonist was far from finished. He relentlessly unleashed horizontal, vertical, and downward slashes. Now, he resembled a fiend from hell, relentlessly pursuing a life. He chopped without ceasing, and the opponent's blood even splattered onto his face. Salalian watched with wide eyes from beginning to end, as the demon seed lay dead, eyes still open. That question echoed in her mind once more. Who exactly are you?" A crowd of people rushed in from outside the store, swords in hand, their faces frozen in shock. How can this be? Were these the demon seed's subordinates? Hearing strange noises from inside, they had come to investigate. They all stared at him, sword in hand, his body covered in blood, unable to believe their eyes. They questioned him repeatedly. "Did you do all this?" Even with their numbers, they dared not charge, involuntarily retreating backward. Suddenly, a foolish one raised his sword, striking down and yelling, "Kill him!" But as he charged, Li Qian delivered a single horizontal slash, and it was over. All the subordinates fell dead, one after another. No matter their numbers, they were no match for him. He seized the opportunity to unleash his blade. and bodies fell like wheat, blood flowing like a river.
Sally Lian stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with terror, completely stunned, as a splatter of blood even landed on her face. Very quickly he slaughtered them all, leaving no one alive. Standing there, bathed in moonlight, he appeared like a deity. Yet in her eyes, he was no different from a devil risen from the underworld to claim these people's lives. Beneath his feet lay a pile of corpses, blood painting the ground crimson. It was impossible to reconcile this figure with the young man who had smiled brightly while eating grilled skewers that day. "Is this truly the Lin Qian I know?" Sally Lian, her voice trembling, called out, "Li Qian!" He immediately turned to face her. The moment she saw him, she flinched even more. One of his eyes glowed with a crimson light, and his expression was icy cold, as if he did not recognize her. She felt that in just another second he might cleave her down just like those others. Yet, only 3 seconds passed. Lin Qian, smiling gently once more, asked, "Didn't I tell you to close your eyes?" He raised the blade, still wrapped in white cloth, and explained, "As long as I draw it, I cannot control myself. I have not yet made it entirely my own. This is my mother's unique weapon." She stared at it, still emanating a murderous aura, wondering, is this blade truly so terrifying? His eyes lit up with seriousness. "My father's unique weapon is a sword, but I will use my mother's blade to dominate the world. I will not draw it out." Sally Lian listened but did not quite understand. She intended to ask, "If you don't intend to use your father's weapon, why do you always carry it?" But what came out first was a question of concern for him. "Are you all right?" The two exchanged glances, confirming that she remained calm and had not been scared out of her wits. Sally Lian also looked deep into his eyes. With just that, the young woman felt much more at ease, knowing that no matter what transpired, he would remain her brother. The group finally escaped the calamity, each of them deeply moved to tears, clasping their hands in profound gratitude. Had it not been for the young hero's rescue, we would surely have perished. This profound benevolence would never be forgotten throughout their lives. Yet the one the entire group was thanking was Yang Xiuchang, who understood nothing, his face frozen blank as he prepared to explain. But the truth was, he himself understood absolutely nothing. What exactly had transpired? Upon opening his eyes in the cave, he only knew his hand grasped a sword. Around him, aside from the unconscious Shui Bihua, were piles of bloodied corpses. The sight left him even more terrified. This is a sword drenched in blood that I am holding. Qi Qianli, however, told him that it seemed they had passed out for a while. Upon awakening, Shalian also played her role perfectly. The lust demon vermin, and his subordinates, have all been eliminated. He pondered. What the two of them said matched perfectly, logically consistent to an unbelievable degree. Undoubtedly, even if it wasn't logical, they had to make it seem so. Grandfather must have left a mighty cultivation power within my body, he mused, looking up at the sky, his eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, grandfather. Yang Renming, Nanyue Lian. And so, he fully accepted the role and went along with the others. It is good that everyone is safe and sound. Young hero Yang truly concealed his abilities, even feigning weakness at first to make the enemy drop their guard. Only Shui Bihua remained silent, perhaps sensing something was amiss. Her gaze constantly turned towards Qi Qianli and Sha Lian. The two of them were now sitting in a daze by the riverbank, gazing at the moon. Sha Lian rested her chin in her hand and sighed. I never expected young hero Yang to so easily claim the credit. Qi Qianli, however, found nothing strange about this matter, stating that it was only natural. These people valued reputation and public perception above all else. Sha Lian still wondered. Are such things truly so important? Suddenly, a voice cheered. Ah, look. The boat to take us has arrived. Indeed, a boat was truly approaching their direction. After all, Qi Qianli knew immediately that this incident would likely stir up a storm in the martial world. The Dragon Phoenix feast was ultimately still interrupted. On the side of the old man, Yang Renming, his subordinate entered to report that the young master had eliminated the lust demon vermin and rescued those Dragon Phoenix talents. He even praised, saying, truly a young talent of remarkable ability. But how could the old man not discern his grandson's true strength? He immediately asserted that it wasn't Xu Cheng's doing. That boy was not yet capable of dealing with the lust demon vermin. The subordinate did not quite understand. Then who was it? The old man suddenly asked. That young man also participated in the Dragon Phoenix feast, did he not? The man in green was startled, his mind quickly connecting the dots. Are you referring to the man named Jinch Li Qian, whom we met in Chunfang? The old man said nothing, but his mind had already recalled the man's face from that day. Impressive. Jinch Li Qian. Has he truly lost the lustful demonic worm? Although it was merely a baseless hypothesis, the more the old man pondered it, the more he found it plausible. I have a feeling this matter is surely connected to him. Shall I discreetly investigate? There's no need to needlessly provoke him. For now, let's pretend not to know. Let's quietly observe how things develop. I understand.
No matter what, this is a good opportunity to shatter the reputation of the Bei Tianba clan.
The old man has already planned everything.
This time, I do not intend to make a grand show of it.
This incident can indeed push them into a corner, but it is not yet enough to completely bury them.
The individual who orchestrated this scheme is truly formidable. An incident has already occurred at the Longfangyan. Who dares guarantee that nothing will happen during the Tian Longdajan?
The subordinate paled with fright upon hearing this, while the old man bared his teeth in a sinister, pleased smile.
Though we do not know who it is, we must allow them to finish their play.
Our protagonist, having just returned from the island, led Salian to Jinfeng Zhuang.
The young lady didn't understand anything. He had only told her that morning he wanted to go somewhere.
Jinfeng Zhuang?
What kind of place is this? Unexpectedly, he replied, my home. The young lady gave an awkward laugh. So it's a home?
She was rendered speechless. I had originally believed that nothing this man did could surprise me any further, yet he consistently surpasses my wildest imagination.
Our protagonist pushed open the door, explaining, it signifies the rise of a completely new wind in the martial world. However, this time, it truly left the young lady astonished, her eyes wide. The scene inside was utterly luxurious. An exceptionally large residence, complete with its own lake.
Lilian's eyes lit up at the sight.
Magnificent, she exclaimed. He then led the young lady on a tour of the residence. How is it?
Do you like it? Needless to say, the young lady was utterly enamored. It was truly beautiful.
But why did you build such an enormous residence? Our protagonist didn't hide anything from the young lady.
Because I intend to establish my own sect.
Lilian was shocked to hear this. What? Establish a sect?
Xinch Liqian replied truthfully that he had even settled on a name. The sect would be called Kang Tian Men. After witnessing his extraordinary talents, the young lady no longer considered establishing a sect an impossible feat.
Kang Tian, what an excellent name. The two continued their stroll. It has a secluded grove, and the back garden is also exquisite. When did you construct this estate? I began preparing for this several months ago. Suddenly, a thin veil of mist rose beneath their feet.
Lian looked around in astonishment.
A formation? Qi Liqian explained. It's merely a simple, sound isolating formation. You still have much to learn, but why would you need a sound isolating formation? Why? As they continued talking, they arrived before an enormous building.
Qi Liqian pushed open the door and replied,
because everything beyond this point. Lian's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Everything you've seen so far is only the tip of the iceberg. What lies here is the true foundation of the firmament gate.
Before her stretched an immense complex nestled against the mountains, with countless workers busily constructing its future.
Qi Liqian had brought her here to reveal its true scale.
Pride was evident in his expression.
Now that the preparations have reached this stage, the day we act is not far away. The place was so vast that it was dozens of times larger than Lian's own residence. Her mind struggled to comprehend the sight before her. How could such a boundless space be hidden behind what appeared to be an ordinary manor? Qi Liqian continued. In short, Xinfeng Manor is the gateway to the firmament gate. I have taken advantage of this gourd-shaped terrain. For the time being, Xinfeng Manor will serve as the public facade through which all affairs of the firmament gate are conducted. Even the laborers were blindfolded before being brought here. They believed the arrangement was for their own safety, and it was indeed a wise precaution. I intend to build a martial academy here, along with living quarters capable of housing several thousand people.
Lian stood speechless, her mouth slightly agape as her gaze shifted repeatedly between him and the magnificent scene before her.
This is unbelievable. How many organizations in the martial world could possibly possess such a scale?
Her admiration for him rose dramatically.
What exactly is he trying to accomplish? As though sensing her thoughts, Qi Liqian spoke of his own accord.
For years, the martial world has remained under the control of the Tianxia conglomerate.
His eyes turned icy as he declared, I will wipe every last one of them out.
Lian was completely stunned by those words.
What? Unconcerned with how much she understood, Qi Liqian looked directly into her eyes and declared firmly, after that, I will take their place. The scene shifted to the Wuhan branch. At the meeting table, an infuriated man slammed the table.
Damn it. We entrusted our children to you because we trusted you.
This man was Jia Yunxiang, the sect master of the Blood King sect. And now, all you offer me are empty words of profound regret? If you had lost your own children, would you still be able to utter such words?
Some people sitting at the same table turned and whispered quietly, should we try to calm him down?
He has truly gone mad.
He was the master of the two Yangshi brothers.
After all, he had already lost his senior disciple, and his daughter's legs were crippled. Suddenly, someone else spoke up. I am also a father, so I deeply understand Sect Master Jia's feelings. Our sect will certainly thoroughly investigate this matter. As I predicted, they have indeed lost their children.
Elsewhere, a man was leisurely bathing in hot water, listening to his subordinate Fan Lei, the chief strategist of the Bei Tianba family, report. As I predicted, they have indeed lost their children. Surely, some will not be willing to let this matter rest.
Meanwhile, the other man, bathing while embracing a beautiful woman, spoke vexedly. The third trial was prepared in secret, yet such an incident still occurred. A traitor has appeared within our ranks. He is Lin Tiansui, the family head of the Bei Tianba family, and also the one who claimed he would investigate this matter.
Since they accepted our terms, they must bear the responsibility. So what should be done? His subordinate Fan Lei immediately offered a plan. Let us elevate those who achieved some merit, such as Yang Xiuqiang, into perfect heroes. Then, public opinion will shift, claiming that those who perished did so due to their own inherent weakness, thus transforming their deaths into a disgrace for their families. These men are truly hypocritical. That scoundrel Lin Tiansui immediately agreed. This method is not bad. If there are still those who refuse to yield, then whatever irreparable consequences follow will be inevitable. Thus, at this moment in the meeting, facing Jia Yunsheng, he remained remarkably calm. He initiated his plan. This is our responsibility, but this matter also concerns the Jianghu.
In such a perilous situation, most of the talented individuals survived, and some even annihilated evil bandits and rescued their comrades. As soon as Jia Yunsheng heard this, he immediately understood their conspiracy, slammed the table, stood up, furious with rage. If the deceased were your own grandson, would you still handle it this way? Others hastily intervened, saying, "Calm down a little." Lin Tiansui's face darkened considerably. "You repeatedly mention my grandson. What exactly is your intention? Do you wish to take my grandson's life?" The situation had now shifted in his favor. He glared threateningly at the old man. "Do I need to behead his descendant and bring his head to you?" After he said that, what more could be done?
Jia Yunsheng was unable to utter another word. Now the old man Yang Renming spoke up. "Sect Master Jia," he softly advised, "everyone is deeply saddened, but the matter has already occurred. I trust Sect Master Jia also understands that anger solves nothing."
Old Jia Yunsheng choked with emotion, knowing clearly in his heart, if this grand assembly had been organized by me, while Lin Xiaqi had his legs severed, it was likely that the Shuiwang men had already been annihilated. But in exchange for these few individuals, the elder had to swallow his bitterness. Unable to demand any justice, he could only helplessly look up to the sky and wail.
Though currently filled with indignation and sorrow, his entire mind plunged into suffering, he had to comfort himself. Yet upon reflection, to ascend to his current position, he had trampled over countless individuals. After all, this martial world inherently operates on the principle of the big fish devouring the small. That is, its very nature. Everyone here knew an unspoken rule. It seems today would be the last time they would see the Zhuiwang sect master. Shifting scenes to Qi Ligan, the protagonist led Lian on a stroll around the mountain estate. This mountain was originally home to a bandit gang named Fengshan Zhai, but recently they had been extorting money under the guise of protection fees. He informed her, "Thus, I am on my way to deal with them." Upon hearing these words, the young woman immediately recalled the scene of the protagonist killing people that day. Deal with them? Could it be that she intended to show mercy and plead for them? Wait a minute, what if they aren't truly bad people, but were forced into banditry due to destitution? The protagonist was speechless. How much longer would the young woman remain so naive? In this world, how could there be kind-hearted bandits, kind-hearted assassins, or kind-hearted enemies? Does that even sound plausible? A truly good person would remain good, no matter the circumstances. The young woman still wanted to say more. But wouldn't killing them all be excessive? He calmly interrupted her. What talk of killing? While walking and talking, they had already arrived at the bandits' location. Two guards, upon seeing the two, immediately began to jest. Who are these people? Have they lost their way? This young woman looks quite comely. One of them immediately lunged to attack the protagonist first, ensuring they could not escape. They slashed from behind just as Li Gan was speaking. Am I truly some murderous fiend? The young woman shrieked in alarm. Look out behind you. But then again, had dealing with such individuals ever been difficult for him? He effortlessly blocked their sabers with his bare hands. He punched the bandit, sending blood gushing from his nose. His punch landed so critically, it was a matter of life or death. Sa Liyan, witnessing this, finally understood. So this was what he meant by not killing. Was this his true intention? One bandit was beaten to such a state that the next one, seeing this, immediately faltered and recoiled. He was now in a dilemma. His hand held the blade raised, yet he dared not bring it down. Just then, Loi Can turned back, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This bandit immediately turned to flee, but it was already too late. Loi Can leaped straight up, using his bare hands to strike while shouting. Is it not enough to simply beat them soundly and chase them off? The result was that throughout that entire day, only the sounds of terrified screams and pained groans echoed from the mountain bandit stronghold. Even Sa Liyan, who had initially tried to stop him, now joined in, not missing a single strike. Loi Can, as he somersaulted through the air over Sa Liyan's head,
smiled and asked, "Do you perceive the killing intent? If you hesitate even for a moment, the one who dies will be you." This entire affair was turning into a practical training session for Sa Lian. Suddenly, a rather powerful bandit from behind attempted to slash down at Sa Lian, but Sa Lian was different now. With an unarmed horizontal palm strike, she struck his neck and watched as each bandit fell one by one. Never had Sa Lian felt this formidable. She was completely different from before, excitedly exclaiming, "My martial arts have improved tremendously." Lo Yikan chuckled. "Feeling invigorated, aren't you? That exhilarating sensation can make you stronger, but it is not over yet." No sooner had he finished speaking than a volley of hidden weapons rained down from an unknown direction. Sa Lian swiftly used her sword to shatter the incoming projectiles. Hidden weapons? But it turned out to be merely a bag of white powder. Sa Lian had slashed it open. The powder scattered everywhere, completely obscuring their vision. Sa Lian hastily covered her face. "Who is there? What is happening here?" Indeed, figures began to appear. Just 2 people had managed to cause such chaos. It seems their martial arts are far from ordinary. However, not everything in this world. He is the chieftain of Fengshan's stronghold. The young woman grew increasingly panicked. Could it be poison? He even deliberately threatened that it was no ordinary poison. The old man smirked menacingly. It was a poison mixed with an aphrodisiac. Her body would rapidly burn with heat. Upon seeing men, she would be unable to resist throwing herself into their arms. If she did not engage in intimacy with a man, her 7 orifices would bleed, and she would perish. "You all dared to cause chaos in my stronghold. I will not let you die so easily." The young woman was truly terrified upon hearing this, and she hurriedly looked to the male protagonist for help. How could this be? It was an aphrodisiac. Yet the male protagonist calmly reassured her, "Don't worry too much." Seizing the opportunity, he smiled brightly like a flower, adding, "Aren't there men here? Brother, use me to neutralize the poison." Faced with such words, she was at a loss. The young woman looked at his face, bright as a flower, still pointing at himself, and was utterly speechless. Her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. She wondered if she could simply devour him whole at that moment. However, after he said that, the young woman instantly became enlightened. She gripped her sword and charged straight at the bandit leader, demanding, "Hand over the antidote!" Meanwhile, he stood to the side, laughing heartily, finding it truly interesting to tease this young woman. Very quickly, the young woman dealt with him, and even dragged out a pile of items. "This pouch contains the very poison you were just afflicted with. You must recognize it. Among these 3 bottles, only one is the antidote. The other 2 are poisons that will double the toxicity." His face was battered and bruised, beyond recognition even by his own parents. Yet he stubbornly roared a challenge. "You shall die with me!" The young woman was frightened by him once more. "What?" Only the male protagonist remained composed. "It's very simple," he said. "Smear that poison onto this fellow." The young woman's eyes instantly brightened, as if she had once again grasped the situation. He explained, "His martial arts are inferior to yours. He will die before you. To save his life, he will have to reveal which bottle is the true antidote. Since he wishes to perish together, then let us fulfill his desire." The bandit leader was truly suffering immensely, and it was too late to retract his words now. However, the young woman's benevolent heart was not so easily swayed. She herself was clearly poisoned, yet she was still thinking, "To save my own life, must I truly poison another?" The hand holding the poison pouch even trembled. The male protagonist instantly understood upon seeing this scene. He sighed helplessly, then decisively snatched the pouch from her hand. "If my mother were to meet you, she would surely like you." The young woman didn't understand. "Your mother? Why?" he explained. "Because you strongly resemble my father." He kicked that person, leaving him half dead, before instructing the young woman, "Listen. Follow my instructions, and circulate your cultivation technique. Do you sense an abnormal flow of energy within your body?" Just like that, the poison was dissolved as easily as a feather. Even Sa Lian was shocked. How could this be? The poison had truly vanished, and the bandit leader had fainted. Suddenly, he spoke up. "It is good that you did not poison him. This is entirely unlike your character." "Are you serious?" Unexpectedly, he seriously replied. "Precisely because you couldn't bring yourself to strike, that is why I favor you." This was the second time he had said such a thing. Sally Lian's eyes widened, her body frozen stiff, her mind beginning to blank out once more. Regardless of whether the young woman understood, he continued to lecture. "But you must become stronger. Only when you are strong enough can you uphold your benevolence. After all, in these times, uprightness and benevolence also mean a lack of worldly understanding and an inability to adapt to circumstances. Therefore, you must become strong. Simply becoming strong will suffice." The scene shifts to the Changxin sect, where 2 siblings named Zhang were conversing with an old man. It is said that at this Dragon Phoenix banquet, the young woman from the Zhengjian sect performed exceptionally well. "This old man is the grand elder of the Changxin sect?" he asked. Is that the young one whom Renji insisted on fighting alongside? Upon hearing this, Zhang Renhua immediately covered her mouth and chuckled mockingly. Indeed. It's a pity that the opponent didn't even spare her a glance, but considering young hero Qi was present, it's not difficult to understand. Zhang Renji choked with anger, unable to retort. You dare? She even deliberately added, how pathetic, to be cornered by a mediocre young woman. The old man heard this, and, enraged, cursed, useless. How could our esteemed sect be so disdained? Forget it. Let's just let this matter pass. It is said that the sect master of the Blood King's sect has committed suicide by hanging. Renji, unable to comprehend, bellowed. He committed suicide just because his daughter broke her leg? Renhua, far wiser than him, sighed deeply, and said with disdain, what a fool. Her gaze as sharp and cold as a blade, she uttered precisely, do you truly believe it was suicide? It was surely the Batishan Bao clan who made a move. Zhang Renji was merely impulsive and completely devoid of cunning. He turned his gaze. What? The old man, however, nodded in satisfaction and said, exactly. The Batishan Bao clan is precisely such a ruthless power. Therefore, we have indeed followed the right path. Our Chengxin sect has achieved its current scale today. All because we have always been devotedly loyal to the Batishan Bao clan. The entire group laughed and chatted merrily. Ha, as long as we don't offend the Batishan Bao clan, they said, completely unaware that two figures stood on their roof, Qi Liqian and his subordinate, Wu Ying. How truly lively. Suddenly, the scarred man chuckled. If you knew what happened today at Gujian, I fear you would not be able to laugh. Gujian, the antique shop of the Chengxin sect. It had been a long time since the young master dressed like this. Now, clad entirely in white, he looked remarkably handsome and refined, causing Qiligan himself to burst into laughter. It was all calculated. Truly, fine clothes make the man, and the person he was impersonating was, after all, the inner hall master of the Bei Tianba clan. Have they been brought? Wu Ying presented a box along with a mask. Here it is. The mask, personally crafted by the young master, is truly formidable. An exact likeness. He was pleased by the praise, remarking that a face with such distinct features is even easier to replicate. But Wu Ying knew clearly, though he said that, the young master's true prowess lay in his ability to completely transform into another person, regardless of voice, expression, or demeanor. Qi Ligan looked at the item in his hand. If today's matter proceeded smoothly, he would no longer have to worry about finances for quite some time. The relationship between the Jiangxin gang and the Bei Tianban clan would also be severely damaged. Young master, you must be careful. Wu Ying wanted to say something. Your subordinate knows your disguise technique is truly divine, but the young master, brimming with absolute confidence, cut him off. I know it's impossible to completely transform into another person, but in the dimness of night, if this item is presented before a relentlessly greedy old man, would he still be able to maintain his reason? No matter how impressive I am, I still fear my mother. If she knew I brought this item out, I fear she would scold me to death. Wu Ying, standing nearby, chimed in, Madam will understand, young master. He glanced at him, his voice laced with sarcasm. Wu Ying, you've never been beaten by my mother, have you? That's why you speak like that, isn't it? He let out a snort of laughter. Ha. Then may you go and return swiftly. I have confirmed that the real inner hall master is currently sleeping soundly at home. He will not be going out tonight. Thus, the young master, in disguise, entered the office of the Jianghu manager. The Jianghu manager stared intently at him. The inner hall master of the Bei Tianba clan graces our Jianghu with his presence. I wonder what important matter brings you here. The disguised young master didn't even bother to conceal the tattoo on his arm, and his voice had also transformed. This? He placed the box on the table, then suddenly leaned forward, staring intently at the other man. This matter must absolutely not be revealed to outsiders. No, not just that. Your very life will be wagered. The old manager's eyes instantly widened, his mind rapidly calculating. Such a dangerous matter will surely bring in a great fortune. He hastily replied, Please speak freely. Only then did he open the box. Inside, a luminous glow emanated. I wish to sell this item. The old man took one look, and his entire body stiffened in place. Could this be that item of perfect beauty, exquisitely carved, each angle sparkling with different colors? Is it the legendary treasure of the heavenly demon divine sect, the divine demon Jade Buddha? Such a valuable item. It's no wonder his man nodded. Indeed, the old man became increasingly captivated the more he looked. This is truly the genuine article. This Jade Buddha is worth at least 500,000 silver taels. His mind began to meticulously calculate. If I could bypass the Heart Gang leader to conduct this transaction privately, perhaps I should offer 400,000 taels? No, that's not right. Without me, He would never be able to sell such a divine artifact without anyone knowing.
Moreover, keeping this item could easily bring disaster upon oneself, and he could also save a significant sum. His expression did not escape the eyes of Men, who was sitting there.
That old man actually dared to finalize the deal. I've made up my mind. I will pay you 200,000 taels. What utter shamelessness. He, speechless, asked again.
200,000 taels?
200,000 taels?
He even deliberately feigned a troubled expression.
But in the end, he still managed to say, but you must hand me the cash on the spot, and it must be untraceable banknotes of small denominations. Thus, he conveniently completed his task and went to the rendezvous point with Wu Ying. Upon seeing him, before he had even removed his mask, you have gone through much trouble.
Qi Gan pulled it straight off.
It was a small matter, as easy as flipping a hand. Tonight, we will empty the treasury of Ji Yu Jian. We will surely be able to procure another few 100,000 taels. The Jade Buddha must also be retrieved.
Wu Ying was slightly worried.
It is said that the treasury of Ji Yu Jian has 12 layers of mechanisms set up that are absolutely insurmountable. But what obstacle could possibly hinder him? He said proudly to him, is there any mechanism in this world that is truly impossible to break? This time, the Heart Gang leader will suffer severe damage to his vital essence. He had meticulously planned every step. Tomorrow morning, there will surely be a great uproar. To top it off, the hall master of the inner hall of the Benetian Bala clan visited that very day, making it difficult not to harbor suspicion. But this is only the beginning. I shall be like a leech, sucking their blood dry. The next morning, at the Chengxin gang, Chief Dashan received the alarming news. The ancient sword has been stolen? A subordinate knelt trembling on the ground. Upon inspecting the treasury, all mechanisms were destroyed. The antiques and silver currency have all vanished. However, there is one highly suspicious detail. The steward then reported. Yesterday, Hallmaster Lin of the Benetian Bao clan paid a visit. The elder immediately asked, Hallmaster Lin? Are you referring to the hallmaster of the inner hall? What was his purpose? The subordinate replied. He delivered a divine demonic jade Buddha statue. The elder detected a suspicious scent. And then he sent such a valuable treasure? As a result, on the very same day, both the goods and money were stolen. This matter is truly strange. Yet, a suspicion arose in his heart. Could this person be orchestrating this himself? That he wouldn't dare to come seeking me out. Is Hallmaster Lin playing tricks? No, he is not so reckless. Thus, the last possibility is that the Benetian Bad clan intentionally orchestrated this.
Previously, all their business in Wuhan passed through us, and we always maintained deep ties. How could they suddenly stab us in the back? The more he pondered, the more his weary head ached. Just then, another subordinate rushed in, shouting loudly, gang leader, a major incident has occurred. The weaponry pavilion has been attacked. With successive incidents unfolding, the elder felt as if he would go mad. He roared to the heavens. What in the world is happening? So many weapons have been stolen as well. Meanwhile, a carriage sped through the forest, carrying Qiligan and Wu Jing. Men was still examining a weapon in his hand. I never expected the Chengxin gang's weaponry pavilion to forge such fine weapons.
Wu Klang speculated. These items seemed to be tributes intended for the Benetian Ba clan.
Their plan was flawless. Without a single crack,
the traces left at the weaponry pavilion are sufficient to make them suspect the Benetian Ba clan.
This time, the Changxin gang leader will surely suffer a massive headache.
Indeed. After all, they cannot directly march to their doorstep and demand an explanation. Before long, the Benetian Ba clan will host the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Award ceremony. Until then, suspicion and paranoia will continuously fester within the Changxin gang leader's heart. It is said that those who performed meritorious deeds are chosen as the Dragon and Phoenix. Young miss, you severed the mechanisms along with Yang Zhuchang, and you slew the lustful demonic insect.
Sha Lixin replied.
That was not my doing, so I cannot accept the reward. However, becoming the Phoenix would greatly benefit the righteous sword sect. In a flash, the Dragon Phoenix Banquet Award ceremony had arrived. The venue was bustling, with people pouring in from all directions, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. As soon as people spotted Sha Lian, they came forward to clasp their hands in courteous greetings. Young miss, congratulations. We are truly immensely grateful.
The young miss, overcome with shyness, waved her hand.
No, that is not it. The young woman sighed, thinking that it was he who truly deserved the thanks. It has been a long time since I last saw him. A few days ago, after the two of them dealt with the bandits, they stood talking. Brother, will you be living at Kengtian sect from now on? He nodded. Indeed. I cannot impose on others indefinitely. But no one in her family said anything of the sort.
Shalian's sadness was evident.
Brother, since when have you concerned yourself with such matters? Li Gan looked at the young woman's expression and chuckled. It seems you are quite reluctant to see me go, are you not?
The young woman's sorrow was plain on her face.
Kengtian sect is very far. You are truly leaving soon, he suddenly said. Also, regarding you being chosen as the phoenix, there is no need to refuse. Cutting off the mechanism was purely based on your own strength. After receiving your reward, let us go have some roasted meat. Only after he made this promise did she agree. All right then. Since you are here, feel free to ask any questions you have. But why are you accompanying me to the Dragon Phoenix banquet? You have no interest in such things, do you?
He recalled the first day they met, when Zhang Renji had provoked him.
Even then, despite the pressure from the elder's authority, you still stepped forward to protect me.
Li Gan looked up at the sky. That was the first time, in 10 years of wandering the Jianghu, that a complete stranger stood up to protect me. After speaking, he turned and smiled at the young woman.
No wonder I like you so much.
Xiaolian was initially surprised.
But hearing his words, she felt profound sympathy. So it turns out your journey has not always been filled with joy, has it? He nodded. It seems a little different from the Jianghu I have heard tales about.
Recalling this now, she grew curious, wondering what trials he had truly endured during his journey.
Just then, a familiar shout echoed from behind the young woman. It was Zhang Renji, pushing through the crowd and heading straight towards them.
Is it truly based on strength? Xiaolian immediately turned around with a look of disgust.
What trouble does this fellow want to stir up now? The young woman asked. He interrogated her on the spot. Why were you the only one to escape the swamp? His gaze swept over her coldly. How could you sever such a massive mechanism? I was unaware your martial arts had become so formidable.
Sali Lian could only reply.
It was merely luck. But he naturally would not accept that. Luck? You have no explanation, do you? Of course, you must have employed some despicable trick.
He immediately drew his sword, seizing this opportunity to confront the young woman directly and declare, I wish to experience your peerless martial arts for myself.
Within his heart, he was secretly calculating, I will expose your true colors. The young woman looked at the sharp, gleaming sword tip. What was this? He was oppressing her, step by step, before the large crowd. If you truly relied on your own strength to destroy that trap, then dealing with me should be a small matter, shouldn't it?
Draw your sword.
San Lian initially hesitated. What? A duel? This is a banquet? What are you trying to do? But the more she disagreed, the more he insisted relentlessly.
You have neither explained how you truly accomplished it,
nor are you willing to display your true strength.
Those who had just thanked the young woman now exchanged glances, their gratitude replaced by suspicion.
Since you put it that way, I am also quite curious how it was truly done. In that situation, everyone was at their wits' end. How could that be?
Zhang Renji grew increasingly arrogant with each word,
although I do not wish to think that way. Could it be that the sword sect itself had secretly colluded with those ruffians?
Before the Dragon Phoenix banquet, I saw you frequently interacting with a suspicious individual.
The young woman was utterly shocked. Only now did she realize that the tree desires calm, but the wind will not cease. The kinder she was, the more she would be oppressed. Decisively, she drew her sword.
Very well.
If you insist on a duel, then I shall grant your wish. The surrounding crowd all chattered. Oh, a duel? Indeed, how interesting. The successor of the chief heart gang is not to be underestimated. Renji attacked first, but the young woman tilted her body and evaded it. He could not believe it? She evaded it?
Indeed, the young woman was vastly different from before. Not only did she evade it, but she also slashed across his neck. Their eyes met, and the other man was now only panic-stricken, truly worthy of being trained by Chiligan.
For the young miss, dealing with these renowned talents was now as easy as turning her palm. The young miss not only slashed his cheek, drawing blood, but also sent the sword in his hand flying afar. With his sword dropped, the duel concluded. Those who had been chattering moments ago fell into an eerie silence. Jia Lian sheathed her sword. Is that sufficient? Now, all eyes were on the acclaimed genius. Just one exchange, and already, if they were to truly fight, would he fundamentally be no match for her? The young miss had truly held back. Some onlookers couldn't help but let out a snicker. A profound loss of face indeed. He stood stunned in the middle of the hall, unable to utter a single word. He had brought this humiliation upon himself, and thus had no choice but to endure it. The elder in charge, standing nearby, could not even defend him, his eyes bulging in disbelief. How dare this wretched girl act like this in front of so many people? Suddenly he heard a voice beside him. Your esteemed daughter is indeed exceptional. It was Elder Zheng Yifu speaking to Lin Tiansui. You flatter her too greatly, Lin Tiansui replied. The child still has much to learn. You are truly too modest, Zheng Yifu insisted. Immediately, a flame of jealousy ignited within him. Ever since the ancient sword and the forging workshop were robbed, I began to suspect. Now, Patriarch Lin of the Venetian Hegemon clan shows such an attitude towards a mere true sword sect. It seems he sees the rising renown of the true sword sect, and thus wishes to abandon us to choose them instead. I will not let you have your way. The two of them simultaneously fixed their gaze on that girl from the Zheng clan. Tonight, I will settle matters with the true sword sect. That night, Wu Ying, seeing the protagonist still awake, dared to tease him. Are you unable to sleep because of the unfamiliar bed? Unexpectedly, The protagonist nodded. Yes. But it is almost time to begin strengthening our sect. There is much to be done. If not for these matters, young master, you would not have intended to move out of the True Sword sect, would you? The protagonist was speechless. So you have seen through me? Wu Ying wondered. Why did the young master not attend the young Mrs. award ceremony today? The protagonist explained. Jia Litian has a deep-seated apprehension. She always believes that I stole the reward that rightfully belonged to her. If I were to attend, wouldn't she feel even more stifled? Wu Ying was shocked to hear this. Since when did the young master pay such attention to a woman? Thus, Wu Ying merely said, Tonight is unusually quiet. You should get some rest early. Yet, his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon, a strange, restless feeling stirring within his heart. Meanwhile, in Zhang Renji's study, his face darkened with a menacing expression. Sicklian, bring that woman before me. The subordinate seemed not to understand. Master, do you wish for this subordinate to abduct the second young miss of the Righteous Sword sect? Do you intend to kill her? This man was Zhang Renji's loyal confidant, but today's events had left him utterly enraged. Merely killing her would not be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. I must make her taste suffering far worse than death. At this moment, the old man, Grand Elder Dashan, entered. Zhang Renji was startled and cried out, Father! Unbeknownst to them, their intentions aligned. The old man then declared, Tonight, I shall eradicate the Righteous Sword sect, to clearly show them the consequences of daring to challenge our clan. Zhang Xiao, you shall go as well. This time, we require the intervention of a master. That man immediately cupped his hands and bowed. Yes, clan master. Zhang Renji immediately cast a meaningful glance at him. And so, the three of them set out, each on their own path, their plans coinciding in some ways. At this moment, within the Righteous Sword sect, Sha Lihian, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. Did she perceive something? She immediately sat up, a pervasive unease preventing her from sleeping. She glanced around the room. Everything seemed normal, nothing out of place. Yet, she remained unsettled. Ares. Grabbing her sword, she rushed straight to the courtyard. The murderous aura was overwhelmingly potent. Dozens of assailants were besieging the Righteous Sword sect. This is grave. It's truly happening. The people of the Heart Clan have made their move. She ran with great speed, needing to quickly warn her family. But at this very moment, an assassin slashed from behind. Fortunately, she managed to evade the blow, and with a swift slash, immediately struck him down. This was her first time taking a life. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. She closed her eyes tightly, desperately trying to calm herself. This was no time to wallow in the sensations of slaughter. Hurriedly, she ran and shouted loudly, Mother Zhu Lihan. At this precise moment, Qi Liqian, who had not yet slept and was still perched on a rooftop, suddenly heard a hidden voice shout, Young master, something has happened! The scout dispatched to monitor the Righteous Sword sect has just sent back an urgent report. The Righteous Sword sect has been ambushed by dozens of suspicious individuals. Now the Righteous Sword sect is likely already in grave danger. Upon hearing this, his face immediately turned deathly pale. Truly, the situation was already critical. Sha Lian's home, from top to bottom, was ablaze, and the assassins acted with brutal savagery. Many of the assailants were cut down by her blade, but their numbers were overwhelming. She could only strive to cut down as many as possible. The entire horde surrounded her, pushing her to the brink. Zhang Qiao stood outside the encirclement, observing. That wretch is quite formidable, he mused. He thought to himself, Indeed, she is worthy of being the one the young master desires. But in your current state, how much longer can you possibly endure? He looked around the courtyard. The men of the household had all been struck down, their fates unknown. Only the mother and a few daughters remained, all powerless to resist, trembling uncontrollably. Sha Lilian's mind was taut, desperately trying to find a way to persevere. Her father had also been injured defending their family. Now, she was left to face this alone. He then stated his condition. If you surrender. Suddenly, her mind recalled Qi Li Qian. Why, at this very moment, did she remember him saying, Foolish girl, how could you believe those words? Sha Lilian suddenly awoke. She seemed to have just heard that man's voice, but even standing now was too much for her. If she couldn't believe, what then could she do? She unconsciously looked expectantly towards the door, but there was only raging fire, and no one came to rescue them. Sha Lian's hand trembled around her sword. She could not forever rely on Qili Qilian. This was her family's affair. She must fight to the end. As long as she breathed, she would strike. Thinking thus, the young woman actively attacked, but was quickly disarmed by them. Zhang Qiao waved his hand, issuing an order. Except for her, kill the others without mercy. Her mother clutched Zhu Liren tightly, sword ready in hand, eyes squeezed shut. But just as the sword descended, Sha Lian timely blocked in front of her mother, stopping it with her bare hands. The other man gasped in shock. Blocking a sword with bare hands? Indeed, it was true. It was the hand wearing a glove, and the seal on it was glowing, but her strength was utterly depleted. After using this ultimate move, she too was severely injured, vomiting blood profusely. Her mother cried out anxiously, "Leonor!" The young woman slumped down dazedly, finding even breathing difficult, her body no longer able to move. She recalled his past advice. You can even block sword Q with your bare hands. However, your internal cultivation is still very weak. If you use your hands to block, you will be heavily injured. That scoundrel, enraged, slashed straight down this vile woman. Both her mother and sister struggled to resist, while she was powerless to help. Only now did she truly understand. If only I were a little stronger, would I not have been able to protect my family? At this very moment, behind him, he sensed an azure dragon flying straight towards him from nowhere, its mouth wide open, ready to attack. He understood nothing. His entire body stiffened, his eyes wide. He only heard a thunderous explosion, like a bomb, and flames burst forth intensely. He was certainly dead. The assassin was blasted aside, instantly dead on the spot. The group of assassins immediately looked over. The entire Zheng family also understood nothing. A familiar tattooed hand appeared, still dripping blood profusely. Xia Lilian's eyes welled with tears of profound emotion. A resolute figure shielded them directly, for Qili Qian had arrived. He did not turn back, only asked, "Are you all right?" His breathing was heavy and ragged. Clearly, he had rushed with all his might to arrive in time. The young woman burst into tears. Now I can finally deal with these scoundrels with peace of mind. How dare they lay a hand on my woman? Today, they are certainly going to die. Behind him was the entire Zheng family. He alone confronted the horde of assassins to protect them. The scoundrel Zhang Qiao did not recognize the problem, yet still dared to shout an order. "Kill that fellow first!" All his subordinates immediately rushed forward like arrows, attacking him. But now this group was merely courting death. With everyone who charged forward, he punched them dead with his bare hands. It had been a long time since he was seen in such a furious rage. With one stomp of his foot, he crushed an opponent's head. Zhang Qiao, watching from the sidelines, was terrified. What was that? Too fast, he's vanished. At his speed, if they can't even see him, how can they fight? Where did he vanish? He only saw his assassins falling like flies, blood flowing like a river. Then, he himself was struck, his face covering knocked off, the sword in his hand dropped, and our protagonist, noticing it, swiftly seized it. Seeing the insignia on it, he knew this was a subordinate of Zhang Renji. Our protagonist deliberately thrust the sword close to his face as a threat. The man could only shriek, "Please spare me! I will reveal everything I know." The leader of the Zhang Xin gang ordered us to kill everyone, but I intended to spare that woman, he growled, asking, "Why?" He was utterly petrified. He stammered, "Young Master Zhang ordered me to bring her to that place alone." Qilijian leaned closer, asking, "Where is that person now?" Indeed, an obedient subordinate. A mere threat made him reveal everything. "He is waiting in the forest, to the south. I have told you everything I know. I beg you, spare me." But was our protagonist foolish enough to grant mercy? Decisively, he drew his sword. "What you yourself have never done, do not beg others to do for you." With that, he thrust it straight into his neck. His head detached from his body, a fitting end for his crimes. As he killed the man, our protagonist's face was no different from a demon come to claim a life. Every member of the Zheng family who witnessed this was utterly terrified, daring not to utter a single word. Only Zhan Lian, who was more accustomed to him, remained. The young woman looked around the courtyard, filled with corpses. "Lijin," she said, "once again, because of me, you had to deal with these individuals." The young woman walked directly to him, asking, "Are you all right?" Qilijian looked at her, and seeing she was safe, he smiled and said, "Forgive me, I arrived late." The young woman was so moved that tears welled in her eyes. "Why are you apologizing? Thank you for arriving in time." Just then, Wu Ying rushed over, shouting loudly, "Young master, thank the heavens, we are not too late." He clasped his hands and bowed to her, adding, "It is truly wonderful that you are safe and sound." Zhanlian understood nothing, and hastily clasped her hands in return. Our protagonist stood up and said, "Wu Ying, take their entire family to Xinfeng Manor. Tell Ugly Ghost to treat their injuries. Furthermore, prepare yourselves, for tonight, we will purge the Zhang Xin gang in blood. I can no longer allow these individuals to live in peace." Wu Ying received the order and immediately set to obey it. At this moment, Zhang Renji knew nothing of this, and was still waiting at the designated meeting point. He anxiously looked around. Suddenly hearing a sound, he immediately turned around. Shouldn't that fellow have arrived by now? Why the delay? However, the one who appeared was none other than our protagonist. He recoiled in shock. "Why are you here?" The protagonist, however, smiled with excitement. It seemed that person hadn't lied. But he did not kill him immediately. Instead,
He suddenly shouted, "Run! The warriors of Baek Thienba family are about to arrive." That person, of course, did not believe him. He stared.
What? Why did you suddenly run here to spout such nonsense?
The protagonist delivered his performance flawlessly.
I was at Zhangjian's sect when suddenly a group of assassins burst in. I fled first. Afterwards, another group of warriors arrived, slaughtering all those assassins, and then took away the people of Zhangjian's sect.
From their conversation, it seemed they were from the Baek Thienba family.
Renji immediately panicked upon hearing this. Baek Thienba family. Could it be that someone managed to escape the encirclement and report the news? No, that's not right. More importantly, they have indeed abandoned us.
Choosing Zhangjian's sect,
the protagonist intentionally added fuel to the fire. An assassin, before his demise, confessed that they were sent by the Jiangxin gang, and also mentioned that you were here.
Renji trembled with rage upon hearing this,
his hands clenching into tight fists as he cursed under his breath. Zhong Chao, that vile bastard! The protagonist then feigned urgency. You must quickly go inform your father. His side probably also. But this person was not entirely foolish.
He suddenly felt something was amiss.
Wait a minute, why did you come to tell me all these things? But his intelligence only went so far, and the protagonist managed to smooth it over with just a few words. Why, you ask? Your family must be quite wealthy, no? He was stunned. What are you talking about? This is life-saving intelligence, you know? Give me 1,000 taels. Upon hearing this, he agreed. He then turned and cursed.
You utterly useless fellow!
Yet, in his heart, he completely believed it, realizing this intelligence truly could not be ignored. And so, he immediately ran off. I have urgent business today, so I will depart first. If you ever dare to speak such reckless nonsense again, I will claim your life. Thus, he walked right into the protagonist, Jiang's trap. With this, the protagonist now knew the location of their entire faction. At the Jiangxin gang, the old man Zhang Daishan panicked upon hearing the news. Has the Baek Thienba family intervened? I hadn't received any news for a long time, so I sent people to investigate. Indeed, only the corpses of the assassins remained. I was still pondering what could have happened.
Renji immediately spoke. Zhangjian's sect certainly couldn't have dealt with those assassins.
It seems what that brat said is true. We must quickly go into hiding. The woman, Manhua, was more astute. She immediately questioned, wasn't the Baek Thienba family only just considering choosing Zhangjian's sect? I thought as long as they disappeared, all our worries would vanish. I never expected the relationship between those two families. However, the old man had no reason to doubt. If this is true, then we will surely die. After all, I know too much information about the North Heaven Overlord clan. In his heart, he was too terrified to think further. Any more hesitation would surely lead to death, so he had to make a decision as soon as possible.
Thinking of this, he took out a rare, glowing map.
You all, take these things and go to the safe house. As soon as the two siblings saw it, their eyes widened. Isn't this the Nightbright Pearl? A single one could be sold for 50,000 taels, the old man explained. These are my life savings, over 100 pieces. Father, aren't you coming with us? I know Mai Hui of the South Mountain Alliance. I will go find him.
The two discussed it. Only Renji stared blankly at the old man.
The old man had made his decision. We hold intelligence on the North Heaven Overlord clan. The South Mountain Alliance will certainly be moved.
Things have reached this point.
We can only rely on the South Mountain Alliance. None of them knew that Li Gun was standing on the rooftop, hearing everything without missing a single word. His expression was colder than ice. Wait. The prey has fallen into the trap. Just then, Wu Ying appeared. Young master, the people of the Orthodox Sword Sect have arrived safely at New Wind Village. He nodded slightly. You've worked hard. As for the situation here, it is exactly as I predicted. There is only one path to survival. Elder Daishan had no other choice. This man also knew that if the young master's plan succeeded, this matter would also help us in the future to overthrow the North Heaven Overlord clan. Moreover, the relationship between the South Mountain Alliance and the North Heaven Overlord clan would also change, truly killing two birds with one stone.
Today's attack on the Heart Cultivation gang was originally outside the plan. Unexpectedly, he came up with a strategy so quickly. Given this situation, I am quite curious what choice Elder Renji will make.
Wu Ying turned and asked, will his choice change your decision? He had already accounted for everything. No matter what he chooses, tonight will be his dying day.
Because he touched my woman, there is no other choice but death.
In the mist-shrouded forest, there was a small, simple house. The siblings, Zhang Renji, had both arrived here. Unexpectedly, their father had prepared a hiding place here. Manhwa looked around. This is much cruder than I imagined. What if everything goes wrong? What will become of us? Unexpectedly, after just one night, We are forced to wander to this point. I already said we should have eliminated that clan earlier. Seeing him remain silent with a sullen face, she became extremely annoyed. Are you even listening to me? Why haven't you said a word this whole time? Upon finishing his sentence, her entire body was suddenly immobilized by an acupoint strike. Zhang Renji has rebelled. He leaned closer. Go inform father that I will take these night luminous pearls and establish myself.
He was a man of his word. Carrying the heavy chest alone, he swiftly departed, his mind still calculating.
If things do not go smoothly, from now on I will have to hide and evade the Bei Tianba family my entire life. But with these night luminous pearls, I can live a free and unrestrained life forever. Each life saved is a gain, better than all three perishing. Just then, a voice echoed beside his ear. Your mood seems rather good, doesn't it?
Since when had Li Gan been hovering directly above him?
He glared furiously. You bastard! How dare you tail me? Furthermore, without knowing his place, he drew his sword and attacked our protagonist first. Perfect timing. I have been displeased with you for a long time. I will kill you.
But just as his sword was drawn from its sheath, his face received a direct punch from our protagonist, sending his entire body crashing to the ground, blood streaming profusely, and the box falling to the earth with the impact. It was too late for him to realize now. What is happening? This fellow had always concealed his true strength. Damn it! Now was not the time to think about that. He was about to reach for the box when a foot stomped down heavily, pinning it in place. Our protagonist stood tall and imposing before him, his voice as cold as ice. Are you trying to kill me? Our protagonist's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared. I'm afraid the opposite is true.
The terrified Zhang Renji gritted his teeth and glared. My instincts tell me that if I don't run now, I will surely die. His instincts were not wrong, but he fundamentally could not escape even if he ran. When he fled with the box, he didn't think. But now, facing death, he thought of calling for help. Father, oh father, I must return to father first. As long as I beg him, it will be fine. No matter how much trouble I caused before, father never got angry with me. But he hadn't even run for 3 seconds when Li Gan kicked straight from the side, a single strike breaking a large tree trunk in half. So, what was the corpse of this Zhang Renji in comparison? With one kick from our protagonist, an entire row of trees collapsed. The fleeing Zhang Renji turned his head back and was horrified. Truly a monster. If he catches me, I will surely die. While he was still thinking, a wooden staff flew past his head, embedding itself straight into a tree trunk. However, this projectile was no ordinary object. As soon as it embedded itself in the tree trunk, that tree immediately exploded. Our protagonist chased him relentlessly. He ran and cursed. Damn it. Finally, he realized the problem, turning and bellowing. Why are you targeting me, after all? Could it be because of the True Sword sect? Could it be that you are infatuated with that woman, and you still dare to speak of my woman like that? That woman? This scoundrel is truly incorrigibly foolish. Yet he still dares to tempt me. No. Do not concern yourself with her any longer. My little sister also greatly admires you. What if you chose her instead? My little sister utterly surpasses that woman. Yet he couldn't even be bothered to respond directly to it. But your little sister looks exactly like you. Renji, utterly enraged, rummaged through his robes for an item. This madman dares to humiliate me so. And he even mocked me. Is that not a sufficient reason for my rejection? It turned out he had hidden an item. With a wave of his hand, a green mist filled the air. Go die, he cursed. What he held was a potent poison. Merely touching it would corrode flesh and bone. After unleashing the poison, he laughed triumphantly. You fool, you underestimated me, did you not? But before his smile could fade, 2 fingers, swift as lightning, shot straight towards him from nowhere. Fortunately, he managed to dodge by covering his head. The protagonist's strike pierced straight through a tree trunk, and the trunk immediately exploded into splinters. He had been continuously attacked in such a manner, yet he still could not discern what it was. It seemed he did not even have time to think, for Chili did not kill him immediately, but merely pursued him relentlessly, occasionally causing explosions around him. Even if he ran himself to death, he would never escape. The protagonist even remarked, "It's very much like a game of hide and seek, isn't it? This is the best way to eliminate someone like you." Renji was utterly terrified. He knew escape was impossible, yet he dared not stop running, his heart still filled with defiance. HMPH, do you think I will obediently allow myself to be captured? Having spoken, he charged forward once more, but he did not know that his continued survival was merely due to the protagonist's indulgence. Qi Li suddenly ceased his pursuit, smiling as he looked at Wu Ying perched on a tall tree trunk. He has surely fallen into the trap. Wu Ying looked at him, not quite understanding. Why did you let him go, sir? Letting him go is not freedom, for I have a way to make him die in even greater agony. Wu Ying had never seen the protagonist like this before. He exclaimed in astonishment, Young master! Then, he suddenly produced a wooden chest. I have safely stored the Nightbright Pearl. Our financial issues in the short term, he paid no mind. simply nodding. Then that is good. Renji ran in a circle, yet ultimately had to return to the house from before. He saw his father standing there, overjoyed. This is wonderful. I am saved. Was the old man truly shouting now? Renji, utterly thick-skinned, rushed up and shouted, Father, save me. Upon seeing him, the old man immediately cursed. You rebellious son. In this situation, you dared to abandon your sister to flee alone, and even the Ye Mingzhu. Now he had no mood to listen to curses. He quickly blurted out, Wait, father, that person is pursuing and trying to kill me. I fear the Ye Mingzhu has already fallen into his hands. His entire body involuntarily trembled. Biting his fingernails, he said anxiously. So that means the assassins from the True Sword sect and the hegemonic fist might all have been killed by him. I've only just realized, but it's already too late. The old man, hearing him speak, was confused. What exactly are you talking about, son? Who is he? He hastily shouted the name. It's that bastard, Shilikian. The father and son were stunned, their faces turning deathly pale. The old man finally understood his son's meaning. That punk alone had killed all those experts and stolen the Ye Mingzhu, and his son had barely managed to escape. He cried out, That's right! Father, quickly help me stop him! Yet the old man still felt something was amiss. His son kept shouting for help, but why do I see no one pursuing him? Renji froze, turning his head. Behind him, the forest was utterly tranquil and silent, leaving him bewildered. How can this be? The brat hastily turned back. He was certain that the pursuer had seen his father and thus stopped pursuing. But his father's hand was already placed on his body. The old man's aura exploded, his face contorted with rage, his lips pressed tightly together without a word. Manhwa covered her mouth in utter shock. The old man himself moved to deal with his own son. Just 3 seconds later, he vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. His hand clutching his father's, his eyes bloodshot, he gritted out, Father! The old man said little, beating him while cursing. I knew you were rotten wood that could not be carved. You deceived me for selfish gain. His face was etched with complete disappointment in his son, and even betrayed the family. Renji's hand slowly lost all strength and slid down. Before he died, he still heard the old man say, In the end, I still had to personally kill my own son. His entire body collapsed backward, dying with his eyes wide open. Manhua covered her mouth in fear, while the old man remained utterly composed. The Ye Mingzhu must certainly be hidden nearby. I shall search for it later. It seems he wasn't content with merely acquiring that place. He intends to return and scheme for more. Such a wretch is no longer my son. Go inside first. Someone is waiting. This vivid scene of his father killing him was witnessed by both Men and Wuxia, who stood on a nearby tree. He asked his subordinate if they had informed the other side. He nodded. Yes, both the house layout and the anonymous letter have been sent. He peered intently into the house. This is certainly becoming interesting. Inside the house, someone was already waiting. The old man led Manhwa inside, stating, My apologies for making the esteemed guest wait for so long. The other person asked, Did something happen? The old man simply replied, I have just executed a traitor. Since you have brought me to such a place, speak your mind directly. The newcomer was a subordinate of old man Yang Renming. He asked, Do you intend to join the Southern Yu Alliance's forces? The old man continued, Just as we discussed, the Northern Heaven Overlord family has betrayed us. Just as he prepared to reveal the intelligence in his hand, the entire room suddenly turned as cold as an ice cellar. The door was kicked open with immense force, and a group of people stormed in. The elder chief of Daishan furiously spun around and roared, Who dares? An old man walked straight in. I received a suspicious secret report, and to prevent any unforeseen incidents, I came here personally. It seems you intend to betray us. So you are joining the Southern Yu Alliance? The newcomer's entire being exuded an overwhelming and intimidating aura, but he stated, Such a matter will not be so easily accomplished. The old man's face blanched with fear as he recognized the figure before him. Fan Lei, the Grand Military Advisor of the Northern Heaven Overlord family. He asked, What betrayal is this? The old man's mind reeled. Didn't the Northern Heaven Overlord family betray us first? The elder chief of Daishan hastily explained. It's a misunderstanding. Today, the Northern Heaven Overlord family saved people from the Righteous Sword sect. But Fan Lei, utterly confused, retorted, The Righteous Sword sect? What gibberish are you spouting? The old man now realized something was fundamentally wrong. Why is he reacting in such a way? If not the Northern Heaven Overlord family, then who could it possibly be? Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned upon him. His face turned deathly pale. Qi Li gone. Only then did he recall his son's earlier words. The assassins sent to the Righteous Sword sect and the Haoji faction were likely all killed by him. But as he finally pieced it together, was it truly that man, Qi Li gone? In that very instant his throat was slit. Both the man from the Southern Yu Alliance and Manhwa stared wide-eyed, utterly terrified. It was not Fan Lei who struck, but an assassin clad in black, wearing a conical hat. No one knew when he had appeared. How could the Northern Heaven Overlord family possess an individual of such terrifying might? With another swift draw of his sword, the elder chief of Daishan was sent to join his son in the afterlife. Yue Hua rushed back in a panic. "Elder!" Just then, Fan Lei's voice rang out again. "You are the captain of the White Tiger Squad of the Southern Yu Alliance, are you not?" He warned. "I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. This is a warning." The old man gritted his teeth, seething with anger. "Damn it, I've been dragged into trouble." The assassin again pressed his sword against the woman's neck, asking, "How should we deal with this woman?" The two exchanged glances, finally deciding to eliminate her. The wretch was instantly cut down, her fate no different from the old man's. With the matter concluded, Fan Lei also ordered this place to be burned to the ground. Outside, Qi Liqian and his companion were still perched on a tree, observing the situation. "Your subordinate will first hire 50 trustworthy individuals. Let them temporarily manage the Tan Fong Manor. This will conveniently deceive the public." Min nodded. "Next, your subordinate will swiftly draw the business territories and partners of the Heart Leader gang to our side," Min continued. "But I trust him implicitly. Those matters, Vonan, you handle them as you see fit. First, do not attract the attention of the 4 hegemons." He nodded. "Rest assured, my lord." But he still sensed something amiss. "Are you not satisfied with this outcome?" He shook his head. "Not at all. Those who commit crimes must face punishment. I have no sympathy for them whatsoever." For some reason, Min seemed very different today. Von An had been by his side for a very long time, so he immediately noticed it. "But why do you appear so melancholic?" Ming made no attempt to hide his thoughts. "Today, my eyes have truly been opened. I once thought this Jianghu was the Jianghu my father spoke of, and thus, from a young age, I began my wanderings. But at that time, I understood nothing. I merely roamed everywhere, even unaware that Von An was following behind me. At that time, my only thought was to perform well and make a grand, uninhibited display for my parents to see. Is that so?" The more he looked at Min, the more surprised he became. A young master, always enthusiastic in his dealings with others, proactive in all matters, yet his heart was not truly so. Min had never confided these words to him before. "Do you think I truly enjoyed wandering, Von An? At that time, I was merely a child. I merely obeyed my mother's instruction to travel much and see much. At that time, I only wanted my parents to see my mature demeanor. But the Jianghu was not the Jianghu my father had described. It was then that I realized my father was merely clinging to an illusory dream." Min gazed at the roaring flames. "During these years of wandering the Jianghu, what I learned was not righteousness, but how to avoid being deceived, how to deceive others, and how to survive by any means necessary." Von An stood listening, merely bowing his head in silence. In the years past, the young master has endured countless trials and suffered immense harm. Many times, his acts of kindness were met with drawn blades. He has become accustomed to the hidden treachery of the Jianghu. Before, I only hoped those events would not leave him scarred. He could only sigh in comfort. "At that time, young master, you were still so young." He looked down at his own hands, which had taken countless lives. "Yes, I was young then, but I have changed, I have gradually matured. Yet, the Jianghu remains as it always has been. The good are made a mockery of. Evil dominates, and among the virtuous, only the ruthless can survive. Such is the law of the Jianghu." Only now did he truly understand that this Jianghu would never change. His eyes widened, growing even more defiant. "Then, what was the Jianghu that father truly envisioned? What did father truly perceive that I could not?" Wu Ming, "I am not like father who only knew how to dream. I want to turn those dreams into reality." Ying looked over at him, daring not to speak. "Young master, perhaps it is precisely because you loved your father most that you tried so hard to appear to resent him. Whether plundering the wealthy or beating down unfortunate wanderers, the young master always sought a justifiable reason. This was perhaps the last shred of respect he held for his father's teachings. Truly, what a complex and enigmatic emotion." The next morning at New Peak Manor, whispers began to spread. "They say the leader of the Elder Heart Gang is dead. The Elder Heart Gang has crumbled." Old Zhang Yithu heard this and was stunned. What? What is the meaning of this?" The eldest daughter rushed in to report, "I heard the gang chief betrayed the Bixian Bei clan, intending to join the Nanue alliance but was punished. Who would have thought things would align so coincidentally?" The entire family still recalled the scene from last night. Yet, on the other hand, who would have thought young Hirochi's martial arts were so formidable? Fortunately, thanks to him, we were saved. Furthermore, when did he construct such a magnificent mountain villa? I am truly growing more and more curious about his origins. Suddenly, the old man started, remembering something. "That's right, where did Thusalian go?" His wife replied with a crinkled-eyed smile. "She went to cheer him on. I heard young Hirochi will participate in the Heavenly Dragon Grand War." Indeed, he now stood upon the arena stage, while young Lady Salian stood below. "Chi, you scamp! Compete well." Hearing his companion's voice, he immediately turned, his eyes crinkling in a confident smile. The young woman sighed in relief, thinking, perhaps he doesn't even need our encouragement. The announcer's voice rang out. "Next, the first round of the Heavenly Dragon Great War shall commence. This is the renowned fist technique master of Guangdong, Li He, the Storm Fist, the Tiger of Guangdong." The entire crowd looked at the muscular, large man, feeling that his opponent was merely a young man of just 20 years, participating in battle for the first time. 20 years old? He's still just a child. What a pity. He's about to lose his life here. But this was Qi Liqian. That was merely his outward appearance. Now he even beckoned with his hand, challenging his opponent. The large man immediately threw a punch forward.
The ground beneath them shattered, but our protagonist managed to dodge.
He was even sitting on the ground. The other man glared, panting with extreme irritation. Yet, our protagonist showed no fear. He staggered to his feet, causing the entire crowd of onlookers to erupt in laughter. That guy runs really fast.
Seeing their laughter, Qi Liqian even played along, shouting,
"Help! Save me!" The crowd of onlookers teased him further. Ha ha! With such feeble, cat-scratching martial arts, why on earth did he come to participate in the Heavenly Dragon Great War? Is the weapon on his back just for decoration? Just then, the large man swung his leg to kick, but our protagonist merely leaned his body and dodged again. He rolled, evading far away, and did not retaliate at all. The young woman Sa Lian, watching from below, gaped. "Isn't that the lazy donkey roll?"
Ha ha! Laughter echoed through the sky. Everyone was amused as if they were watching a circus.
Someone even called out, "Young man, while you are not yet injured, quickly give up. If you continue like this, you will truly lose your life." They also told the large man, "You too, don't tease him anymore. End it quickly." But the large man's face showed no amusement. Only those involved truly understood the predicament. Indeed, for outsiders, it was easy to speak. This man's movements clearly had flaws everywhere, yet each time, he managed to dodge his attacks by a hair's breadth. He hadn't even landed a single proper strike. Just as he charged forward, his forehead unexpectedly connected with our protagonist's punch. "No more games." He looked at him with a terrified smile. The man fell backward completely, without a single scratch. But this scene was truly laughable. People only saw an elephant falling before an ant's punch in the arena. What kind of fist technique was that? My youngest son can fight better than him. The burly man heard this, and his face flushed with anger. How could this crowd possibly understand? It looked that way, but it was not so. In an instant, blood gushed profusely from his mouth. Seeing this scene, the entire crowd's smiles faded. Now they finally understood fear. Everyone rushed over to examine the situation, wondering if this was not a feigned battle.
But the crowd refused to believe that he was the one who struck the blow. Turning to each other, they whispered that he must have unexpectedly suffered a keel deviation at this very moment, and being struck by a mere youth, his self-esteem must have been greatly wounded.
Only Sa Lian knew the truth.
The cries of "Qi Liqian wins!" rang out, but the entire crowd cursed him.
"Get lost. If you have any shred of shame, then give up." The young lady standing below was worried. "Ling Qian, what trickery are you playing now?" He stood in the arena with a beaming smile, paying no heed to the curses of the crowd. The scene shifts to a house on the street, a casino with all manner of illicit games. A person slammed a stack of papers onto the table and shouted, 1 million taels, placed on Qi Liqian.
It turned out this group was the Shadowless sect. Behind them were also two old men, Leng Yishang and Tian Yuyue, and the elder aunt Yang Huaying. The entire group was betting everything on him to earn some spending money. The old shop owner asked them in confusion, "Qi Liqian? Do you mean that fortunate young man who passed the first round? Why are you betting such a large sum on him?" But the three old men paid no mind and smiled cunningly. "Then we will also bet 3,000 taels on Qi Liqian to win." With such gambling fanatics, the old shop owner was overjoyed. Haha. Do you wish to turn a single capital into fourfold profit? The odds are terrifyingly high indeed. If this person wins, the wager could multiply. It seems everyone truly enjoys taking risks. Elder Tian Wuyu said little, as he rummaged in his spatial bag and produced a glistening stone contained within a small box. "Can this anti-poison pearl be used as a wager?" The old proprietor joyfully accepted it. "Of course it can. Please wait a moment while I verify the banknotes and the anti-poison pearl." The old woman turned in surprise, asking, "When did you conceal this?" In general, the more one wagers, the better. But to everyone's surprise, the old man replied, "That pearl? I do not intend to wager it for Qi Liqian." The old woman asked, her face filled with doubt. "Then who do you intend to wager for?" The name he uttered was none other than Wu Mingke. The entire group froze on the spot. Wu Mingke? Yet, this revelation was still not significant enough for the others to retract their decisions. One of the elders simply asked, "Who is that? Do you know him?" However, Tian Wuyu remained silent, his face darkening, his lips pressed tightly, his eyes gleaming brightly. The entire group immediately understood and burst into boisterous laughter, teasing,
It seems this fellow has secretly joined the competition without telling us, and even calls himself Wu Ming Qi. How childish. Even if the old man had 100 mouths, he could not argue his way out of this.
That name? I simply made it up on the spot. At this moment, at the New Peak Manor, Qin Liqian, enraged, slammed a cup onto the table, demanding answers.
Granny, why didn't you stop him?
The old woman calmly picked up some food.
Do not worry. If you die, I will find a geomantically auspicious burial ground to inter you. Having said that, the old woman suddenly glanced at Xia Lian, who was sitting next to him. The young woman's heart leaped in fear. What is it? That gaze is truly scorching. It turned out that the old woman then said, Your name is Sinclair Lian, isn't it?
Indeed. The more I look, the more you resemble me when I was young.
The two old men nearly choked with surprise upon hearing this, spitting out all the wine in their mouths.
The old woman, still oblivious, turned and pressed them. Speak boldly now. Don't you think she greatly resembles me?
With great reluctance, they finally managed to say,
Very much so. Our protagonist, however, only paid attention to Tian Wuyu, who was sitting nearby. He understood the old man's intentions.
An old man who disregards wealth and fame suddenly joining the competition. It seems he wishes to contend with me.
The others all turned to look, and the three elders even chuckled with amusement.
Tian Wuyu showed no anger, bursting into laughter as he replied, Since you have allowed me to know that you have completely inherited the martial arts of the young lady and that person, my eyes are burning red. How could I possibly hold back?
An Men also smiled.
Indeed, everyone was truly curious.
After finishing their meal, he and Xia Lian stood by the lake, admiring the scenery, when Shiligan suddenly sighed. This situation is becoming very difficult.
The young woman, not understanding, turned to him and asked, What's wrong? He confessed sincerely, I am not confident I can win. I must win this great battle to bring glory to our sect and earn money to sustain its operations, mustn't I? The young woman was still worried. Is that true?
So what should we do?
Unexpectedly, his solution was to eat more meat.
Xia Lian was speechless.
You have eaten so much today already. You only eat meat every day. Is that really all right?
An Men nodded, confidently boasting.
Yes. I have cultivated a martial art that can convert meat into vegetables within my body. Now the young woman truly didn't know if he was joking or telling the truth. How could such a martial art exist? Suddenly, he asked casually, Hey, why have you come here? It was then that the young woman noticed a figure standing on the rooftop. Beside him was an eagle. The person wore a black cloak and spoke but one sentence. Young master, you have exceeded your limits.
He immediately understood, his eyes narrowing as he turned.
Are you here to call me back?
But who set those limits?
It was father, wasn't it?
Go back and report to father.
Do you understand?
The figure understood, and immediately released the bird to fly away.
He vanished, yet his expression remained as calm as ever. With such a vast world before me, and a beautiful woman by my side, how can I simply return, just because I'm told to?
The bird flew directly to a distant place, landing on someone's hand.
A letter had been delivered. This place was Shui Liu Yunxing. The old man took the letter and read it. It's news from Ligan. I wonder if he has matured at all.
The old man, whose face was identical to An Men's, looked far from pleased as he asked,
Does he still want to dominate the world? There was no need to guess. He was Qi Shulin, An Men's father.
The place he resided in was indeed a fruit stall named Water Flowing, Clouds Drifting. People came and went busily, while the old man stood silently by the doorway, looking out.
An elderly woman approached from behind him. I saw the eagle deliver the message, Julin replied. It's news from Ligan. Ligan still wishes to dominate the world. The elderly woman looked at the cold, stale teacup on the table. Ligan is, after all, our son. He has every right to harbor such a dream. But the old man still refused. Just dreaming is enough, he suddenly asked. We have been living in seclusion here for 20 years now, haven't we? As if realizing something, he sharply turned his head and decided, Let's go. We shall head to the central plains on the other side. As the rain poured heavily, Wu Ying reported, Young master has just received very strange news. As per your command, this subordinate has always purchased intelligence from black market merchants. It is said that tonight someone intends to sell 3 million sky-shattering thunder orbs. As soon as he heard the name, he recognized. Sky-shattering thunder, is that not the explosive weapon utilized by the righteous Tao Alliance? He nodded. Indeed, the power of even a single one cannot be underestimated. This matter appears suspicious. He understood immediately. I must go and investigate. Let us follow the black market merchant and see who this opponent truly is. The rain poured heavily. In the forest, a figure ran like the wind, calculating in his mind. Now, there is no turning back. I have truly sold all the sky-shattering thunder orbs. Until now, I have always lived a perfectly dual life. 1. As an elder of the Northern Heavens Hegemon clan, and 2. As a spy for the Flying Swallow Society. He is Feng Tuai-san. But with the failure of the Dragon Phoenix Feast plan, The situation has changed. Those damned Flying Swallow Society dared to push all responsibility onto me. They gave me one last chance. Ignite these sky-shattering thunder orbs at the Heavenly Dragon Great War. At that moment, he was greatly alarmed, his mouth agape. What did you say? But what he received in return was only a warning. If you fail this time as well, consider your life forfeit. He racked his brains but could not fathom it. The scheme at the Dragon Phoenix Feast was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Those participating in the Heavenly Dragon Great War are all top-tier experts. How could I possibly succeed? Moreover, because of the Dragon Phoenix Feast incident, Grand Strategist Fan Lei has already begun to suspect me. If my betrayal of the Northern Heavens Hegemon clan is exposed, I will die. If the Heavenly Dragon Great War plan fails, I will also die. Since that is the case, I can only take the money from selling the sky-shattering thunder orbs and flee. As he ran madly, an assassin suddenly charged out from nowhere, striking horizontally at his body, causing blood to splatter.
The old man could not react in time, utterly startled out of his wits.
Is this someone from the Flying Swallow Society? He did not need to guess. The assassin directly cursed. Ruining the Dragon Phoenix Feast was not enough, yet you still dare to betray our Flying Swallow Society. Do you think our Flying Swallow Society is so easily deceived? Finishing his sentence, he slashed directly at the old man's face.
The old man, terrified, squeezed his eyes shut, his mind screaming, "I'm about to die!" But nothing happened.
The sword stopped inches from his face.
The old man's face stiffened.
What is happening? Why is he not moving anymore?
Could it be? Who could have sealed his acupoints?
At this very moment, someone approached. Unexpectedly, the ones who caused trouble at the Dragon Phoenix Feast were elders of the Bo Tianba clan, none other than Ying Men and Wu Ying.
Both wore face coverings. The old man naturally couldn't recognize them, and could only shout, Who are you?"
Ying Men declared a name. The Righteousness Squad of the Righteous Dao Alliance. Wu Ying was startled, turning to look at him, surprised by such an unannounced and dramatic performance. That old man naturally did not believe them. The Righteous Dao Alliance? How could this matter have spread to the Righteous Dao Alliance so quickly? He walked over and patted the assassin's head. Oh dear, this member of the Flying Swallow Society doesn't seem to be in the right state. To his astonishment, with just one pat, the assassin's veins bulged across his face, his eyes bulged as if about to pop out, blood flowed from them, and he instantly died on the spot. White foam erupted, indicating this was no ordinary death. His body exploded like a bomb. Even Ying Men couldn't comprehend what had happened. Suddenly looking around, that old man's face also froze in shock. What is going on here? Blood mixed with rainwater, painting the sky crimson. The scene was truly tragic. Wu Ying speculated. They must have rules. If captured, they are forced to use a self-destruction technique. Ying Men listened with disdain. I truly despise these scoundrels of the Flying Swallow Society. Qi Ligan looked down at old Sui Kan. You must know, what exactly is the Flying Swallow Society doing? But the old man's face turned ashen, as he vehemently denied everything. I don't know either. If he refused to speak, then he would be forced. He immediately pulled out a green pill. I knew you would say that. That's why I prepared this. Consuming it will be extremely painful. The old man panicked the moment he saw it. A poison pill. The Righteous Dao Alliance is a pillar of the righteous path. How can there be a scoundrel like you? Ying Men, enraged, forced the pill directly into his mouth. What pillar of the righteous path? That pillar was long ago corroded by despicable wretches like you. The poisoned old man screamed, his pain piercing the very heavens. Save me! Save me! Ard! My entire body feels as if it's being torn apart. He hurriedly pleaded. I will tell you everything I know. I beg you. Only then did Ying Men toss him another pill. This is the antidote. Drink it. Wouldn't it have been better if you had spoken up earlier? He also warned him. You must take this antidote once every month, or you will revert to this state. He trembled as he consumed it, then recounted everything. He then asked, So you mean 12 years ago? They actively approached you, and you subsequently became one of their members? With their help, you ascended to the position of elder in the Bo Tianba clan, and from then on, they continuously ordered you to work for them. He nodded, his face ashen with fear. That is correct. I only know 1 or 2 individuals who relayed their orders to me. He then turned his attention to the covert organization, a secret society whose members did not even know each other's faces. These people truly operate with extreme secrecy. This man still holds value, so I will not kill him. Alright, I want you to help me with 2 tasks. Firstly, gather all the intelligence you can acquire about the Bo Tianba clan for me. Secondly, when the Swift Swallow Society issues orders to you, you must inform us in advance. As long as you absolutely obey my commands, I can guarantee your life. He was on the verge of death, yet he still dared to stubbornly question. HMPH, on what grounds should I trust you? His eyes glowed crimson as he pressed close to him. There are no grounds. You can only choose to trust.
The old man trembled uncontrollably. Damn it.
So I must return to the Bo-Tianba clan, and after the Swift Swallow Society's event, become a spy for the Tao Alliance? He asked anxiously. If I cannot detonate the sky-rending thunder during the Heavenly Dragon Grand War, then I still cannot easily escape death.
He had naturally already considered this.
You need not worry about this matter. I will show you a way to survive. Woking looked at him and sent a sound transmission. But what exactly is the purpose of those damned Swift Swallow Society members? Could it be to topple the Bo-Tianba clan? If it's merely for this reason, that they detonate the sky-rending thunder at the Heavenly Dragon Grand War. Not letting him finish his sentence, he understood his meaning and interrupted.
Wouldn't that be making a mountain out of a molehill?
They certainly have other motives. In any case, thinking about this now is useless. We should still go do what we need to do. The next morning, the arena was still just as crowded. This time, our protagonists still put on a display of clumsy, cat-scratching martial arts, just like in the previous match. The crowd had gradually grown accustomed to it, cheering excitedly.
Zinchlikian, no one knew if it was due to luck or true strength, he once again secured victory. No one knew how much time had passed.
Gradually, the crowd's delight had transformed into utter astonishment. Amazing! Zinchlikian has advanced.
Zinchlikian, while our protagonist advanced to the finals. The first match of the finals. The match was about to begin.
Today he wore a dazzling red outfit. Cao Lian was still the same, coming to cheer for every match.
Suddenly, someone whispered, "That brat managed to reach this round. Is it truly due to luck or actual strength? Today, we shall see."
The young lady stared intently at the elevated stage. Perhaps because this was the final match, even renowned young masters had come to watch the contest. On it, one could see Yang Xucheng and Lin Xiaqi, among others. The martial arts competition officially began. Zinchlikian, of Xinfeng Manor. His opponent was the venomous serpent sword, Qi Wanxi. The other man scoffed contemptuously upon seeing him. "Just a snot-nosed brat." Sasuke Lian, standing close to the arena, softly covered her mouth and whispered,
"His sword! It has poison. Is it dangerous?"
"Today is not the time for acting,"
he asked curiously.
"Huh? Acting?"
It turned out he had been deliberately playing a role until now, but such pretense was no longer necessary, for from the final round onwards, no further wagers were permitted.
Moreover, he suddenly raised his head, gazing upwards. The elder Tian Wuyu, donning a hat, had already been waiting there. Our protagonist offered him a knowing smile. The grand finale truly commenced at this moment.
Serpent Poison Sword Tusi lived up to his fearsome moniker.
He wielded a blade steeped in serpent venom, earning him widespread disdain wherever he went. Yet the depth of this animosity was directly proportional to his sheer menace.
For countless individuals had met their demise beneath his venomous blade.
An elder spectator below felt a pang of pity for our protagonist, lamenting his youth. How could he be so unfortunate as to face Tusi?
The young maiden looked on with concern.
"Is that man truly so perilous?"
The elder nodded gravely.
"It is whispered that merely a graze from his venom makes survival all but impossible.
Perhaps this is why every combatant who had faced him in this grand assembly had already perished."
Upon the arena, Tusi himself was brimming with eagerness to fight. Wielding his blade, he bared his teeth in a predatory grin. "They say the luck of a junior such as yourself is quite formidable." Our protagonist tilted his head, letting out a mocking chuckle. "It seems you possess not an ounce of confidence in your own swordsmanship, to resort to coating your blade in poison."
Tusi, however, appeared utterly unperturbed by such provocations.
"Those who dared utter such insolent words to me have all long since perished. Allow me to send you to join them." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward, launching his assault instantly. Yet, just as he surged forward, our protagonist, with lightning speed, struck a vital pressure point on his sword-wielding arm, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. Without his blade, Tusi was utterly helpless. Our protagonist merely needed to swiftly plunge his own weapon into him, ensuring a gruesome end with blood splattering profusely. Our protagonist even let out a chilling, exhilarated laugh, then coldly dragged his blade in a searing line from Tusi's shoulder down to the very back of his hand, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall never again wield a blade."
He carved in so deeply, and with such precision, that Tusi's middle finger was severed clean off. Miserably defeated in the blink of an eye, Tusi's entire body slid to his knees on the ground, his face frozen in a daze, as the residual power of the blade coursed through his entire being. Cao Lian stared, mouth agape, utterly stunned. Too swift, too perilous. It took several heartbeats for the multitude to process the astonishing event, before they erupted in jubilant cheers. What just transpired?
That mere youth had actually managed to fell Tuklisi with but a single strike. The young master Yang Xucheng was so utterly aghast that he sprang to his feet, slamming his fist onto the table. This is impossible. Is that individual truly so powerful?
Previously, at the Longfengyan, he was undeniably nothing more than an obscure, insignificant figure.
What manner of place is this Xinfeng Manor? How could an obscure, minor sect possess such formidable martial prowess? I never imagined he was merely an emerging prodigy. He continued to babble, but no one deigned to answer him.
However, Lin Xiaqi had already discerned that the protagonist's true power far surpassed the stand.
His gaze was fixed on him. Where did this person actually come from?
Was his goal truly to seize the top position in the Heavenly Dragon Great War?
That day, everywhere he and Salian went, they heard praises. That evil sect scoundrel, who used snake venom to harm countless people, to think he would have this day. It is truly gratifying. Young hero Qi, I knew you possessed this capability. In the next match, please continue to display your prowess. He happily waved his hand, his eyes crinkling in a smile. Everyone, remember to come and watch the competition then. Still, he claimed his seat at the table. Hey, I am truly so popular. The young lady said nothing, only observed silently.
Normally speaking, everyone was quite afraid to approach those who reached the finals of the Heavenly Dragon Great War.
He truly was a strange individual. Suddenly, someone turned around. But in this Heavenly Dragon Great War, the most eye-catching person is still that one, isn't he? The nameless guest. So many renowned experts, yet none could remove the bamboo hat he wore.
Two people at the adjacent table were talking right in front of him.
Hey, you've seen him fight before, haven't you? I did watch, but I didn't see anything. What do you mean by that? The other person stammered. What I saw was not what I heard. It was merely the sound of a sword being drawn and sheathed. Just that. And the opponent was already defeated. Truly, that was all there was to it. Lian listened in fear, looking worriedly at him. How can this be? His face was truly as taut as a bowstring. This time, trouble is brewing. The young lady rarely saw such an anxious expression on young Master Qi. So she asked, Are you very worried? But what he was worried about was, I'm hungry, but I forgot my money pouch when I came out. The young lady was speechless. Allow me to treat you. Really? Then first, order me a roasted duck, stir-fried pork, sizzling beef, boiled chicken, and another gourd of wine.
The young lady hastily interrupted.
I only have 2 taels of silver. Qi Loikan's expression shifted, and his smile immediately vanished. Then, we can still talk after we finish eating. Will I have to wash dishes for the boss? The young lady immediately burst out laughing. Just then, someone approached. Let me treat you. Salian immediately recognized her. Young lady Shu also looked over. Congratulations on your transformation into a phoenix. Then, her gaze shifted to the young man. Also, thank you for saving us at the Dragon Phoenix banquet. However, the young man merely rested his chin in his hand, completely unconcerned. Then, you should thank young hero Yang instead. The young lady immediately retorted. Do not take me for a fool. Yet, he remained indifferent. Very well, think what you will. Salian watched, utterly dumbfounded. Young lady Shu. She actually took the initiative to speak to someone else? Just as the young lady was pondering, the young man unexpectedly looked over and immediately reassured her. Thu Lialian, do not worry. My devotion to you is unwavering. The young lady's face immediately flushed crimson. Brother, what nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Meanwhile, he enjoyed a hearty, satisfied laugh. Haha.
Shui Bihua stood nearby, visibly annoyed at being a third wheel. Young hero Qi is truly unfathomable. Meanwhile, at the final battle of the Heaven Dragon Grand War, the crowd today surpassed all previous days. Spectators turned to one another, murmuring, This day has finally arrived.
This Heaven Dragon Grand War has truly been full of unforeseen surprises. Who could have predicted that these two would ultimately clash?
Jia Lian and the elder Yang Huaying also arrived. The combat arena and the atmosphere of the entire venue were completely different from anything seen before.
The elder suddenly looked over and asked, Are you very worried about him?
The young lady, her worry evident on her face, nodded.
Yes, I have heard that the martial prowess of that senior is extraordinarily profound. The patriarch also furrowed his brow, looking up at the arena stage. It has been a long time since I last witnessed the demonic sword unleash his martial arts. Indeed, he has not encountered a worthy opponent in an exceedingly long time. Regardless of who emerges victorious or who falls. Regardless, this battle will not be easily concluded. At this moment, both combatants stood upon the arena stage. The crowd below erupted in thunderous cheers. Nameless guest, I placed my bets on your victory from the very beginning. The champion will undoubtedly be the nameless guest.
Before the confrontation, the old man had declared to him, Even if you are the young lady's son, a match remains a match. Should I be forced to slay you, I shall harbor no regrets.
So soon you wish to take my life? Zhiligan calmly drew out the cloth-wrapped blade. Knowing it was time to unleash its power, the two charged at each other with lightning speed. The protagonist directly told the old man, Therefore today, I must also risk my life. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery completely transformed. A formation? Yet the two continued their intense battle, neither showing any surprise. The protagonist chuckled triumphantly. Only in this way can we truly unleash our full strength, can we not? So, it was arranged by him. Lilian asked the elderly woman in astonishment. This is the first time I have seen a formation that can alter the entire surrounding environment like this. The elderly woman nodded. Long ago, I enlisted the aid of one renowned as a formation god. Those outside the formation would only perceive an illusion, not the true scene of battle. For their martial prowess could not be carelessly displayed before outsiders. Only a select few present here could witness the true battle. Precisely the four of them, including Wu Ying and Leng Yisheng. The young woman's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Does that mean Ligan and that senior have reached the finals without even unleashing their true strength?" Suddenly, the old woman urged, "Watch closely. Do not miss a single move, for you will never witness a confrontation like this again." The two exchanged blows, evenly matched in power, yet still managed to taunt and mock each other. "It seems you had already anticipated that I could block this blade." The old man burst into laughter. "Of course. A young lad like you is certainly capable of it." The protagonist began to unleash his full power, each strike growing stronger, which only further excited the old man. Yes, exert more strength. Each move was capable of claiming the opponent's life. It would not be wrong to say both were on the verge of losing their minds. Suddenly, blood sprayed forth, and the situation grew dire. Salian, watching, turned pale, while the other three's eyes widened in alarm. The injured one was the protagonist. A horizontal gash appeared on his arm, blood flowing profusely. The old man warned in a cold tone. "My words, that I would not regret even killing you, were absolutely not spoken lightly." Murderous aura erupted from the old man, his eyes burning crimson. "Hurry and unleash that martial art, or your petty life will be hard to preserve." The old man had pushed him this far. The protagonist was undaunted. "Very well, let the real battle begin then." Where his feet stood normally, spirit energy erupted, and the ground immediately caved in. All the earth and rocks shattered to dust, and even colossal boulders began to float up from the ground. Lilian was terrified. "This aura, it's demonic energy. Though I once vaguely sensed it, I never expected Ligan to truly..." The protagonist began to mutter an incantation. "The demonic path originates from the wind." The old man, Tian Wuyu, watching this sight, became even more excited, roaring aloud, "Yes, that's it! Unleash it all!" A sight that every demonic cultivator in the world only dreams of witnessing once in their lifetime. The unique martial art of the 9-calamity demonic path style of the heavenly demon. The first form, Windstrike Stance. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Its immense power. The elder barely managed to withstand the first move, but he knew that although this young man's internal strength might not equal his own, its might was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a lightning bolt erupted from the protagonist's sword, summoning thunder. In the second stance, the lightning strike art, a massive, crimson lightning bolt, shot forth directly from his sword, its power shattering the very ground. Young Lady Salian covered her face. He stood mid-air, gripping his sword tightly as he looked down, seeing that the elder had still managed to escape. From within the thick smoke and dust, the elder charged straight up. Both sides engaged in close combat, not forgetting to exchange taunts. "You are indeed formidable. Young man, you are truly astonishing." The sheer power emanating from both of them was immense, enough to shatter this very arena. Salian, watching from the sidelines, also trembled. She had never imagined such a realm could be reached. Compared to him, my martial arts are merely child's play. His mid-air fighting form truly resembled that of a deity. He unleashed the fifth stance, and behind him, a red dragon appeared. It was the dragon strike art. The dragon opened its maw wide and lunged swiftly, as if to devour him alive. Elder Tianwu Yu's face froze in shock. The dragon clamped down directly, and the elder's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Lang Yishang was greatly alarmed, and intended to rush forward, but he was immediately stopped by the ant. The elder was still alive, but he looked utterly wretched. Gripping his sword, he drove it into the ground, struggling to resist. His entire body was tattered, on the verge of collapse, yet he still managed to throw his head back and laugh heartily towards the sky, truly worthy of being that person's bloodline. Ha ha, yet the elder still refuses to yield, barely managing to raise his sword. "Let us decide victory or defeat with one final move." Salian watched with wide eyes. What? What is that?" The ant replied. "That is the demonic sword's unique ultimate technique, also the strongest sword stance that earned him the title of demonic sword. This elder has truly gone all out, but I also have great faith in him. If he used the 7th ultimate stance of the 9-calamity demonic Dao technique, he might be able to withstand it. But if he did, it would tragically mean that his demonic sword would truly unleash the power of the Crimson Ligan bloodline. The seventh stance. The demonic strike art. His eyes shone brightly as he held his sword high with both hands. At that moment, two figures, one in white and one in black, stood amidst a field of flowers, holding hands and asking each other, "What do you think about this matter?" These were none other than the protagonist's parents. The elder seemed greatly indignant, exclaiming, "Claiming dominion over the world? Why does Lingan harbor such an absurd dream?" The girl, holding a rose in her other hand, retorted, "Even now, you still do not know why Lingan ended up in such a state? Of course, it is because he inherited my bloodline. Have you forgotten? I am known as Rakshasa. Haha." As soon as she finished speaking, the rose withered and died. Tulin furrowed his brow in disbelief. "Your thoughts are far too presumptuous." But the ant affirmed, "No, a bloodline cannot deceive, because he inherited my bloodline. Currently, Ligan is afflicted by the inner demonic heat. He is being tormented by uncontrollable turmoil within his mind, along with destructive desires." At this moment, the protagonist was in such a state, unable to distinguish anything, and simply continued to strike down. Sali Lian stood there, frozen in terror, unable to believe that was truly him. Suddenly, his gaze met the terrified, wide eyes of the young girl. He immediately stopped, snapping back to his senses. His sword-wielding hand paused, and in his eyes, only she remained. He had no intention of retaliating at all. The old man unexpectedly roared, "That brat! Where exactly is he looking?" As soon as he finished speaking, a searing power erupted, threatening to incinerate everything. The young girl grew even more panicked, her heart feeling as if it had stopped, while Wu Ying frantically rushed forward. However, very swiftly, a black light enveloped the old man's spiritual energy. The protagonist was still alive. Wu Ying also stopped, stunned. "Young Master Lu, when did your techniques change? The world's foremost gentleman's sword is a blade of righteous path, not a demonic sword like he used just now." The demonic sword was plunged into the ground by him, while the blade in his hand was a different one. Salian gasped. "That sword? It was his sword? The one he once swore he would never draw?" His gaze was as gentle as water. He began to execute each sword stroke, and a blue light flashed in the air, completely different from the terrifying demonic aura from moments before. However, the power of the strike was not to be trifled with. The old man, Tian Wuyu, was certainly dead after taking this move. With a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens, he was still alive, but drenched in blood. Even though his arm was only grazed slightly, it felt as if his internal power was rapidly draining away. What kind of martial art was this? Everyone still stood silently, watching. Bajia suddenly exclaimed, "It's over!" Just as she said, the formation vanished, and the scene returned to normal. Everyone in the arena angrily shouted, "What happened? We couldn't see anything. Why did a sandstorm suddenly erupt like that, right when it was getting intense? Why did it happen precisely at this moment?" Sali Lian looked around in surprise. Had they returned to the arena? Bajia nodded and explained, "The formation has been dispelled. We have returned to reality." Suddenly, several people gasped, their mouths agape. "Ah, that's the nameless guest." The old man was slumped on the ground, his body covered in wounds, his hair disheveled. Before this, no one had ever even managed to knock off his bamboo hat. Finally, they could know who he truly was. But at this moment, the protagonist offered the hat back to the old man with a gentle smile, without a trace of disdain. The old man recalled the previous scene, still trembling. "If that young man had unleashed that technique without hesitation just now, I would certainly have perished." He reached out to accept the hat. "It's a pity I couldn't see the seventh move. Although I am a demonic cultivator, to die under the 9 calamity demonic art would not be a bad feeling." He can still smile. "I have lost." All the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. What? So the champion of this heavenly dragon tournament was someone even the renowned noble families watching from above were speechless about. The young lady beside him beamed like a flower, and the entire venue erupted with thunderous cheers. Shi Liqian, the youngest champion in history, a new hero of the martial world, had been born. Shi Liqian, however, his gaze was fixed solely on that sword. That night, at the celebratory banquet for the heavenly dragon tournament, several young women who saw him blushed with admiration. That is this tournament's champion. Young Master Shi? Truly unbelievable. Is he truly that young? Young Master Shi, congratulations on your victory. Has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? He did not mind in the slightest, instead nodding confidently. Of course there are. People often say so. The young women, hearing this, burst into wild laughter, tears streaming from their eyes, their boisterous mirth startling anyone nearby. He added, "I often hear that statement as well." The young lady standing beside him forced a wry smile. "Haha, he is truly well received." Those women were still trying to entice him. "Young Master Ji, if it is convenient, perhaps you could join us later." He abruptly turned and walked away. Thulian, Let us have a truly satisfying meal today. The young lady nodded, a worried expression on her face. But do you truly not need some rest? Just now, when I checked, the wound felt quite deep. Shi Liqian glanced at her. What is it? Are you worried about me? The young lady did not deny it. Of course I am. Just at this moment, Lin Tiansui appeared. You are here? The young lady immediately clasped her hands. Lord Patriarch. The old man nodded. I was just wanting to meet the young mistress. Unexpectedly, the old man immediately cut to the chase. I feel that you and my family Jia are quite a suitable match. What does young Mistress Zheng think? Jia Lian's eyes widened in shock. Me and Lin Shaoxi? Lin Shaoxi? I haven't even spoken to him before, so why bring up such a matter? The surrounding crowd, overhearing the conversation, also began to murmur. What exactly is the meaning of this? Could it be that the Bo Tianba family wishes to form a marriage alliance with the Zhengjian sect? Though it feels impossible, who could truly fathom the intentions of Patriarch Lin? The old man, seeing her silence, added, I have been observing the Zhengjian sect for a very long time. The more I watch, the more I realize that you and Jia are truly a match made in heaven. Just as Jia Lian was about to refuse, the protagonist stepped forward decisively, interrupting, She already has someone in her heart. How could I stand by and watch someone try to steal her away? She gasped, looking over in surprise. You? What did you say? Li Gan, ever composed, narrowed his eyes into a smile. That person is none other than me. All the old men standing nearby were rendered speechless. How dare that fellow speak to the esteemed family patriarch like that? He must be insane. The old man's face naturally darkened with fury, yet he still managed to smile. Truly worthy of being the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Grand War. Immensely confident indeed. It is understandable that young Mistress Zheng would favor you, isn't it? Unexpectedly, the protagonist showed him no deference whatsoever. Your esteemed grandson cannot even compare to me. Fundamentally. He even stated directly, I am also very fond of young Mistress Zheng. You should stop eyeing her. The two men glared at each other, their gazes clashing. Yet the old man, though extremely displeased, still had to consider his options. He dares to use such an attitude when speaking to me. His martial prowess is one thing, but it seems this fellow's courage is also not small. Precisely at this moment, an old man standing behind him pointed a finger and immediately began to scold. How truly audacious! Just because you gained the title of champion in the Heavenly Dragon Grand War, do you think you can treat everyone with such disrespect? Standing before the esteemed family patriarch of the Bo Tianba family, what kind of attitude are you displaying? The protagonist's face grew cold. He tilted his head, feigning innocence. So, what is your meaning? Just because he is the esteemed patriarch of the Bakthianba clan, must I simply hand over the women I desire? That man was choked with fury by his words. What? How dare you speak to your superiors in such a manner? You have not an ounce of respect. Loi Kan did not stop, continuing to speak his mind freely. You adults are always the same. If someone meets your standards, you are delighted. But if they are even slightly displeasing, you immediately scold and curse them. But how corrupt and tedious are those standards of yours? You never once reflect upon yourselves, nor do you even have the intention to. Cao Lian gazed at his tightly clenched fists, bewildered. Normally, when encountering such a situation, he would surely laugh it off. She could not understand why he was suddenly so agitated. That old man was still able to argue back. Dan? Wait until you are older, then you will understand how impulsive your current behavior is. He calmly shook his head. I doubt it, for I will not grow up to be an adult like you. His gaze was sharp as a blade. Not everyone who is old deserves respect. Just then, a stern voice interrupted Loi Kan. You haven't changed one bit, have you, son? It turned out his parents had both arrived, and had just witnessed this entire scene. He looked towards Tu Lam. Father has arrived, father. Only now did he realize the two were identical. That old man immediately rushed forward. HMPH, are you this Dan's father? Take him home and re-educate him. What kind of upbringing is this? Tu Lam's face darkened. Before he could utter a word, a woman's voice rang out from behind him. Silence! A group of decrepit old fools who should be at home embracing their concubines. The old man was again provoked to speechless anger. What did the auntie say? Both Lam Tian Toai and Cao Lian turned around in surprise. Anish Min, hearing her own sharp words, her expression softened as she chuckled. You dare criticize my son? This beautiful and fiery auntie was indeed his mother. Their sharp tongues were identical. All who witnessed it involuntarily shivered in fear. Lam Thian Toai's face darkened considerably. What is happening? Why has the atmosphere suddenly become indescribably terrifying? No one dared to utter another word. Cao Lian's heart also pounded incessantly. Those two are Loi Kan's parents? That old man hastily lowered his voice. This seems to be a slight misunderstanding. Suddenly, he was interrupted. He is still young. No matter what that child said, You should not insult his parents.
The old man Lin Tian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he glared over, and that fellow was utterly terrified.
I misspoke. The old man already knew she was absolutely no ordinary woman. He then glanced at Zhu Lin, who stood behind the woman. And that other person, despite clearly possessing no terrifying aura, gave him an indescribably strange feeling. He must further probe their true strength. He immediately made his retreat. Your family has reunited. We shall take our leave and not disturb you further. Having said that, he immediately left. The father only now spoke up to remind him. Your actions just now were too impulsive. In the future, you must pay more attention.
Li Gan calmly confronted him.
Father, I did nothing wrong. Father, you always force me to conform to those outmoded traditions. Please do not force me to do things your way anymore. And do not make me follow those erroneous rites. Jia Lian, standing nearby, also sensed that something was amiss. Li Gan, the reason for his unusual behavior today, for creating such a scene, is because he had already learned of his parents' arrival. He wanted his father to hear those very words. The mother sighed deeply. It seemed that standing between these two, she was utterly weary. The mother walked up to him. The father said nothing more, but the woman did not utter a single word of reproach. She only said, "It's been a while since we last met. You've grown taller again. Let's talk when we get home. I have many things I want to ask you." The scene shifts to Xinfeng courtyard. Old Zheng Yishao cupped his hands and bowed his head. Your son has saved the lives of our entire family once again. Please accept our sincere gratitude to both of you. Min's parents also cupped their hands, saying, that my unworthy son has not caused trouble for you is already enough for me to thank heaven and earth. Your esteemed daughter is truly both beautiful and understands proper etiquette. Jia Lian, sitting amidst the meal, was startled. Why are they suddenly speaking of such matters? The two sets of parents sat at opposite ends of the table, while the young couple sat in the middle, giving the distinct impression of discussing marriage arrangements. The old man even praised young Master Qi, saying he was truly a person of noble character, a genuine pillar of the martial arts world. Ha ha. Xia Lian awkwardly glanced at him. If it were under normal circumstances, Lian Gan would surely have playfully and cheerfully accepted. Although they sat at the same table, he completely avoided looking at his father's face. Suddenly, his mother glanced over, clearly noticing Xia Lian, who was awkwardly looking at him. She seemed to understand. She couldn't help but smile, and suddenly asked, "How did the two of you meet?" Before the young lady could answer, he immediately interjected, "We met by chance on the road, then met again at the tavern." The young lady sitting beside them shed tears. Although what he said was not wrong, it did not sound very pleasant. Please, if you do not know what to say, then remain silent. The father began to lecture them on principles again. It is good that the two of you are close, but men and women should keep their distance. Even those in the Jianghu are no exception. He then cast a glance at him. Pay more attention to your words and actions in your daily life. This time, Qian Li looked straight back, but still obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Though he said that, after dinner, the two of them went to the lake to admire the lotus flowers. The young lady stood on the bridge, watching him walk on the water to the middle of the lake to pick flowers. How could he stand so lightly on the water? When will I reach that realm? Suddenly, Qian Li spoke. Men and women should keep their distance, huh? Pay more attention to your words and actions in your daily life. As he repeated the father's words, his eyebrows furrowed tightly with extreme annoyance. HMPH, is that all father wanted to tell me? Tomorrow, I must eat more meat. The young lady rested her chin on her hand and chuckled. It seemed he was very frustrated. It is only at times like these that he truly resembles a child. That's right, it's good to vent one's anger sometimes. He twirled the petals in his hand. Father certainly won't let me go dominate the world. The young lady, with wide eyes, watched his display and asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" It seemed he hadn't thought of that yet. He shook his hand, causing water and petals to splash everywhere. After a long moment he said, "I will resist." Having said that, he leaped up and sat beside the young lady. Xia Lian wondered, "Is your father also as formidable as you?" Qilian Li burst out laughing. "Ha ha, like me? Compared to father, I am still far behind." Really? Could it be that your mother is also very formidable? Indeed, the two of them are lauded as a peerless duo. Truly formidable. Moreover, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful person, but she has concealed her appearance and lived for the past 20 years. Furthermore, it was not merely simple concealment, but rather using a body-altering disguise art to make herself utterly hideous. 20 years? That long? You understand, don't you? If she were to use her current appearance to sell fruits, what would happen? Furthermore, my parents were forced to live in anonymity? Salian was not foolish. Hearing this, she immediately pondered in her heart. Just to live with the one she loved, they could persevere for so long, But what hidden story could this truly be? You must have already guessed it, so why didn't you ask? Aren't you curious why my mother knows the exclusive martial art of Tianmama?
She didn't expect him to bring this up.
In truth, I was very surprised, and even a little afraid. But no matter what your background is, I can accept it all.
She replied with a gentle smile. Because you already have too many secrets. Now nothing can surprise me anymore.
Hearing the young woman say this, he was immensely pleased. That the beauty did not reject him made him happy. The scene shifts to Tianma Palace. Inside a room, a subordinate was kneeling and reporting, "The young miss has appeared, and she is with that person?" Yes, then the other side must have also received the news. After 20 years, she only now appears to visit her son? The subordinate reported what he knew. Yes, young Master Qi Li Qian recently even loudly proclaimed his ambition to dominate the world.
The other person was shocked to hear this.
Dominate the world? He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Truly, what an arrogant fool. The long, white-haired man sitting in the highest position is none other than Liu Zentian, the Tianma. The next day, under a blue sky, with white clouds and golden sunlight, several old people were weeding together. The old woman appeared quite satisfied. That young lad, Li Qian, even left us a small garden in the mansion. From now on, we can use it for leisure to pass our days. Why must you pull each plant by hand? You wouldn't understand. Only by personally cultivating it like this can one find joy. He then looked at Tianwu Yue and consoled him. You also shouldn't be too sad. You and that young man only differ in your martial arts sects. As a martial artist, you are not inferior at all.
During the great battle of Tianlong, what was his final martial art move?
Old Leng Yi replied, crossing his arms. In any case, you will know sooner or later. That sword technique is called the Milky Way Meteor Sword. It is a martial art of the Gale family, comparable to the Nine Calamity demonic art. Tian Wu Yu's eyes widened abruptly in shock. The Milky Way Meteor Sword and the Gale family. I have never heard of them, the old man explained.
Because they have never interfered in the affairs of the Jianghu, but all righteous cultivators owe them a great debt of gratitude.
You also know that I have served as a guardian for Li Qian's father for 20 years, right? That is because he is the legitimate heir of the Gale family. The Gale family to me is just like the position of the Tianma divine sect in the heart of a demonic cultivator like you. At this moment, Mang approached, a smile playing on his lips. You mean you weren't aware of this matter? I heard you met my parents this morning. He looked towards Tian Wu Yu. Senior, this must be the first time you've met my father, no?
The elder raised his head, his brows furrowed deeply, and asked again to confirm.
The final move in the championship match, that was your father's martial art, wasn't it? He nodded in affirmation. Indeed. It has been quite a while since you've had such an exhilarating spar, hasn't it?
Who would have thought the elder still had the mood for teasing?
Yes, that's true, but your father looks more handsome than you do. Mang was instantly infuriated by that single remark. Senior, you truly have no discerning eye whatsoever.
Inside the room, Elder Tu Lin stood gazing out the window. Behind him, a slender hand tightly embraced his wife, whose head rested against her husband's shoulder.
What are you thinking about? Li Gan, of course, that boy. He looked at the luxurious scenery outside, wondering where exactly the money came from to build this estate. His wife, however, didn't care. She only needed to know that he was not the type to plunder from good people.
She knew this best herself.
I have something I wish to ask of you. Tu Lin immediately asked, what is it? Leave Li Gan's matter for me to resolve. His dream absolutely cannot be realized. His wife understood her son better than anyone, and it was precisely why the boy grew even more stubborn about that dream. Tu Lin couldn't help but turn sharply. But this matter, his wife cut him off. I have always respected and loved you dearly, but Zhao Gan's problem cannot be left entirely to you to handle.
If you deliberately obstruct him this time, then the two of you might never reconcile.
Tu Lin cupped his wife's cheek. You truly worry about Ling Gan and me all the time. His wife had already considered everything. If they truly cut ties, both you and Zhao Gan would suffer greatly. I do not wish for things to turn out that way. Therefore, even if I have to cleanse this entire Jianghu in blood, I will not falter.
The two of them embraced each other tightly. Elsewhere, in a small house, the rain poured relentlessly outside.
Xiao Lilian took a tentative sip of tea, her entire Hoa, this wine is so bitter. Although I do drink, I truly don't understand why something so difficult to drink. Why does everyone like it so much? Qian Li smiled and explained. Most people who enjoy drinking wine don't actually drink it for its taste. The young lady wondered. Only seasoned drinkers truly enjoy the taste of wine. Then why do they drink? He looked at the wine jar before him. Most people drink because they enjoy the atmosphere of gathering and drinking together, and also because they like the feeling of intoxication afterwards. A light-headed sensation, as if all worries and troubles vanish like melting snow. After speaking, he drained a cup. The young lady instantly realized. Although he did not explicitly say it, it was evident that his father's obstruction had greatly troubled him. She couldn't help but praise. Your alcohol tolerance is quite good, he replied with a smug grin. Because there is nothing I cannot do. The young lady was already too accustomed to this. Her eyes crinkled in a smile. All right, ha! I can't argue with him now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Therefore, I also intend to bring someone along today. The young lady was still asking. Bring whom? Suddenly, a ruffian next to them shouted loudly. Do you still want us to grant you a few more days? What do you mean? The proprietress and her daughter embraced each other tightly, begging. Business has been terrible lately. He knew at a glance that this was a debt to King Yama. It was the handiwork of that filthy sect, the self-proclaimed three-headed sect. That man was their leader, named Shen Liangju, but because of his cruel nature, everyone called him Shen Yiju. Although his backing force was not openly acknowledged, it was connected to the Venetian Bala clan. Who would have thought that such a mighty, righteous force would resort to such dirty tactics to earn money? The proprietress was also holding her daughter tightly, weeping. If I had known you were behind this, I would rather starve to death than borrow money from them. Those ruffians, however, remained resolute and unforgiving. After all, they were practically starving to death. By the end of the month, this establishment will change hands. Just then, a man holding a gleaming daffio entered through the door. What is happening? The proprietress hastily explained. Recently, the price of ingredients soared, so I borrowed some money from my neighbors. I didn't expect it to be manipulated by them. The old man holding the daffio knew just from hearing this. Not long ago, a gang monopolizing ingredients appeared here. So, you use such tactics to force others to borrow money? That old man glared. Of course, doing business will encounter all sorts of difficulties. Therefore, why don't you come and work for us? A few days ago I saw you deal with a troublemaker who came here. You seem to possess considerable strength. Each month, I will pay you 4 taels of silver. The man holding the daffio tightened his grip and growled. Have I not already refused you long ago? The old man shot a warning glance. Unless you are certain you can annihilate our entire three-headed sect, I advise you not to act rashly. After all, you must also consider your own family. If something were to happen to you, what would become of your family? Qian Li could no longer stand this sight. How truly parsimonious. Just 40 taels, and they wish to bribe such a formidable person? That demonic villain turned to curse this fellow, but upon seeing him, immediately changed his tone. So it turns out this is the champion of this year's Heavenly Dragon Grand War. No wonder. Despite your young age, you do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you even know who our backer is? To dare act so arrogantly here? Having said this, he looked at his subordinate and gave an order. Why are you still standing there dumbfounded? Don't pay attention to this fellow. Smash the shop for me. Those fellows immediately rushed forward, kicking and overturning all the tables and chairs. As they destroyed, they cursed. Get lost, all of you! Starting today, this shop must close. The shop owner's child hurriedly ran over, grasping his hand and weeping. Please, spare us this one time. This shop is very important to our family. But in return, he flung them aside and cursed. You brat, what did you just say? Don't think I wouldn't dare lay a hand on a child. As soon as he saw him draw his sword, Jia Lian could no longer endure it, and stood up abruptly. Wait! But as the subordinate was still saying, these kinds of people should have been rooted out long ago. His head was suddenly pierced through by something, blood gushing out. Upon closer inspection, it was a chopstick. Everyone in the shop was shocked. The one who acted, of course, was our protagonist. The fellow had just managed to utter a curse before he collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Our protagonist leisurely picked up another chopstick. I will settle this debt on his behalf. He raised the chopstick, a faint smile playing on his lips. Because he must follow me. His smile was even more terrifying than the king of hell coming for a soul. A mere pair of chopsticks had dealt with this hulking brute. The remaining thugs immediately froze in fear. That young fellow, he actually used chopsticks. He looked at the leader, a smile still on his face. Thinking it over, I still find your offer of merely 40 taels to be exceedingly stingy. I declare, I will pay 10,000 taels each month. If that is still not enough, I can also help you find the leader of the Dragon Fang sect. As soon as the hulking old man heard this, his face immediately changed color. He could not believe that our protagonist knew. What? How do you know? The leader of the Dragon Fang gang. Once upon a time, merely hearing his name was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. For unknown reasons, one day he suddenly embarked on a great slaughter, and thereafter vanished without a trace. Song Jiayong was also one of countless victims who lost loved ones. His intense desire for revenge compelled him to search everywhere for the Dragon Fang gang leader, but ultimately he found nothing. Later, he started a new family, intending to live peacefully for the rest of his life. Seeing the old man waver, the other man immediately turned to provoke him. Not only will he help you find the person, but he'll also give you a monthly stipend of 1,000 taels. Surely you wouldn't actually believe his words, would you? Shalian watched from the side, thinking to herself. She wondered if it was because, during the Great Heavenly Dragon War, what everyone saw was merely an illusion. created by a formation, which was why, even though Li Qian was a champion, people did not fear him as they did the champions of previous eras. That's right. Which is why they weren't afraid. The scoundrel even dared to scowl and threaten him. In short, you only have two choices. Work for us, or repay your debt. Otherwise, you can only sign over this shop to me, and your whole family will sleep on the streets. Song Zhejiang gripped his blade tightly. He could not lose his precious family again.
The old man still didn't fully trust the young man, but could everything truly end today?
While the old man still hesitated over this matter, the young man's voice rang out again. There's no need to worry about them. The young man, radiating overwhelming killing intent, chuckled. I will help you handle everything cleanly and definitively. The conditions I offer are excellent, aren't they?
The old man clenched his teeth, not uttering a word, as he scrutinized the young man from head to toe, deep in thought.
This young man not only found me but also knows about the Dragon Fang gang leader. Although it's a bit peculiar, I find myself quite satisfied with him.
The young man remained calm, smiling as he awaited the old man's answer. But the other group could no longer keep their composure. The instigator immediately turned to threaten the old man. Are you wavering now? Even if he is strong, how strong can he truly be? Our backer is Bo Tian. Before he could finish speaking, Li Qian suddenly appeared behind him, using just a single chopstick to pierce straight through his throat. Such a big mouth! This is not his place to speak. Blood gushed out as if a chicken's throat had been slit. Seeing this, the entire group immediately charged forward. All of them rushed in, but the three swords they thrust our protagonist had already leapt into the air, hovering above him without a sound.
The entire group was frozen in place, unable to react. Where had this man disappeared to? Before they could even comprehend, the chopstick in our protagonist's hand, now as sharp as a sword, plunged straight down.
Three men spat blood and died instantly on the spot. Their corpses rolled right to the feet of their leader.
Now, even he was gripped by terror. This monster! I thought he only won the championship by sheer luck. But when he moved against my subordinates, it was as effortless as crushing a colony of ants. As caution and the thought of not underestimating him flashed through his mind, our protagonist had already charged directly in front of him, plunging a chopstick through his chest. Before he drew his last breath, our protagonist managed a sarcastic remark. The number of people you have harmed and killed like this must be considerable. As blood sprayed profusely, in mere seconds, the entire group of debt collectors was wiped out, not a single one remaining. After dealing with them, our protagonist finally looked towards Song Yong. It seems I no longer need to test you.
The old man did not quite understand.
What did these words mean? You highly regard this old man. With your abilities, dealing with them is a trivial matter. Yet you always endured for the sake of your family. Furthermore, I truly need you. The two began to discuss matters. What do you need me to do? Do what you do best. I wish to hire you as the head instructor of our sect. In this world, no one is more suited for this position than you.
Seeing the old man's eyes widen in surprise, our protagonist chuckled and explained.
All of this was told to me by King. In truth, I do not know you at all. I came to find you because the person I trust most highly recommended you.
The old man lowered his head and pondered carefully.
That's right. I always tried to forget about this. In fact, what I am best at is not making dumplings, but training martial artists. Perhaps that is why. As soon as I heard his offer, my heart began to pound rapidly.
The old man could no longer maintain his composure. Unable to suppress a smile, he curled his lips. Let's seal the deal and sign the contract.
That's how it should be. This greatly pleased our protagonist. Very well. You no longer need to worry about matters here.
Sha Lilian stood by, observing from beginning to end.
Li Gan, he is truly progressing step by step towards his dream. Though others may call his dream preposterous, the most important thing is that he is truly advancing. He has truly brought a renowned talent under his command. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Bemetian Ba clan, where the elder Fan Lei stood reporting. Something has occurred on the Tri-Head sect's side. Lin Tiansui knitted his brows tightly. What happened? The Tri-Head sect's forces have completely vanished overnight. When he reported, Lin Xiaqi was also seated there. Although it is still unknown who is responsible, a few days prior, the Tri-Head sect had a conflict with a young man at an inn, and that young man is precisely this year's champion of the Heavenly Dragon Great War, Qi Ligan. Upon hearing this, he immediately recalled that name, a name he truly found to be an eyesore. An unknown individual not only claimed the championship at the Heavenly Dragon Great War, but we have been utterly unable to trace his parents, family background.
Lin Xiaqi was mad with envy, thinking,
in any case, they are probably just an unknown family. Just in time, a banquet for young talents will be held in a few days. I have already invited young Miss Feng Huangjeng. Let us investigate his background together.
It turned out he had long ago conspired with his father.
Time passed quickly.
That day arrived,
and the grand building was luxuriously and splendidly adorned.
Sha Lian and Qi Ligan were already seated, eating and drinking.
The young lady looked around in wonder. Wasn't it said that only young talents were invited? But with a scale like this, he explained. These types of banquets are all for the scions of powerful clans to expand their connections, so in essence, this can be considered a political event. The young lady looked at the other young ladies of noble families. Is that why everyone is dressed so splendidly? She then looked at the young man, who was happily eating and drinking, which reminded her of Li Gan. He had originally disdained this banquet as child's play and did not want to come, yet he ultimately did. Suddenly, an old man walked onto the stage. Sha Lian saw this and wondered, what is happening? That old man was precisely Bai Shangqi, the inner hall deputy hallmaster of the Bayanishan Bao clan. He stood on the podium, raising an eyebrow. Esteemed guests, the most anticipated segment of tonight's banquet has finally arrived, he announced loudly. Today, we have invited two special guests. They are precisely those chosen to be the Dragon and Phoenix for this Dragon Phoenix banquet. Young hero Yang of the Manhua Alliance, along with heroine Zheng of the Orthodox Sword Sect. Shi Lilian was startled when her name was mentioned, clearly unaware of this development. Now, we invite both esteemed individuals to quickly ascend the stage. The special event officially begins today. Both are required to ascend. The old man pointed again, revealing various antics. The reward for this event is a private conversation opportunity with Long Feng. The highest bidder will have half an hour to converse with these two. The young ladies of noble families below giggled, their eyes crinkling. If I could converse with Yang Shaoxi, I would gladly pay 100 million taels. The old man's voice continued steadily as he orchestrated the scene, having planned it all beforehand. As previously stated, half of the proceeds from this event will be used to aid those in difficult circumstances, while the other half will be directly presented to the two revered figures. Sha Lilian was stunned upon hearing this news, and even felt that it was indeed a highly meaningful event, as it would be used for a good cause. The old man loudly proclaimed, "Then let us begin with the Phoenix Maiden, our female hero." The entire crowd immediately raised their hands to bid. 50 taels! 100 taels! Someone has already bid 100 taels. The esteemed young lady is indeed very popular. The young woman standing there looked a little awkward, yet someone was willing to throw out 100 taels for this event. Disciples of renowned sects are truly extraordinary. The bidding continued to rise. 150 taels. At this moment, below, Shui Bihua unexpectedly approached him. You actually did not stop the esteemed young lady from going onto the stage. Her eyes were filled with scrutiny. I thought you would at least join her on stage. Chialikian glanced over. What is the meaning of this? Just then, a voice resounded. 1,000 taels! An Meng immediately stopped speaking and turned his gaze towards that direction. It was Lin Xiaqi. The entire hall erupted as if a battle had broken out. 1,000 taels? How can this be? Bai Shangqi roared. If there are no further bids, I will count down the final 5 seconds. 5, 4. Lin Xiaqi believed he had already secured victory. His gaze, sharper than a blade, provocatively stared. Their eyes met, sparking with intensity. Li Gan understood the implication instantly. So it was you, young man, dare to lay a hand on his woman, and that person would pay an ultimate price, ensuring no one would ever dare to bid again. The common folk gasped in astonishment, whispering among themselves. This sum, upstarts like us simply cannot afford. As expected, the Bei Tianba clan is truly extraordinary. The vile Lin Xia sat upon his high seat, a complacent smirk gracing his features. Today, I shall let you personally experience the immense disparity in our statuses. The corpulent man continued to shout, if no one bids higher, I shall begin the final 5 count. 5, 4, 3. Just as he reached 2, An Men immediately raised his hand, proclaiming, 2,000 taels! All those present stared at him in utter disbelief. Even Lin Xiaqi nearly sprang from his seat. Shi Lian also gaped, utterly dumbfounded. The entire chamber erupted into an uproar once more. Someone has actually bid 2,000 taels. Aha! He intends to exhaust his entire championship prize money here. From the Tianlong tournament? On this? While the old man was still dazed, Qi Li Gan prompted, you should count. I shall count in his stead. 1, 2, 3. The corpulent man, a mere puppet whose strings were being pulled, hastily looked upwards in a panic. Someone has bid 1,000 taels. Does anyone wish to raise the price further? Lin Xiaqi, naturally unwilling to concede defeat so easily, raised his bid to 2,500 taels. An Men, without a moment's hesitation, countered with 3,000 taels, then 4,000, 5,000, and finally, 6,000 taels. The bids continued to escalate. Sha Lian was racked with intense worry. This situation is spiraling out of control. At this point, An Men had just bid 7,000. Sha Lian hastily used sound transmission to call out, Li Gan, cease raising the price. The sum is far too immense. Only then did An Men finally glance in her direction. You do not wish for me to raise the price further? Shi Lian nodded. Indeed, is it not merely half an hour of conversation? The protagonist said nothing more, but Bai Shangqi smugly chuckled inwardly. That fool! The champion's reward is only 5,000 taels in total. It seems that exceeding this amount, he no longer has the money to continue bidding. Thus, he was about to shout his bid. Alright, then you shall be the winner of this auction.
The protagonist suddenly slammed the cup in his hand onto the table.
Wait! This time, I will increase the bid by an even more aggressive 10,000 taels. Yang Zhucheng could not help but roar. What? You truly possess 10,000 taels? Shan Ligan was utterly speechless. He had just mentioned it. How could the protagonist possibly do that?
The others also turned to look at each other.
10,000 taels? This is far too extravagant. The fat old man flinched, not knowing what to say, for the protagonist had actually called out 10,000 taels. This amount of money, even our young master, cannot casually use, let alone spend it on such matters. If this news reached the family head, it would be a huge problem. Even if it somewhat wounded his pride, he could no longer continue increasing the bid. However, the more he played, the more invested he became. To give up now would be too humiliating.
So he continued. 11,000 taels. Do you still dare to bid higher? Zhenchi Gan inwardly chuckled with satisfaction.
12,000 taels. If you're short on money, concede.
The two men battled back and forth. As men, it was natural to pour everything into the woman they admired.
13,000 taels. 14,000 taels. But are you still feeling the pinch? 15,000 taels. At this, the protagonist suddenly stood up abruptly and roared with laughter. I gracefully concede. Haha. Lin Xiaqi had not expected such a move from the protagonist. His face immediately turned ashen. It was then that the protagonist calmly retorted with a taunt.
Since the auction has concluded, I have no qualms about speaking plainly. To be honest,
spending 15,000 taels just to converse with a woman for a mere hour? Every single person from the Bei Tianba clan, from old to young, had their faces turn grim.
The protagonist even raised an eyebrow and added another sarcastic remark.
Only a madman would do such a thing. Am I not right?
These few words were enough to provoke Lin Xiaqi to the point of blazing fury. He ground his teeth so hard they felt like they might break, hating that he couldn't rush forward and devour the protagonist alive.
The fat old man now knew utter terror. If this continues, I will also be implicated. Even if I have to cancel the auction results, I must save face for young Master Lin. Thus, he hurriedly walked towards the protagonist.
Chi, young hero.
This auction is no laughing matter. Do you truly possess 10,000 taels?
What?
I do not lack money. He slammed the banknote onto the table. Then come over here and verify it. His hands trembled as he held the banknote. Is this a genuine banknote? Where did you acquire it? Our protagonist was displeased to hear this. I earned it myself. How dare he suspect how you could obtain such a vast sum? No matter how exceptional your martial arts might be, at your age, it is simply impossible. He grew increasingly presumptuous. Our protagonist's gaze sharpened. His eyes glared. I commend your loyalty, but you are being somewhat unreasonable now. Am I obligated to answer your questions? The fat man was so utterly terrified, he nearly wet himself.
He trembled uncontrollably, not daring to utter another word.
He was compelled to continue. Therefore, we invite the honored heroine to sit beside young hero Lin. Next, we shall commence the auction for a conversation with young hero Yang. After the banquet concluded, in another chamber, a man holding a piece of paper spoke. It is finally over. I must settle all matters before those Dragon and Phoenix individuals finish their discussion. This man was Bai Shangqi. As he glanced at the paper, he recalled how fortunate that girl from the Zhengjian sect truly was. Aside from her countenance, she possessed no other appealing qualities. Nonetheless, half of these 15,000 taels had already been handed over, and he had no choice but to accept. He was already contemplating, what if I also kept half of the remaining donated funds? As he reveled in his joy, Liuqian suddenly appeared right behind him. Lin Xiaqi will surely be delighted. The fat man saw him as if he had seen a ghost and shrieked immediately. Ah! Why are you here? Wasn't this money meant to be donated to those in need? It was for this reason that Thu Lian agreed to cooperate with you all. He was caught red-handed, but before he could finish speaking, his face was already caved in by a punch. His entire body fell straight to the ground. In excruciating pain, overwhelmed by panic, he looked outside and frantically shouted for help. Outside, what is everyone doing? But An-man had, of course, already dealt with them all. Raising an eyebrow with a slight smile, he declared, No one will come in, because I have put them all to sleep. They fundamentally do not know you are attempting to steal money, yet they risk their lives to protect you. What a pity. Indeed, outside the door, not a single one remained standing now. They were all knocked unconscious. Li Gan's hand then pressed firmly down on the hand that was tightly clutching his silver notes. You ask how I earn money? Now it is mine. It is precisely by plundering it from the hands of people like you.
You people, in order to cover up Lin Xiaqi's actions, resorted to any means necessary. He stared directly into his eyes, growling, Do you think I don't know? The old man's face turned ashen, devoid of any color, as he was terrified to the extreme. And so, within the room, only the continuous sound of thudding punches echoed.
Late at night, in the quiet tranquility, two figures appeared in the forest. Sha Lian and An Men. You say he wanted to steal that money?
Li Gan nodded.
Indeed. That is why I have already taken out the money. It must be used where it is truly needed, must it not? The young woman was left speechless, forcing a wry smile. Ha ha. I truly did not expect young hero Lin to do such a thing. Suddenly, he seriously asked. During that half an hour, what did the two of you converse about? The young woman answered honestly. Nothing was said at all. Young hero Lin simply drank alone the entire time. I had already guessed as much earlier. He likely had no mood for conversation.
You dealt him such a painful blow. Sha Lian now spoke.
But I did not expect you to participate in the auction. How could you overlook someone teasing your woman?
That fellow wanted to use you to protect his own self-esteem. How could I sit idly by and ignore it?
But you said you did not want me to interfere, so I had no choice but to give up.
The young woman witnessed that entire incident from beginning to end.
But in that very moment of giving up, you still thought of a way to provoke young hero Lin. He smiled triumphantly. Even if I gave up, I could not let him off easily. That is why I pushed the price to its highest point.
Suddenly, Lian Gan changed his tone to a serious one, looking at Sha Lian.
But what if, under the bright moonlight, our eyes were to meet, and it was truly an auction to win you? You certainly would not be able to imagine what I would bring forth to bid with.
Seeing his profound gaze, her eyes widened so much they almost fell out of their sockets.
With such a handsome face and warm, deep voice, which young woman would not be utterly captivated? But he merely said those words.
After speaking, he immediately turned and left.
Sha Lian's face flushed crimson. She was secretly yearning but outwardly hesitant, and for a moment she did not know what to say. In her heart, she was secretly delighted, thinking, Brother, why must he always speak so bluntly?
At the Northern Heavens Overlord clan's side, there was already utter chaos, with the sound of smashing objects echoing.
Huh? That Lin Xiaqi was furious beyond measure. Even that sum of money could not be recovered? Bai Shengqi's face was livid. In truth, this subordinate intended to retrieve that sum, while the young master was speaking with the young lady. But that Chiligan had foreseen this subordinate's actions, and deliberately came to find this subordinate. It's Chiligan again! Now, upon hearing his name, your face immediately darkens. Just who is this man, after all? And what about that sum of money? It feels as if he is toying with me.
Recalling the expressions of the crowd who secretly mocked him during the auction, he still seethed with resentment.
Before, those people wouldn't even dare to look directly at me. Now he has made me lose all face in front of them.
The fat man, also greatly displeased with him,
seized the opportunity to suggest, we must get rid of him. Lin Xiaqi's eyes widened as he looked over.
Get rid of him? Are you planning to eliminate the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Great War?
The old fat man, seemingly not having learned his lesson, nodded eagerly.
Exactly. I will make him disappear permanently. This young master, at least, was more clear-headed than him.
Hey, our Bo Tianba family is the organizer of this Heavenly Dragon Great War. If this matter were to be known by outsiders, we would be finished. Grandfather would certainly not forgive us. But the fat man still wished to provoke him. So, are you content to let him off like this? Young master, your reputation has been ruined. Now everyone is spreading rumors, saying that Xin Fengzhuang not only stole your woman but also plundered your wealth. Although that person's martial arts are formidable, this subordinate has a way to eliminate him that neither gods nor ghosts will ever know. When Lin Xiaqi heard these things mentioned, his anger flared to his head. His eyes turned bloodshot as he turned. You have a way to eliminate him? The fat man immediately said. In the pugilistic world there is a group of people who specialize in taking money to handle dirty business. Lin Xiaqi scoffed. Do you mean to hire assassins? Do you think a few assassins from the pugilistic world can defeat the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Great War? But the fat man, believing himself intelligent, declared, This is the most secret and safest method. There's no need to compare martial arts. We only need to wait for a moment when he lowers his guard, and we can take his life with a single strike. Lin Xiaqi was still hesitant. The overall power level of this Heavenly Dragon Great War was indeed lower than before, and this method is indeed feasible. But what if this matter were to spread? The old fat man understood his concerns, and immediately reassured him.
Even if those assassins were to lose their lives, they would absolutely not betray their employer.
Once you have prepared the payment, this subordinate will use various channels to conceal the source of the funds. This matter will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and this subordinate.
This sounds quite appealing.
Outwardly, Lin Xiaqi immediately agreed. Very well. Tomorrow I will prepare the payment for you. But in his heart, he had already devised a vile and treacherous scheme.
Therefore, after eliminating Chiligan, he would also eliminate this Bai Shengqi,
ensuring no second person would ever know of this matter. While thinking this in his mind, He outwardly spoke with feigned benevolence. "If this matter is handled smoothly, I will handsomely reward the deputy hallmaster." The fat man harbored no suspicion, even thinking himself superior. "Yes, rest assured, and leave it to this subordinate." But in truth, neither of them was truly virtuous. The fat man, too, held a dagger in his heart. He secretly chuckled. "He's taken the bait, young Master Lin. I will not let you have your way, because since last night, I have already betrayed the Bo Tianba family." The sound of conversation rang out. Last night, at Bai Shangqi's residence, a voice spoke. "It has been a long time, Elder Feng Shoukan. May I ask the reason for your visit?" Li Gan's inside man, Feng To-san, met him and immediately spoke. "I am here because I have something important to report. I heard that because of today's new talent banquet, Lin Gongzi is extremely furious." The fat man was flustered, sweating profusely. Fortunately. But before he could finish speaking, Feng To-san directly interrupted him. "No, you are finished. He will soon issue a death warrant for you." Bai Shangqi heard this and panicked. What are you talking about? How could he do this over such a trivial matter?" The old Feng To-san acted with profound conviction. "A trivial matter? You have been by Lin Gongzi's side for so long. Do you still not understand his character? To Lin Gongzi, is this truly a trivial matter? Have you forgotten how many people lost their lives before this, just because of a minor mistake? Lin Gongzi will soon find a scapegoat for the humiliation he suffered today. Although you vehemently deny it outwardly, in your heart you understand it all, don't you?" The old man was completely right. Just a few words were enough to completely unsettle the fat man. His hand, holding the cup, trembled. 11 years of loyalty? Exchanged for such an outcome? Feng To-san began to add fuel to the fire. "The Northern Heaven Hegemon family is precisely such a place. My current predicament is no different from yours. They are planning to shift all responsibility for the Dragon Phoenix banquet incident onto me. Do you mean to say you don't want revenge? I want revenge? And furthermore, I want to continue living." Just like that, these two shook hands and joined forces. The scene shifts to another location. A few people met in the forest. The old Feng Tong-san returned from his trip to report to Li Gan. Bai Shangqi has persuaded Lin Gongzi. The Ghost Kill Gate will soon receive an assassination commission. Li Gan heard this and was very satisfied. "Feng To-san, your identity as an elder of the Northern Heaven Hegemon family still has some use." He calmly replied. "I told him that as long as he completes your instructions, he will receive a sum of money he couldn't spend, even if he fled for his entire life." And he immediately agreed. Li Gan heard this and mocked. After all, he couldn't just sit idly by and wait for death. The old man's face darkened, and his brows furrowed tightly. But he dared not utter another word. After being captured for secretly selling the heaven-shaking thunderbomb last time, Li Gan had forced a poisonous pill into his mouth. He stared intently at Liang Gan and Wu Ying in front of him. Yet, this matter was far too outrageous. The more he pondered, the less he could comprehend their true intentions. They actually wished to change the assassination target to that individual. This was no laughing matter. Why should he bother to respond? He merely tossed forth a single medicinal pill. "This is this month's antidote. You may depart." Once he obtained the antidote, he paid them no further heed. "Very well. Whatever you choose to do is of no concern to me. Regardless, I must survive at any cost." With that thought, he promptly departed. After he had left, Wu Ying finally turned to the protagonist. "Young master, I did not expect your previous tactic to instigate Lin Xiaqi to be so remarkably effective." The protagonist let out a hearty laugh as he removed his hat. "At that moment I merely perceived an unmissable opportunity. That Lin Xiaqi believes the one he commissioned to eliminate is I. When he finally uncovers the truth, it shall undoubtedly prove most amusing." Will you truly spare Bai Shangqi's life? Spare his life? Are you not keenly aware of the transgressions that man committed to clean up Lin Xiaqi's messes? I have already instructed Feng Shaosan to deal with him once the task is complete, though I remain uncertain if we shall need to personally intervene. Now that you mention it, I am most curious about the reaction of that ghost-killing sect. The mere thought sent a thrill of exhilaration through him, igniting his very blood. When they discover that individual is their assassination target, what manner of reaction shall they ultimately display? At this very moment, on the other side, a subordinate, bearing a rolled parchment, presented it. "We have just received a rank 1 commission." Did that individual truly accept the rank 1 commission? The ghost-killing sect master spoke as he unfurled the parchment to examine its contents. "It has been an exceedingly long time since we received one such as this." However, the moment his gaze fell upon it, his eyes immediately bulged in utter disbelief. Noticing his hand tremble, the subordinate hastily inquired, "Sect master, honored sir?" That individual, utterly aghast, struggled to utter a complete sentence. This is none other than the portrait of Yang Zhuchang of Nanyu Lian. The sight utterly shook him to his core. Meanwhile, Chukilijian, who rarely found respite after completing his duties, was currently meditating, eyes closed, cultivating his internal energy. It was precisely at this moment that a voice echoed in his ear. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? The protagonist was utterly startled, for he had not perceived the other's arrival in the slightest. The individual standing beside him was none other than Elder Qi Shulin. The venerable elder stood there, casting a brief glance his way. The protagonist merely offered a single, frigid response. The ambition to unify the Jianghu has never wavered. The ancient elder let out a profound sigh, then slowly raised his gaze to the heavens. To unify the martial world, you ask? He had never explicitly stated his reasons, only, because I wish to. That was all. The elder, of course, found this unacceptable. This reason was far from convincing. After just a few exchanges, the young man grew bored and decisively stood up. Because this reason was never intended to convince you. Everyone dreams of unifying the martial world. Why should I not be allowed to think the same? As one within the Jianghu, what fault is there in aspiring to dominate the world? The elder was about to speak further, but suddenly fell silent, only knitting his brows tightly as he stared at the young man. The young man, however, pressed on. Esteemed elder, you undoubtedly hold many answers within your heart, yet among them, not a single one can truly convince me. Indeed, you are my cherished son. I knew it. With a helpless sigh, he added, I feel the same. Very well, if things must be this way. You claim you wish to unify the Jianghu, but under what pretext or authority will you do so? He replied coldly. I dislike being at a disadvantage. What do you mean by disliking being at a disadvantage? Esteemed elder, in your opinion, to whom does this Jianghu belong? His father, as always, began to respond. This Jianghu belongs to all who reside within it. You and I are both its masters. He already had his counter-argument prepared. I knew you would respond thus. But you are mistaken. We are not the true masters of this Jianghu. Although it currently appears that the four overlords of the world control the Jianghu, in truth, they are merely reigning as kings in a mountain without a tiger. The true masters of this Jianghu are those who ignited the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 20 years ago. If they have passed away, then the position of master should rightfully be inherited by their descendants. His father stared intently at him. Do you truly believe they are the masters of the Jianghu? Indeed. That is why I intend to seize the position of Jianghu master from their grasp. Is that not mistaken? Even if you know who they are. Precisely. If I can seize it, that is all that matters. Their identities are irrelevant. It seemed the elder had indeed been enlightened, as he now spoke with a calmer demeanor. He continued, Very well then, how do you intend to unify this Jianghu? Do you mean to purge this Jianghu with blood? As he spoke, a flicker of anger sparked in his eyes. To suppress with sheer force and eliminate anyone who dares to resist? Naturally. Slaughter and conflict are unavoidable. He had already anticipated these very points, knowing full well that the elder wished to avoid such a spectacle, above all else. Yet, he still declared, if necessary, it is not impossible. The moment he finished speaking, his father erupted in fury. His killing intent surged to the heavens, his terrifyingly radiant blue eyes causing birds in the forest to scatter in frightened disarray. He exercised immense restraint, barely managing to hold back from striking his son. Yet the young man remained utterly unafraid, widening his eyes and glaring back. The tension between father and son became as taut as a drawn bowstring. This is how every conversation always ends. The old man's face darkened considerably as he stared at his son. He wished to strike him, but found himself unable to. Have I ever been this angry before? To dominate the world is truly an absurd and arduous endeavor. No, the arduous hardship is not yet the greatest problem. Does my son truly understand the immense sacrifice required to achieve this goal? Does this boy, ignorant of such matters, know that doing so will cause rivers of blood to flow across the martial world? Losing friends, losing family, losing allies, only for it all to end in futility. Dominating the world is precisely such a cruel undertaking. Does this young man truly understand these things? Furthermore, even if he truly achieves it, the old man, barely suppressing his rage, continued to ask in a seemingly normal manner. Very well. Then after unifying the martial world, what do you intend to do next? He replied immediately, I will create a better martial world than the present one. But merely living one's own life well is already difficult, yet Li Gan wishes for the entire martial world to be good. Even unto death, the old man would still believe that such a thing is fundamentally impossible. Because a better martial world is fundamentally... As the old man spoke to this point, he suddenly froze in place. The words were already at the tip of his tongue, yet he dared not utter them. Non-existent. In this world, there is fundamentally no such thing as a better martial world. This is precisely what the old man wanted to scream into his son's face right now. But he found himself utterly unable to say it. His entire being turned to stone as he questioned himself. Have I always thought this way in my heart? Is it because I have changed? Or because I have grown old? Deep within his heart, a voice seemed to continuously echo. The 20-year-old young hero Xin Shi of yesteryear was no more. Everyone changes. The old man was no longer naive, he simply could not accept it. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Whether the martial world can become better or not is fundamentally not something human power can interfere with. Only when everyone upholds their duties and performs chivalrous acts will the martial world gradually improve. Anyone can talk such theories,
Qi Gan stated frankly to the old man.
but now, fundamentally, no one acts that way. If one truly desires it, one must first possess the martial world. A single statement sufficient to render the old man speechless. Was he implying that the old man should go out and experience the world more? To accept that this martial world was not as noble as he stubbornly imagined? But beliefs are not something one can change simply by being told to.
The young man also did not wish to say more.
He turned and walked away directly, saying, "I'll be going now."
Qingzhu Lin stood rooted to the spot,
a part of his heart crumbling. His world became a shade grayer. Elsewhere, Song Zheyong, who had pledged allegiance to the young master, was
Xinchi Kan and Wu Ying stood atop the city wall, looking down. Wu Ying had to admit that Instructor Song was truly very diligent.
He nodded. After all, it had been too long since he last wielded a sword. To regain his former peak, he must be putting immense pressure on himself. Yet, he greatly trusted the old man. He would certainly be able to achieve it. Although the three-headed faction has been completely annihilated, to be prepared for any eventuality, I have still dispatched men to protect Instructor Song's wife and child. And, as per your instructions, I have hired 50 warriors. What you wish to know is, what is their remuneration? Pay the highest price. That is as it should be. For money is the one thing you do not lack. Excellent. After all, warriors hired for 10 tangles can only perform deeds worth 10 tangles. Only warriors hired for 100 taels can perform deeds worth 100 taels. I believe Instructor Song can certainly train them into an elite force. Although there are still many shortcomings, everything is gradually falling into place. Indeed. Furthermore, we must seize the opportunity. While the Bei Tianba family and the Nanyu Lilian are locked in a life-and-death struggle. He has calculated everything. We shall proceed to take Wuhan first. It seems this matter will commence at the ghost-killing gate. Meanwhile, a dagger plunged into a photograph of Yang Xiuchang, accompanied by curses. Damn it. The entire ghost-killing gate is as tense as a bowstring.
Who exactly was the scoundrel that burdened us with this task?
Killing the heir of the Nanyu Lian, we will be utterly doomed. Does he not know that, in the Jianghu, no secret lasts forever? A man spoke up. But this matter is somewhat strange. We have investigated the origin of the banknotes. The old sect master was slightly shocked. What? His banknotes? Their origin could also be traced? It was unmistakably traced that the scoundrel was none other than Lin Xiaqi of the Bo Tianba family. The sect master's face became utterly bewildered. Lin Xiaqi? How did the conflict among these privileged scions spread to us? Or is his grandfather not yet senile? Yet he himself is already senile? As he was speaking, a sudden wave of killing intent surged in from nowhere. The entire group was startled, trembling, not daring to breathe heavily as they looked out the door.
For about 3 seconds the room was deathly silent. The door opened, and the one who arrived was an old man with long white hair. The sectmaster immediately understood this was a powerful expert. This place had strict defenses, yet he could directly break in, and moreover, they had not heard any shouts. The sectmaster immediately asked, "May I inquire as to your origins, esteemed elder?" The old man replied, "South." Everyone in the room was terrified. Frozen stiff, their faces pale as snow. Damn it, has this matter already reached the Nanyu alliance? Naturally, the old man got straight to the point. I heard you received a certain commission. The sect master remained stubbornly silent. Lately, we have received too many commissions. In these times, everyone has someone they wish to eliminate, do they not? This world is full of shameless individuals, and those who wish to eliminate them are not few. Thanks to their patronage, we are able to earn a living.
The old man's eyes gleamed brightly. He did not beat around the bush. You undoubtedly know which commission I speak of. Who is your client? A member of the ghost-killing sect hastily explained. We absolutely cannot disclose the client's information. You are well aware of that. But no sooner had he finished speaking than his head fell to the ground, severed by the old man. With a single swing of his sword, he slew a man without warning. Blood splattered everywhere, and the remaining individuals were utterly terrified. The old man, serious and unjoking, issued an ultimatum. After I execute 5 more, I will ask again. The sect master remained stubborn. Esteemed senior, you cannot force assassins to reveal their client's information. But as soon as he spoke, all of his subordinates seated around the table were beheaded on the spot. This old man was truly terrifying. With just a single sweep of his sword, he had wrought such carnage. He was seething with rage, and glaring he demanded again, "Who is your client?" The sect master looked at the rolling heads. Even his own body was soaked in blood. If this continues, our assassin sect will vanish from the martial world. He had no choice but to confess the truth. Very well, I will tell you. Your client is Lin Xiaqi, of the Northern Tyrant family. At this moment, the one being spoken of, his face colder than ice, looked at Bai Shangqi's corpse on the ground. Satisfied, he waved his hand, and a beam of green light appeared. Bai Shangqi was the only one who knew I hired assassins. Now that he is also gone, this matter will remain a secret forever. As he thought this, he used earth to bury the corpse. Now, all he had to do was leisurely await news of Liu Qian's demise. Just then, a man's voice echoed in his ear. Why are you out here alone, without even a single guard? How long have you been standing there, Li Qian? He looked at the man, as if he had seen a ghost. Why are you here? The man had arrived, but he was staring intently at the spot where the other had just buried something. A place that now looked perfectly flat. He followed the man's gaze, feeling intensely annoyed. Unable to restrain himself, he glared and demanded, Damn you! Who exactly are you? The man chuckled. Curious? I can tell you, but the price is your death. Lin Xiaqi flinched upon hearing this, as killing intent erupted from him. Do you still want to know who I am now? Regardless of his silence, he still stated that he was the eldest son of the Van Lu Thui household. A half-true, half-false, yet utterly convincing identity. He even meticulously explained that its meaning was to live freely, like flowing clouds and drifting water. That is the name of our family's fruit shop, and business is quite prosperous. The man gnashed his teeth in rage. You came to find me just to utter such nonsense? What kind of joke is this? Suddenly, he changed the subject, and asked, Lin Xiaqi, how many people have you killed until now? Among them, how many truly deserve death? He frowned tightly, vexed by the feeling of being made a fool of once more. You have been prattling on with useless words this entire time. Whether they deserve death or not holds no importance to me, for those without power or influence deserve to be trampled upon. He had anticipated this response. Indeed, this is quite characteristic of your style. Because I am a filial son, I always hesitate, wondering whether I should carefully reconsider my father's advice. His eyes glinted with a sinister light, and he grinned smugly. Indeed, my method was not wrong at all. This Jianghu possesses far too many scoundrels like you. Lin Xiaqi only now realized the killing intent, and swiftly drew his sword. He was still smugly thinking, I am not so easily dealt with. Yet, in an instant, no one remained before him. He had expected him to strike, but unexpectedly, he had vanished entirely. Nothing remained around him. He stood isolated and bewildered, sweat pouring from him like rain. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. Finally, he sheathed his sword, cursing under his breath. Chikalikian, no matter who you truly are, you will find it difficult to escape death. If he could still think such a thing at this point, his optimism truly knew no bounds. The next morning, laughter and chatter echoed through the bustling market. Please, esteemed sir, have a taste. The flavor is certainly exquisite. These were freshly picked this morning. The young girl, Zhu Lian, having recovered from her illness, was now able to venture out like this. Everything she saw seemed novel, and she stood, cupping her cheeks, her jaw agape. I do not remember how long it has been since I last visited a market, she exclaimed, then looked at Chilikian, her face filled with delight. This is all thanks to brother's good fortune. If brother had not invited renowned physicians from all over to treat me back then, I surely would never have been able to leave our home in this lifetime. How can I ever repay brother's kindness? He chuckled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Ha ha! For you to eat well and train diligently is already the best way to repay me, little. Yes. After recovering, you wish to learn martial arts. That is a good idea. Cao Zilian stood by, watching the two converse, and smiled faintly. Li Gan, he was always concerned about Tu Lian's recovery. Sometimes, he truly appeared very considerate. Suddenly, Li Gan turned to tease. Sa Lishan, why have you been staring at me this whole time? The young lady blushed in embarrassment and turned away. Me? When have I ever stared at you? Now that you mention it, didn't you say you needed to buy something today? Li Gan immediately walked to a nearby shop. Ah, they happen to be selling it over there. Wait a moment. I'll be right back after buying it. Thus, he became engrossed in his shopping, leaving the two girls to wait. Only then did little Tu Lian turn to whisper teasingly. Haha, big sister. Cao Lian immediately sensed something was amiss. Why are you suddenly laughing like that? This clever child is sharp. She has figured it out. Big sister, don't miss out on brother Li Gan. The young lady was immediately flustered. Little sister, what are you talking about? The little one appraised him from head to toe. Good-natured, humorous, and his martial arts are outstanding. Where else could you find such a person? Cao Lian did not know what to say. That. I have always been busy cultivating martial arts during this time. I have never truly considered such matters. Tu Lian said. Only now did you realize, what exactly do you consider Li Fengan to be? Although I don't know what feelings of admiration truly are. Just thinking this made the young lady's face turn as red as a gazic fruit. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from afar. The group immediately looked over. It was the rapid pounding of horses' hooves. A large crowd of people on horseback, as numerous as ants, stood there. Everyone was surprised and began to discuss. What is going on here? Why have these martial artists come here from outside? Qi Ligan also looked in that direction. I feel that he should have arrived by now, but his entrance is a bit too boisterous. Cao Lian did not understand. What do you mean by that? Li Gan chuckled softly, staring in that direction. I have invited a prominent figure here. Yet, you continue to beat around the bush. The medicinal ingredients for nourishing Tu Lian's body have been acquired. Let us depart. Your mounted procession arrived here, exceedingly numerous. Even the commoners, gathered to observe, were utterly shocked. How could such a thing be possible? The Nan Yu Alliance Master has actually advanced into Wuhan, fully armed. This mounted contingent is none other than the White Tiger Guard of the Nan Yu Alliance warriors, and the other side is no less formidable, for the patriarch of the Bei Tianba family has personally come to receive them, and that is the Dai Tian Assembly mounted warriors of the Bei Tianba family. These two formidable powers are meeting openly like this, right in the streets and marketplace. What exactly is the meaning of all this? Lin Tiansui, his murderous aura surging to the heavens, spoke first. Although I do not know the Nan Yu Alliance Master's intentions for coming here, I am truly and utterly disappointed. Could there truly be no better solution than this? Old Yang Renming coldly retorted. This old man also finds this deeply regrettable, but unfortunately, this old man could only act in such a manner. Lin Tiansui knitted his brows tightly, racking his brain in contemplation. I have an ominous premonition, he thought. Yang Renming has actually led the White Tiger Guard into the Bei Tianbei family's territory, despite his intentions being utterly unclear. It would have been better not to meet him openly in this manner. However, if I were to show timidity on my own domain, who would still revere the Bei Tianba family thereafter? With that thought, he immediately lifted his chin in defiance. Haha, what is the true purpose of your visit here? That old man, likewise, did not beat around the bush and went straight to the matter at hand. Someone from your Bei Tianba family has bribed assassins, intending to take the life of my family's Tu Shuang. As soon as the words fell, the smile vanished from Lin Tiansui's face. The populace, upon hearing this news, was utterly dumbfounded. What? A commotion of discussion erupted immediately. Someone from the Bei Tianba family bribed assassins? Do they wish to eliminate the heir of the Nan Yu Alliance? Old Lin Tiansui, unaware of this affair, still spoke with unyielding resolve. If such a matter truly exists, that individual is undoubtedly a traitor to the Bei Tianba family. With the malicious intent to sabotage the relationship between the Bei Tianba family and the Nan Yu Alliance, I swear I will most certainly. But before he could finish his sentence, Yang Renming immediately raised a hand to halt him. Wait a moment. Out of consideration for our many years of friendship, I should offer you a reminder. Do not hastily decide the form of punishment for that individual. Lin Tiansui, with his sharp mind, understood immediately, and promptly sealed his lips. Could it be that Xia Qi was the one who bribed the assassin? This matter must be resolved in private. His face darkened, and he hastily suggested, this is where the people of Wuhan make their living. How about we change locations and continue our discussion? That old man was also amenable. Haha, very well. I also happen to be thirsty. Please, this way. Qi Ganganli sat on a nearby rooftop, watching this entire scene unfold, and heard all the clamorous discussions of the common folk. What exactly is this matter about? With such a tense atmosphere, is war about to break out? Nibbling on some beans while eavesdropping on gossip? What could be better? How amusing. He resolutely stood up, thinking, things have progressed sufficiently. I should probably return now. Suddenly, a voice called out, esteemed warrior, please stay and listen for a moment. He saw an old man holding a picture, blocking the path of a soldier. The old man's son had vanished without a trace after joining the Nanyue Alliance. Please see if you know him. But that fellow only replied coldly, I don't know. Get out of the way. But the old man still pleaded, please, just take a quick look. That fellow was extremely annoyed. I already said I don't know. In the martial world, people disappear every day. What's so special about that? The old man painfully held up the picture, stating, he is my only son. I beg you. That fellow flew into a rage and immediately moved to strike. Qi Ganli, seeing this injustice, immediately took a bean and aimed to shoot. Just as that fellow's hand was about to strike down, a thought flashed. Must you force me to act? Qi Ganli immediately fired the bean, then turned around, intending to leave, thinking, how vexing. Before leaving, I'll break one of his fingers. Just then, whoosh! The bean shot straight back like lightning. Qi Ganli instantly clamped it between two fingers. It was still that same bean, the bean he had fired, yet now it had been returned to him. He couldn't help but glance down, only to see that the thing that had stopped the bean was a smoking saber. It was a long-haired, white-bearded old man, holding a sword, standing between the two individuals. That person was An Mian, Qi Ganli recognized him at first glance. Isn't he the #1 ex? How interesting. The individuals below gazed at him, perplexed. What exactly is going on here? Who exactly are you? Yet why should he answer them? He merely gazed intently at the old man below. The old man, too, recognized him. He was, in fact, the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Grand War, a martial practitioner, so seemingly insignificant that he should not have even been granted entry to the arena. It was only natural that these individuals did not recognize him. However, this young man, despite his tender age, exuded an aura that was anything but ordinary. With that, the old man immediately drew his sword. Such individuals were truly rare to encounter. Jinch Ligan gazed at the quick-tempered old man with a smile. I never expected you to draw your sword here. His eyes gleamed as he directly challenged the old man. Though I, too, truly wish to do so. Precisely at this moment, the murmurs of several junior attendants reached their ears. The Alliance Lord of the Southern Yu Alliance has personally arrived. It seems this matter is far from trivial. One truly wonders what private discussions are transpiring between him and clan head Lin. Could this signify the dawn of war? Aware that they stood in the bustling marketplace, with tensions between both factions taut as a drawn bowstring, the old man reluctantly sheathed his sword. He warned the protagonist. It seems today is not the opportune moment. With that, he turned and departed. The protagonist, however, remained, casually flicking a small pellet. There's no need for such regret, he mused. After all, we shall soon determine who is superior. Elsewhere, Lin Xiaoqi was struck by a resounding slap, so powerful that blood splattered, and his cheek immediately swelled. The one who delivered the blow was his own elder, Lin Tianzuo. He struck while berating. What exactly were you thinking? Why would you commit such a foolish act? As the esteemed heir of the Northern Heaven Overlord clan, how could you possibly entrust a mission to an assassin sect? Furthermore, the target was none other than the heir of the Southern Yu Alliance. After the assault, Lin Xiaoqi calmly retrieved a handkerchief from his robe to wipe away the blood. He retorted with a cold glare. The heir of the Southern Yu Alliance, you say? What precisely do you mean by such a statement? The target I commissioned was clearly Jinch Ligan. The elder, utterly bewildered, widened his eyes. Jinch Ligan? He continued with a frigid tone. Grandfather, have you not always taught me that any who obstruct the Northern Heaven Overlord clan must be slain without mercy? Elder Lin, not doubting his grandson, merely questioned. Then why was the assassination target altered to another individual? The Southern Yu Alliance Lord stated, he possesses evidence that you commissioned the assassin sect to assassinate Yang Xiu Cheng. Realizing he had been ensnared, Lin Xiaoqi cursed inwardly. Damn it. It must be that scoundrel Bai Shangqi playing his schemes. What exactly does he intend? Truth be told, I merely followed Bai Shangqi's suggestion. However, I have not seen hide nor hair of him for several days now. I wonder if he, knowing his transgressions to be unforgivable, has already fled. It was clearly him who killed the man, and buried him himself, yet now he speaks as if it were true. Elder Lin's face was ashen, his eyes glaring, his mouth twisted. Do you mean he helped you accomplish this matter and then immediately vanished? That person is the only clue to uncover the truth of this matter. Lin Xiaoqi immediately understood that he was being suspected. He then surmised that Bai Shangqi might also be a traitor. He might be in league with the mastermind behind the Dragon Phoenix banquet incident, but the elder refused to believe it, and his furious aura surged. If what you say is true, then wouldn't the Baotian hegemonic family be on the verge of collapse due to traitors? Lin Xiaoqi continued, believing his own words to be the truth. That is correct. Therefore, we must uncover those traitors and their instigators, and then eliminate them all. The elder finally spared him, then turned and departed. Very well. I will temporarily believe your words. Before leaving, he warned, do not disappoint me. He was temporarily safe, but he knew that if the Manhua Alliance were to publicize this matter, that elder would surely demand his head to appease the situation. However, the Manhua Alliance Lord did not do so, but instead chose a private resolution, which surely meant he had other schemes. In any case, as long as his spearhead was not aimed at him, Bai Shangqi had died by his hand, and there was no longer any way to uncover the truth. Although there was a slight regret, this was still better than him being captured by the Manhua Alliance and revealing information disadvantageous to him. But why did he always feel as if he was being played with in the palm of someone's hand? Naturally, that is the case. The one who arranged everything was none other than Qi Li Qian. The next morning, Wu Ying reported to him, Young master, this subordinate has followed your instructions and spread the news throughout the streets of Wuhuan. He nodded in satisfaction. You have worked hard. Wu Wang, if the Wuhuan Merchant Alliance and the Baotian hegemonic family were to join forces, then keeping the Wuhuan Merchant Alliance would truly be an unforeseen calamity for the Nanhua Alliance. Upon hearing this news, the Wuhuan Merchant Alliance must surely be in disarray. Wunying, report any news you have uncovered immediately. It is said that they will gather tonight for discussions. He too was looking forward to it. Discussions? It will surely be very interesting. Even Wu Ying, upon first hearing of this audacious plan, this subordinate was also startled. Until now, Wu Huan's commercial rights had all been in the hands of the Baoshan hegemonic family. Among them, 3/10 of the merchants were personally managed by the Baoshan hegemonic family, while the remaining 7/10 were managed by the head of the Heart Gang. But with the disappearance of the head of the Heart Gang, these 7/10 of the merchants are currently without management. The Baoshan hegemonic family should have personally taken control. Everything is progressing according to young master's plan. He had long since guessed his master's intentions.
Does young master not wish to seize this opportunity while the Baoshan hegemonic family is preoccupied with its dispute with the Manhua alliance, to seize those 7/10 of commercial rights?
Qi Li Qian smiled faintly. For now, that is the case. But I do not know if the people of the Wu Huan Merchant Alliance will willingly submit to me. These merchants only value profit, and will not be easily swayed by a small commotion to make hasty decisions. Moreover, for a long time, they have been researching methods to prevent Jianghu members from plundering their assets. Therefore, the Merchant Alliance's armed forces are already very strong, and also very united. They will surely consider that their weapon, requiring young master to deliberate carefully. Wu Ying asked once more. Is there no other way? You never intended to force them into signing through violence. Besides, if we resort to force, it will only create endless trouble in the future.
Qi Li Qian did not answer lightly.
I should meet them in person.
That very night, at the Wuhan Merchants Alliance Hall,
the two had barely entered the courtyard when a guard stepped forward to block their path.
Stop right there.
Entry is forbidden. Turn back immediately. Only invited members of the Merchants Alliance are permitted inside. Wu Ying was hardly surprised by such treatment.
As expected, those attending the conference were all influential merchants of immense wealth, so the guards had been hired solely for their martial prowess. Qi Li Qian paid no attention to the man's attitude, and said coldly, I am Qi Li Qian of Xinqing Manor. Go inside and announce my arrival. Tell them I have taken an interest in this gathering. I will wait here.
One of the gatekeepers muttered, Qilian? That name sounds familiar. But the guard blocking their way immediately shouted,
Xinfeng Manor? Qi Li Qian?
I've never heard of either. And you don't even look like a merchant? My advice is to leave while you still can.
His arrogant attitude had already begun to test Qi Li Qian's patience.
When guests arrive, it is your duty to report their presence without delay. Isn't that precisely the responsibility entrusted to you? The guard found himself at a loss for words, his face twisted with anger as he began hurling insults.
You insolent brat! You're more stubborn than I expected.
The esteemed leaders are discussing important matters inside. What business does a nobody like you have barging in there? Wu Ying's expression darkened upon hearing those words. The surrounding guards even burst into laughter. If I weren't on duty, I would have beaten a rude dog like you half to death already.
Qi Li Qian's expression grew increasingly cold.
Under normal circumstances, they would never have lived long enough to utter a second sentence. Even so, he restrained himself and offered one final warning. I did not come here today to cause trouble. Go inside and deliver my message.
The guard's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as it trembled uncontrollably.
Bastard! You've been ordering me around this whole time! He suddenly drew his blade and slashed toward Qi Li Qian.
Do you think I'm your servant?
Naturally, Wu Ying would never allow his young master to dirty his own hands. He stepped forward instantly and intercepted the incoming sword. His face was as cold as ice as he growled, How dare you show such disrespect toward my young master? Only then did the fool realize that his sword arm had become completely immobile.
Before the guard could even understand what had happened, Wu Ying drove a powerful punch into his face, sending blood spraying as the man collapsed unconscious. Qi Li Qian calmly stepped over him and continued forward.
At that moment, a large force of guards rushed out from inside the hall. Seeing Qi Li Qian advancing, they charged forward together, shouting, You punk! Where do you think you're going? Young master, you may proceed at your leisure. Leave these few to Wu Ying. He single-handedly dealt with the entire group, without missing a single one. Any who dared to charge forward were met with only a punch. How could they possibly lay a hand on our protagonist?
Qi Li Qian walked through a veritable sea of assassins, conveniently instructing his subordinate. I originally did not intend to make a move.
Wu Ying, hold back a little. By the time our protagonist arrived, he had already dealt with the entire group. Only then did he stop. Wu Ying, yes, young master. His hand rested upon the red-painted door, a menacing aura rising as he smiled meaningfully. I suppose we're a bit late now, aren't we? Wu Ying understood his meaning and immediately looked ahead. This aura was indeed extraordinary. He walked straight towards the room. Young master, please rest first. Leave this place to me to handle. However, before he could even touch the door, a figure wielding 2 axes immediately attacked. Wu Ying and our protagonist immediately jumped back to dodge. This man was so massive, yet his movements were astonishingly swift. Impressive. He must be dealt with swiftly, so that the young master can attend his studies. But as he barely finished his thought, he turned around only to see Ji Liqian leaping up, aiming a kick directly at him. A single kick completely caved in his facial features. Wu Ying stood there, dumbfounded, only to see the massive man collapse unconscious on the spot. He hadn't even managed to utter a proper sentence. After dealing with him, our protagonist turned back, a slight smile on his face.
It has been a while since I had a chance to limber up. Let us proceed quickly. The two of them continued onward.
Suddenly, our protagonist stopped and called out to the group lying on the ground.
Hey everyone! The entire group lying there immediately startled.
Your acting is even better than mine. I must expose you. Wu Ying's blows weren't that severe. Quickly, get up.
The bruised and battered group immediately sat up.
Is that man even more formidable? How could that be?
Inside the Shanglian Wuhuan conference, the assembled individuals sat around a table. One person spoke up. If we ally with the Northern Hegemon clan, I fear we will invite disaster from the Southern Yu alliance.
You don't actually believe that rumor, do you?
Even if it were true, Wuhuan is still the territory of the Bei Tianba family. We cannot betray them.
Another person retorted. Did you not see that the Alliance Lord of the Nanyue Alliance was already stationed in Wuhuan yesterday? How dare you utter such words? With just those words, the two immediately slammed the table and began to argue loudly.
Coward, shut your mouth!
Then go rely on the Bei Tianba family. I will report this to the Nanyu Alliance immediately.
Elder Liu Sheng, the Grand Alliance Lord of the Shanglian Wuhuan, hastily stepped forward to intervene.
Haha, everyone calm down a little. We did not gather here today to quarrel.
One person still intended to say more,
but Elder Zaihan noticed. Gentlemen, have you noticed how noisy it has been outside?
The other person turned and smugly replied.
Currently, the situation is quite chaotic. Perhaps someone with ill intentions has already come knocking at our door. But you need not worry. I have brought experts from the demonic sect. They will not be able to enter.
Elder Liu Sheng was greatly agitated.
What do you mean by this? How could you bring such crude individuals here? Innocent people will lose their lives because of this. Hurry. But before the elder could finish speaking, a knocking sound echoed from outside. May I ask if I can enter?
That scoundrel looked out and immediately became extremely displeased.
What is this? How are those people outside performing their duties?
Elder Liu suddenly felt incredibly anxious, gulping as he looked out. Please, come in. Qi Li Qian walked straight into the room, his hands clasped in front of his chest.
Esteemed Liu, it is truly an honor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qi Li Qian of Xinfeng Zhuang.
Some of the elders in the room recognized him. Qi Li Qian of Xinfeng Zhuang? Isn't he the champion of this Tianlong tournament?
Before this, we heard the champion was a young man, but we did not expect him to be so young.
Elder Liu smiled. His eyes narrowed.
To be acquainted with the Zhuang master of Xinfeng Zhuang here is truly this old man's honor. The guards outside were quite disrespectful. I apologize on their behalf to you.
Wu Ying pulled out a chair for him without needing an invitation.
Qi Li Qian, in turn, politely stated. It is I who have presumptuously visited. I hope I have not offended. Then, Elder Liu immediately got to the point.
Oh my.
Truly an unexpected guest.
Very well.
This place is typically a venue for merchants, leisure. May I ask, young hero Qi, why you have personally graced us with your presence today?
Qi Li Qian sat upright in the chair.
Of course. His serious gaze swept over everyone. It is to do business with all of you.
The elder stared fixedly at him.
Haha. Business, you say? What kind of deal are you proposing? Without another word, he took out a contract. I intend to assume every agreement you previously signed with the Zhangxing gang. From this day forward, Xinfeng Manor will protect your merchant caravans from the Black Gang's harassment.
Please review this document first. It contains all the terms of our agreement.
Elder Liu was visibly startled. Clutching the contract tightly, he read it over again and again. These terms are far too generous. Will your side truly profit from this? But we cannot sign it. He immediately guessed the reason. Because of Bo Tianba. At this point, the old man no longer saw any reason to conceal the truth.
Young hero Qi, you must already know that although the contract appears to have been signed with the Zhangxing gang, they are merely a front. The one who truly entered into these agreements with us is Lord Bo Tianba.
Is that all? You need not concern yourselves with that. I am the champion of the Heavenly Dragon Tournament, hosted by Lord Bo Tianba himself. I have also established Xinfeng Manor in Wuhan. My position is completely legitimate.
Furthermore, if any trouble arises, simply tell them that I forced you to sign.
Elder Liu was utterly dumbfounded. He really intends to force the issue. His voice trembled. What exactly do you mean by that?
Qi Li Qian did not press the matter.
He merely smiled and rose to his feet. Please consider it carefully. Then give me your answer. Seeing that he was about to leave, Elder Liu hurriedly called after him. Then let me ask you one question. Why are you so determined to cooperate with us? Their eyes met. Qi Li Qian's lips moved slightly without making a sound. Elder Liu's eyes widened in utter disbelief, frozen where he stood, while Qi Li Qian simply smiled in farewell. Until we meet again. The others had no idea what had just happened, and could only ask one another, what is that young man thinking? At the very least he should have told us his reason. Elder Liu immediately understood, so he used sound transmission to speak to me alone. What Qi Li Qian had secretly said was, I intend to drive Lord Bo Tianba out of Wuhan. From this day onward, the Wuhan Merchants' Alliance will be under my protection. He had never expected to hear such words. In the end, Elder Liu could only laugh. This young man is anything but ordinary. After days of relentless bloodshed, Qi Li Qian finally found a rare. Salian sighed, resting her chin. Such beautiful weather, yet sitting for a while makes one so sleepy. He concurred. That's right, it's been a long time since we've had such leisure. The young woman asked with concern. Have the matters with the Wuhan Trading Alliance been completely resolved? He shook his head, yet his confidence was unwavering. Not yet, but they will certainly agree to sign the agreement. Why are you so certain? This matter is as natural as birds flying in the sky and fish swimming in the water. You mean because they are merchants, they will ultimately choose greater gain? The young woman is quite intelligent, isn't she? Indeed. Furthermore, I have provided them with a perfect pretext to withdraw. However, what the young woman was concerned about was, if that is the case, will the Venetian hegemon clans simply stand by and do nothing? He immediately reassured her, do not worry. They will likely not discover it in the short term. The affairs of the Manhua alliance alone are enough to keep them preoccupied. I intend to seize half of their power before they can even react. Haha. The young woman grows increasingly incredible. How impressive. Brother, how did you and Uncle Wunking manage to accomplish such feats? He smiled proudly. Of course, it is because Wu Ming handles matters meticulously and is highly dependable. If I had 3 more individuals, like Wunking, I could truly rest easy. Salian's eyes widened. Brother, you truly trust him, don't you? He nodded without hesitation. That's right. Don't you also have someone as dependable as Wang Ying? Yet, the young woman naively asked. Who? His face lit up like a small sun. He pointed to himself and declared, It is I. The young woman blushed shyly and burst into laughter. Brother, what nonsense are you speaking? But after reflecting on it, she had to admit that it was true. Before encountering him, she had never considered it. She could never have imagined trusting someone not of her own blood to such an extent. He began to confide. When I first embarked on my travels, although I could protect myself, I was deceived no less than a dozen times. If not for Wu Xing, I fundamentally could not have survived until this day. The young woman understood. Hearing you say that, it seems he truly is the most worthy person for you to trust in this world. Whenever Wu Ying was mentioned, he would always speak with such pride. Of course. From childhood to adulthood, Wuxia has always been by my side, protecting me. To me, he is family. Just the day before, upon encountering Qi Ganli, Wu Ying had already provoked. Did you enjoy your time with Ms. Zhang? I saw the two of you by the Lotus Lake for quite some time. Men frowned in annoyance. Wu Ying? So you've been watching us all this time? He immediately explained. To be precise, it was merely an accidental sighting. Thus, he had overheard everything you said at that moment. He immediately relayed the news. The Flying Swallow faction has contacted Feng Shushan, and it is said they will meet tonight. However, seeing his seemingly uninterested expression, he immediately noticed something was amiss. Is something amiss? He replied. Nothing. He suddenly recalled the insolent behavior from the previous night. How dare you be so disrespectful to our young master? It was utterly precise. He remembered every single word clearly, and after reciting it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. I just kept recalling that phrase, so direct, wasn't it? And now you're blushing. Wu Ying's face was indeed flushed crimson, redder than a fighting cockswaddle. He immediately retorted. I didn't say anything wrong. Men was merely teasing him. But in truth, he cherished him deeply. I am truly moved. Haha. Suddenly, he became entirely serious. But Wu Ying, do you truly intend to go alone? I have some reservations. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although this subordinate's martial prowess is not equal to yours, not just anyone can defeat me, can they? Chiganale let out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps I am also growing soft. Starting to worry about shadows in the wind, Wu Ying was slightly surprised. Why do you speak such words before your subordinates? But he merely instructed him to mind his safety, to go swiftly and return swiftly. He always uttered that same phrase with a confident expression. Yes, rest assured. On the other side, within the desolate forest, 2 figures stood conversing. Why did you not detonate the heavenly thunderblast during the Dragon Heaven Grand Battle Finals? The cloaked figure stared intently at him, questioning. Feng To-san, we expended great effort to elevate you to the position of elder in the Botian Ba clan, yet you consistently botch every task. From the incident at the Longfeng Yan to this recent matter, Elder To-san calmly explained. I too have my own difficulties. The Righteous Tao Alliance has discovered that I am a spy, planted within the Botianba clan. They have also learned of the Flying Swallow Society's existence, and even forced me to swallow poison. Now, I can only barely cling to life, reliant on the antidote they provide periodically. Under such circumstances, how could I dare to act recklessly? But the other man disbelieved him, directly seizing the old man's wrist and roaring, "Do you think I would believe your words?" However, upon examining his pulse, it was confirmed he was truly poisoned. So what exactly does the Righteous Tao Alliance want you to do? Elder Tosan recounted everything as it was. They wished to know the movements of the Flying Swallow Society and internal intelligence of the Bo Tian Ba clan. The other man immediately understood. Thus, currently, you are not only a spy within the Bo Tian Ba clan, but also a spy for our Flying Swallow Society. Then why did you confess this to me? Elder Tongsan stared at him intently and declared, "Because compared to those scoundrels of the Righteous Tao Alliance, I trust you more." The other man was satisfied upon hearing this. "I will give further thought to how I shall punish you. You may go first." They did not detect the figure observing from the tree trunk. It was Wu Ying, who had followed their instructions and deceived the Flying Swallow Society. Otherwise, the Flying Swallow Society would surely have silenced him. He stood up. He still holds value. His life must be preserved for now. First, I must report back to the young master. But just as he stood up, the cloaked figure suddenly appeared behind him and launched a sneak attack. It turned out they had already discovered him. Wu Ying quickly attacked first, gaining the upper hand. "It was because I had gravely underestimated you." He immediately struck several vital points on the other man's body. Only now did Wu Ying recall. That's right, these people had been afflicted by the demonic acupoint art. If a demonic acupoint is struck, the body will explode. But the other man did not explode at all. He merely collapsed, his voice weak. "This person struck my demonic acupoint." His hood fell back, and Wu Ying became utterly rigid, as if turned to stone. It was a young girl. This child is not— She still managed to pull something from her garments. Fortunately, only her right side was paralyzed, and it shot straight into the sky like lightning. Wu Ying was startled upon seeing the signal flare. "A signal? Are you calling for reinforcements?" "No, that's not right. Why didn't your self-destruct technique activate?" Just as he was still bewildered, a man suddenly rushed out and launched a sneak attack. Wu Ying was wounded and then forced into a desperate close-quarters battle by him. One hand gushed blood, and his eyes widened with horror as he looked at the item in the attacker's hand. That weapon belonged to the Black Claw Bailing Master. Yan Shi walked straight towards that girl. "I happened to be nearby, so I rushed over immediately." "What exactly is happening? Weren't you supposed to meet Feng Shushan?" She immediately replied, "I will explain this later. First, release my pressure points." "Sigh. I told you to bring a bodyguard, but you never listened. If you've already sent out a distress signal, then Yan-san must be arriving soon." Wu Ying quickly pulled something from his person. Previously, he had never heard of this title. But now he could be certain of one thing. He also shot a signal flare straight into the sky. Damn it. I am absolutely no match for the Black Claw Bailing Master. That girl panicked at the sight. That means that fellow is also calling for reinforcements. Wait, don't release my pressure points yet. He is the one who eavesdropped on my conversation with Feng Shushan. But that fellow chose to rush forward and attack Wu Ying. Kill him first. He merely shot the signal flare, but he was incredibly panicked. Damn it. I wonder if young master saw the signal. Even if I die, it wouldn't be a pity, but if I die now, young master would torment himself for a lifetime. Thinking this, he forced himself to fight on, pushing himself to his limits. But very quickly, he was beaten half to death by this man. Blood splattered everywhere. He resolved himself. No matter what, I must hold on. But with my strength utterly exhausted, I will have no choice. Just a few minutes later, Wu Ying was barely clinging to life, sitting there, his sword shattered to pieces. With only the hilt remaining, what more could he fight with? That scoundrel Yan Qi remained unfazed. He stood before Wu Ying, chin raised. "To be able to fight me for so many rounds, you are indeed a formidable opponent. But your reinforcements, it seems they will not arrive." Wu Ying had also anticipated this. Xin Feng Zhuang was too far from here, and with night falling, it was perfectly normal for the young master not to see the signal. This individual raised his weapon, saying, "Let me send you on your way." Just then, Yan Shixi shouted loudly, "Wait! He not only knows about our meeting with Feng Xiaocan, but also about the self-destruction technique of our sect. This person must be from the Righteous Tao Alliance. Or perhaps we should capture him alive first and extract some intelligence." Hearing this, he immediately lowered his weapon. Capturing him alive was acceptable, but Wu Ying panicked at the thought of intelligence extraction. No matter how they torture or interrogate me, I can endure it. But what if they use soul-snatching techniques, or some strange elixir? Once they obtain any information from my mouth, all of the young master's plans could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. If he lives like that, what is the point of living? Instead, her hand gripped her broken sword tightly as she suddenly noticed something and looked over. What is that person trying to do? Wu Ying could only think, "Young master, please forgive me." With resolve, she plunged the broken sword directly into her neck. Just then, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from an unknown source. All three individuals were startled and froze. The wind grew increasingly fierce, and something was plummeting from above. Yan Qi reacted incredibly fast, tightly embracing Yan Xixi and dodging to the side, causing Wu Ying's plunging sword to drop instantly. He knew he was alive, and with a chuckle he asked, "Are you planning to blow up this entire mountain?" "Young master, An Men has arrived, just in time." His entire body was blazing red, his aura soaring to the sky. Seeing Wu Ying injured, An Men felt a pang of heartache and immediately declared, "If necessary, for his sake, I would never regret anything." The other two stood silently behind him, watching him. Qili Qian first observed Wu Ying, noting, "He is severely injured." But he shook his head. "I'm fine. As long as I'm breathing, there's still a chance."
Yan Xixi looked at that person. Yan Qi knew he was not from the Righteous Tao Alliance, and seeing him approach bare-handed to assert his power, he immediately spoke.
"You came without a weapon?"
An Men was always straightforward.
"I say it as it is. My weapon has been returned to its former master. But to deal with you—" As he spoke, he reached into his robe and pulled out that shining blade. "This is enough." Wu Ying recognized it instantly. That is the ice jade hand that the young master and the main young lady brought back when they acquired the wind god armor previously.
Although it was also a divine artifact, seeing the other person radiating demonic energy, he still felt worried.
However, He Zhao Bu Ping's cultivation was truly not to be underestimated. An Men twirled the blade in his hand, his stance now ready. That scoundrel merely sneered with disdain. "Then let me see if this mere trifle is truly sufficient." With those words, he immediately charged forward. To his astonishment, the protagonist's short blade managed to block his claws.
He had foolishly believed this would be an easy victory.
His hand was now trembling uncontrollably. Roaring in a frenzy, he exclaimed, "Your movements are not bad." With his other hand, he lunged towards the protagonist. But the protagonist was no fool to stand still and let himself be impaled. He flipped and tumbled a few times, easily dodging the attack.
The two exchanged blows, seemingly evenly matched in skill and strength. The foe, who had expected an easy victory, was now suffering a bitter defeat.
This arrogant foe. After exchanging blows for a while, the protagonist finally understood. "My guardian usually would not seek my assistance. I seem to understand the reason for this now. Your strength is not as great as you claim." But that scoundrel merely laughed with disdain.
"A guardian? That person is so weak, yet he is a guardian? Truly laughable. Since you dared to offend Wu Ying, today I shall teach you some manners." This scoundrel, utterly devoid of self-awareness, continued to spout nonsense with glee. Before he could even finish his desperate struggle, the short blade in the protagonist's hand flashed across, tearing his face.
One of his eyes was instantly ruined, and blood spurted profusely.
Yan Xixi watched Yan Qi being struck, utterly dazed. Only Wu Ying had already anticipated this scene. He knew just how terrifyingly powerful the protagonist truly was.
The injured villain became even more furious and began to curse. "This accursed villain dared to aim for my back."
The protagonist found his incessant complaints utterly grating. In a battle, any target was fair game, yet this foe continued to spew nonsense.
As soon as he finished his curses, his entire body was riddled with the protagonist's slashes, too swift to be parried. He could only scream in agony, "You damned dog! I will gouge out your eyes!"
However, the protagonist was far from finished. He leaped high into the air, and with overwhelming force, plunged his short blade straight down. "Because of you, scoundrel, I almost lost him." With one strike he pierced the villain's crown.
But that was not enough. He had to cleave him from head to toe, splitting his corpse in two, to truly satisfy his rage.
Even after such a brutal assault, the protagonist still had words for him. "I am utterly infuriated."
Yan Xixi witnessed this scene for the first time. Her soul nearly fled her body in terror. How could this be? Yan Qi, the 7th-ranked master of our Flying Swallow sect, is now nothing but a corpse.
The protagonist, she still stood there, rooted to the spot in a daze. Could she truly have died, just like that? She powerlessly wished to call for her mother.
At this moment, on the other side, glowing butterflies still fluttered around. "Guildmaster, that woman has returned." "Yan Si, what business do you have with me?"
The old man reported to the guildmaster, "Yan Xixi has sent out a distress signal." But she remained indifferent.
"There's no need to worry. Isn't Yan Xi always by Yan Xixi's side?" The old man was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, "No need to worry. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to the guildmaster?"
Her only daughter had sent a distress signal, yet she remained utterly unconcerned.
But sometimes, she valued her daughter more than her own life.
Who could truly understand her current thoughts?
Naturally, the guildmaster had her own reasons for acting this way.
Thinking this, the old man could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly something occurred to her, which reminded her that things had not been progressing smoothly lately. It was truly concerning. Could it be that Yan Xixi's distress signal
was also related to this matter? I am also somewhat worried about this.
If that were truly the case, then their eyes met. The old man continued.
Yan Shixi's current situation is undoubtedly very perilous. But she remained as unconcerned as ever. It's fine. Today, Yan-san is nearby her. The Yan-san she mentioned was none other than the bald, white-haired old man.
Several individuals simultaneously looked up as he appeared. The moment he saw the young man's face, he immediately roared. Truly an arrogant youth, not even bothering to conceal his face, and brazenly walked in.
Why would I need to conceal it?
He replied indifferently. All I need to do is eliminate all members of the Fei Yan Guild present here. Why would I have time for concealment? No sooner had he finished speaking than the old man immediately unleashed a palm strike. Qi Liqian also immediately extended his hand to retaliate.
Their eyes widened as they glared at each other. When masters clash, ordinary individuals cannot even perceive their movements. They vanished and reappeared in an instant. And Wu Ying covered his face in bewilderment. Cough! This aura can truly rival senior demon sword Tian Wu Yu. No, perhaps it even surpasses him. However, to think that the young man was pushed back forcefully by the old man. Fortunately, he still stood firm. Old man Yan-san glared scornfully at the young man. Wu Ying watched, his heart pounding with anxiety. Young master, he has been pushed back. The young man seemed somewhat shocked. Qi Liqian still stood firm, shielding Wu Ying. But he had realized. Your breathing is labored. It seems your internal energy is already depleted. In your current state, do you still intend to fight? Of course I will continue. What is there for me to fear? He drew his bladed staff and immediately unleashed a downward strike. The other person quickly raised his sword to block it. Two surges of power collided, erupting explosively. Yan-san remarked upon the dagger as if it were a mere toy, prompting our protagonist to retort instantly. A toy? How could you call this a toy? This item is incredibly valuable.
Ignoring his words, the old man charged forward with a direct thrust. The two were evenly matched in battle, neither willing to yield.
The old man sneered. Your persistence is quite remarkable. To think you could hold out for so long with merely a small dagger?
This crimson horizontal slash from the old man was not to be underestimated.
It severed the tree behind Van's off in two. Fortunately, he still managed to evade it. Our protagonist swiftly flung his short dagger forward, shattering several large tree trunks. Immediately after throwing, he swiftly retrieved his weapon. As he spared a glance at Vonan's situation, the old man exploited the opening and struck him from behind. You are engaged in battle with me, yet you dare to be distracted? However, our protagonist still managed to lean and instantly evade the strike.
The old man's sneak attack was executed in a flash.
As the two combatants moved further and further away, Vonan gripped his saber tightly, and a realization dawned upon him. Damn it! The young master had deliberately lured him away. Looking down at his own body, riddled with wounds, he realized he had not only failed to protect his young master, but had become a burden. Suddenly, he heard the woman's mocking voice call out. Hey! Your master has been set flying far away. She laughed mockingly. Has he abandoned you and fled? But Von An actually wished it were so, thinking, I truly hope he has done just that. The woman continued her mocking laughter. Haha, I never imagined you would trust him to such an extent. At this very moment, the name Yen Tap Tu resonated in her ear. It was a spirit transmission from Lord Yen San. The old man commanded, Activate that thing! The woman was startled. That thing? She wondered, as Yen San, still locked in combat with our protagonist, continued. I know the sect master has also granted you this authority. Although I originally intended to eliminate this fellow myself, it is better to be safe than sorry. We cannot afford to grant him any opportunities.
This young woman was still inexperienced and somewhat hesitant, for that thing had never truly been utilized before. Nevertheless, she complied. She then shot another plume of green smoke into the sky. Loikan, currently engaged in battle, saw the plume of smoke and sneered. Old man, what new trickery are you employing now? Our protagonist had already sensed that the old man's aura was growing increasingly chaotic. Nevertheless, each of his martial arts techniques remained astonishingly ruthless and blindingly swift. But however ruthless his attacks, the old man could not possibly last much longer. Suddenly, the old man ceased his assault and stared intently at our protagonist. I only ask you one question, he proclaimed. Why must you continually interfere in our affairs? Unexpectedly, the old man's guess struck true. Could it be that you wish to unify the martial world? If that is truly the case, then you, insolent youth, will only incur even more powerful enemies in the future. At that time, within the Beiqianba family, Lin Xiaqi asked Lin Tiansui, Do you truly intend to continue pursuing this matter? It is the marriage alliance between the Zhengjian sect's direct young miss and your son. Because of the Guixia sect's actions, you have already granted Nanyue Lian a considerable amount of benefits. Under these circumstances, we would still form a marriage alliance with such a family? But before he could finish speaking,
The old man forcefully slammed his wine flask onto the table. Those minor benefits are insignificant. They will not affect my grand ambition of ruling the Central Plains. Though the Zhengjian sect is a minor sect, its reputation is excellent. Furthermore, their daughter has made it onto the Dragon Phoenix list, making the situation highly advantageous. Lin Xiaqi knew from hearing this that the old man was becoming obsessed with fame. He immediately said, "However, I am somewhat concerned about the relationship between the Zhengjian sect and Qiligan. I heard that the Xingang's leader once attacked the Zhengjian sect before its decline. This matter is surely connected to that individual. What do you think?"
The old man remained indifferent. Perhaps they managed to defeat the Xingang's leader, but the Baitian Bao family is not so easily provoked.
If the Zhengjian sect refuses this marriage alliance, I, in turn, can make them pay a heavy price for it. Lin Xiaqi felt something was amiss. Pay a price? Just how formidable is that Qiligan after all? Yet, this grandson already harbored a scheme in his heart. Could that old man be eliminated? If so, then the Baitian Bao family will be mine. Thus, he readily agreed. Then let us proceed. As you say, the Dragon Phoenix banquet has concluded. I shall take my leave now. Your father has passed away, and no one is managing affairs at home. I am also uneasy. Suddenly the old man asked, HMPH? Is that man's manor called Jinfeng Manor? A new wind.
I once entertained such thoughts as well, but this Jianghu realm does not welcome new winds. Those who wish to reform the Jianghu either died or vanished entirely.
Their thoughts are too simplistic. One might even say foolish.
Reforming the Jianghu is nothing but a futile desire and an illusion.
Everyone speaks of Qiligan's ideals in such a way, yet only he stubbornly refuses to yield.
The old man, striking and cursing, spat. Truly foolish. To risk your own life just to save a subordinate.
His face was already gashed and bleeding profusely by the old man's attacks. The old man's eyes glowed crimson. Unfortunately, you have no chance of victory, but our protagonist has never feared anything. Without a weapon, he directly used his bare hands to block the sword. With one hand, he firmly held the old man's sword, while with the other, he thrust a short blade forward. How could I not have a chance of victory? This time, he is surely doomed.
However, the old man was no ordinary opponent. His other hand immediately gathered spiritual energy.
Where do you think you can run? Then let me crush your head first.
Both sides engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, taut as a bowstring. Even a single move was enough to take the opponent's life.
The old man was on the verge of death, yet still spouted such arrogance. As he finished speaking, our protagonist plunged the short blade directly into the old man's neck. The old man's blood gushed out like a geyser. This time, he was surely dead. However, this was never enough. Our protagonist would not allow the old man such an easy death.
He decisively plunged it in again. If one wished to attack the head, one must see it through to the end.
How could the old man still not be dead? Our protagonist was surprised, remarking, "You are quite fortunate. Only pierced through the cheek, your life not immediately lost." However, taking advantage of the moment, Yen San slashed horizontally and immediately broke free. He still had enough strength to wield his sword. HMPH. Truly stubborn. It has been a long time since I last bled. Qi Liqian held his saber horizontally and chuckled. You will bleed for a long, long time?
Suddenly, his hand paused in mid-air. But that woman over there, her status within the Flying Swallow sect must be quite noble now.
Is it truly acceptable to leave her there alone? Although both my subordinate and she are currently unable to continue fighting, I am still somewhat concerned. Therefore, our protagonist proactively proposed, let us cease hostilities here, and go our separate ways.
The old man's eyes widened in disbelief, speechless. Truly, he is an unfathomable individual.
What if I refuse? You already know the answer. Why bother asking? If you refuse, then we continue to fight. What else? Then it can only be a fight to the death. The bald man still possessed sky-high confidence. Although the one to die would surely be him, I truly cannot leave Yen Shixi there alone indefinitely.
Furthermore, I have already given Yen Shixi that item. They are destined to perish on this mountain.
Thinking thus, he immediately agreed. Very well. I will let you go. With that, our protagonist supported Wu Ying and ran like the wind through the forest. He still appeared to have plenty of strength. Wu Ying, however, was heavily wounded. Young master, I apologize to you. I was only trying to appease him. Please, try to endure a little longer. Once we return, I will give you proper treatment. You have also realized it? They have been following us all this time.
Furthermore, a whistle suddenly rang out from ahead. Both of them were being encircled on all sides by a horde of assassins, caught in a net.
These are the blood butterflies. Their numbers are increasing exponentially. Meanwhile, young Miss Salian was practicing by herself at home. While practicing, she suddenly wondered, confused. Why am I suddenly recalling that incident? At that time, Meng had asked her, do you know what kind of people in the martial world are the easiest to deal with?
Salian shook her head.
Who? The answer is knights errant, because they are too easily seen through. They always stubbornly cling to justice and kindness, absolutely never going against their own principles. That is also one of the reasons why there are not many knights errants in the martial world. The young woman understood. So they all don't live long? Li Gan couldn't help but laugh. Essentially, they all become prey for the wicked. Ha ha. My father often has this saying on his lips. He said that justice and chivalry have sustained this entire martial world. But such words as justice or chivalry are merely an escape from reality. What truly dominates the martial world is martial might and wealth. You see, even a despicable villain like Lin Xiaqi can proclaim himself king and hegemon. That alone is enough to illustrate the problem. I will absolutely not forgive them. Sa Lian looked at his serious face and felt afraid. You won't forgive them? So are you also planning to kill young hero Lin? I have decided. As long as he does something deserving of death. Suddenly he asked, Sa Lian, do you think I am going too far? The young woman didn't even dare to look at him. In truth, I am not sure either, but I think, at least before everything ends, you should always ask yourself this question. Li Gan nodded. All right, I will try. Thinking of this, the young woman no longer had the mind to practice. She decisively put away her sword. Li Gan and I live in different martial worlds.
Perhaps his martial world is the true martial world. But a martial world without righteousness and knights errant is too tragic. If only there would be a day in the future.
It would be truly wonderful if Li Gan no longer had to worry about these matters. Suddenly, someone came and called out, Sa Lian, are you here?
Turning around, she saw it was her elder sister. She announced a piece of news.
Elder Tianba has already sent a matchmaker to discuss your marriage with young Master Lin. This news was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. The young woman was so shocked she cried out. What? His beloved was on the verge of being seized by another. He still had to carry Wu Ying as they ran through the forest. They both could not comprehend. They had already taken down dozens. Yet why were there still so many?
It seemed they communicated with whistles. The moment one blew, more immediately swarmed out.
Just then, among the crowd of assassins, he saw one raising a whistle, preparing to blow it.
Chiganli instantly moved swiftly, kicking a stone directly.
He had barely blown the whistle twice, when his mouth was utterly shattered by the stone. And so, all the assassins were dealt with by him alone in an instant. A figure suddenly charged out to ambush him. But before he could even lay a hand on him, a broken sword had already pierced his forehead. It was Wu Ying's flying dagger. Though crippled, he was not useless. Any assistance he could provide was always invaluable. He finally got a moment to rest. Looking at the corpses on the ground, what kind of people were these wretches? Bones were broken, and they suffered fatal wounds. Yet they didn't utter a single groan, only charging forward head first. He knew at a glance. They had been drugged, perhaps with a type of demonic anesthetic powder that rendered them immune to pain and fear. After such a frenzied battle, Wu Ying was utterly exhausted. These formidable opponents kept coming in wave after wave, and the young master's strength was also nearing depletion. I truly am a burden. And so he immediately said, Young master, please go ahead. Don't worry about me. Chigangali understood his intention immediately upon hearing this. Are you planning to stay behind and buy me time to escape? He wasn't very surprised, merely asking in return, is that not allowed? Of course, he could not abandon his comrade and escape alone. That won't do. If you cannot walk any further, I will carry you.
Wu Ying's face darkened with disapproval, and he adamantly refused.
Your subordinate refuses, Wu Ying retorted. If you still have the spirit to tease, then you must possess more strength than you let on. Despite the back and forth, he still insisted. In short, young master, please return to Tanfeng Manor first. Continuing like this is too perilous. But he was now serious, no longer jesting. I brought you into the Jianghu, not for you to perform such deeds. Wu Ying smiled helplessly. After all, if anything were to happen to the young master, your subordinate would not survive either.
He said no more. Turning sharply, he pressed on. Then we shall die when that time comes, he declared. Who knows when more of them might emerge from some hidden corner. Once he had made up his mind, it would be impossible for the other to change it, so he could only sigh helplessly. In short, young master, please return to Tan Fong Trong first. If things continue like this, it will not be good. As the two walked and talked, they recalled that Feng To-san must have realized they were not members of the Righteous Tao Alliance. He did not need to care, as he had already drugged him. Feng To-san would be unable to cause any trouble. He continued to babble endlessly, but despite that, the young master's identity had been exposed. It was now unclear how the Flying Swallow Association would react. Anchman was still saying, let's return and discuss this matter further. Suddenly, a light flashed from somewhere, shining directly on his face. Loe Kan, quick as lightning, snapped off a branch from behind him, stretched out,
and instantly made a throwing motion. Vaughn An, who was standing behind him, had not yet comprehended the situation when the branch he threw had already shot forward, aimed directly at a tiny mountain peak in the distance. There, a slender hand holding a fan gently waved, emitting a wave of spiritual energy that immediately controlled his wooden stick. The small wooden stick flew lightly, swirling along the fan's direction, completely devoid of its former killing intent. It finally fell straight to the ground, and a voice rang out from beneath an umbrella. "Is that child named Jinch Loi Kan? I only know one person with the surname Jinch." This was the female sect leader. She was standing on the mountain peak, looking directly down at him. Their eyes likely met. The subordinate behind her replied, "Although no one has ever used the blood butterfly net before, it is said that the sect leader will personally come here to inspect it." "This old man is truly surprised." The female sect leader also nodded. "I am very curious. Who exactly is he?" Even Yen San was not his opponent. But in the end, they still managed to save Yen Tap-Tu. Yen Tap-Tu was not injured at all, only extremely enraged at being deceived by Fifyong To-san. But did the female sect leader truly understand the situation after hearing it? Fyung To-san had also been deceived by them. He even confidently believed that, no matter what, the blood butterfly net had already been spread, and the target was destined not to live much longer. The female sect leader abruptly turned and departed, stating, "This matter is quite complex. Let us depart first. Before, I heard that a person named Zinch Loi Kan had won the title of Invincible in the Heavenly Dragon Great War. I was still doubtful, but it truly seems to be him." She had clearly seen his face. Vaughn An only understood after he had thrown the branch. "Young master? Was there someone over there?" He nodded. "They have already departed. I have never met this person before, but I have a very ominous premonition. The person on that mountain is not to be trifled with." The next morning, Salian, who could not sleep all night, ran to this bridge and stood there, deep in thought. Uncle Thien Bajia actually came to propose marriage. How utterly absurd. At a time like this, where on earth has Loi Kan gone? The young lady unconsciously thought of him, then was startled with a guilty conscience. "No, that's not right. This is my marriage. Why should I go searching for Loi Kanji?" Just at this moment, a voice rang out from above her head. "Are you troubled by something, child?" The young lady looked up, startled to see her future mother-in-law. She exclaimed loudly, "Bamashta! I had no idea you were sitting there." Propping her chin, she chuckled. "I've seen you sighing all morning." Watching her gently float down beside her, the young lady was flustered and did not know what to say. That. I was thinking about martial arts." She lied, but her face was full of flaws. She felt a pang of guilt, thinking that speaking truthfully would be a bit embarrassing. But the aunt saw through it and chuckled. "So that's it." The two conversed. "These past few days you've been here, it seems you practice martial arts every day. Why are you so diligent?" "Young lady, speak your true thoughts." Sharing her heart. "In truth, I hope my family can be happy forever. If that is to be, then I must become truly strong." After speaking, she chuckled at herself. "That's why I persevere in my training. Is my dream perhaps too simple?" Ha ha. Yet, the aunt listened very attentively. "It may be simple, but it is not easy to achieve." The young woman's hand gripped the railing tightly. "Furthermore, after I become strong, I want to tell Liu Qian," her round eyes shining brightly, confidently asserting that such heroes need not perish prematurely. A Jianghu, guided by goodwill, can truly exist. This demeanor was exactly like that of old Zhu Lin when he spoke of his ideals. The aunt was also surprised, and suddenly changed the subject. "I heard someone came to propose marriage to you. Do you think that is the marriage you desire?" The young woman naturally shook her head. "I am completely unacquainted with young Master Lin. I believe one should marry the person they love." The aunt smiled faintly. You must return to the Zhengjian sect today, right? I truly cannot bear to see you go." Linian turned and smiled gently. "I will miss you greatly as well." Suddenly the aunt said, "If you ever need help, come find me at any time." That night, on the side of the Venetian overlord family, Lin Tiansui sat in the main seat, asking in a harsh tone, "Has the Zhengjian sect still not replied?" Farron Lei reported, "Yes, the matchmaker said they wished to consult their daughter first." The old man's face immediately contorted in displeasure. "Consult their daughter?" he asked, utterly annoyed. "Do they truly dare to speak such words?" He had already guessed it. It must be because of that Qi Li Qian. What significance does he even hold? The Zhengjian sect dares to disregard the Venetian overlord family's marriage proposal for his sake? Does the Zhengjian sect not consider the price they will pay if they refuse? Fan Lei clasped his hands, bowed his head, and maliciously asked, "Shall we proceed with the plan we prepared?" Lin Tiansui nodded. "Indeed. Go prepare. Tomorrow, I wish to speak with the Zhengjian sect master for a moment. They have already laid out their dirty schemes. It seems I must personally inform him who the Zhengjian sect's young lady is truly fated to be with." At this moment, on Qi Liqian's side, He was relentlessly slashing and killing. These assassins swarmed like ants, endless in number. Even after dealing with them, both were exhausted and panting heavily. Wu Ying grew even more worried. Damn it, these individuals keep coming in wave after wave, fundamentally giving us no time to catch our breath. Furthermore, the young master has already exhausted a great deal of his inner strength because of me. If this continues, I know these thoughts are selfish, but if he were to lose his temper with me, I would actually feel a little less guilty. He continued, sighing endlessly. To his surprise, Ming turned toward him, saw straight through his thoughts, and scolded him. How utterly useless. I couldn't even defeat someone like that. Wu Ying burst into laughter. Haha. You're absolutely right. Unexpectedly, Ming added another astonishing remark. When you have a child in the future, I'll personally tell them this entire story in detail. Wu Ying's smile instantly froze. When it comes to that, I'm afraid you'll get there before I do. Ming narrowed his eyes with a grin. Who knows? Perhaps we might even become relatives by marriage someday. As they chatted and laughed, Li Qian's expression suddenly turned cold as he cursed under his breath. Those bastards! A large group of them was crouching on the branches ahead, their crimson eyes gleaming like beasts lying in ambush. They had already been discovered. The moment they realized he had spotted them, they charged downward like a swarm of ravenous predators. Wu Ying's expression changed dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Damn it! There are far too many of them. Suddenly, Ming looked toward another direction, his keen senses picking up something unusual. As the assassins surged forward, Wu Ying could only shout, Young master, get out of the way! Ming shook his head without hesitation. No. Should I step aside and let them devour you instead? With a flick of his toe, he kicked the swords lying on the ground toward the assassins. The blades shot forward like lightning, cutting them down where they stood. Ming fought the entire group alone without pause. He struck the ground with his palm, moved with incredible agility through the battlefield, weaving between enemies while unleashing relentless attacks. Before long, he had carved a bloody path straight through the encirclement and shouted, Wu Ying, follow me! Wu Ying, this way! Wu Ying shouted back, Young master! He had no idea what Ming intended to do, but he hurried after him without hesitation. As he ran, he called out, Young master, where are we going? But after only a few more steps, he came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening in horror. Beneath their feet lay a bottomless abyss, thousands of feet deep. Ming had already used his movement technique to continue forward, while Wu Ying stood frozen in panic. Even if he activated his own movement technique, he could only watch helplessly as Ming leaped into the abyss, crying out, Young master! Below was nothing but endless darkness. Only Ming's crimson robe stood out beneath the pale light. His arms spread wide as he fell freely, suddenly flipping gracefully through the air like an acrobat, while repeatedly calling for Wu Ying to follow. Wu Ying? His face showed not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he smiled teasingly. Why are you still standing? Jump! Wu Ying clenched his teeth, unable to summon the courage. But staying behind meant certain death as well. In the end, he steeled himself and leaped into the abyss. At worst, I'll be reduced to shattered bones. He placed absolute trust in Ming. Unexpectedly, the pursuers also jumped down after them, without the slightest hesitation. By now, they were charging after them like monsters. Are these fellows all insane? But then there was him. Even if not insane, he had jumped down as well. Seeing himself about to fall onto the massive boulder, his heart leaped to his throat. Curses! At this critical moment, a powerful tattooed hand suddenly seized his collar, pulling him back. It was Qi Li. Qi Li dragged him by the collar, flying through the air, while Wu Ying was left agape. Young master, you had planned everything. Accurately calculating the distance, the two fell straight into the river with a loud splash, sinking into the water. Yet, he was still alive, quickly swimming to the surface. Having escaped, Wu Ying hastily looked up. How could the Fei Yan Society members possess lightness kung fu as formidable as Qi Li's? As they fell, they struck the cliff face, perishing completely. Qi Li looked on, a smug expression on his face. Indeed, my prediction was not wrong. They only boast numbers. Their martial arts are fundamentally worthless. Wu Ying finally let out a sigh of relief. Even so, young master, you jumped down too decisively just now. Qi Li Qian smiled. It has been a long time since I last swam. I merely felt an urge to try it again. In an instant, dawn had broken. The two stood watching the sunrise over the river for a moment before saying to each other, Let us go. We have escaped this calamity. That evening, in the bustling market, Jia Lijian walked among the throngs of people, lost in thought. She wondered if her father had returned home, as she had originally intended to prepare dinner before his arrival. But this morning Uncle Tianba had sent someone to convey a message to her father, and old Qi Chuyi had stated directly, If this child does not wish for this marriage, there is no need for further discussion. I will go explain clearly to Clan Head Lin. Yet, The young lady dared not believe it. Although she believed her father could resolve this matter appropriately, a hint of worry still lingered in her heart.
Suddenly, several people on the street glanced at the young lady and whispered amongst themselves,
"Isn't that the daughter of the Zhengjian men?
Could it be that she still hasn't heard any news about her father?" Xia Lian now realized what was happening. The atmosphere had been strange all this time. Even a vendor spoke directly to her face. "I do not sell my goods to the daughter of a murderer. Leave at once."
Xia Lian did not understand.
"What do you mean?"
The man frowned tightly, his expression troubled. "Your father has committed a heinous crime."
Heavens!
Yet she still has the audacity to show her face in public to buy food?
Who would have thought he would reveal such earth-shattering news? That today, in broad daylight, the sect master had massacred the entire Li Han estate, leaving no one alive.
Xia Lian's entire body immediately went rigid and cold. Father? My father? All the surrounding people murmured. It seems she still doesn't know.
Indeed, if the martial artists from the Bei Tianba clan hadn't passed by earlier and discussed it, we probably wouldn't have known about this matter either.
He usually seems so upright. And didn't the master of Li Han estate and the sect master of the main sword sect have a very good relationship? I heard that they drank together, exchanged words, and then a fight broke out.
Fortunately, the Bei Tianba clan has already apprehended the sect master, so we can rest assured.
As soon as Xia Lian heard this, her face instantly darkened, and she immediately understood. The Bei Tianba clan had captured her father. It turns out this was a trap. Because her father had refused this marriage proposal, they sought revenge on him.
The young girl hurried away as if flying. She had to quickly reach the Bei Tianba clan. Her heart was burning with anxiety. Father will be all right, won't he? Past the turn ahead was the Bei Tianba clan.
Just then, a familiar figure appeared right before her eyes, the mother of Qi Li Qian. As soon as she saw the young girl, she immediately said, "I am waiting for you."
Xia Lian exclaimed in surprise, "Auntie!"
Inside the main hall of the Bei Tianba clan, Lin Tian Sui was already seated, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you again." The young master himself was entertaining both of them. The two sides sat facing each other, conversing. Unexpectedly, Lady Liu had also come along.
The aunt smiled and spoke bluntly. "After all, the world is dangerous. I truly wouldn't be at ease leaving the girl out alone."
He stared intently at the aunt, unable to tear his eyes away.
"Truly beautiful."
The mother of that scoundrel unexpectedly turned out to be a great beauty. He also got straight to the point. "Everyone has come here to see the sect master, correct? Unfortunately, this matter has far-reaching consequences. Currently, he cannot be visited." But the aunt was already impatient. She calmly got straight to the point.
"It is truly unexpected that the sect master could commit such a heinous crime.
It's as if someone had already prearranged it."
That fellow, having his weak point exposed, still tried to feign ignorance.
He also dared not disbelieve, as witnesses had appeared. "We will need about 5 days to thoroughly investigate this matter and provide everyone with a satisfactory explanation."
Xia Lian also felt a sense of relief upon hearing this.
5 more days? Excellent. I still have time to think of a way.
"But what kind of trick was he playing?" she immediately retorted. "There must be a misunderstanding in this matter. My father could never do such a thing."
The old man nodded. "Of course, young mistress. You need not worry too much. Our Petition family will also find a way to help our future in-laws clear their name."
The young lady understood immediately. Her heart pounded with worry.
This person still hadn't given up on this marriage. He was threatening her. If she only agreed to this marriage, he would help her father clear his name. Why is he so stubborn? He suddenly dismissed his guests. "Miss Zheng, it's getting late. You should return for now."
He then turned to Madame Liu.
"Furthermore, Madame Liu, we shall meet again in the future."
She smiled meaningfully. On Lian Qian's side, he thought the danger was over, but he was still relentlessly pursued by assassins. Damn it, the number of those people was truly endless. I don't understand where they found so many. Our protagonist had to act again.
There's no other way. I originally intended to conserve some energy, but I'll have to annihilate them all in one fell swoop. With that said, his hand blazed with light like burning fire. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the air. Our protagonist recognized it immediately. This blood whistle sound was not like the one he had heard before. Those rushing forward also suddenly retreated. Those people actually retreated completely. Wu Ling didn't understand. How strange. Why so sudden?
Who knew? Our protagonist calmly guessed a multitude of reasons. It seems they were finally scared away by me. Or perhaps it's time for them to take their medicine. Or someone ordered their retreat. But as long as we escaped death, that's what matters.
Wu Ling quickly wanted to leave. Never mind that. Let's just return first. The young mistress is surely still waiting for you.
Li Qian nodded confidently.
That's right, you two still have time for romantic discussions. Have you ever held the young mistress's hand? Our protagonist spoke, feeling embarrassed. We've been together all this time, but no, not yet. Wu Xing immediately turned to tease him, deliberately drawing out his words. Is that so? How could Li Qian not understand his intentions?
It's not that I don't dare.
I merely wish to respect her feelings. Wuxia, recognizing his inexperience, then seriously asked, do women truly desire this kind of respect?
Our protagonist scoffed and stepped forward, uttering a stinging remark.
Wuxia, you seem to understand these theories like the back of your hand, don't you? His entire body instantly froze in place. The two continued walking and talking. I wonder how the situation at Xinfeng.
After all, my mother is already guarding it.
Meanwhile, on his mother's side, the aunt escorted Shalian all the way home, and the young woman smiled gently in gratitude. Thank you for accompanying me to the Bei Tianba's residence today. The aunt shook her head. It's nothing. I originally intended to rescue the sect master himself, but unfortunately, I could not sense his aura.
Shalian no longer felt overly worried.
There is still time. I will think of another way.
The aunt nodded reassuringly.
You also shouldn't worry too much. I will also help you think of a way. As Shalian stood listening, her mind drifted, thinking, looking at this, Liaqian and his mother are truly very alike. They always carry themselves with such imposing and majestic presence.
Just being by their side makes one feel at ease.
The two finally bid each other farewell. You should go back and rest quickly. Then I will take my leave first. The aunt walked back alone. In the tranquil dead of night, after seeing Shalian safely depart, she finally spoke. Come out now. A group of people immediately appeared. It turned out they had been observing for a long time. She simply hadn't bothered to expose them. The aunt laughed mockingly. You may look like a common toad, but your eyesight is quite sharp. The scene shifts to Liqian. He suddenly asks Wuxia, you probably still don't know, do you? My mother. Just how ruthless is she, after all? Now, the woman his son spoke of is pulling down her hairpins. Demonic energy rises, turning the sky crimson. Surrounded by a multitude of men, the aunt shows no panic, merely gently removing her hairpin. The stout leader, a lecherous old man, grinned. The master wishes to meet you privately. He instructed us to quietly bring you back, and absolutely not to harm your dignity. Therefore, be a little obedient, and do not cause trouble.
She cast a cold glance over the entire group.
Lin Tiansui. I have heard of his lecherous reputation for a long time. It is highly probable he will lose his life due to this vice. Let us not speak of this matter further. Among all of you, I will only spare one life.
Who wishes to live?
Upon hearing this, they, unaware that death was imminent, tilted their heads back and laughed. Ah ha ha ha. If we can die by the hand of a beauty like you, it can be considered a good thing. The aunt's face darkened with rage. It seems there is no need to spare any of them.
She swung her hairpin. This bastard greatly resembles a dog I once raised when I was young. He still intended to charge forward, but her hand was swift as lightning, already striking down several surrounding men.
He hadn't even finished his curse, you wretched wench, when each man met a gruesome death. In mere seconds, she dispatched all those men with just 2 hairpins, truly resembling the way that man uses chopsticks to kill. What? What is happening? This wretched woman! Blood is splattered everywhere.
The stout man stood, staring at the splattered blood.
You've massacred them all! His face was drained of all color. He dared not utter another word.
Having finished, the aunt flicked her hand once, and the blood vanished clean from her hairpin. Slowly, she began to restyle her hair.
Do not worry.
She was as beautiful as ever, with a graceful and alluring demeanor, looking not at all like someone who had just committed murder.
Her hand extended straight forward. Did I not already tell you? I will leave one person alive. As there is no ink or brush available, I shall temporarily borrow your forehead. Thus, the characters left by the old woman on his forehead were San Ri. Lin Tiansui read it but did not quite understand. San Ri? 3 days? The subordinate Fan Lei reported from his side. Everyone else is dead. Only he returned alive. The old man, oblivious to his own standing, sprawled on a lounge chair with a beauty beside him. They are all dead? It seems her martial arts are not bad. Not yet realizing the gravity of the situation, the more he looked, the more amused he became. Fan Lei spoke again. Patriarch, forgive my presumptuousness, but this matter requires careful handling.
Sect Master Zheng now bears the name of a murderer. Even if he is later cleared of the charges, his reputation will never be as it once was.
Do we truly still need to push for this marriage?
The old man replied coldly.
Do you think I am still obstinate enough to want to push for it? As long as the Northern Overlord clan gives an order, even if it were to make him eat filth, he would have to obey submissively. Yet he dared to refuse my marriage proposal. If I were to simply kill him, would that not be too easy for him? Fan Lei understood his meaning, and immediately let out a sly chuckle. So your intention is, this old man has already laid out a despicable plot. That girl, wanting to save her father, will undoubtedly come to beg me. Before sending Zheng Yiqiu on his way, I must let him witness this 2-act play. The man, having received his orders, looked towards the fat man who was kneeling and kowtowing. Yes, And how shall this one be dealt with?" Upon hearing this, he cried out in alarm, "Spare my life!" But before he could finish his plea, he was stabbed to death. He died on the spot, his eyes wide open in death. Fan Lei glanced over without a word, and the other woman did not dare to look. She tightly furrowed her brows, trying to endure. After killing him, he cursed. "With such a tattered, ghostly appearance, you still dared to return? Northern Overlord's clan, I have no need for such a useless individual." He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Sanri, she certainly won't find Sectmaster Zhang. I am truly curious to see what she will ultimately do." At this moment, by the window of the maiden's chamber, beautiful white flowers bloomed profusely. The young woman held a brush, meticulously writing and then crossing out on paper. She had already visited so many places, yet found not even a single clue. "If I continue to search the Northern Overlord's clan's businesses like this, will I truly be able to find my father?" This was Xia Lian, who, late at night, was too worried to sleep. She racked her brain, thinking, "He surely cannot overtly hide father in a place like this. Perhaps tomorrow I should still go to Laihan Manor to investigate, even if there is only a sliver of hope." Suddenly, the characters on her glove lit up. There was movement from Feng Shenjia, and the young lady immediately flung open the window. Someone saw the young man standing there, and couldn't help but joyfully exclaim, "Li Gan, you've returned! Is that truly you?" The young woman tried to compose herself, smoothing her hair as she asked, "When did you return?" The young man replied, "I only returned a short while ago. My first priority was always to reassure you. I have heard from Mother regarding the sect master. You shouldn't worry too much." Xia Lian immediately asked with concern, "Is Uncle Wenning all right?" Indeed, his injuries have all been properly treated. Several of Beichin Ba's family's commercial establishments have already been investigated. While he was still speaking, the young lady suddenly became startled and anxious. "What happened to your face? Why is there such an injury?" He immediately turned away. "Have I lost my dignified bearing?" "This? There's no need to worry. It will heal in a few days." However, the young lady understood the situation with a single glance. "Even you were injured, which means the situation at that time must have been truly critical." But he laughed, teasingly. "If even I was injured, then you can well imagine the fate of my enemies." She was truly concerned for him. "Yet you still came here. Was it too strenuous for you?" "I am very worried about you and the sectmaster, because I found a way and had to tell you immediately. But you also know that with the current approach, it will be very difficult to find the sectmaster. I have a more effective method, although you will certainly not like it." Xia Lian had actually thought about it. Li Gan was not wrong. But what she truly wanted was to honorably and justly clear her father's name, and to make Lin Tiansui suffer the punishment he deserved. "I believe my father would also wish for the same." Upon hearing this, he let out a helpless laugh and tilted his head back, looking at the sky. "You speak precisely like someone else." The young who else could it be? Just one person. It is none other than the old man. For some reason, he always found himself at odds with the old man, yet he was drawn to the woman who resembled him the most. On Tulin's side, the old man stared at the two swords he had left behind, remaining silent and standing there in a daze. The scene shifts to the Bei Tian Ba clan, where he was always found seated at his work desk. He had seized this business opportunity. Demanding that he pay the price, he suddenly paused, staring intently at a shadow cast upon the floor. Clearly, an assassin stood directly behind him. With a sword already in hand, was it time to eliminate him? But he waved his hand, shaking his head. "No need," he commanded. "Withdraw." The old man chuckled with amusement. I already knew he possessed such audacity. Just then, the candles in the room flickered and died. The window burst open, and the wind scattered the papers from his desk. Shichi Ligan appeared. The old man was stunned upon seeing him, never expecting such audaciousness. The first words he spoke to him were, "Looking at you now, your features are identical to Madame Liu's." He was so infatuated with beauty he had lost his mind. One might even say he harbored an improper desire for him. He calmly strode forward, step by step. "Ta-da," he began. "I've heard my mother's account. It seems something quite interesting transpired between the two of you." The old man's brow furrowed deeply. "Indeed," he conceded. "She gave me 3 days. Your arrogant and overbearing nature is precisely like your mother's." He suddenly confided, "To be honest, I just had a similar thought. Previously, I was too content indulging in a peaceful life, satisfied with everything I possessed. Even a woman ignorant of worldly affairs dared to refuse my invitation. Such a thing was utterly impossible before. The old man discovered it early. And then there's the matter of you seizing Shanglian Yuhan's contract. Can you truly bear the consequences of this?" Shichi Ligan burst out laughing, then casually perched himself on the desk. "Ha ha," Shichi Ligan scoffed. "While these discussions are indeed amusing, I am here today to sell something." The old man looked utterly bewildered. "Sell something? Are you spouting nonsense again?" he retorted. "Only you would consider my mother's 3-day deadline generous. But tell me, Isn't a lifespan of 3 days perhaps a bit too short? At a time like this, what you truly need is the flagship product of the Yunliu Shui establishment, renowned for its exquisite, sweet fragrance and taste. As he spoke, he placed an item directly onto the table, then turned to him with a triumphant smile. "A longevity peach," he announced. "Do you wish to purchase it?" The scoundrel immediately understood. If it could truly extend one's lifespan, then the price would certainly not be cheap, would it? He cut to the chase. "This time, I propose a losing deal for myself. You simply need to release the sect master and, at the same time, restore his good name. That is all." But the old man had already calculated the implications. Truly, this was a preposterous business proposition. If we do that, the Bei Tianba clan will become enemies of the martial world, and the clans currently cooperating with us will abandon us. The ones who truly suffer the loss would be us. And Ming had no intention of giving him a chance to refuse, staring at him with a warning glance.
"Paying this small price to keep your life is already an immense bargain for you."
But the old man pushed it back towards An Ming, stating, "This offering, it feels as though you are the one who needs it more. If you insist, then so be it." An Fei smiled helplessly. "If you wish to die, then die." Before he left, he merely stated, "You truly lack discernment. Very well, let us meet again in 2 days." Having said this, he vanished, disregarding the old man's extremely unsightly expression.
Meanwhile, Qi Zhulin still stood rooted before 2 swords, awaiting his beloved wife's voice to ring out behind him.
"Brother, are you admiring these weapons again today?" The lady sat sprawled on a chair, staring intently at him. "Are you so preoccupied with Xiao Qian returning what is rightfully yours?" He merely responded softly, "I wish to know the reason."
She stood up to reassure him. "Do not overthink it. These weapons were originally ours, so the boy is merely returning them to us."
Only then did he turn to his wife. "You are right. But speaking of which, you gave the Bei Tianba clan 3 days. What do you intend to do after those 3 days?
The lady had already cast that matter aside. "That was merely a small jest I played on them.
In any case, before then, Xiao Qian will surely have resolved this matter." "As expected of you, brother. Are you worried I might exterminate his clan?" The two clasped each other's hands. "How could that be? I am thinking of a way to help the sect master clear his name.
This is certainly not the first time the Bei Tianba
clan has committed acts of violence and evil. I simply do not wish for any more innocent people to be harmed." The lady nodded.
Xiao Qianzhu also thought the same.
Yet, the old man remained silent. "Although Li Xian might find this meaningless, I still must make a trip to the righteous Dao Alliance.
The intervention of an impartial third party, one without vested interests, might be able to help the sect master clear his name." She immediately knew he would do so, and burst into laughter. "That truly is your style, brother." The two gazed at each other adoringly, like a newlywed couple. Meanwhile, at the Lihan Manor, Qi Liqian brought Sha Lian inside to investigate.
Inside, there were only corpses and blood. They had managed to enter. However, it seemed that after the bodies had been cleared, no one else paid any further attention to this place. As expected, he looked around. They clearly had no intention of investigating this matter. He also surmised they likely intended to cordon off the area first, and then, in 5 days, ignite it, and burn this place to ashes. "The guards have all been put to sleep by me. We can now thoroughly examine this place." Only now did he inform her.
"Furthermore, as is customary, I offered Lin Tiansui a chance to atone for his sins, but as expected, he refused."
Jia Lian could only reply, "Thank you." A jolt ran through her heart, marveling at his capability. He listened to my words last night, and has since gone to the Northern Heaven Overlord clan. "If Lin Tiansui has refused, you needn't ask further," he said directly. "After finding the honored sect master, I will deal with Lin Tiansui in my own way. Although I do not know my mother's thoughts, I must certainly eliminate him."
The two of them surveyed the area. First, based on the traces at the scene, there was certainly more than one culprit, but their martial arts did not seem to be profound. Because Lihan Manor was merely an ordinary household, they were able to act without hindrance.
Suddenly, he glanced towards the chicken coop, startled. "Thulian, that spot is a bit strange. These chickens only lay eggs on this side. There isn't a single egg on the pile of straw inside."
The young woman looked in his direction, and upon closer inspection it was indeed so.
Suddenly, both of them were startled. How could there be a child here? The child was buried deep under the pile of straw.
The two of them brought the child back to Tanfong Manor.
Thuli Lian sat beside him, taking care of him, and finally, he fell asleep. As soon as the child woke up, he cried out in terror. He tightly embraced her, screaming, "My mother! My mother!" The child said, 2 days ago someone attacked Lihan Manor.
2 days ago at Lihan Manor."
The cries of people echoed to the heavens. Amidst pleas of, "Help me!" someone hid him in the pile of straw, instructing him, "You must absolutely not come out. Close your eyes tightly and hide well, and do not move a muscle. In 3 days your mother will come to pick you up." His mother, with tears welling in her eyes, instructed him thus. Just then, Shouts of people could be heard from behind. There are also people on this side. Search thoroughly for me.
Panicked and terrified, she buried more straw over the child.
No, this won't do. If it continues like this, they will surely find this place.
The child's mother must have wanted to distract those villains,
and was ultimately discovered. There's still a woman here. Just like that, the child witnessed his mother being stabbed to death with his own eyes. The other person also said, "Go to the backyard and check." Even in her last moments, she exerted all her strength, snatching an object from the kitchen and directly hurling it at the assassin.
He was burned, his flesh scorched, and he immediately hacked the woman to death, cursing wildly. Damn it, I thought she was already dead. To protect her most precious child, the boy must have fainted after witnessing that scene. Indeed, amidst misfortune lies a glimmer of fortune. Those invaders surely could not have imagined that within that small pile of straw, someone lay hidden.
It was the boy's mother who had risked her life to protect him. The more Sa Lian thought, the more pity she felt, shedding tears in the adjacent room. Wu Ying also felt the loss of his only relative. That child is truly pitiful. Qi Li Gan has decided. I want the boy to temporarily stay at Xinfengzhuang.
How is your body? Injured, yet still forcing yourself to fight. Your body surely will not be able to bear it.
He closed his eyes tightly, sighing helplessly. At such a crucial moment, this subordinate can only lie in bed. I truly have no face to see you. He smiled, looking at him. Then recover quickly. Without you, I would have to personally handle everything.
Wu Ying's expression suddenly turned somber and sorrowful. To speak of it, that mother originally knew no martial arts, yet to protect her child, she resisted to the very end. She surely never imagined this would become the most crucial clue.
All matters in this world are impermanent. Though it shouldn't be said this way, it is truly thanks to her. Wherever there was any connection to the Bei Tianba clan, I dispatched men to investigate every single detail. I didn't expect to actually find someone burned, and furthermore, in a most unexpected location. He turned and immediately departed. You rest. I will go and see. Suddenly he looked up. Young master. Though for this subordinate in such a state, these words may seem a bit ridiculous.
Wu Ying furrowed his brow tightly, reminding him anxiously, "Please be a little careful, sir."
This subordinate always feels that this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. But he already knew all along. I think so too. This time, I likely won't be able to return safely. That night, Qi Li Gan stood amidst an encirclement. Distant relatives of Lin Tiansui, Lin Mingzhao, it was said, had secluded himself from the mortal world, retreating deep into the forest to pursue scholarly research. But does scholarly research require such vigilant guarding?
He introduced himself. I am Qi Li Gan of Xinfengzhuang. I wish to meet Lin Mingzhao. But those men exchanged malicious glances, seemingly unwilling to let him enter. They shouted a single command. Kill him! He immediately took action. I knew you would do this. A palm strike directly to the belly of the first man. These mere small fries were fundamentally no match for him. He alone was enough to deal with the entire group, fighting with increasing vigor and relish. He held his sword horizontally before his chest. How can you treat a guest who has formally announced his name in such a manner? Is this not truly excessive? His eyes, sharp and cold, swept towards the man standing there. What do you say? The newcomer appeared to be a refined scholar, standing perfectly straight, wearing a black hat. Do you even know how expensive it is to hire such individuals? Our protagonist continued to smile, teasing him. A scholar's home, yet employing such costly protectors. Surely, it is not merely to guard books. He gazed directly at that house, certain in his intuition. Could it be that there is something within that you cannot allow me to see? In this entire forest, there is only that one small house. Qi Li Gan glanced at him, never expecting him to be hiding in this remote and perilous wilderness. I have expended considerable effort just to track you down to this place. Lin Mingzhao was exceedingly displeased. To arrive uninvited, late at night, was truly the height of impoliteness. From his sleeve, hidden behind his back, he produced 2 enormous throwing darts. Then allow me, personally, to teach you a lesson in etiquette. The darts were large and sharp, radiating a crimson killing aura. Our protagonist immediately recognized them as judge's brushes, and a mocking smile touched his lips. Could it be that you are a scholar who commits despicable acts, yet still considers himself noble at heart? He closed his eyes. Then allow me to silence you first. Finishing his sentence, he stood high above and hurled the judge's brush downwards. It exploded like a bomb, sending several flying corpses soaring into the sky. His subordinates perished, yet our protagonist remained unharmed, immediately thrusting his sword towards him in a counterattack. This Lin Mingzhao truly possesses considerable skill. He fought evenly with our protagonist in a one-on-one battle. Even our protagonist had to praise such formidable strength, yet lamented that one with such power had to hide away in the deep mountains. What a regrettable waste. If that is the case, then I am even more curious as to what exactly you are protecting within. His gaze turned chillingly sharp. The two exchanged fiery glances. Go ahead and be curious, Lin Mingqiao retorted, for you will never get the chance to witness it. Finishing his words, he hurled yet another dart. This time, our protagonist realized it was aimed directly at his vital acupoints, the Danzong, the Baihui, and the Lingdai. But attacking him was akin to a mosquito-biting steel, utterly futile. How can I allow you to succeed so easily? Both were equally matched in skill and strength, exchanging blows without either yielding. Suddenly, the sword in Xinchiligan's hand whirled, and in an instant, it slashed across Lin Mingqiao's chest, drawing a spray of blood. Lin Mingqiao was sent flying from the ceiling downwards, collapsing in agony. After this severe blow, his combat prowess significantly diminished. Our protagonist smiled, gripping his sword as he mocked. So, what you intended to teach me was not etiquette, but rather the skill of fleeing? Infuriated by our protagonist's provocation, Lin Mingqiao glared and cursed, "Silence!" Yet in his heart he knew full well he was no match for this opponent. He had clearly intended to confront him outside the door initially, but now he had no choice but to resort to a different strategy. He actually turned and ran, with the protagonist's eyes shining brightly as he pursued him relentlessly. "Master Lin, since you have so openly and honorably invited me, I suppose I have no choice but to follow you inside." As both individuals entered the house, the formation immediately activated, glowing with a verdant light. This house contained an unknown number of dazzlingly complex and glowing formations that shone brightly, almost blinding the eyes. Zheng Liqian looked around, utterly devoid of fear. "Originally, I was quite curious what lay within this place. Thank you for personally inviting me in." The scoundrel triumphantly raised the brush-shaped weapon in his hand, issuing a threat. "Then let me see if you can remain so unperturbed within my formation any longer. Every subsequent moment will stretch into an eternity for you." Red ink flowed from the brush's tip, as if hypnotizing others. "You shall plunge into endless illusion and pain." He had been secretly plotting, but before he could even think, he had unexpectedly walked straight into a trap. "You young man are on the verge of death." Yet, the antagonist could not believe it, even in death, for the protagonist remained utterly unaffected, instead raising his sword and scoffing, "You rely solely on this puny formation?" His face instantly paled with fear, all color draining from it. "Do you truly think you can imprison me?" As he spoke, the protagonist unleashed an earth-shattering blow. After this strike, half of the antagonist's spirit was scattered. He was on the verge of joining his ancestors. At this moment, on the other side, Tu Lin stood silently in a room bathed in yellow light, recalling an earlier scene where the elder had bowed his head in confusion. "I perfectly understand why you have come to our righteous Dao alliance. Although even I find it difficult to believe that the sect master would commit such an act. Lihan Manor is, after all, a family directly affiliated with the Northern Heaven Hegemon family. It would be more appropriate for them to conduct the investigation." The thought alone made Elder Tu Lin let out a long sigh as he gazed towards the door. "You have arrived?" The one who arrived was Wu Ying. "You seem much better than last time," Tu Lin remarked. "Forgive me for causing you worry, but what is the true purpose of your visit?" Suddenly, Elder Tu Lin mentioned, "A few days ago I spoke with Li Qian once. No, to say it was a conversation would be inaccurate. It was more like I unilaterally pressured him. At that time I only feared he would ignite another storm of blood and wind in the martial world." The elder unexpectedly began to confide. "However, as time passed, his words have always echoed in my mind. He once said that no one truly upholds what is called chivalry anymore. That young Liu Qian, still so young, ventured alone into the Jianghu and must have experienced a great many things. At that time I thought that as his father and master, I should patiently wait for him to voluntarily open up, so I asked nothing. But even today, even if I were to ask, he probably wouldn't tell me anything anymore. I called you here precisely because I wish to confide a few heartfelt words. I truly am a failed father, am I not?" Their eyes met. This question was too difficult. How could Wu Ying dare to answer? The elder added, "I don't even know what truly made him become what he is now." Meanwhile, on Liqian's side, the protagonist's strike was so— "I have yet to kill him. You still possess some utility, which is why I have spared your life. There are many things I wish to ask you. For instance, this stench of blood that has been assaulting my senses since earlier." Beneath his feet lay an enormous pool of blood. While he went to battle, the old father at home questioned Wu Ying, who could only answer. Although this subordinate does not fully comprehend the young master's thoughts, this subordinate has a conjecture. You need not be too concerned, merely listen and see. He simply stepped upon that pool of blood and walked on, while the old man at home gradually opened his heart. "It seems something truly has transpired. Tell me everything. What exactly did the boy witness and endure when he ventured into the martial world in his youth?" From the time the young master was small, until now, the elder had never truly sought to understand. Wu Ying recounted everything as it happened. In his youth, the young master once befriended several individuals known as the Four Heroes of Qinghai. When he was with that group, laughter always filled the air. "Ha ha,
This boy truly speaks with directness. Li Gan then freely recounted his tale to them. When I first stepped into the martial world, I encountered far too many wicked individuals, which truly astonished me. At times, I even doubted the teachings my father imparted were wrong. At that time, the young master was still small, his eyes still sparkling with innocence. However, after meeting the seniors, he finally understood that his father's words were not mistaken. In the martial world, there truly exist individuals who uphold righteousness and chivalry, just like these seniors. Indeed, one among them even told him that as a person of the martial world, this was naturally how one should be. Little Gan, you must also engrave this in your memory. Among those four, the young master particularly favored one, and that was this very individual. Their friendship deepened with each passing day, until that incident subsequently occurred. On that day, Li Gan stood amidst the crowd, his eyes wide with disbelief, while whispers echoed around him. They flaunt their righteousness to the heavens, yet behind their backs, they engage in such petty thievery. But this is the first time I have witnessed someone being executed for the crime of theft. He stole from the Jianghu merchant guild, and Dao Ming only acted thus to curry favor with Lord Zhang. Along the road, a long line of people witnessed the young master's most beloved brother, his hands bound tightly. The individual leading him away then roared, "Listen closely, all of you. This scoundrel trespassed into the residence of innocent commoners, stole their property, committing a heinous crime that defies the heavens. As a practitioner of the martial arts, he has committed an act that violates the rules of the martial world." That person said nothing, merely turning to look at him in the crowd with a bitter smile. The other man's shout that he would be beheaded in the public square tomorrow struck the young master like an axe blow to the face. Was in utter confusion. That very night, An Meng secretly visited him in his cell. He merely stated that Xiao Qian should not have used force against them, as they were only fulfilling their duties. An Meng explained, "You merely knocked them unconscious temporarily. Why did you not reveal the truth earlier? The thieves were clearly the other three martial heroes." However, he merely sighed in response. "The number of common folk swindled by Lord Zhang is not small. My sworn brothers only wish to help them recover their money. Thus, even knowing theft was wrong, I had no choice but to act as I did." An Meng, his heart burning with indignation, pressed him. "Senior, you have been deceived. If they were truly righteous, they would not have pushed you forward to take the blame." He replied, "I inquired about the entire situation, and was then willingly apprehended." But he resignedly sighed. "Compared to a worthless individual like me, it would be more beneficial for the Jianghu if my sworn brothers were allowed to live on. If you intend to persuade me to escape prison, then extinguish that thought at once. If I were to disappear, my sworn brothers would surely be hunted down." With dark-rimmed eyes, he looked up at the sky, adding, "As long as my sworn brothers are protected, I would not hesitate to die. The only thing that troubles my heart is that after my death, you will surely grieve deeply." Upon hearing this, An Meng's heart grew heavy. The man even consoled him. "Foolish boy, you are no longer a child. What is there to cry about? Pour me a cup of the wine you brought." The very next day, that man was truly beheaded in the white snow. Reflecting now, Wu Ying felt helpless. I do not know what the young master was thinking at that time. He stood amidst the crowd, watching the man beheaded, then turned to look in the opposite direction. There, the three scoundrels were still feasting lavishly, without a hint of sorrow or shame. "Today, we shall drink only the most expensive wine, for everything has been smoothly resolved. How wonderfully smooth this wine tastes." They even mocked. Indeed, the righteous heart of a Jianghu practitioner is truly magnificent. Ha ha, how splendid. For the first time, An Meng truly perceived the authentic face of the Jianghu. He only spoke one sentence to me. "In the current Jianghu, there is fundamentally no place for benevolence, righteousness, or chivalry." Upon hearing this, Tu Lin seemed to understand. Li Qian had risked everything to cling to his belief in Jianghu righteousness, but the Jianghu had crushed it in the most brutal way. Therefore, when he faced me, he only felt profound betrayal and boundless rage. Wu Ying suddenly recounted in a low voice. Though this subordinate should not interject, the young master often says this particular phrase. "My father's Jianghu is truly boring, but he is also the one who most desires to create a Jianghu like his father's." This statement left the old man utterly bewildered, unable to believe his own ears. On the other side, An Meng glared around furiously, realizing this was fundamentally a dungeon, a chamber of brutal torture. Corpses lay strewn, and the stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Lin Mingchao rushed in from that direction, but An Meng had already seen everything. With a darkened face, wide, furious eyes, he snarled at him. "Just what exactly have you been doing here?" He merely looked at the protagonist and recoiled backward in sheer terror. He claimed he was merely following orders, for simply eliminating those who disobeyed would not satisfy Patriarch Lin. He was still trying to explain, "I didn't want to do this kind of thing either," when he was seized tightly by the wrist, just as he was about to cry out for mercy. But before he could utter a sound, the The protagonist forcefully pinned his arm to the ground.
He decisively raised his sword, and with a single, lightning-fast strike,
his arm was severed. After severing this one arm, the protagonist continued coldly, there is still one more arm. Now you can no longer write or be a scholar, but you still possess some utility, so I shall spare your life.
With both hands now gone, the protagonist's face flushed crimson, his gaze more chilling than that of a fiend.
Although it was unclear whether this was a good or bad outcome for him, the scene shifts to Sa Lilian. She was still tending to the young child. He had already recovered from his fever and was now sleeping peacefully. How wonderful!
Suddenly, a familiar voice called out.
Lianchi quickly looked up, crying out in joyful surprise.
Her father swiftly rushed out to greet him.
Heavens, why are you so haggard? He smiled and replied, I am fine. Mother and the youngest sibling also ran out at that moment. The entire family looked at each other with joy. Everyone was here.
The younger sister explained, Li Gan said it was very dangerous outside, advising us to stay at the Xinfeng estate for a while.
But what exactly happened? The elder then finally spoke. Young hero Qi saved me. I was imprisoned in a dark dungeon all this time. Sa Lian listened in fright. A dungeon? If not for Lingan, I truly do not know what would have become of father. The father chuckled reassuringly. Haha, I am fine, do not worry. But that child is... Her mother explained. He is the child whom big sister and brother Ligan rescued. Whenever he is separated from big sister, he becomes frightened. So we brought him back here. Zheng Yiqi was moved upon hearing this. That child was also saved by young hero Qi. One truly wonders how many lives young hero Qi has saved in total. The family continued to discuss. How shall we repay him? Is young hero Qi all right? No, I must go find Li Gan and offer my thanks. However, the elder stopped Sa Lilian. No, that is not right. Young hero Qi must be very tired by now.
For today,
in truth, our protagonist was walking with his father into the bamboo forest. As they walked, Elder Tulin suddenly stopped and exclaimed, the stench of blood is overpowering. Li Gan calmly explained, I merely ensured he received his just punishment. His father seemed displeased.
Do you truly believe that relying on your superior martial arts to kill wherever you please constitutes justice?
Following your path, even if you bathe the entire martial world in blood, it will lead nowhere. Our protagonist could not understand. For the first time, he asked, Father, do you truly value the blood of those in the martial world so much? However, I value the innocent and the blood of the weak and defenseless even more, to create a martial world where ordinary people no longer have to shed their blood. He then declared bluntly to his father, to save further time, whether it is a villain like Lin Tiansui, or those who seek to obstruct my path, I will kill them without mercy. The father and son stared at each other. This time, his father was not angry. He merely sensed the rage and sorrow emanating from his son. Yet he could not discern which emotion held greater sway. Just as his father was about to speak, Wu Ying suddenly appeared. Young master, you are here?
He apologized for interrupting their conversation, informing them that the Northern Heavenly Overlord clan had already dispatched their people. They claim that because the young master attacked Lin Ming Chao, they wish to apprehend you for questioning.
Our protagonist turned to his father and said, I will now go to the Northern Heavenly Overlord clan. He turned. Before I go, I have one final question for you, father. Do you still intend to stop me? The father and son's eyes met, the tension between them still palpable. His father did not reply, only reminding him,
eliminating Lin Tiansui will not resolve the matter this time.
Although you may feel the process is unimportant, your close relationship with the sect master himself will lead to suspicions of collusion. This matter can only be entrusted to the Righteous Path Alliance to handle. Only then will people believe in his innocence. Our protagonist was deeply disappointed in his father. Could it be that even now, you still believe in the Righteous Path Alliance? Have you not witnessed with your own eyes how the Righteous Path Alliance now has to defer to the whims of the Northern Heavenly Overlord clan?
Do you truly believe that, merely by their appearance, Lin Tiansui will obediently comply?
His father still attempted to argue. But if you merely kill whoever you please, that is not righteous chivalry, but personal revenge. Our protagonist decisively walked past his father, stating, I do not demand that you believe me. Then warned with a voice colder than ice, therefore, you also should not obstruct me.
Hearing this, his father had no choice but to concede. It was the first time his son had openly confronted him so fiercely.
The old man stood frozen, yet surprisingly he was not as angry as on previous occasions. Wu Ying hastily asked, Young master, do you intend to leave immediately? Our protagonist nodded. I had originally intended to go to the Northern Heavenly Overlord clan anyway. This is quite a coincidence, he said, not forgetting to instruct Wu Ying. Do not tell Xia Lian, lest she worry. I have something to show great hero Qi. At the Northern Heavenly Overlord clan's compound, soldiers lay dead all over the ground, while Lin Tiansui sat on a high chair. HMPH, I knew these youths were no match for you. The formalities end here. He has already laid out the charges against our protagonist. You not only usurped the rightful sect master, but you even dared to harm my family. Surely you have prepared yourself for the consequences? Our protagonist fearlessly met his gaze. Your loyal dog, Lin Mingchao, has already agreed to testify against you. With everything having fallen apart, if he did not wish to die by your hands, he could only betray you. I also conveniently obtained the incriminating orders you had previously sent to Lin Mingchao. He did not burn them. Instead, he kept them carefully. It seems he did not truly trust you either. Our protagonist looked directly at him. With matters having reached this stage, will you still not admit your crimes? But that scoundrel would not concede, even unto death. With a dismissive wave he declared, I am tired of hearing your nonsensical words. Dispose of him. A clear command rang out as a figure stepped forward, wielding a massive saber. He was clearly a renowned expert. Chiligan smiled, observing the newcomer. Someone of your stature would work for him? It seems money truly holds sway. You were once hailed as the foremost venerable of the demonic faction, were you not? The former master, Tian Nu, and his allies paid no mind to his sarcastic jibes. Lin Tiansui then commanded, It matters not if this room is destroyed. Unleash your full power. Tian Nu immediately charged forward, wielding weapons in both hands. The two clashed fiercely, and it was clear that battling this elder would be an intense ordeal. As he fought, he realized, You are infusing internal energy into your sword to counter my attacks? Our protagonist knew it. In any case, I cannot rely on such a cheap weapon to contend with you. Now, parry the attack of the foremost venerable of the demonic faction. After only a few exchanges, the entire building was already in ruins. That old man raised his sword high and brought it down in a powerful strike. These petty tricks are useless against me, he scoffed. However, before he could finish his sentence, our protagonist delivered a swift kick, striking him squarely in the neck. Though his sword was ready, his unarmed combat proved truly exceptional. Only now did his opponent regret his overconfidence. But just as victory seemed within reach, it was revealed they had a second combatant. A figure wearing a straw hat launched a stealth attack, stabbing out from behind our protagonist. Chikiligan swiftly turned, deflecting the assailant's sword. It was truly 2 against 1. Upon seeing him, our protagonist immediately recognized the figure. You are the one who stood beside Lin Tiansui 2 days ago, when I sought him out. Lin Tiansui's Duan Yu Shadow Guard. Our protagonist raised his sword, preparing for continued combat. It appears this conflict will not conclude so swiftly. Meanwhile, in another location, the elder Song Zheyong was bellowing, Do not be complacent, thinking yourselves the best. So as not to fail the treatment you receive, you must become even stronger. The elder was training his troops on the city wall. Wu Ying and Tu Lin looked down. Even Elder Bo had to praise him. Truly a good instructor. Wu Ying nodded and explained. Indeed, he was once in dire straits, unable to repay his debt to Yama. It was the young master who saved him and appointed him as an instructor. His wife and children are also now living peacefully at Jinfeng Manor. Not only them, but also Hua Wuti, the manor lord of Ghost Iron Mountain Manor, a man who became broken by guilt after losing his family, along with that orphan child, and even the sect master himself. If the young master had not intervened to save them, who knows what their fate would be now. Seeing what the young master has done, I truly always thought he was an unfathomable person. Elder Tulin also saw his son in a new light. For the first time he acknowledged him. You are right. That child truly makes one unable to see through him. One who ventures into the martial world early is indeed different. On Chilikian's side, he was still fighting with all his might. Yet he still had enough energy to mock them. As 2 prominent masters of the Bo Tianba clan, how can you gang up to attack one person? Have you no shame? Lin Tiansui sat on his high seat, looking down, thinking to himself. No matter how much he tried to appear composed, it would be useless. Tian Nu alone was enough to put him in distress, and with Duan Yu's invisible attacks combined, he certainly would not be able to cope, even if by some miracle he could defeat one of them. However, the elder was gravely mistaken. The protagonist was fighting with extraordinary prowess, and so far, only those 2 had been shedding copious amounts of blood. He was already chuckling to himself. When the battle prolonged, he would ultimately fall into a disadvantaged position. Just as he was fighting fiercely, the sword in his hand shattered, leaving him utterly taken aback. And it was his first time fighting, and his sword broke. If he had known, he would not have returned his parents' sword earlier. That assassin delivered a few more basic strikes. The sword in his hand was completely broken, shattered into countless fragments. Likian tried to channel his spiritual energy, using the broken sword fragments to continue fighting, but soon he was left bare-handed, confronting 2 notorious assassins of the martial world. Lin Tiansui sat on high, looking down and provoking. You are quite resilient. What connection does this matter have to you that makes you so stubborn? Could it be that you wish to emulate a knight-errant? The protagonist utterly detested these 2 words. A knight-errant? Me? The old man sat there, high and mighty, with an arrogant expression. Precisely. A bunch of delusional fools chasing trivial righteousness and honor, acting so self-righteously. Do you know where they all end up? All in their graves, while I am here, at the highest position. He openly scorned him, warning him in a cold voice, I will soon drag you down from there. Lin Tiansu was enraged and commanded. In this situation, he still dares to speak defiantly. Sever the tendons in all 4 of his limbs. The 2 henchmen immediately charged forward. Our protagonist, without his sword, could only fight empty-handed. A brilliant purple light, imbued with demonic energy, erupted from his palm. At this very moment, a dazzling streak of light shot down from the sky. It was a sword wrapped in white cloth. Everyone present was astonished. Even Qi Liqian was shocked. The sword was far too familiar. Why was it here now? He immediately raised his head to look at the figure standing on a distant rooftop, his eyes widening and gleaming with astonishment. It was Elder Tu Lin standing there, who asked, My boy, did you come here alone just to endure all of this?
All 4 individuals turned to look at Elder Tu Lin, especially the 2 assassins, who were visibly intimidated.
Old man Lin Tiansu pressed his lips tightly together, secretly assessing the newcomer. He arrived without a sound. Elder Tu Lin merely stood there, observing him. Even though with a single move, he could resolve the entire situation.
Qi Liqian stared at the sword plunged before him.
What exactly do you mean by entrusting this sword to me? I thought you were against this fight. Elder Tu Lin remained silent for a moment before speaking. You have grown up. I should no longer interfere.
From now on, this sword is yours.
Our protagonist had not seen his elder in such a serious demeanor for a long time. Master, are you truly serious? This is no joke. Before he could say anything more, the elder added a condition. I only have one request.
The 2 assassins stood there,
utterly silent. They, too, were now entangled in this matter.
The counsel Tu Lin wished to impart was this.
When the moment truly comes to take a life, I hope you will consider carefully before acting. After careful consideration, if you still believe that individual deserves death, then it is not too late to strike. That alone will be sufficient.
Is that all?
He had never unjustly killed anyone, so he readily accepted.
Reaching out, he grasped the sword, unwrapping the white cloth, and affirmed, I will engrave this into my very bones. The battle resumed. Those 2 henchmen were truly doomed this time. Now that he wielded a sword, let's see how they would fight back. They also realized that the atmosphere had drastically changed compared to moments ago. Yet these 2 still tried to reassure themselves, and charged forward. But they believed that relying solely on one weapon could never turn the tide of victory. Whether he could turn the tide or not, only battle would tell. A single sweep of his sword was enough to send both henchmen flying far away. The assassin in the hat was struck by his thrusts without missing a single one. If he did not dodge quickly, he would surely die.
Now that he wielded this sword, it would be impossible for them to shatter his blade again. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Indeed, the difference was stark.
Thanks to this sword, he could swiftly bring the battle to an end.
Wielding the sword, he stabbed repeatedly, effortlessly handling 2 opponents alone. The scoundrel Lin Tiansu, watching from the sidelines, finally saw the truth. This fellow is more formidable than I imagined. His father's actions were also peculiar. Thus, he immediately ordered Fan Lei, who stood beside him, to send a message, summoning them back.
Having issued the command, he gazed down at the protagonist battling below. Beholding you reminds me of my youthful days. Ji Ligan, still fighting with ferocity, turned and managed to retort. Surely you are not speaking of appearance, are you?
The old man's face visibly darkened. I too was once brimming with strength and youthful vigor, yet I did not squander them on futile endeavors like yours. While others across the martial world invoked various pretexts to butcher one another, only I meticulously constructed a truly impregnable fortress, the present-day Bo Tianba family.
The protagonist, upon hearing this wary warning of an impregnable fortress, remained unfazed. He continued to fight and converse, remarking that it was precisely because the old man remained perpetually cloistered within it.
It must be why you have lost all perception of reality. Do you truly believe no one can touch you? His words struck a nerve with all 3 individuals, for they held an undeniable truth that left them speechless. Ji Ligan leaped high, unleashing his signature technique. Now, I shall prove to you that it is all nothing but your own delusion. He instantly activated the Super Galaxy Meteor Sword technique, first form, Meteor Descent. It is time to send them to their ancestors. Elsewhere, old Tu Lin stood atop a hill, gazing down upon the scene. Ji Ligan, I have finally comprehended the path you wish to forge. Unlike Tian Mo, who perpetually sought to dominate the martial world, the 2 secluded aristocratic families chose a reclusive existence, and both parents, having renounced the martial world, were entirely distinct. My son, though I know not what shall become of you in the years to come, will you truly succeed in forging your own martial domain? But for now, Continue to stride forward upon your chosen path.
The old man had finally found release.
As the old man stood lost in these thoughts, the protagonist had already dispatched the 2 assassins. There was no one left in this place worthy of being his adversary. All had been utterly annihilated.
He gripped his blood-soaked sword, gazing directly at the old man high above.
Will you finally deign to descend now? The old man was thoroughly provoked. The old man roared in indignation. Bring me my saber! His fury ignited, rendering him incapable of remaining still. I shall personally deal with him.
Fan Lei, who stood nearby, hastily intervened. Patriarch, Lord Patriarch, Fan Lei pleaded. The message has already been dispatched. The Da Tianhui will arrive momentarily.
The Da Tianhui are the elite forces of the Bo Tianba family. Perhaps it would be prudent to await their arrival first.
Before he could finish his sentence, his head was instantly struck by a palm and exploded. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. The women standing nearby turned pale with fear, and the others dared not utter another word. Someone who had always stood by his side, yet he killed him in an instant. After the kill, he coldly glanced over.
It is precisely because you constantly advise me not to get involved that things have come to such a state.
His killing intent surged furiously. He clicked his tongue and stood up. All of you are utterly useless, taking the sword from the other man's hand. To be able to make the clan head of the Bei Tianba clan personally appear, I must admit you do possess some capability.
He has truly fallen. Tian Nu lay flattened on the ground, desperately clinging to his last breath.
Esteemed clan head, I am incredibly sorry.
But no sooner had he spoken than he received another brutal blow to the face, turning it to pulp. He even waved his hand, killing the remaining black-clad assassin, yet he spared the life of his opponent. I truly don't know if you are too arrogant or too foolish. He let out a laugh. Because I must think carefully before acting. This old man was enraged to the point of madness. His eyes burned brightly as he charged forward. So, when facing me, can you still act like that? He reacted quickly, spinning around to retort. You are no exception. However, I intend to use a few flashy moves here.
His face was filled with excitement, devoid of any fear.
The 2 charged into battle. He retreated slightly, declaring, Now, it officially begins. Still harboring compassion, I would give you 3 chances to atone. But saying that now would only further enrage the old man. That tone, as if he held my life and death in his hands, was truly grating to the ears. His killing intent soared to the heavens. Let me tear that mouth of yours to shreds first.
The move he used was the Heavenly King Saber technique, first form, Black One Saber. It looked quite battle-hardened, but even as it slashed straight down, his sword parried it as usual. The 2 opposing forces clashed, exploding with thunderous roars. The entire building shook as if by an earthquake. Only the 2 combatants remained fearless, while the others, terrified, looked up at the ceiling, thinking, This place is about to collapse. Quickly get out. No sooner had they thought it, the roof exploded. The 2 now fought amidst the open sky. Hearing the cries of the servants below, he looked at his opponent with confusion. Do you not care about the lives of your own retainers? Lin Tiantuai was always this arrogant. What does he care? He charged forward to continue fighting. They are merely a bunch of lowly servants. If they die, I can simply buy others. He felt a surge of revulsion. What a truly despicable wretch. Suddenly, he no longer wished to spare him in the slightest. No sooner had he finished speaking, he slashed straight at the opponent's wrist. Blood gushed forth, too swift and dangerous. The opponent could not parry in time. He could only glare and curse. You scoundrel! He severed the tendons in my right hand. While the old man was still preoccupied with his hand, his fist came flying once more. First crime, the brutal massacre of the innocent Li Han Manor. His entire body was punched through the wall of the house. Everyone present was horrified by the sight. He knew his opponent was still alive. Death alone is not enough to atone for your sins. The opponent's entire body shot out, continuing the fight. It was because I was too complacent. He slashed horizontally at the protagonist. Li Gan dodged it and seized the opportunity to mock him. Complacent? When was the last time you risked your life fighting someone? Normally, you only order your subordinates around. It has been a very long time since you personally took action to kill someone, hasn't it? I realized it after just a few exchanges. The old man, having his sore spot hit, turned from shame to rage and cursed. You ignorant fool! You rely on a little bit of power and think yourself invincible. Wait until the grand heavenly assembly arrives, and your life will be over. Let me teach you what true power really is. At this moment, a large group of Bei Tianba clan soldiers on horseback rushed forward. The old man saw their numbers, as numerous as ants. He immediately gloated. Even you are no match for them. His face remained utterly unperturbed. He had accounted for everything. He had even... Regarding this matter, if the Da Tianhui did not launch an all-out attack, it would be a different story. The entire troop of Bei Tianba Jia soldiers, who were rushing forward like a tempest, had to halt abruptly. This was because Wu Ying had already led his people to block their path. Wu Ying and Song Zheyong stood at the forefront. Behind them were hundreds of people he had trained for a long time. The old man quickly realized there were more than 50 people. Standing beside him, Wu Ying nodded. The young master speaks no falsehood. After the previous confrontation, both the Bei Tianbajia and the Nan Yu Lian have become extremely tense.
The young master once said that if the Dai Tianhui deployed all its forces, it would provoke the Nan Yu Lian. Thus, the Bei Tianbajia only dared to mobilize a portion of its military might.
Could it be that when the young master devised the plan for the Nan Yu Lian incident earlier, he had already accounted for restraining the Dai Tianhui in this manner? Wu Ying resolutely drew his sword. A conflict of this scale as an opponent for the Xinfeng Dui, Zouqi's first real combat, could not be more appropriate.
Charge! Both sides plunged into fierce combat. Lin Tiansui, still oblivious, even asked, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The crime of fighting while distracted led to him being struck by a devastating horizontal slash across his body. After asking the question, his knees buckled, and he was forced to brace himself by thrusting his sword into the ground. The protagonist calmly pronounced his judgment. Severing your leg tendons is the punishment for inciting Lin Mingchao to massacre innocent people. This is your second crime. Even death cannot fully atone for your transgressions.
The protagonist smiled, his eyes gleaming brightly.
Now, only one more crime remains. Just then, his soldiers rushed in to report. Lord Patriarch. Even with just 3 insignificant thugs remaining, he still dared to bellow about killing this scoundrel. All 3, not knowing their own strength, charged forth to attack the protagonist.
Ultimately, their end was identical. Wu Ying's side also proceeded smoothly. Before long, they had eliminated all of Bei Tianbajia's forces. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses lay strewn everywhere. Lin Tiansui's face was utterly grim. He wished he could devour the protagonist alive on the spot.
Qi Ligan looked at him gloatingly. "Only you remain now."
The old man stood motionless, no longer daring to charge recklessly.
This feeling, indeed, he had not experienced in a long time.
After the great righteous demonic war, to strengthen the Bei Tianbajia, I employed every conceivable method: collusion, compromise, threats, and ambushes. I walked the line between life and death countless times, painstakingly building this foundation for 20 years. Yet, as he looked at the youth, who was barely old enough to be his grandson, could he truly fall to such a fate? Finally, he could not help but ask, "Who exactly are you?" The protagonist chortled. "It is still that same statement, the heir of the drifting cloud-flowing water merchant family, the foremost fruit merchant of Qinghai. However, this time I shall offer a more elaborate introduction. Young master of Xinfeng Zhuang, champion of the Heavenly Dragon Great War, a wandering martial artist whose footsteps span the entire Jianghu. Besides these, I possess many more titles. Do you wish to hear more?" The old man understood. "Ha ha ha, that damned scoundrel. It is too late now that I realize. I thought he was but a dog, yet unexpectedly he is a tiger. I thought he was a tiger, yet unexpectedly he is an azure dragon clutching a wish-fulfilling pearl." Still, he refused to give up, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. "Very well. What if he is a tiger? What can even an azure dragon accomplish? I, Lin Tiansui, even if I must die, will drag someone else down with me." While the son fought with such intense fervor, his parents meanwhile found themselves at the base of a tree, engaged in a private rendezvous. "Do you still recall a particular statement you once made? You said that little Gan, who inherited my bloodline, is tormented by destructive desires within his heart. That is also the bloodline of our family, after all." But Tulin shook her head. "I do not think so. She is a good person. Moreover, even if what she said is true, she would not be controlled by that thing. Therefore, let us wait and see. Let us see whether our son will ultimately become a righteous hero of the world or a tyrannical overlord of the world. He is torn between 2 bloodlines, both exceptionally potent. Only a child would choose a single path. He takes both. A righteous hero with one hand, a tyrannical overlord with the other. When both combine their might, the name Lin Tiansui will be nothing more than a memory." Father also said that this choice must be left for him to make on his own. Before striking, he had deliberated, yet upon seeing that cruel face he inwardly resolved, "Forget it. Why bother with hesitation or thought? In the end, I still wish to see blood." With one hand he unleashed demonic energy, striking directly into the elder's abdomen. A single blow was enough to crush his internal organs. Lin Tiansui realized it, but it was too late. His face contorted in agony. My Dantian." His gaze fixed upon him, filled with a strong desire to kill, but the elder's terrified shriek escaped his lips. "Stop! Stop! Is crippling my Dantian not enough?" Of course it's not enough. He needed to strike a few more times to feel satisfied. His blood spilled, ending the charade.
His entire body collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Qi Li Gan sneered scornfully. To become a crippled waste, unable to even bind a chicken, how does it feel? He was still defiant. Before killing me, do you intend to preach to me as well? He listed his crimes directly. You massacred all the people of Li Han Chang, savagely tortured those imprisoned in the dungeons, and finally slaughtered all of them. Over the past 20 years, just how many people have you killed? His face, colder than ice, gazed at him. You truly deserve death. But I will not personally kill you. I will hand you over to the righteous Dazo Alliance for judgment. The righteousness of the Jianghu must be upheld by everyone, together. I have heard that saying countless times, to the point of weariness, so I wish to test its truth just once. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiansui inwardly rejoiced. You fool! By sparing my life now, you will undoubtedly regret it later. However, the young women standing there suddenly trembled, their faces darkening as they picked up swords from the ground, glaring at him with seething resentment. You actually slaughtered everyone in the secret prison. We wished for death, yet dared not die. Living wretchedly as your playthings, all of it was for the sake of our families. He looked over, immediately understanding their intentions. You, these despicable women dare to. He longed to retaliate, but could only remain helpless. If the meridians of my 4 limbs were not crippled, a single palm strike would be enough to slaughter all of them. He hurriedly turned to look at him. Boy, did you not say you would hand me over to the righteous Dayo Alliance? Then quickly protect me. Stop those mad women. Men glanced at them, each with faces drenched in tears, their entire bodies trembled. Indeed, I once said I would hand you over to the righteous forces of the martial world for judgment. The man sneered upon hearing this, but men had changed his mind. Their choice was also a form of righteousness. No sooner had he finished speaking than the swords in the young women's hands simultaneously plunged forward. Even on the verge of death he still glared, his voice a low snarl of threats. Do you truly believe that after killing me, you will find peace? But the young women now had little capacity to think beyond this. They only recalled his past promise, that if they obeyed his commands, their families would be spared. The young women channeled all their accumulated resentment into him, stabbing him relentlessly. Everything you commanded, I have already fulfilled. Why? Why did you kill them? The wicked truly meet their just retribution. Madame Boloi Kentianchi's words proved absolutely true. He truly met his end at the hands of women, brutally stabbed into oblivion. Men merely stood by, eyes closed, offering no intervention, as if silently commanding, go to your grave, and continue your repentance. Meanwhile, Elder Tulam stood upon a withered branch amidst the lake, recuperating, his thoughts drifting to his beloved disciple. He recalled when he first guided the youth into the martial world, the disciple was merely a child, innocent and unaware of its intricacies. Indeed, time flows as swiftly as a river. Suddenly, the surface of the lake rippled faintly. Elder brother, have you returned? Men stood behind the elder. Yes. Lin Tianzui has taken his own life. Elder Bo showed a hint of surprise. So he was not slain by you, but chose to end his own life? The elder surmised that with the clan head's demise, the Bakthianba clan would surely not remain idle. But men remained unfazed. This matter was of no great consequence. It merely meant that his plan to use the man's dying words to clear the sect master's name of injustice had been rendered entirely fruitless. Elder Tulam nodded. Let the Zhengdao Alliance handle this matter. Today, I have already delivered Lin Mingzhao and the evidence into their hands. With the situation having escalated to this degree, they can no longer afford to remain indifferent. Furthermore, among the victims enumerated in the letter were also missing members of the Zhengdao Alliance. Men registered a hint of surprise, finding it truly astonishing. To think the Zhengdao Alliance, the old man replied, because they are also people of the martial world. And that reminds me. Do you not regret it? He asked. Regret what? Even now you are still teasing me about handing over the Junzi sword. The old man turned and smiled. I hope you can use it well and not make me regret it. It had been a long time since the two of them had spoken so casually. The next day, in the courtyard, a crowd of people was already waiting. Each of them cupped their hands respectfully. As soon as Chilikian appeared, the entire group immediately hailed in unison. Greetings, sect master. He seriously looked over the crowd. Yesterday was your first actual combat experience. Everyone performed very well. But truthfully, in the future, you will continue to encounter many more life-threatening battles. The few with bandages on their bodies turned to each other and whispered, I have a bad premonition. With such high rewards, I don't care if there is danger or not. He understood their intentions and said, whoever wishes to leave can do so now. There is no need to mind the gazes of others, nor to feel awkward. As for those who remain, I promise you only one thing. I will absolutely not treat you as sacrifices. I will use my entire foundation to uphold this promise. Speaking of this, his blood was already boiling. He shouted, are you willing to seize this martial world with me? The entire group became spirited and confident. all their fears having vanished. They roared in unison, "We are willing. We swear to follow the sect master to the death." Meanwhile, his parents were sitting under a tree, embracing affectionately.
His mother felt completely relieved, watching her son lead everyone. It seemed he had truly matured. Moreover, the conflict between him and his father had also been resolved. His father embraced her even tighter, apologizing, "I am sorry for always leaving you caught in the middle, worrying."
His mother replied, "It has been hard. Why don't we rejuvenate our spirits together? Now we no longer need to worry too much about Zhao Qian. My dear, would you like to roam the martial world with me?" But he replied, "Before that, I wish to take Xiao Qian to a certain place first." His mother was startled, turning around. "Bring Xiao Qian too?"
Qi Shulin remembered that old man, Liu Zentian. Although he didn't know how that senior would react, he still had to visit his father-in-law to pay his respects.
As soon as the words were spoken, his mother was startled and slightly panicked. "I should have visited long ago. It is truly shameful to admit." His mother comforted her husband. "Visiting your parents is fine, but my father," Zhulin interrupted her comfort, "he certainly won't welcome me, but he is definitely waiting for you to return." His mother furrowed her brows in worry. "He might be in danger, I know." But considering Liao Qian's future, the husband and wife immediately understood each other's intentions.
"You are worried that something might happen when they meet later, aren't you?"
Thus, they decided to agree. "All right, let's go."
Arriving at Tianmo Palace, the entire Jianghu has been shaken these past few days.
Every eatery echoes with discussions. You've also seen the proclamation issued by the Righteous Daco Alliance, haven't you?
Of course. For the sect master of the Righteous Sword sect to clear his name is indeed a good thing, but it would be even better if we could directly know the truth about Clan Master Lin's death.
I heard that a reclusive master on the side of the righteous faction could no longer stand by and thus took action.
Such rumors are abundant. Some say it was done by assassins from the Manhua Alliance. Others claim it was the champion of the Celestial Dragon Grand War who acted. And some even suggest it was due to their internal strife. Will the Northern Heavens Bao clan simply decline like this?
Probably not.
If Clan Master Lin were still alive, he might have become a common enemy of the martial world.
But now, it is hard to say. On the side of the Northern Heavens Bao clan's main hall, just as Lin Xiaqi had calculated, with the old man dead, he would ascend to power. Yet now he seems rather displeased, clenching the paper so tightly that veins bulged on his hand.
He furrowed his brows in anger. His grandfather had died in such a ridiculous manner.
On the side of the Nanhua Alliance's main hall, the old men were gathered, discussing strategies. Even Tian Nu and Duan Yue have gone missing without a trace. That side must be in utter disarray. This is a perfect opportunity to overthrow the Northern Heavens Bay clan. However, we still do not know which force has intervened in this matter. This matter requires even greater caution. But old man Yang Ren had finished his calculations. He ordered the White Tiger Squad to assemble at the Flying Swallow prison. The female guildmaster, along with her 2 subordinates, went straight inside. One of them asked, "Guildmaster, there isn't much left."
She replied coldly,
"Continue. I'm feeling a bit bored." Just as she heard an interesting piece of news, she decided to head to Wuhan. Now, all 3 forces are targeting this place. The most peaceful spot is where the old men reside. Leng Yishang and Tian Wuyue conversed. "So, Li Qian has also helped those distressed women find refuge, hasn't he? Like father? Like son?" Indeed, Li Qian also cares deeply for the weak. Both old men suddenly looked towards the old woman, Yang Huaying. "Are you listening to what I am saying?"
She said nothing, only staring fixedly at the blood-red sky.
"Yes, I am listening, though it vexes me. The situation in the world is about to face a violent upheaval." Outside, in the bustling market, several acting troupes had begun to reenact the play about Lin Tiansui's assassination. You, wanting to falsely accuse the sect master of the Righteous Sword sect, murdered all the innocent people of Linehan Manor. Who exactly are you? When confronting villains, there is no need to state one's name. Everyone who witnessed it applauded incessantly.
Sala Lian, who happened to witness the entire scene,
was stunned, never expecting such a dramatic turn of events. Who could have hired them for this performance? This way, the truth of my father's innocence will spread more quickly.
The young woman smiled gently,
immediately guessing, "There is only one person who would do this for me." Just then he appeared right behind her, saying, "I thought the same."
Standing amidst the crowd, the 2 of them looked truly well matched.
"Don't you think their acting has improved?"
To prevent Bac Tianba's people from causing trouble, I've arranged guards around the theater. The young woman could only say,
"Is that so?"
"Thank you."
"Truly?" he asked in surprise.
"Today,
is Zhao Zheng not accompanying you?" The young woman explained the situation. "The child found at Lihan Manor is now very close to Tulian, and no longer clings to me. Father even said he wants to teach the boy martial arts." He nodded and chuckled. "Teaching the boy martial arts is good."
Sa Lian looked at him intently, feeling that something was amiss.
"Although your expression, tone, and demeanor are the same as usual, I can still sense that whenever your hands are stained with blood, your mood turns foul." Thus, she decided to cheer him up. calling out loudly. Before he knew it, she was already standing at a stall, waving her hand and calling out, "Let's try this too!" I heard that if you write a wish on a lantern and release it into the sky, the wish will come true. He immediately walked over. Ha ha. A wish, you say? Just write your wish here. The two watched as the lantern soared into the sky. Sali Lian wondered, "What did you write?" He chuckled, determined to keep his secret. "If I say it, it won't be interesting anymore. You didn't tell me yours, did you?" The young woman could not argue against it. Indeed, that was also true. Suddenly, he looked over. "Thank you." Salien's face turned crimson. The young woman, feeling a pang of guilt, gazed at the sky lantern floating before them. What? Could it be that you saw it? Her wish was for her family's peace and safety, and she prayed for Qi Ligan to dominate the world. Our protagonist felt immense satisfaction reading it. These 2 taels of silver were well spent. Releasing the sky lantern was quite delightful. In short, he hoped all their dreams would come true. The light illuminated her beautiful face, her eyes glistening with moisture. Our protagonist was utterly captivated. The distance between them was very close. Decisively, he moved a little closer, intending to reach out and grasp her hand. But at this very moment, his 6th sense blared a warning, startling him and making his heart pound. He immediately raised his hand to block an incoming attack. Nothing appeared. It was just water. Salian looked over, worried. Water? He saw it then. A red light floating in the distance. That's it, he then told the young woman. Salian, earlier you mentioned wanting to buy tonics for Zhao Zheng, didn't you? Why don't you take a stroll by yourself for a while? Having said that, he immediately rushed away. Just as he reached the center of the lake, a horde of assassins immediately rushed forward to attack. There were quite a number of them, and their movements were swift and agile. Both sides fought fiercely, but they did not seem intent on killing him. In a flash, they all lined up in 2 rows atop the lanterns, standing as solemnly as statues. Even our protagonist had to admit that this presence was truly extraordinary. Before him, a red-robed figure had appeared seemingly out of nowhere and was approaching. Our protagonist stared intently at him, growling, "Why have you summoned me here?" The figure flicked the water from his hands, tilting his head. "One might say, I am somewhat curious about your true strength." Both individuals channeled their spiritual energy, confronting each other. The long, brown-haired man gazed intently at our protagonist. "Though I had long heard tales of you, the so-called hegemon of the world, traversing all corners, I did not expect you to truly defeat Lin Tiansui. It seems this slogan is not merely a childish fantasy. What exactly do you intend to do?" Qi Ligan replied without a moment's hesitation. "I will eliminate all wicked individuals like Lin Tiansui, unify the martial world, and then create a better Jianghu." Having thoroughly stated his intentions, our protagonist then asked, "Who exactly are you, and why do you know me?" But the figure merely found this amusing. "I truly did not expect to hear such words from the mouth of Shui Jia's child." Upon hearing his words, a realization immediately dawned upon our protagonist. "Could it be that you are—" Late into the night, Lin Shuijia stood alone beneath a tree, her face thoughtful as she recalled the day her beloved husband had said, "Before that, I must take Ligan to a certain place. I must pay a visit to my father-in-law." Since then she had been unable to stop thinking, "Father will certainly not welcome Xiaogan, but sooner or later, they must meet." Suddenly, a figure appeared. The newcomer was Liu Shuisan, the young cult master of the heavenly demon divine sect. He looked at her and smiled. 20 years have passed. We finally meet again." The aunt's eyes widened in astonishment. She let out a cry, and her brother immediately rushed to embrace him. The two chatted happily. "Before, when you ran your fruit stall, I came to visit you a few times, didn't I? Even though each time, I only stood afar and watched." "Haha. So you found me out? But seeing you live happily, I felt at ease. And I also got to see how much your son has grown. I'm sure you know that over the years, someone has always reported on your son's situation to me. When I heard the news of Lin Tiansui's death, I was very afraid that child would follow in his father's footsteps. But after meeting him in person, I realized the boy is nothing like his father." The aunt chuckled. "If he absolutely has to resemble someone, then compared to his father and me, Zhao Qian resembles you more. But it's not easy for the young cult master to leave the sect. What is the real reason for your journey this time?" He then said, "First, it is to visit you. Second, it is to pay respects to the Supreme Demon Empress." Upon hearing this, Liu Shuisan's eyes widened in alarm. "Father, he truly hasn't given up on that dream even now." "Indeed. Though it might seem like I'm worrying needlessly, if my prediction is not wrong, soon the Jianghu will once again be plunged into a storm of blood. Your son's life will also be in danger. Can you stop, Father?" With the Supreme Demon Empress present, all the members of the Northern Heaven Bay family had gathered. Yet, the family head inexplicably died right within his own residence. I heard that among the martial artists present at that time, some died, while others fled. Is that true? It seems they all fled because they failed to protect the family head and feared being held accountable. Even the surviving servants gave conflicting accounts. How could things have come to this? Lin Xiaqi is now seated in the patriarch's position. Esteemed elders, you are all veterans under my Northern Heavenbow family. Today, I have invited you not to investigate the cause of my grandfather's death, but as the new family head of the Northern Heavenbow family, I intend to swiftly resolve this aftermath. The patriarch of the Iron Spear sect immediately objected. Young Master Lin, things are still far from clear. It is far too early to discuss the succession of the family head now. But he still did not listen. Regrettably, investigating the truth is not an easy task. Most of the survivors were scared into a panic, each claiming they didn't see clearly. Some even foolishly claimed that those women were the ones who killed my grandfather. With the situation as it is, external forces are watching us like tigers, eyeing their prey.
The group of old men turned to look at each other.
I heard that on that day, the family had summoned the master of New Wind Villa, Qilai Qian. Could it be him?
Do you think such a statement is acceptable?
They argued so fiercely that they failed to notice someone entering. Although everyone says his martial arts are outstanding, he is still just a snot-nosed brat. He walked straight in and said, "Are you all discussing me?" At this moment the old men fell silent, startled, looking towards the door and shouting frantically, You! Is there someone else accompanying you?" The young man clasped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Qiliqian of the Soaring Heaven sect." Lin Xiaqi glared at him. "Qiliqian, what do you take this place for, that you dare to show your face here personally?" He straightened his back and calmly announced, "My Jinfeng Manor has officially been renamed the Soaring Heaven sect. I have come to inform everyone of this news, and while I'm at it, to tell you all the true cause of Lin Tiansui's death." Lin Tiansui committed countless heinous and conscienceless crimes. He brutally tortured many people and ultimately murdered them. And he did so merely because others disobeyed his orders, or because he desired to seize a certain woman. The old man, upon hearing this, immediately flared up, exclaiming, "Audacious! How dare you utter such wild words here? Your very speech is a defiance." He then growled a warning. "Shut your mouth at once! I am not pleading with you." The killing intent emanating from him made everyone so terrified they nearly soiled themselves, their hearts instantly falling silent. Yet Lin Xiaqi, still fixated on him, demanded, "So, your meaning is that all these deeds were done by you, is that right?" As soon as the words fell, the crowd once again stirred with commotion. "Is it truly him? Impossible. Who exactly is that person?" But the old man beside him now spoke up. He completely removed his hood, declaring, "It was I who slew General Lang Yi." All the old men who saw him were instantly terrified. How could this be? Unbelievable. They even dared to shout, "Senior Pili Jian has been retired from the martial world for over 20 years. How dare you impersonate him?" The old man, having no other choice, quickly drew his sword to prove himself, striking out several sword forms like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. The entire crowd craned their necks skyward to watch, examining closely whether it was the real deal or a fake. Only now did the crowd believe that dragons were appearing on the rooftops. It was undeniable. "It's Pili Jian!" They immediately clasped their hands. Their attitude made a complete reversal, and they shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to Senior Pili Jian." The old man sternly glared and reiterated, "All that young Master Qi has said is the truth. It was I who executed Lin Tiansui. Moreover, I executed him under my identity as the right protector of the Soaring Heaven sect." Lin Xiaqi could barely believe that Pili Jian was merely a right protector of a single sect. If he is not a grand protector, but only a right protector, could it be that within that fellow's sect, there are even more formidable figures? The young man continued, "Everyone, listen closely. Today I have come to give you all an opportunity. Although our sect has executed the villain Lin Tiansui, we do not intend to forcibly annex the Bei Tianba family." Upon hearing his words, everyone felt a chill down their spines. However, should anyone wish to depart from the North Heaven Overlord family, the Heavenly Sky sect stands ready to receive them. Rest assured, there is no need to fear any pressure from the North Heaven Overlord family. We shall discuss this matter further in a few days. I shall take my leave now. He did not even deign to glance at Lin Xiaqi's expression, treating him with utter contempt. That night, in the same room as before, Elder Lin Tian sat, cursing bitterly under his breath. "That accursed Qi Li Gan, he ruined my entire meeting. Now everyone must be considering which side to align with." Seeing a figure outside the window, "It seems you no longer intend to conceal your whereabouts. Since when have you been standing there? I even met your grandfather directly. What are you in comparison?" He approached him with a faint smile. "Your grandfather and I once met in this very room. At that time, I came to sell him a longevity peach." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaqi immediately understood. Your grandfather must have refused. So you killed him? He then revealed a truth to him. Unfortunately, he was not killed by me. He had incurred too much enmity. Even if I had not acted, there were many who desired his life. Lin Xiaoqi, how does it feel to sit in this position? Do you truly believe yourself different from your grandfather? He nodded eagerly. Of course, I am not as foolish as that old man. Inwardly, he was already calculating. If he wishes to use my life as leverage for negotiation, I will agree. At least for now, I will agree. His eyes lit up with anticipation. Then this time, have you come here to sell me that wondrous peach? But he shook his head. No, I have no peach to sell you. He wouldn't even deign to offer him a chance. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoqi could only concede defeat. Lin Xiaoqi bowed his head, a wry chuckle escaping him. Haha, indeed, one's true nature is hard to change. He gritted his teeth. So now, do you intend to kill me? Qi Ligan did not even bother to lift a finger. Had this been not long ago, I certainly would have. But now, I have changed my strategy. He picked up a wine flask and poured. You? A compassionate person to that extent? If what you say is true, then that is truly unexpected. Before he could finish speaking, he directly interrupted him. He warned Lin Xiaoqi of one thing. Do not follow in your grandfather's footsteps. This time, I came here precisely to tell you this. He understood immediately. Is this a warning? But when he looked up, he had already vanished. Truly a laughable individual. The next morning, on Qi Ligan's side, Song Zheyong continued to train the soldiers daily. Both the raw recruits and the seasoned veterans were made to exert their full effort. Elder Leng Di stood beside him, looking down. The number of martial artists is growing, isn't it? But this was still nothing to him. His current strength was still far from enough. What do you think? The elder assessed them for a moment. Are you speaking of them? Their aura is excellent, their movements fluid and coordinated. They are all talented individuals who can be put to good use. Qi Ligan saw right through the elder, and smiling he teased. You know perfectly well I'm not asking about that. Why do you insist on beating around the bush? Yesterday you seemed quite pleased. The elder chuckled. I had thought that after turning 70, I could stay out of worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, after a long time, to take a small stroll outside, the feeling is quite wonderful. It had been a long time since anyone had seen the elder so joyful. He was truly grateful. With the revered elder appearing to offer aid, his actions would be much more convenient. Moreover, many people would surely choose to join them, trusting in the revered elder. Suddenly, the elder asked, I heard the young sect master of the demonic sect once came looking for you. It must be related to the heavenly demon, no? He nodded. I am only speculating. It feels like the martial world is about to face another storm. It truly makes one worry. Although I have no intention of helping you dominate the world, during times like these, the old man's brows furrowed tightly. A sect like Kang Tianmen is truly needed. Qi Ligan had it all figured out. I know that now we have publicly announced the existence of Kang Tianmen to the world. Shi Guai will certainly be busier. That fellow, who was working, suddenly jolted. Just looking at the pile of scrolls on the table gave him a headache. Damn it. Why are there so many matters to handle? It was too late for regret now. It seemed he had embarked on a path of no return. One wrong choice had unexpectedly led him to this predicament. Earlier he had inquired with him, Shi Guai, is Zhu Lian's treatment still proceeding smoothly? There's nothing major, is there? It's just that before, when you were swindling everywhere, you once led a group of ruffians, didn't you? I want them to form an intelligence team. They are all shrewd individuals, experienced in worldly affairs. They can certainly become the third largest intelligence team, after the Beggars sect and Jianghu men. Upon hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Truly unfathomable. Is this ultimately an insult or a compliment? On another day, he came to him and asked, what about you becoming the strategist? He had already refused, so that won't do. But Qi Ligan, smiling persuasively, coaxed him. Just relax, don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is only a temporary position. Temporary? How could it stretch until now? Who? Qi Ligan thought it over, feeling a sense of relief. Having Shi Guai as the official strategist, and also inviting you to be the right protector, it truly feels like a legitimate sect now. The old man crossed his arms and retorted. All right then. Do you truly believe you can achieve your desired outcome? I am referring to the matter of recruiting a portion of the Bei Tianba clan's forces. He nodded, a triumphant smile on his face. We must strive to push this matter forward. Currently, everyone is coveting the Bei Tianba clan. We will seize this opportunity to recruit their most elite individuals. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoqi stood by the window, gazing out at the falling rain, recalling Qi Ligan's words. Do not follow in your grandfather's failed footsteps. The more he pondered, the more indignant he grew, muttering curses. How dare he equate himself with that old man? I will not die so easily. He was resolute. He would certainly become the most enduring member of the Bei Tianba clan. In the courtyard below, two guards were patrolling,
their faces etched with deep discontent.
Such heavy rain. Yet they still make us patrol all night. The young clanmaster is the sole bloodline of the Bei Tianba clan. Everyone must surely be watching him closely. No sooner had they finished speaking than both their heads rolled, their eyes wide in death. Late at night, figures truly arrived. They wore cloaks that concealed their forms. The leader instructed his subordinates, "I will personally go to Lin Xiaqi's residence. You all observe the surroundings carefully. If anything changes, send a signal." They immediately acknowledged. Understood. Today marks Lin Xiaqi's demise. At this moment, inside the room, unaware of the impending danger, Lin Xiaqi was leisurely pouring tea when he suddenly felt something strangely amiss. It's unusually quiet tonight. Are there night guards stationed in the corridor? A subordinate reported. All arrangements have been made. Not even a single mouse could slip in. Rest assured, sir. Little did they know, a colossal intruder was already lurking right outside the door. Lin Xiaqi stood up. All right, the rain is getting heavier. The two individuals, one inside and one outside, were separated by merely a door. The one outside, gripping his sword, was fraught with tension. He knew this opportunity was singular. He must kill with a single strike, then retreat immediately.
He thought to rush in immediately, but inside, there was not a single soul. His face froze. This is clearly Lin Xiaqi's room.
Just then, an attacker assailed him from behind. He was instantly alarmed. This is not good. He immediately turned to retaliate, but his hood and cloak were ripped off, revealing his face entirely.
Damn it, I've been discovered.
Above his head, a thunderous roar, like the sky itself was collapsing, resounded. Before he could react, an enormous iron cage crashed down. Was he utterly trapped within a snare? They are merely decoys, he thought, raising his sword without a trace of worry to strike. A mere iron cage, it can be cut through. Yet no matter how much he struck, the cage remained intact. Only his sword shattered completely. A voice echoed beside his ear. Do not waste your strength. You cannot cut through it. It was Lin Xiaqi. Lin Xiaqi stood outside, smiling. To deal with those who dare to assassinate me, I specifically forged this iron cage. Mo Hui, captain of the White Tiger Squad of the Nanyu Alliance, Lin Xiaqi remarked. I truly did not expect such a prominent rat to crawl in. As far as I know, you are the most highly valued subordinate of the Nanyu Alliance. I wonder how much this paltry life of yours is truly worth. Just then, a pitch-black iron orb rolled to his feet. Both of them realized at the same time, though without understanding its nature, as it emitted a huge hiss, and smoke billowed from the orb. Lin Xiaqi's alert guards immediately shouted, Young master, beware of poison. You must withdraw first. But it was not Mo Hui's doing. He himself looked around in bewilderment. What exactly is happening? Only Lin Xiaqi's voice was heard, shouting, Everyone calm down. After all, he is already trapped inside the iron cage. He cannot possibly escape. Mo Hui was frantically trying to devise a plan. Is there truly... A light suddenly flashed, slashing horizontally. He immediately recognized the familiar tattooed hand. It's you? He was here again. The one who came to save him was Qi Liqian. White smoke billowed throughout the room, and only the desperate screams of the guards could be heard. You must leave first. Wait, why? Everyone calm down. After all, he is trapped in the iron cage. There's no way he can escape. Lin Xiaqi stared, his face contorted in panic. He's gone! The incredibly sturdy iron cage he was so proud of was just torn in two, leaving nothing behind. His subordinates stared blankly. How can this be? He hastily ordered. Immediately search the surroundings. Suddenly, a subordinate approached him and offered a suggestion. The White Tiger captain has likely already left Bei Tianba's residence. At this moment, the rain is too heavy. It won't be easy to track them. How about we first strengthen the guards within the manor? What do you think? He turned to look at the man and immediately felt much more at ease. You came at just the right time, Elder Xiaochan. They entered a private room for a secret discussion. You were not wrong. They truly did come to ambush us. How did you foresee this? The old man lowered his head and thought. It was Amin and Wuxia who informed me. Who else? I don't know the exact day, but let us reinforce our guard in the next 3 or 4 days. There are rumors that Nanyu Liren is making moves. They will likely make their move against Lin Xiaqi first. But he did not say that. He merely put on a mysterious demeanor. The late Patriarch Lin always remained wary of Nanyu Liren. I merely learned a little from him. Our situation is quite chaotic, so I had a feeling they might take advantage of the disarray to strike. Lin Xiaqi immediately smiled smugly. Thanks to you, we averted a disaster. The old man humbly nodded. That young master is safe and sound is already a great fortune. Yet he knew clearly in his heart that it was still too early to feel at ease. Young Master Lin, although they forced me to drink poison, so I had no choice but to follow their orders. He could not comprehend. But what was Qi Liqian's ultimate goal? What would he demand of me next? All he knew was to follow hopelessly. He still had no clue. On the other side, a figure darted through the forest like a streak of light. This old man was Liu Jian, Nanyue Lian's foremost expert. As he flew like a meteor, he was consumed by anxiety. This is a major problem. He recalled what the old clan patriarch had said. He had just received a report stating that this assassination plan might have been leaked. If the intelligence is true, the current situation is undoubtedly extremely critical. You go ahead and check first. The White Tiger Squad will follow.
The old man grew more anxious with every thought, furrowing his brow tightly. I must hurry. Just as he saw two figures appear before him, they were Qi Qian and Bai Hu, standing and conversing. The elder panicked and became startled. He recognized the protagonist as the young man who shot the bean on the rooftop that day. His killing intent immediately surged to the heavens, and he drew his sword without hesitation.
The elder aimed directly at the protagonist and struck. The protagonist also managed to draw his sword in time to block. To engage in combat immediately upon meeting, what is the meaning of this?
Qi Qian glared and immediately asked,
Why did you suddenly attack me?
The old man had no evidence whatsoever, yet he acted solely on his intuition.
Whenever something related to the Bei Tian hegemon family occurs, your shadow invariably appears.
Bai Hu, standing nearby, hastily shouted to intervene.
Esteemed senior, it seems there might be some misunderstanding. Today, this very person saved me. I was discovered by Lin Xiaoqi, and my life hung by a thread.
The old man, disbelieving, still stared intently at the protagonist.
Saved you? But why were you there?
The protagonist had no choice but to lower the sword in his hand and explain the situation.
I did not come here to save him. His killing intent also rose, as he stated seriously. I came here to find Lin Xiaoqi, for there is some enmity between us.
He once intended to harm the young miss.
The two conversed for a few sentences. Do you mean the matter of Lin Tian plotting to exterminate the Zhengjian sect? Thus, this old man, who already harbored suspicion towards the protagonist, now felt even deeper animosity. He leaned closer, his face almost touching the protagonist's. Everything that happened today was merely a coincidence? Do you think I will believe that? The two men stared at each other, their four eyes locked. Neither side was willing to back down. If you do not believe, what can you do to me? The fact that the protagonist saved Bai Hu was also true, so what could the old man do to him?
Bai Hu spoke up again, coming to his defense.
Esteemed senior, if not for this person's intervention today, I would have lost my life long ago.
No, that's not right.
If I were taken hostage, it would surely implicate the Alliance Lord.
Qi Qian merely smiled. It seems your life was not meant to end today. The protagonist also had no time to stand here arguing.
Very well. Whether you believe it or not is your choice. There is certainly nothing more to be said today. I shall take my leave now.
Bai Hu also turned to persuade the old man.
Let us return and report to the Alliance Lord first.
But the old man remained rooted to the spot,
his hand clutching his sword at chest level, watching the protagonist's departure. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss.
But Bai Hu seemed to be quite convinced.
That young man is indeed very strange. But if this entire affair was orchestrated by him, he should have set conditions with the Nanyu alliance, not simply walked away like that.
Elder Liu Jian frowned deeply and pursed his lips, extremely displeased. This matter is hard to comment on. It is still better to observe a bit longer.
Meanwhile, Wu Ying stood talking with Elder Fang, and both couldn't help but laugh.
With our young master's acting skills,
Mai Hui will certainly regard him as his life-saving benefactor. Although this is also a gain, maintaining the mutually restrictive relationship between the Northern Heavenly Overlords clan and the Southern Yu Alliance is our greatest achievement.
Feng Shoukan will also gradually gain Lin Xiaoqi's trust. There are still many matters that will require his involvement.
Wu Ying nodded. The young master will also become busier, for he is about to depart for the Heavenly Demon Palace.
Elder Fang immediately understood.
It seems he wishes to resolve all urgent matters before his departure.
Wu Ying is always outwardly aloof but inwardly caring.
Although there is no need to worry about him, I still hope nothing untoward happens before then.
Qiliqian finished his affairs.
Standing atop a tree, gazing at the heavens and earth, he had accounted for everything. The rain had just stopped, and the air carried a truly pleasant scent.
Perhaps I shall cultivate here today.
Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air.
This scent is truly fortunate.
This type of flower only blooms for a few days this season, yet I have managed to find it.
Beneath the tree were two brightly glowing blue flowers. He jumped down, immediately thinking of his beloved back home.
Would she appreciate this? Just then, a dazzling light flashed behind him as something shot past.
Fortunately, he tilted his body and dodged it instantly.
It then embedded directly into the dry tree trunk. With such immense power, if it had struck his neck, he would have surely perished.
Upon closer inspection,
it was a flying dagger tied with a red silk ribbon, upon which black ink characters were written.
He widened his eyes in astonishment.
Not just one, All around him, a series of energy streams appeared, rushing straight towards him in an instant.
Qi Liqian hastily leaped high, dodging all these attacks. Continuously, flying daggers tied with black and yellow ribbons flew forth, forming a seamless formation that completely encircled him. Yet, he showed no fear, calmly looking around with a faint chuckle. This formation is quite elaborate, he mused, but what is its ultimate purpose? How interesting.
As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped. Beneath his feet, a deep, pitch-black chasm immediately appeared, as rocks and earth shattered. He proactively jumped into the chasm. An unknown amount of time passed before his feet safely touched the ground. He brushed the dust from his shoulders. Most importantly, the blue flower in his robes remained intact. He had almost damaged it. Only now did he have time to look around his surroundings.
But one look at this place made his eyes widen in astonishment. The ground below was blazing red, like fire itself. It was not a swarm of butterflies after all. The crimson flowers before him suddenly scattered their petals into the air.
Wherever they drifted, they illuminated everything in their path. Only then did he notice two enormous stone lion statues. They stood guard before a towering, majestic yet eerily ominous place known as Kong Meng Tower.
Qi Liqian smiled faintly.
Kong Meng Tower. I have heard of it before.
He reached out and caught one of the fluttering petals, his eyes burning with fury. Though he did not know who was behind this, his anger was unmistakable.
At the summit of the towering rocky peak stood a small wooden house. The surrounding sky glowed crimson as he fixed his gaze upon it, but such a method of inviting a guest was truly distasteful. Yet no one emerged from the cabin. Qi Liqian could only smile helplessly. Just what is he planning? Just then he noticed something unusual about the stone lions. One of them suddenly moved its leg and slammed it heavily onto the ground.
The earth shattered apart, and their eyes instantly glowed with a blood-red light. Step by step they advanced forward, each with one blue eye
and one crimson eye, lowering their two gigantic heads as they stared at him like predators eyeing their prey. If that's how it is, then I'll simply destroy them.
Qi Liqian immediately drew his sword.
At the same moment, the two monstrous beasts erupted into a frenzy, unleashing deafening roars.
It seemed the master of this place had no intention of acting personally, choosing instead to let the two stone lions deal with him first.
He looked at them with a faint smile. This is more interesting than I expected. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu Ying stood atop a lofty mountain, gazing into the distance as doubt filled his mind. They should be speaking by now, shouldn't they? With him inside, I truly cannot set my mind at ease. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside his ear. Wu Ying.
He spun around at once. The moment he recognized the newcomer, his heart skipped a beat.
His eyes widened in shock as he immediately cupped his fists in salute, bowed deeply, and shouted, "May the divine cult stand undefeated. May the heavenly demon be immortal." The man smiled faintly. "It has been a long time since I last heard you say those words. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed." The old man was none other than Fan Kang, commander of the Crimson Fox Corps.
The Crimson Fox Corps served as the personal guard of the Heavenly Demon Clan.
As the two stood facing one another, memories of the past resurfaced. Back then, they had both been young. "Little brother, you have now become an honorable martial warrior, while I have become the commander of the Crimson Fox Corps."
Wu Ying frowned deeply, his face filled with guilt.
This subordinate deserves 10,000 deaths. Uncontrollably, terrifying memories from the past flooded his mind.
20 years ago, as the youngest member of the Crimson Fox Corps, my duty was to protect the young lady.
I remained absolutely loyal to the young lady, so when she chose to leave the martial world, I upheld my oath to protect her and departed alongside her. But by doing so, I became no different from a deserter. I have never regretted the choice I made back then, but I no longer have the face to stand before my seniors. After hearing those words, the man's expression darkened as he quietly repeated, "Deserves 10,000 deaths." Yet instead of becoming angry, he comforted him. "What are you talking about?
All these years, you have devoted yourself wholeheartedly to protecting the young lady and her son.
Isn't that, in itself, fulfilling the mission of the Crimson Fox Corps? Wu Ying, you have always been a member of our Crimson Fox Corps." Those words overwhelmed him with emotion, and tears streamed down his face. "Senior, those words mean more to me than anything else," the old man informed him. "All the brothers of the Crimson Fox Corps have missed you dearly. The young cultmaster has already given his approval. Come and greet everyone." In another chamber, the young cultmaster of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult smiled as he looked at the woman seated before him. "You are as beautiful as ever, Senior Demon Empress." The elderly woman sat comfortably before him and replied with a smile, "Why do you speak exactly like that fellow Lin Xian?" The two exchanged a few more words. "Really? I heard you've been tending the fields lately. Farming has its own simple joys, does it not?"
She let out a sigh before asking,
"Very well then. Is the cultmaster still safe and well?" He answered calmly, He is the same as always.
Secretly, he thought to himself that the cult master was probably even more relieved with the senior demon empress no longer by his side.
The truth is, this junior has come to seek your help regarding my father. I have a request to make. To this day, my father has never abandoned his dream. More than 30 years ago, he ignited the great war between the demonic and orthodox factions, and even now he remains stubbornly obsessed with it. Across the entire martial world, the only person capable of changing my father's mind is you. This junior cannot simply stand by and watch the martial world be drowned in blood once again.
The demon empress was already well aware of the matter. She gazed out the window and released a long, weary sigh.
A dream. The dream of unifying the martial world. Everyone has been imprisoned by that dream. A dream that was never meant to be realized.
Qi Liqian was no exception. At that very moment, he was locked in battle against the two colossal stone lions. The blue-eyed beast opened its enormous jaws, preparing to bite down.
It lunged forward with a tremendous snap, but all it caught was empty air. As soon as the blue-eyed lion missed, the red-eyed one immediately charged in. Despite their immense size, they were no match for him.
Qi Liqian still had the leisure to mock them, even in the midst of battle. The two of you worked together remarkably well.
With that, he planted his foot firmly into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. Launching himself into the air, he swung his blade straight toward the beast's abdomen. Then, I'll make sure neither of you can stand in my way any longer.
The moment those words left his mouth, one of the beast's legs was severed clean in two.
But cutting off just one leg is hardly enough. I'll take all four. The enormous beast was completely overwhelmed. With only two mangled stumps remaining, it had no strength left to continue fighting. It crashed to the ground, writhing in agony. Now only the red-eyed lion remained. A barrage of razor-sharp sword kui descended upon the two beasts like a storm. In the blink of an eye, both stone lions shattered into countless fragments. Qi Liqian dispatched them with astonishing speed. Yet instead of satisfying him, it only fueled his resentment toward the bastard who had arranged this entire spectacle.
Stone statues capable of movement.
It seems the master of this place enjoys such tasteless amusements. Let's see who you really are. With that, he walked straight toward the wooden house atop the towering mountain and pushed the door open. The interior was desolate and in ruins. Broken tables and chairs lay scattered everywhere, while thick cobwebs blanketed every corner, as though no one had set foot inside for many years. Qi Liqian guessed that someone had once lived here, but the place had long since been abandoned. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the room. The woman finally appeared, looking down at him from above. You are correct. She stood on the second floor, gently waving a folding fan in her hand. Rather than an abandoned house, it would be more fitting to call this a place where time itself has come to a standstill. My age is not much different from yours. The moment Qi Liqian saw her standing there, he immediately recognized her. You're the woman I encountered while pursuing the Flying Swallow Society. Who exactly are you? Why did you summon me here? The woman descended the stairs, stopped before him, and gently lifted his chin with the handle of her fan. You truly are a very curious child. Then she smiled and said, I have something that I would like to show you. Qi Liqian brushed her fan aside with obvious disgust. I don't know what you're truly after, but how do you know about Fengmeng Tower? The mysterious woman merely smiled with quiet satisfaction. Your father knows this place better than anyone. Go and ask him. Meanwhile, the demon empress looked at the young man surnamed Liu in astonishment. You believe I am the only one who can stop the cult master? He nodded without the slightest hesitation. Inwardly, he thought, because the strongest expert of the demonic path is not my father, but you. However, the elder woman resolutely shook her head, stating, You are mistaken. Her brows furrowed tightly as she told him the truth. Because I am a demon, and the Nine Calamity demonic art is the most supreme and inherited demonic cultivation technique among all demonic arts. One who comprehends its essence can summon the heavenly demon soul. Furthermore, those who cultivate demonic arts cannot defy the commands of the heavenly demon soul. You are also aware of this, aren't you?
The young sectmaster understood immediately. The demon queen dared not defy her father's orders, and her father could not guarantee certain victory against the Jifeng family. Yet the Jifeng family, in turn, dared not oppose the supreme demon queen. This chain of mutual restraint was truly too intricate. Having explained, the elder woman concluded for him. Therefore, I cannot stop the sectmaster, nor can I interfere in this matter. Only then did he relent. It was I who had not thought it through completely. His head ached as he secretly calculated, thinking, it must be because of the sectmaster of the generation before last that she cannot interfere. So even if he found the esteemed demon queen, she still couldn't stop father? Recalling the scenes of slaughter where heads rolled and blood flowed, he felt disheartened. Was this Jianghu finally about to return to that era? Meanwhile, Sha Lishan, sleepless through the night, still stood waiting persistently, her heart burning with anxiety. It was already so late, yet he still had not returned. Dawn was almost here. Although Qi Liqian was astonishingly powerful,
The things he did were no less perilous. Even after being by his side multiple times, the young woman still felt the same apprehension. This prompted Qiliqian to ask, "What are you thinking about?"
She shook her head. "Nothing. It's just that recently I often feel uneasy and worry whether you've encountered any trouble here." He then remarked, "Who wouldn't appreciate a beauty's concern?"
He immediately curled his lips into a smile.
Silly Lian confidently reassured the young woman not to worry. But the young woman, flustered and exasperated, playfully retorted in earnest,
"Who would care to worry about you?" "Ha ha," he chuckled. "I always return safely, don't I?" But Qiliqian affirmed confidently, "I promise." Yet now it was very late, and he was still nowhere to be seen.
Sha Lian grew utterly anxious. She didn't know where he had gone, nor what he was doing. She could only wait for Uncle Wuming to return and ask,
"Then Qiliqian, he will surely be all right, won't he?" While the young woman worried here, he, on the other hand, was being treated to a table laden with food by a beautiful woman.
The guildmaster picked up a teacup, looked at him, and invited him, "Please, have some tea."
However, he did not even bother to touch his chopsticks. "What you wish to show me is certainly not these things."
"Guildmaster of the Fan Guild,
what exactly do you want?"
She was not surprised. "So you already know who I am?" Qiliqian boasted proudly.
"My intuition is always quite accurate."
Losing interest, she set down the teacup and stood up.
"It seems these things are not to your liking. Then our tea session ends here."
She turned and led the way. "I shall show you what you wish to see."
"You must have heard what the martial world was like during the righteous demonic Great War." As she spoke, she opened a door. "But surely, you have never witnessed it firsthand." Before them was a scene of smoke and fire engulfing the heavens. People fighting fiercely, countless dead. Everything unfolded right before his eyes, as if he were directly present.
He witnessed the weak forced to kneel, clutching their enemies' legs, begging for mercy.
Please, sir, if you take even this, we will starve to death." But what they received was only a curse. "Scram, how dare you, you wretch!" Immediately after, a head was severed. The guild mistress explained, "In the beginning,
the righteous demonic Great War was truly just a conflict among martial artists,
but neither the demonic sect nor the righteous faction could end the war,
because their strengths were equal.
As the front lines between them stretched longer and longer, the innocent common folk also began to suffer the collateral damage." "Have you considered these things?"
Qiliqian replied.
"Naturally, I have considered all of it. If such a situation were to occur, I would not have initiated this in the first place."
She fanned open the fan in her hand again.
"Then you absolutely must obtain a few things."
He stared,
his eyes questioning. "Obtain a few things?"
she replied. "That is the power to completely overwhelm the heavenly demonic divine sect, and the Swift Wind family, and the psychological readiness to confront them."
You also know that relying solely on your own strength would be far from enough, wouldn't it? But the light behind her was dazzling. Without a word, she used her fan to push him straight forward. "What if I could grant you this power? What do you say?" Each vine covered his body, gradually tightening around each finger. The vines bloomed with luminous white flowers, and he truly felt a surge of power then. They tightly wrapped, trapping him within. A colossal red butterfly flew down and perched directly above his head. The scene shifted once more. He stood amidst a mountain of corpses, blood flowing like rivers beneath him. He was tightly bound, directly facing the catastrophe. The voice of the Lady Association leader echoed, "To change this martial world, you must have surely prepared yourself to make sacrifices. But what if it implicates the lives of those around you?" As she spoke, he immediately recalled Wu Ying and his companion Sha Lian being similarly affected. His eyes widened in alarm. "Relying solely on yourself, you cannot protect everyone." Thus, she seized the opportunity, extending her hand towards Qiliqian, beckoning him. "Take my hand." He seemed to be hypnotized, slowly extending his hand. She smiled, satisfied, as their hands were about to meet. Unexpectedly, his hand changed direction, seizing her wrist tightly and squeezing. He might be handsome, but he was certainly not foolish. More astute than she realized, he spoke directly to her face. "If such a petty soul-capturing technique could control me, then I would not have boasted of uniting the martial world from the very beginning." Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, flower petals scattering across the sky. The space shattered, and the formation vanished. Around him, it was that same forest again.
Her voice lingered before fading. "Do not make such a hasty decision. You should think it over carefully. We shall discuss this further when we meet again." Daylight had arrived. He had been trapped within her illusory space for the entire night, grinding his teeth in frustration at how long he had been ensnared. Meanwhile, the woman returned to her chamber. Her old subordinate, seated there, hastily spoke. "Perhaps I should have made the formation a little stronger." "My sincerest apologies. Everything is proceeding as expected." She seemed very pleased, her eyes crinkling in a smile. "But it has truly been a long time since I encountered something so interesting. I am very curious to see what becomes of him. No matter what he encounters, no matter what he loses, will he be able to endure it?" As the formation vanished, he
he suddenly saw a familiar figure appear directly before his eyes.
Shu Lian? It was unclear how long the young woman had been standing there, but she did not seem to recognize him.
He understood. He was still within the formation. Only when it was completely broken would she perceive him. With joy, she turned around. Ah, I found him. As Qi Ligan saw the young woman coming to look for him, he immediately let out a delighted laugh.
Shu Lian hastily asked,
"In the dead of night, why have you come to this place? You didn't return yesterday. I heard you went to old Master Bai's home." He, discerning her concern, immediately.
Her face flushed crimson. Even though she knew he would be fine, she eagerly awaited his next words.
"But what?" She could only mumble. "I was very worried about you." Qi Ligan laughed heartily with joy. "So, you didn't sleep all night? What is there to be ashamed of when worrying for the one you care for?"
Sha Lian turned to look at him, her eyes shining brightly.
"Let us return together. Everyone is waiting for you." He was deeply moved and nodded immediately. Let's go." Upon returning to Kang Tian's sect, the two returned home to rest.
After an unknown period, she opened her door and noticed a faint fragrance in the air. She eventually realized it was the small flower he had picked for her yesterday. She picked it up and inhaled its scent.
Qi Ligan had not yet left. He stood on a nearby rooftop, watching her dazed expression, and couldn't help but smile contentedly. Suddenly, Wu Ying appeared.
"Young master, you are here? What are you looking at?"
He followed his gaze and laughed playfully. "No wonder you were staring so intently." Qi Ligan made no attempt to hide it. "Wu Ying, you will understand once you truly fall for someone." He already knows the story. "Speaking of which, I just remembered yesterday's events were truly unexpected. I did not expect the Feiyan sect master to propose an alliance with us."
Furthermore, her claim that she could suppress the forces of the divine cult and the righteous path is truly hard to believe. He recalled that, upon hearing it, it didn't sound entirely like bragging, but it seems she approached me with other motives. "It seems I must have a talk with my father." The two continued to stand and converse. "My apologies. This subordinate should have been by your side." He nodded. "Were you not busy handling the tasks I assigned?" "Thanks to you, Uncle was able to meet his old colleagues before his passing." Wu Ying's face darkened with indignation. "Do not see me in this state now. Previously, everyone treated me like a younger brother, and I also cherished them greatly. You already know everything." Smiling, he looked at him and asked, "Haha, but Wu Ying, do you not regret it?" He has never regretted accompanying him. "You know full well. Why do you still ask?" He teased again. "What if one day you suddenly regret it, feeling that you should have followed those seniors back then? What would you do? After all, I always order you to do many things." He did not care. On the contrary, he liked it. "Haha, the more tasks you assign this subordinate, the more it proves that you trust this subordinate." Both understood each other perfectly. Looking forward, the appointed time was drawing near. Indeed, starting from today, the situation is about to change once more. Within the vast forest, several suspicious masked figures were moving in one direction. Among them was Yang Daozheng, sect master of the Yang clan's Dao sect. He pulled his hood lower, glancing around. As expected, everyone concealed their true identities. Some even wore masks. They truly had no other choice. Yet he knew clearly that, regardless, this was an act of betrayal against the Northern Hegemon family. A few days prior, all the families that had been forcibly annexed by the Northern Hegemon family received a letter from Qi Ligan, the sect master of the Kangtian sect. Although the letter merely stated an invitation for everyone to visit the Kanglian sect for a friendly chat, everyone understood the profound implications behind it. He reflected, realizing that trusting a newly established sect felt no different from gambling. As he pondered, a loud shout suddenly erupted. "I knew it would come to this!" When did a crowd of people appear before them, blocking their path? He instantly panicked, freezing in place. That person was Shi Yuba, sect master of the Tietjiang sect. Those beside him were all members of the sects who had previously spearheaded those shameless acts for family head Lin. It seems the news of today's gathering has been leaked. Without giving them time to object, that old man immediately drew his sword. "I had anticipated that traitors would come here, but I never expected so many. It seems you still retain some shame to conceal your faces like this." A multitude of henchmen standing around also drew their swords. The masked figures cried out in fear. "Stop! Sect Master Shi, what are you doing?" The old man, Shi Yuba, gripped the sword tightly in his hand. "Surely you all know how the Northern Hegemon family deals with traitors, do you not?" Those individuals were terrified beyond measure. Wait! But the old man was too fast, too dangerous. In the blink of an eye, he struck straight down with his sword, shouting, "Execute them all!" Yet the moment his sword struck, it was shattered into pieces by a counterattack. Both the attacker and the target were utterly stunned, frozen in disbelief. The entire group looked over, growing even more panicked. A leaf? Who would use such a thing? Only Chiligan could possess such skill. Who else? He stood upon a large tree branch, looking down. This world is truly ridiculous. Do the henchmen of that beast in human skin, Lin Tiangui, dare to come here demanding to fight and kill?
The old man, Shi Yuba, trembled in shock. That's him, he bellowed.
Do you rely solely on your own martial prowess to act so wantonly?
Or is it because you have seen your thunder sword backing you that you are so arrogant?
No matter how arrogant you are, a mere fledgling Kangtian sect is no match for the northern hegemon family.
Chiligan heard this and scoffed disdainfully, reaching out to pluck a leaf. I shall also give you a warning. I wonder where this leaf will strike this time.
His eyes widened, staring down at him terrifyingly.
Will it be your weapon or your neck?
The entire group craned their necks to look at him, swallowing nervously, not daring to utter another word.
Seeing them obediently silent, Chiligan then leaped to the ground. Very well. Esteemed guests who have been invited, please come this way. I shall lead the path for you.
The group immediately dispersed,
leaving the domineering individual standing there helplessly, no longer daring to draw his sword.
His subordinate looked around and asked,
Are we just going to let them leave like that?
The elder's face darkened with a furious expression. Won't there be countless opportunities later?
His brow furrowed in anger, yet he remained speechless. It won't be long now. I will definitely make them pay for this.
Whether it was that arrogant brat
or those traitors, Chiligan led the entire group back to his home and entered the courtyard. He then told them, This is the first time this place has been publicly revealed to outsiders.
This place has been soundproofed, so everyone need not worry about eavesdroppers.
Only then did the group dare to take off their hats and look around. Astonishment rooted them to the spot. How could this be? Is this truly the Azure Heaven Gate? Although they had expected the Azure Heaven Gate to be vast, they had not anticipated it to be this enormous.
Furthermore, I can sense the aura of countless experts. This must be the martial guard corps of the Azure Heaven Gate.
Old Taoist Yang could not believe his eyes. Such a scale, such combat power. The martial prowess of Sectmaster Qi, plus the presence of the senior expert, Fiery Thundersword. Just who exactly is this individual?
Now, our protagonist began to speak, looking at the entire group.
Thus, we are now all on the same boat. Though our initial motives may have been driven by self-interest, from this moment forward, I shall regard you all as allies, bound by a sense of righteousness. His eyes shone like stars as he declared with absolute confidence, You will absolutely not regret the choice you have made today. The scene shifts to another dimly lit room. The subordinate again clasped his hands, bowed his head, and presented a scroll. We just received a Grade 1 commission. The leader, upon hearing this, grew visibly annoyed. A Grade 1 commission, indeed. The matter concerning the Southern Yu Alliance last time resulted in heavy losses for us. He opened the scroll with anticipation, as he truly needed a major transaction at this moment.
He appeared satisfied and slammed the scroll onto the table. Damn it! 100,000 silver taels.
With this sum of money, one could live a life of imperial luxury. However, giving it up would be a pity, but accepting it felt like an omen of trouble. A murderous aura emanated from him. Gather everyone for a meeting, the sooner the better. This time, the target of the commission scroll was none other than Qi Ligan. The group once again sat around a meeting table. I have a bad premonition. But with such high compensation, wouldn't it be a shame to give it up? We just need to disguise it as a natural death. Surely, no one would suspect us. Is there a way to eliminate him? Have you not heard that Fiery Thundersword is also residing within his sect? If we fail, then we will be the ones in danger. The leader, then, someone who absolutely never fails must be dispatched. The entire group glanced over and instantly understood. Could it be that Gi Hun is to be summoned? But one individual questioned. Although Gi Hun is the foremost expert of our assassin sect and has never known failure, is he not currently engaged in an assassination mission against that certain clan master?
Not only were those individuals highly skilled in martial arts, but their guards were also exceptionally competent. To complete such a mission would surely require significant time.
The leading old man did not deign to listen. His eyes widened as he growled, Humph, if Gi Hun has already taken action, then it must surely be resolved by now. The very Gi Hun they spoke of had just finished massacring an entire chamber of individuals. His methods were truly terrifying. He slew men with barbaric cruelty, showing no compunction. That night, Qi Liqian was still diligently cultivating his qi, when suddenly, his eyes shot open in utter shock.
From where did a formidable surge of spiritual energy suddenly strike?
A voice echoed from the rooftop. Still far from sufficient, he swiftly leaped to stand beside that individual. It was an undeniable fact. It was the Zhizun Mohao, the supreme demonic matriarch. The two sat beneath the stars, conversing. Though the moon was absent this night, the sky was nonetheless adorned with countless constellations. Matriarch, what troubles you? Matriarch, how did you navigate the Jianghu in your youth? Which aspect do you refer to? All aspects, Matriarch.
The old woman informed him.
In all aspects, things were far superior to the present. Even the hearts of men were kinder then. Nowadays, who dares to sit leisurely in an establishment and partake of food and drink with true peace of mind? Even over the most trivial matters, weapons are brandished with a clatter. He offered a wry, forced smile. Jizun Mo Hao? Perhaps such words are unbecoming of someone of your stature? Ha ha. I have heard that the esteemed title, Jizun Mo Hao, was bestowed upon you by the sect master of the generation preceding the last, from the Tianmo Shenjia, the old woman recounted. Indeed, when he ascended to the position of sect master, I was around your age now.
He was the aspiration and ideal for all demonic cultivators.
Eventually, he ascended to the position of sect master. Though his tenure was not long, it was thanks to his guidance that I was able to comprehend countless profound martial arts insights. Suddenly, the old woman felt a sense of unease. Why do you persist in inquiring about the past today? You are not an elder whose time is drawing short. Following his conversation with the guild mistress, he suddenly felt compelled to ask, Matriarch, are the actions I am currently undertaking truly righteous? The old woman tilted her head, gazing at the heavens. Previously, you once harbored ambitions of conquering the world. Do you now find yourself filled with regret? Naturally, the word regret held no place in his lexicon. His gaze remained serene. No, matriarch. Once I have made such a decision, I intend to walk the most righteous path.
As he harbored no regret, the old woman simply offered her assessment.
Thus far, it can be considered moderately acceptable. His eyes crinkled in a smile. That assessment is truly stringent, the old woman further elaborated. Such an evaluation is already considered remarkably outstanding, for the path you have chosen demands nothing less. Without resorting to ruthless measures, one fundamentally cannot advance. To wield power invariably means to rise above others.
Do you possess the confidence to command their sincere allegiance, rather than merely using brute force to compel their submission? There will certainly be a path in this world that only you can walk to its very end.
Do not rush. Take your time. The so-called human heart, once twisted, will only become more malicious with the passage of time. If your initial intention is righteous, then never forget your original aspiration throughout this life. In this regard, you can learn from your father. Thus, even after a long time has passed, you will undoubtedly still receive good evaluations. As the elder aunt shared from the bottom of her heart, Qi Ligan was so moved that he turned to embrace her, shedding tears. That is precisely why I like Miss Yang. The elder aunt quickly dodged. It's too hot. Stay away from me. You are truly reckless. Then, converse with me for a little longer. It is late. It is time to rest. Lin Xiaqi finally received news of the betrayal.
He sat for a long time, gazing at the teacup. After his grandfather passed away, they no longer regarded the Bei Tianba family with any respect. Some spread rumors claiming they personally executed his grandfather, while Nan Yu Lian even dared to send assassins after him. The elder, Feng Shu-san, quickly chimed in. Your subordinates are just as enraged as young master. However, the immediate priority is to rectify internal affairs. Matters of revenge must await the opportune moment. In that case, the young master must swiftly and officially inherit the position of family head. Lin Xiaqi was greatly pleased, yet he knew that currently, no faction supported his succession. If he acts too hastily, he fears it will incite rebellion. The old man persisted in his persuasion. Young master, you are the sole bloodline of the Bei Tianba family. If we do not swiftly unite under a new family head as the core, Nan Yue Lian will surely launch an all-out war. He had to concede this point. Elder Feng Xiaosan, you are not wrong. The Bei Tianba family must re-establish its prestige and might under the guidance of a new family head. For now, let us focus our forces on defending against Nan Yu Lian. As for that Qi Ligan, countless individuals desire his life. I am merely one among them. In the desolate forest, two guards walked and conversed. Tonight, with the moon bright and stars sparse, they needed to heighten their vigilance. Our Kangtian sect is currently attracting the attention of the entire Jianghu. We must be even more cautious during patrols. Suddenly, one man patted the shoulder of the elder guard, sensing someone's presence. Only then did the elder guard take notice. Indeed, there are faint footsteps. We must search this vicinity. The other man drew a signal flare from his chest, ready to call for reinforcements. Both looked around warily, shouting, "Who goes there?" At this moment, our protagonist, who was standing nearby, also turned abruptly, clearly sensing the killing intent. A masked assailant was slaughtering people. The guards around him could not resist. He even raised his blade, preparing to strike down. Unexpectedly, these individuals possess considerable strength. In that case, I shall simply eliminate them. However, before he could even stir, a sencha, clink, echoed, and the blade in his hand soared into the air, plunging directly into the earth. The guard's face lit up with joy.
He saw a familiar tattooed hand clamped tightly around the assassin's throat. Meanwhile, the guard who had narrowly escaped death cried out, "Sect Master!" The sect master, still possessing ample strength, glanced at them and inquired, "Are either of you gravely wounded?" Both guards smiled, their eyes crinkling. No, Your Excellency. Both of your subordinates are unharmed." He tore away the assassin's facial covering. "To dare to trespass into my courtyard and attempt to slay my people, truly brazen and audacious. Who dispatched you here?" Yet he uttered not a single word. Instead, blood gushed profusely from his mouth as he took his own life. He had bitten open the poison sac concealed within his teeth. The sectmaster immediately confirmed he was an assassin. The guard watched in horror, recognizing the swift, ruthless act. Indeed, a truly ruthless individual. He cast the assassin's corpse to the ground, a lingering sense of unease settling upon him. No, this is incorrect. His expression moments ago clearly betrayed genuine terror. It seems that, for him, something even more dreadful than death itself was at play. The guard crawled closer and inquired, "Who was this assassin's target?" Chiligan shook his head. "I do not know. Search his person. There appears to be something concealed within his inner garment." The moment he glimpsed the image, he shrieked in alarm. Isn't that the sectmaster?" An Ming understood. These wretched villains. The guard's face paled, and he cast a probing glance at An Ming. HMPH. To brazenly hire assassins to eliminate the sectmaster of an entire sect. The sectmaster's wrath will undoubtedly be unleashed. Who would have thought that An Ming's only concern was, "Do I truly appear so ferocious?" The guard was utterly speechless. "At least your excellency is unharmed. That is what matters." But An Ming knew that the audacity to portray him so unflatteringly had not yet come to an end. This was far from over. The true mastermind is another. He is surely preparing to make his move. Indeed, it was so. Another individual also possessed an image of An Ming. He had just finished his meal and casually tossed bones upon it. "This meat is surprisingly tough. The scouts I dispatched have yet to return. It appears events are unfolding precisely as I anticipated. He must surely be dead by now." He let out a sinister chuckle. "Indeed, this operation truly warrants my personal intervention." Meanwhile, Chikligan had sent the 2 injured guards for examination. Old Fang took their pulses. Fortunately, they had avoided any vital points, and there was no trace of poison on the blade. Both guards, well aware of their position, expressed their profound gratitude and apologies. "It truly pains us to trouble the grand strategist to personally tend to our wounds. To cause the great instructor such concern, we are truly ashamed." Upon his early return to training, the old man immediately rebuked him. "What did you just say?" "Rest is also a form of training. Grand strategist, allow me to keep watch tonight." Old Fang disagreed. "With Instructor Song here, how could they possibly sleep soundly tonight?" Meng added, "The strategist speaks no falsehood. Therefore, you should also practice resting more. Recently, you have been busy handling all sorts of matters and training, and have not had proper rest." Old Song bowed his head and furrowed his brow deeply. Chilikian nodded, stating, "This subordinate is ashamed," then turned and departed immediately. "Then rest well. We shall meet again tomorrow." The old strategist inquired, "Where are you planning to go?" "I have decided. From today onwards, I will train outside." "Instructor Song, there is no need to worry too much about me. I mean what I say, otherwise that assassin will track me down and kill your soldiers again." Initially, everything proceeded according to plan, and this place remained peaceful. Night after night, Chilikian would go out to the vast fields to train under the moonlight. The moon was clear, the stars bright, and the air was very fresh, truly suitable for training. Suddenly, a sound echoed, now distant, now near. An assassin emerged from the shadows, wielding a sword, and charged straight for a sneak attack. Yet he smoothly dodged it by leaning aside. It was indeed the very assassin who had come to eliminate him. His eyes were blood red, like a beast hunting its prey. "Did you know I had already set up an ambush? I have been preparing for this day for a long time. Indeed, I have always been waiting for your appearance." He slashed horizontally again, forcing him to leap backward. What an interesting opponent. The two rushed into battle, equally matched in skill and strength. The entire vast grassland was utterly ravaged by their battle. His weapon was very peculiar. It could separate and then reattach, ultimately forming a perfectly straight sword. He smirked triumphantly, boasting, "Is this your first time seeing such a weapon? Are you not utterly flustered?" However, Chilikian scoffed directly at him. "Not at all. I am merely wondering why you use such a weapon. Is it perhaps because your swordsmanship is too weak?" The opponent's dark-rimmed eyes widened in fury. "To dare utter such arrogant words. I believe the sword on your back is merely for show." "Indeed, it is merely an ornament, for in this battle I do not need it to deal with someone like you. My bare hands are more than enough." The assassin, utterly humiliated, charged forward furiously, still maintaining his pretense. "You are sure to die." The weapon in his hand flexibly transformed, Had it changed into a sword again this time? As he spoke, our protagonist swiftly tilted his body to the side, perfectly dodging the attack. He suddenly pressed a switch, and the long, unwieldy weapon immediately unfurled. Ah, this is it. It instantly transformed into a long iron chain. Xinchi Kan leapt high, looking down with disdain. It doesn't seem to be of any use. The more furious he became, the more fiercely he attacked. The chain in his hand also extended significantly. He furiously calculated in his mind. How could all his techniques be dodged or neutralized? Just then, the chain unexpectedly coiled around our protagonist's waist. He planned. Then I will simply cut him in half directly. But before he could execute his plan, Li Kan merely used 2 fingers to clamp one of his chain links. With a strong pull, he yanked the assassin straight forward. Powerless, the assassin could only throw a bare-handed punch. I am very curious, Li Kan stated. And with that, he caved in the assassin's face. Blood splattered everywhere. Now even his parents wouldn't recognize him. The assassin couldn't react in time and fell backward. Our protagonist simply glared at him and asked, "Just how many people have you killed with this weapon?" But he was already unconscious. He couldn't say anything more. Lying sprawled out, his face swollen and bruised. Only then did he realize the truth. Too late. This person is far more formidable than the rumors claim. He is only 20 years old. How can this be? Now he could only accept. The mission has failed. In the end, I must also bite the poison pill like those clowns. But before he could bite the pill, something was thrust directly into his mouth. It was none other than his own iron sword. Our protagonist had anticipated his intentions and thwarted him instantly. He glared, warning, "Don't even think about it. He wouldn't even be allowed to die if he wanted to." With great difficulty, the assassin managed to stammer, What do you intend to do?" Xinchi Kan's face was as cold as ice. "Do you think you can die that easily? I still have something to take from you." On the other side, the leader of the assassin group was still holding on to hope. Kwesi Hun will take action. He will surely bring back that person's head. I am filled with anticipation. To think I could determine the life and death of another. Truly an interesting matter. But just as he was reveling in his triumph, upon opening the door, he saw a pool of crimson blood right in front of him. A voice sounded from behind him, startling him completely. Just getting back? It was none other than our protagonist. Like a demon come to claim a life, appearing right behind him. He growled, "I've been waiting for you all this time." The old man swallowed hard in fear. Damn it! This person appearing here now also means the commission mission has failed. The old man furrowed his brows and asked, "Is Gi Hun dead?" Only then did men release him, crossing his arms as he replied, "I spared his life. Just give me the compensation, and I will return him to you." He didn't quite understand. Compensation? I didn't expect you to know everything. Did you not collect 100,000 silver taels for this mission? If it fails, you must compensate 10 times the reward. Only then did he understand, grinding his teeth. You mean for me to give you 1,000,000 silver taels? Precisely. You truly understand my words. He had to ponder this carefully. Using 1,000,000 silver taels to save Gi Hun's life, but looking at the pile of fingers mixed in the pool of blood, the old man had already calculated. This was a man who could no longer continue as an assassin. To the ghost assassin sect, he no longer held any value. His hands clenched so tightly that blue veins bulged. What if I refuse? Men chuckled. Then I would, of course, be very grateful. His gaze, colder than a blade, swept over the old man's face, purple with rage. Because in that case, I would have a reason to kill you. And then take all the money. Finally, having no other choice, he had to pull out a stack of documents. This is all of our assets. You don't truly think we can instantly produce 1,000,000 silver taels, do you? He nodded. Very well. I will collect the remainder monthly. Yet, he still dared to ask, but don't you fear doing this to us? Assassins will never forgive those who dare to touch their livelihood. Those people are usually incredibly selfish, only becoming unusually united when facing situations like this. To eliminate you, it's possible that all assassins in the Central Plains will mobilize simultaneously. Chili Gun, utterly unafraid, nonchalantly walked past him. That's excellent then. Coincidentally, I also have many matters requiring money lately. Just send all of them here. The old man was utterly enraged, his hands trembling violently, his entire body tense as he cursed silently within his heart. Very well. I will agree to your demands. Even if I have to mobilize every assassin, I will take your head and reclaim my money. Suddenly, upon reaching the door, he stopped abruptly. But it seems the old man, for some unknown reason, turned around in bewilderment. What? He warned the old man. You will regret this incessantly. As time passes, every day you will think that you should not have given me the money then. And because of this, even your appetite will suffer. Every month when you give me money, you will feel resentful, as if you have been swindled. And then, you will inevitably develop the thought of wanting to reclaim your money, won't you? He spoke every word accurately, Yet the old man still stared back with wide eyes. What are you talking about? Yet he seemed to know the old man's thoughts. And with a strange expression, he turned his head to look again. Could it be that you already harbor such thoughts now, don't you? The old man, both angry and fearful, roared, What kind of person do you take me for? But a murderous aura had already begun to rise from him. In fact, upon careful reflection, so do I. He took a few more steps forward, and the old man immediately retreated in fear. Actually, I was merely bluffing just now. If all the assassins in the Central Plains were targeting me, how could I possibly live in peace? I would certainly regret it too. He had calculated hundreds of moves in advance. I would think that I should have killed you directly then. I should not have spared your life, leaving behind endless future troubles. Then, I should have killed the sect master of the ghost-killing sect. I should have acted decisively and ruthlessly. Even in my dreams, I would incessantly regret not having killed you then. At this moment, the old man was cornered by him, his entire body stiff with fear, his face frozen as he listened to him speak. Therefore, if I were to just leave like this, I am afraid it would not be good for either of us. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, like a cornered dog turning to bite back. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was struck by Shichigan's single move. His entire body shot straight out the door, blood profusely gushing from his mouth. He knelt prostrate on the ground, unable to resist, roaring, You scoundrel, you broke your promise! He then stepped directly onto the old man's hand as a warning. If in the future you dare to accept a commission to assassinate anyone connected to me, then I will dismember all the assassins in the Jianghu, including you. Is that clear? Seeing his eyes blazing with fury and his murderous aura soaring to the heavens, the old man was utterly terrified and finally had to bow his head in agreement. I understand. The next day, the old man was frantically practicing swordplay in the courtyard when he suddenly heard a voice say, You have already started cultivating so early in the morning. Ah, it was Shichigan. The old man hastily bowed his head. Sect master! He walked towards the old man. This time, with the martial artists encountering trouble, you were the one who worked the hardest. He hastily shook his head. Please do not say that, Your Excellency. It is thanks to your concern that everyone was able to recover so smoothly. His voice suddenly lowered. This subordinate is profoundly grateful. He then noticed something was amiss. Why are you cultivating so urgently recently? Is it perhaps related to the leader of the Longya gang, your family's enemy? The old man finally recounted that a few days ago, a subordinate had gone to search for him, but he had barely clung to life until now, solely hoping for the day he could avenge his family. But after arriving there, what he saw was no longer the man he once knew. His family and subordinates had all abandoned him and left. He dragged his ailing body, living alone in a dilapidated house. In the end, he still could not bring himself to strike. If it were in the past, he certainly would have delivered a fatal sword strike. Therefore, in these past years, he was not the only one who had changed. Now, his heart had become this soft. He wondered if he still had the qualifications to instruct the new peak squad, and also the martial artists who were attacked this time. If only he had taught them more strictly. Understanding his feelings, the protagonist directly interrupted him. That is precisely why the new peak squad needs you. You are a good teacher, one who knows when to draw your sword and when not to. The old man was about to say, Esteemed sect master, I am not as strong as you say, when the protagonist suddenly rummaged in his jacket pocket and took something out. I intended to give this to you when you assumed the position of chief instructor. Take it and open it. As he spoke, the protagonist presented a brown wooden box, upon which was engraved the image of a withered tree. The old man immediately opened it, and the light from within immediately illuminated his entire face. This rich aroma emanated from a radiant golden pill. Without waiting for the old man's questions, the protagonist stated, It is a great reversion pill. Old Song was shocked to his core upon hearing the name. What? Could it be the great reversion pill from the Shaolin Temple? I heard that only 3 such pills remain in the Jianghu today. Seeing the protagonist's serious, non-joking expression, the old man broke out in a cold sweat. Is it truly a great reversion pill? A person of your standing, Shugi. Why would you give it to me? Even Qi Liqian was astonished. Why ask? Why? You are my subordinate. And furthermore, you are helping me handle a very important matter. Qi Liqian wanted to let the old man know that following the protagonist would never result in a loss. Just think, how many tasks do I intend to have you accomplish to warrant giving you something like this? It's best if you mentally prepare yourself. The old man looked from the protagonist to the pill and back, still daring not to believe. Although I know the esteemed sect master is an unfathomable person, a great reversion pill is even more important than one's life to those in the Jianghu. The old man mused to himself, Someone actually sees my worth as higher than a great reversion pill. If he values him so highly, then the old man would wholeheartedly dedicate himself. Clasping his hands and smiling, he bowed his head in clear understanding. Lord Sect Master, the two exchanged glances, and our protagonist was utterly satisfied. Then I naturally vowed to brave life and death for him. This news struck Wu Ying like a thunderclap. He roared in disbelief. You gave the Grand Rejuvenation Pill to him?
The Grand Rejuvenation Pill is a spiritual elixir.
Even you, young master, have never had the chance to use it.
Why? Our protagonist paid him no mind. He had already calculated everything.
Instructor Song's position was crucial. What was a mere medicinal pill compared to that? After all, he would eventually conquer all under heaven. At that time, he could acquire as many pills as he desired.
Wu Ying sighed helplessly, muttering,
as expected of the young master. However, what he wondered most was where the young master had obtained the Grand Rejuvenation Pill. Could it be that his suspicions were correct? The wooden box in old Tulin's hand was utterly empty.
The old man's entire body surged with killing intent, his rage blazing.
He saw his beloved son, and his fury intensified, as he frankly admitted, I stole it. Inside the house, Tulin was taking an old woman's pulse, while her son stood beside them, ceaselessly expressing his gratitude. Esteemed physician, thanks to your miraculous healing hands, my mother's mobility and daily life have become far more convenient. She no longer suffers from pain, and sleeps soundly at night.
He released her wrist and humbly replied, Do not call me a physician, I am not one.
Your mother's ailment requires persistent treatment. You must certainly come tomorrow. As he helped his mother back, he bowed his head. Yes, understood. We are truly and utterly grateful. Every time we come for treatment empty-handed, it truly fills me with shame. Suddenly, someone from outside entered, and they exclaimed, Oh, has the next patient arrived so quickly?
Tulin looked at the son before him and nodded.
Come in, he said.
The old man offered a brief explanation. There are truly too many people who dare not seek medical treatment because they lack funds.
However, our protagonist saw through his facade. While not collecting money is one aspect, even more profound are your techniques for regulating blood vessels and meridians.
Ordinary physicians cannot achieve this, let alone conceive of using martial arts to heal the sick and save lives. Truly, you live up to your esteemed reputation.
Old Tulin looked at Li Qian and asked, How have you handled the urgent matter you mentioned earlier? We should also head to the heavenly demon sect. He sat down on a wooden barrel. This is still the first time I have met my maternal grandfather. But why didn't father ask me? Is father not curious what I did with the great reversal pill? The old man was already familiar with his son's nature. Was there a need to ask? It must have been used where you felt it should be used. That was also why the old man no longer vented his anger. Lan Ming did not expect the old man to be so easy to talk to. That's right, I gave the great reversal pill to someone who deserved it.
Tulin smiled faintly, nodding in satisfaction.
Actually, this time I came to ask father about something else. As he was speaking, someone coughing violently walked in. Is the physician inside? Qi Loi Kan immediately stood up and left. It seems father is truly busy right now, so I will ask again next time.
The old man immediately agreed, and even took the initiative to set up another meeting, saying, After all, we will have many more opportunities in the future, so let's talk again next time.
The father and son looked at each other with understanding. It had been a long time since they had coexisted in such harmony. Yes? Then I will wait until I return to continue our discussion. At the residence of the old men, the aunt, the supreme demon empress, holding a teacup, smiled and asked, How is it? This is her new type of tea. It's quite palatable, isn't it? Salian took a sip. The tea's aroma was rich and profound. Thanks to your good fortune, I am able to savor such exquisite tea. The two other old men immediately became envious, clamoring, Aren't you going to let us have some? We've been repairing farm tools all day. The aunt clicked her tongue in annoyance. HMPH. If I didn't tell you to, would you even bother to work? Look at Thulian. I don't even call her, yet she comes to help every day. The old man frowned deeply, advising the young lady, Miss Zheng, don't waste your efforts in vain. What is a tiny garden patch worth? That person, even if they were to turn over an entire city, wouldn't break a single sweat.
The young woman's eyes crinkled in a smile. I came because I find working and talking with you very enjoyable.
The aunt was extremely pleased with her future daughter-in-law, marveling. How can even her words and demeanor be so endearing? That's right. Didn't you say you had an appointment today? Now my aunt just told me that Li Gan will introduce you to a very good place today, suitable for martial cultivation. Your aunt knew it immediately upon hearing. This truly is the most beautiful age, isn't it? Hee hee. The young lady's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. No, it's not what you think, aunt. All right. Don't be late. Go quickly. Yes. I will come again tomorrow, just as scheduled. Li Gan led Xia Lian to a place teeming with fireflies. Her eyes shone with delight. It was truly beautiful. The two walked together through the dreamlike scenery. She had not expected such a place to exist. Li Gan looked around. I often come to this place. It is spacious and rarely visited, very suitable for martial arts training. The young lady looked at the sword wrapped in white cloth on his back, smiling.
Li Gan, have you begun using your father's sword for cultivation?
The two conversed cheerfully. That sword is called the nobleman's sword, isn't it? Indeed, among those who practice swordsmanship, there is no one who does not desire this sword. However, the ultimate goal is actually As he spoke, his face grew solemn. The Sword Heart Realm is the dream of every martial artist who practices swordsmanship. The supreme goal for all, and an ideal incredibly difficult to attain. Xiaolian gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Could it be, brother? He immediately guessed what she was thinking.
Smiling, his eyes crinkling, he said, I am still very far from it.
Ha. Only now did the young lady realize. Yet deep down, something felt amiss. Wait, why do I suddenly feel at ease? It's absolutely not that I don't want Lianggan's martial arts to advance.
Could it be because I don't want the gap between us to become too great?
As she pondered, he suddenly called out, Let us both make that our cultivation goal. Xiaolian immediately agreed. Indeed, I hope both of us can reach that realm.
The two gazed at each other with deep understanding, their gazes intertwining, as the distance between them grew smaller.
Suddenly he asked, Xiaolian. Her thoughts still drifted. She softly uttered an M. Who would have thought his next words would be, You've sensed the killing intent, haven't you? At that exact moment, a figure with glowing red eyes wielding a sword charged straight at them. The young lady was jolted awake instantly. That figure's strike was incredibly powerful.
He tightly embraced her waist,
pulling her close to himself for protection. He stared intently at the man before him. This aura felt truly familiar. The members of the Flying Swallow Alliance who were afflicted by the demonic stupefying powder earlier also bore this aura. The man offered no denial, his gaze sharp. Then you must realize that you will not escape with your life today, correct?
He quickly set her down, ensuring she stood firm.
Thu Lien, stay hidden here, do not move. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire being shot forward like a bolt of lightning, launching an attack. The battle between them became taut as a drawn bowstring. To dare shatter the romantic atmosphere he shared with her.
Today he would surely shred him to pieces.
In an instant, Ligan's hand, quick as lightning, shot towards his opponent's face. Yet his strike landed on the man's chest. And only then did he realize why it wouldn't penetrate.
The man seized his wrist tightly, laughing mockingly. Are you merely tickling me?
The situation was far from good. He had to draw his sword immediately.
Both swung their swords, even as one of Li Gan's hands remained tightly gripped by his foe. They simultaneously struck at each other, but Li Gan's sword was a step faster, cleaving into the man's head. The man was struck by Li Gan, while his own hand was still raised in the air, unable to complete its downward strike. Half of his head was cleaved off.
I did not expect you could withstand 3 of my attacks. Finally, he exploded into shattered fragments. This individual was truly far from ordinary. As he exploded, tendrils of pitch-black energy shot forth instantly, coiling tightly around Li Gan's sword. The young woman, Sa Lian, watched from a distance in horror as he was enveloped by the black-purple smoke, screaming out Li Gan's name. He hastily shouted, Thu Lien, don't come here! But the young woman was already running straight towards him, desperately trying to grasp his hand and not let go. That dark energy, tightly entwining him, pulled him with immense force. Li Gan hastily shouted, Thu Lien, let go, you will be injured. An invisible force was pulling me down into the earth. If this continues, even you will.
The young woman quickly thought,
even Li Gan is helpless now. What could I possibly do? Although I did not know what I could do, I was determined to exert all my strength. Clenching my teeth, my hand swung my sword, plunging it straight into the ground, and I pulled with all my might.
The young woman shouted anxiously,
I absolutely will not release my grip.
He could barely speak, and helplessly cursed, This fool! He then looked down at his lower body. What exactly is this smoke? It continuously dragged him down. Its suction force was immense. The sword in her hand could not withstand the strain and snapped in half, finally shattering completely. Both watched in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with shock.
The young woman was also pulled along. At this very moment, Sa Lian's arm was slashed by something, profusely spilling blood. His eyes widened in anguish at the sight. He had to desperately try to pull himself free from that thing. Otherwise, the young woman...
Sa Lian saw this, her eyes shining with delight. Loi Can's hand slipped free, but he still tried to detach her grip.
Tu Lien, he waved his hand with a smile. Wait for me to return.
Having said that, he released her hand and pushed her, sending her flying out of the pit. Sa Lian's heart skipped a beat. Memories returned to the day on the rope bridge where she felt her heart had missed a beat, and also to all the happy times they had shared.
His love and concern were clearly visible before her eyes. Thank you.
Just like that, his hand was released, and he was pulled straight down, instantly vanishing into the earth, while Sa Lian screamed and called out for him. Sa Lian quickly turned around, looking behind her. The sword was still embedded there, a distance away from her. It was his sword. The person was gone, but the sword remained, still emanating spiritual energy.
Loi Can? That day, Chi Loi Can was still tiny, and both his parents stood there to send him off. His mother carefully admonished him. Learn to mature before you return. His youthful face smiled, his eyes crinkling. Yes, mother. I will certainly go and explore this entire world. At that time, he carried 2 swords on his shoulders, both larger than himself. Lu Tutsen, as she recalled that memory, instinctively reached out her hand, wanting to touch the sword, but ultimately stopped herself. The sword had been returned to her by him long ago, when suddenly the door opened and her husband walked in. The old man wondered, "Is something the matter? Why did I suddenly come to look at the Hellblade?" The old woman shook her head. "It's nothing, I just suddenly recalled some old memories today. Remember when little Can first stepped into the martial world?" The old man sighed deeply. "Though the boy doesn't know, since that day, I have never had a good night's sleep. But as long as it was something that could help little Can become stronger, I never hesitated. The boy is now even more outstanding than we ever expected." The old woman silently agreed, then added, "But sometimes, I also feel that perhaps he matured too early." The old man shook his head. Number. Suddenly both of them froze, startled, and looked at each other. Below the grand gate, the figure of a woman was sprinting like the wind in their direction. In her hand, the young woman clutched Brother Men's saber tightly. The old woman immediately guessed what had happened the moment she saw her. On the other side, Chiloy Can suddenly opened his eyes, startled awake. He was lying on a long chair in an unfamiliar room, and he sprang up in panic, calling out loudly, "Tu Lien!" But he only felt a sharp pain in his hand. He sensed his body for a moment. His internal energy was gone. While he was still confused, the guild mistress appeared again. "You won't be able to break that restriction. Did you just see that?" His eyes were filled with extreme disgust. "Fei Yan, guild mistress, it truly is you." She walked towards him. "You are quite capable to awaken so swiftly. If it were an ordinary person, dragged down here, they would have already met Yama. Yet you merely glare? Those wisps of black smoke, were they also your doing? I have never heard of such a thing." She sat down on the chair opposite him, resting her chin on her hand. "This? It matters not. My previous proposition. What have you considered? This matter again?" He let out a sigh. "Have you not known my answer for a long time? Though I do not know what grievances exist between you and my father, nor do I know why you wish to dominate the world." Li Gan's expression was cold as he affirmed, "But I do not intend to share the martial world with anyone." His manner thus greatly displeased her. "Though I hold you in high regard, you still choose the path to hell, do you not?" She scoffed. What can mere childish courage accomplish? Yet, the protagonist showed no anger, but instead countered with a smile. "Childish? You too were once young. Do you feel that your own youth was utterly meaningless? Regrettably, most adults in the current martial world are not even comparable to children. Is that not why children like myself must step forward? Because we cannot allow adults like yourselves to manipulate the martial world." Stung by his sarcastic remark, she glared furiously, threatening him. "If you have rejected my proposition, then there is no longer any reason to preserve your life. I shall send you to a place where you will regret your choice today, with utmost bitterness." But the protagonist, unafraid, glared back at her. She continued, "Go and experience it for yourself, and see just how useless you truly are." The scene shifts to a desolate desert, where dust and smoke filled the sky. Two guards, as they pushed open a massive gate, questioned each other. What is happening here? So many masters escorting a single carriage like this has never been seen before. Who exactly are they bringing here this time? As the carriage came to a halt, those men roared, "Get out of the carriage immediately." One man, holding a paper, read at a painstakingly slow pace. 2857 is a white-haired elder. 58 is a young man with a square face. 59 is a girl with long, flowing hair. Upon reading this, he suddenly looked down at the list. Huh? What is happening? Another person? A person emerged, both his hands tightly bound by shackles. 2860. It was Chi Li Gan. He then shouted loudly, reminding them, "From now on, this is your designation. When called, you must immediately acknowledge it." Our protagonist truly could not have imagined ever falling into such a predicament. He clicked his tongue in disdain. "Truly, this designation is quite lengthy." The man holding the list glared, then shouted, "Cease your babbling. Enter at once." Our protagonist nonchalantly asked if they should not be fed something first. All those whose numbers had just been called were escorted into a gloomy room. Guards stood on both sides, while in front, a man sat upon a high chair, stating, "Enough have been brought." He tapped the armrest of his chair. I have been waiting." His entire being exuded an extraordinary, murderous aura as he stared intently downwards. "Just now, I was curious as to who exactly warranted so many guards being dispatched to escort this carriage today. Observing your calm demeanor, it must surely be you." He stared directly at our protagonist, his eyes wide as he asked, "What is your name?" Our protagonist nonchalantly replied, "Chi Li Gan," then countered by asking him, "And what is your name?" He let out a delighted laugh. Hey, boy, your internal energy is sealed, and your hands are bound, yet you still fail to grasp the situation, do you not? Yet you still dare to utter the name, Meng Yi. This villainous bald man is none other than the great, evil wolf, Meng Yi. The youth standing in the same row as our protagonist visibly flinched. Meng Yi. Upon hearing the name, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. "Please spare my life."
This humble one, ever since setting foot in the Jianghu, has heard of the great name of Lord Meng Yi.
"I beg, I implore you to..."
The guards present here exchanged glances and chuckled. The old man rummaged in his pocket for an item.
"Very well. I shall grant each of you a single opportunity." Yet before the young man could rejoice, something was unexpectedly hurled directly into their midst. "A sharp dagger," he commanded. "As long as you can kill one person among them, the rest shall live."
The prisoners stirred, looking at each other. What is the meaning of this?
Are they forcing us to slaughter one another?
Meanwhile, the bald man observed silently, when suddenly, he was startled by the protagonist's voice.
Killing one person is no difficult feat. As he spoke, he extended both hands, his entire being radiating a scorching red spiritual energy that even made the old man flinch.
He immediately curled his lips into a smile of amusement.
Indeed, nothing is more important than one's own life. Have you decided who to kill yet? HMPH. They are merely a group of nobodies anyway. It matters little to me who among them perishes. Heh. Suddenly, a guard sneered, addressing these individuals. They rubbed their chins, leering and chuckling as they held back the woman. "It has been too long since I had some amusement. Allow me to indulge." The man beside him joined in, his entire body shaking with laughter. "That one is starting again."
The protagonist felt a surge of fury.
"Do you intend to defile that woman?" He remained defiant, his face twisted in a sneer. "In this place, women are a rare commodity. Heh. So if you wish to kill, slay the others." The young man immediately turned his gaze to the dagger. "Damn it, if I let him get his hands on that blade, I will be in grave danger. It would be best to strike first to be sure." With that thought, he acted at once. Yet, just as he reached out to grasp the dagger, the protagonist immediately stopped him. "Do not touch that blade." His entire body stiffened, as if turned to stone. The protagonist warned him. "Otherwise, you will be the first to perish." But the young man still gnashed his teeth, refusing to comprehend. "Why do you say that? If things continue this way, all of us will surely die."
The protagonist's gaze became resolute as he glared intently at the bald, malevolent man.
"Because that individual is utterly foul." On Ziqi Ligan's parents' side, the father received the sword from Thu Lian's hand.
The couple stood, conversing with each other. Fortunately, Thu Lian's wound was not too deep. Wu Ying possessed some knowledge regarding the Flying Swallow Society organization. Previously, Xiao Gan had once bribed members of the Flying Swallow Society, so Wu Ying knew how to approach them.
Xiao Gan also seemed to have intended to investigate them further. The old man made his decision. "I will go bring Ligan back." But his wife proposed, "How about I go instead?" Her reason was, "There are still many patients awaiting your treatment." But the old man had already considered this. "I will find a physician to take my place for a few days. I cannot let you go alone." The wife immediately clasped his hand. "Do not worry about me. I promise you, I will definitely return before the full moon." On the other side, Ming was challenging the crowd. "My mother often says this. There is no need to flatter evildoers. Once they discover an opponent is easily bullied, they will only grow more aggressive next time. Moreover, the more malicious an individual, the more true this becomes." The surrounding soldiers were all dumbfounded. "This fellow is truly audacious, daring to speak to Lord Meng Yi in such a manner." The other young man glanced once more at the saber stuck in the ground. "This is truly a madman. In this situation, he still dares to add fuel to the fire. If this continues, we will all perish. It is still not too late to act now." Thinking this, he immediately took action. He immediately picked up the saber. The soldier standing nearby then began to interject. "Hey, you understand, right? You are not to kill women." But he was merely calculating that offending Ming would yield no benefits. The first person he targeted was the one he perceived as the weakest. "Apologies, old man." But just as the saber thrust downwards, Shiqi Ligan timely intervened, deflecting it, and simultaneously struck the assailant, sending him flying straight into a pillar, nearly slamming into the other soldier's face. He froze in shock. "Ah, this scoundrel. I already warned him once, yet he refused to listen. It seems these vile tricks you employ are not just a one-time occurrence." Yet, the soldiers still rushed forward, surrounding Ligan. The bystanders were terrified. The old man hastily rushed forward to shield the girl. "Young lady, quickly get back!" The soldiers, thinking Ming was an easy target, began vying to attack him. "Leave this fellow to me." Yet his hand had not even touched a single hair before Ming punched him, sending blood splattering. The square-faced man also brandished his sword and struck downwards. "You despicable wretch! I shall sever one of your arms first." The entire group frantically attacked, yet could not defeat a single man who was handcuffed. He dodged it. He actually dodged it. And now, he was above them. A multitude of soldiers could not even touch him. They simply could not comprehend how he accomplished such feats, relying solely on external cultivation. Now, they could not even keep pace with his speed. This was simply impossible. Where had he vanished to this time? In a mere instant, Liu Gan inexplicably appeared right behind him. You will still continue your wicked deeds, won't you? Even on the brink of death, he still stubbornly roared defiance. Enraged, our protagonist silenced him with a swift, powerful kick directly to his neck. Why must such an obvious truth be reiterated thrice? This time, his fate was sealed. He had used both feet to twist his neck. Witnessing him die with a broken neck, all those present gasped in horror, while our protagonist calmly descended to the ground. Suddenly, from behind, a hand appeared, seizing his head and slamming it violently into the ground, shattering the very paving stones. Blood splattered profusely across the ground. The sneak attacker, believing his strike successful, exhaled plumes of smoke from his nostrils. Truly, he was a monster. The surrounding soldiers looked on in panic. Commander, you have personally intervened, another soldier inquired. Commander Meng Yi, will you eliminate him? The agitated man, witnessing our protagonist's lethal display, was terrified. No wonder so many guards were dispatched to apprehend him. If his internal energy had not been sealed then... Our protagonist's voice suddenly echoed. You must uphold your promise. Yet Liu Gan still managed to lift his head as if nothing had happened. He glanced at the young man's corpse. Have you not already taken a life? Blood streamed profusely from his mouth, yet his consciousness remained remarkably clear. The agitated man's eyes widened, his lips pressed tightly together in resentment. The scene shifts to a pleasure house, bustling with patrons. A lavishly adorned madam glided gracefully through the rooms. Today, we have an exceptional number of patrons, the old man trailing behind her said, bowing his head. It is all thanks to the blessings of the house mistress. Just then, a young woman rushed in, visibly flustered and panicked. House mistress, a guest has just arrived. From first blossom to 10th blossom, that guest has requested all of them. The madam gasped in shock, her eyes widening in astonishment. Requested all 10 of our establishment's most renowned beauties? Even the wealthiest patrons would scarcely dream of such extravagance. Moreover, that individual requested the honored tavern owner and the esteemed manager to come as well. The more she listened, the more confused she became. Called for us? Inside the private room, several young women sat around a table, conversing happily. Your words are truly witty. Before long, time had already passed. Hee. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. Apologies for the intrusion. The woman led that old man inside. I heard you were looking for me and the manager. In her heart, she thought, and to even call all 10 beauties of the tavern. Let me see who this Fang Shengtian truly is. However, when she saw the elegant woman sitting there, her eyes widened in shock. In all my life, I have never seen such a beautiful woman. Liu Shuisan sat amidst the beauties, with her legs crossed and her hands supporting her chin, sipping tea, gazing at them indifferently. It seems everyone has arrived, so let us discuss the main matter. The woman, with her hand propping her head, gazed directly at the people in front of her. Let us discuss the main matter. That young woman did not quite understand, secretly glancing around, seeking answers. She was thinking internally. That girl is not merely beautiful. What exactly is this suffocating aura of dominance around her? Liu Shuisan placed her cup down, gazing intently at them. Among you, there is one connected to them, the woman stated, getting straight to the point. The Fei Yan Society? The young women around the table looked bewildered and questioned in return. What is this Fei Yan Society? We have never heard of it before. Seeing their innocent, guiltless faces, the woman, annoyed, flicked her hand, and the young women immediately fainted on the spot. However, one man showed no reaction whatsoever. So, it is you! He is the old man who stood beside that young woman. Startled, he retreated backward, immediately revealing himself as a member of the Fei Yan Society. He is Hongjian Wuba. He could never have imagined that she could simultaneously seal the sleeping acupoints of everyone. Caught red-handed, he still stubbornly argued. It seems you have misunderstood something. However, the shrewd woman also noticed a detail. When the name Fei Yan Society was mentioned, only your muscles tensed for a beat. Tell me everything you know about the Fei Yan Society. His face remained cold, still denying everything to the very end. I have never heard of that name. Liu Shuisan warned furiously. I never repeat myself a second time. He is courting death yet remains oblivious. I am merely the general manager of this tavern. I truly know nothing. However, before he could finish speaking, his shoulder was pierced through by a sharp object. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a chopstick. He widened his eyes and screamed in agony. Arg! The woman said little, reached out for another chopstick, and began to count. The scoundrel agonized, tightly pressing on the wound in his shoulder. Why do you treat me this way? Liu Shuisan merely counted, disdaining to reply. 49. 50. That makes 50 chopsticks. The woman sat with her chin propped in her hand, a beautiful smile gracing her lips as she watched him. You can deny it at least 50 more times. On Shili Qian's side, the shackles on his hands were removed. A few soldiers began to protest. Sir Meng Yi, you have already spared his life. To simply release him like this, will there truly be no repercussions? Elder Zhuo sat silently on his high chair, staring intently downwards. He was recalling the young man's appearance just now, lying in a pool of blood, yet still raising his head to question him. Did we not already kill one person? He burned with rage, grinding his teeth. Yet he was powerless. I cannot, because of this person, allow myself to be accused of breaking my word before my subordinates. He managed to utter with great difficulty. It matters not. I eagerly await the moment that fellow learns the truth. With that, the great doors opened, and the young man was set free. He stared wide-eyed at the scene outside, exactly as Elder Zhuo had warned. He would soon learn why that place was called the livestock pen. The scene shifts to the guild mistress. She stood amidst a field of flowers, speaking with her subordinate. That child has likely arrived at the livestock pen, and before long, something interesting will happen, won't it? Elder, are you warning me? Yet you did not eliminate him. This move seems to be a mistake. But the woman has always enjoyed toying with the young man. Doing so will make him realize his own weakness and incompetence before he dies, won't it? The elder remained silent after hearing this, speaking no further. But he thought to himself, although I do not know if your reasons for doing so are truly only these, what consequences this matter will ultimately lead to, I cannot foresee. Guild mistress Shili Qian was released outside, sitting, eating, and conversing with the two remaining prisoners. He even had a place to stay and was given free food. As he ate the rice ball, he wondered. There were too many strange points. He truly did not understand what this place was ultimately used for. The elder, sitting beside him, eating, looked at him in disbelief. Your mouth says one thing, but your expression is far too calm. He even had the audacity to remark, the food here is quite terrible, isn't it, senior? The old man showed humility. What, senior? He said. I am merely a silkworm keeper. You can simply call me Tam Nuo. Suddenly he noticed the square-faced man also sitting nearby. The old man, bearing no grudge over the prior attempt on his life, simply offered him a ball of rice. Have a little something to eat. The old man smiled reassuringly, his eyes crinkling. That was a moment of life and death. You only acted that way to survive. I do not blame you. Upon hearing this, the square-faced man felt ashamed. Old man, he stammered, I was in the wrong earlier. Our protagonist also looked over and praised, Elder Tam Nuo is truly kind-hearted. But the old man merely chuckled in response. Ha ha, now that we have fallen into this place, what good is dwelling on the past? Just then, from a distance, a person frantically ran closer, shouting, Have mercy. I cannot die like this. He was rushing towards them like a blur, but before he could even reach their location, he was struck. It was a stone, hurled by his pursuers directly at his head. He collapsed right in front of our protagonists. And the other figures, wielding clubs, had also arrived. How troublesome. 2785. Let's go, they said. But the man still pleaded. Please, please spare my life. One of the figures said, Don't worry, we won't kill you. They guffawed amongst themselves, cornering and threatening him. We will merely make your life worse than death. Ha ha. Witnessing this scene, our protagonist felt his eyes burn with irritation. He abruptly stood and demanded, Where do you intend to take him? Only then did they look towards him. Who is that? When questioned, he immediately introduced himself. I am Shinchli I see. The entire group took the opportunity to scold him. This fellow actually announces his name? He must be a newcomer, right? The square-faced man, who had been sitting dumbfounded to the side, watched as the figures prepared to rush forward and attack our protagonist. Allow me to teach you the rules here. But he hadn't even managed to lift his hand. His face was instantly caved in by a single punch from our protagonist. Everyone present, unable to defeat him, those individuals began to murmur amongst themselves. This individual, skilled in martial arts, then brazenly snatched the staff from their hands. I will also teach you a lesson. From now on, you will often hear my name. The entire group was still bewildered. What nonsense is this individual spouting? He then sprang up and brought the staff crashing down. From the other room, the door burst open, and a bloodied individual ran in frantically. There's an intruder. No sooner had he finished speaking these words than he instantly perished on the spot. The entire group in the room fell into a panic. Yao Tan slammed the table, stood up, and roared. What is going on here? They had just learned that all the guards in the corridor were dead. Damn it. Prepare the carrier pigeon immediately. After reporting the situation, we must also retreat immediately. He frantically gave orders while holding his pen to write, but before he could write more than a few characters, his entire body froze in panic, and all the individuals in the room stared intently. What is happening? A woman. The woman said not a single word, only placing a fresh, bloodied head onto the other's table. Then mockingly remarking about hiring such a useless group as guards. Truly a pitiful individual. Yao Tan was so terrified he nearly soiled himself. Just who in the world was this woman? Meanwhile, on the other side,
Ming was also engaged in an incredibly fierce battle. With a single staff blow he crushed them, then challenged, "If you wish to rush forward, then do so all at once." This mother and son duo fought with unmatched prowess. The mother reached out and seized the old man. "So what if it's the flying swallow gathering?" Ming, meanwhile, pointed his staff in warning. "No matter who you are, this mother and son share the same conviction. They will both kill without mercy." The two of them, though in different spaces, both fought to the bitter end. Both encountered opponents who were already weak, yet aggressively charged forward with arrogant bluster. The ones who must die are their very lifeline. The woman's slender, graceful hand reached out and effortlessly blocked the opponent's descending sword. In just 2 moves, his own sword split his head in half. The ant smiled, looking at them. "Let me teach you a little more." Min was already pondering the first lesson the aunt intended to impart. Your footwork must be faster than your opponent's eyes. The moment he finished speaking, one opponent was already dealt with. Yet the others deliberately charged forward, fighting and cursing. "Stop spouting nonsense!" Min fought them all, while simultaneously imparting his wisdom. The second point. Anything you can seize can be a weapon. Even people are no exception. He immediately seized the neck of the nearest assailant and swung him with devastating force. That one assailant was sent flying across the room, taking out several others in the process. He suddenly held one assailant tightly before him, a large piece of wood raised high in his other hand, poised to strike. Do you know what the final lesson is? On the other side, the aunt had also dealt with the entire group of assassins. One managed to narrowly escape, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Just as he managed to utter, "She's a monster," he was abruptly yanked backward. The ant did not even need to lift her foot. Merely standing in place was enough to drag the scoundrel back. He had been dragged back through the wall. Only now did he realize this was a technique that required no tangible grip. His neck was held in her unyielding grip. The third lesson I teach my son is never to give an opponent a chance to retaliate. The moment she finished speaking, she snapped his neck on the spot. On the other side, Shichi Liquan had also fatally stabbed his scoundrel. These are the lessons I impart to my son. In just a few brief minutes, not a single one of their assailants remained alive in the entire room. Yao Tan lay crumpled on the ground, gasping his last breath. "You have indeed found the right place. But it is already too late." The ant, without a trace of anger, looked at a bird flying outside. "Are you referring to a messenger pigeon?" "Presumably, it's reporting back to your superiors." His entire body trembled with fear, his eyes wide with terror. You know everything?" The aunt nodded, her robes slightly parting. "Indeed. But by sparing your life, things have become far simpler. Now, you are even less useful than that very pigeon." As she spoke, she gracefully lifted her slender leg. He gazed at the leg pressing down upon his face, utterly bewildered. "What do you mean by that?" But he was only granted the opportunity to speak those words. Her expression unfazed, she stomped the head into oblivion. "I must pursue before that pigeon vanishes." The scene shifts to our protagonist. The man he had just saved hurriedly clasped his hands. "Thank you. It is thanks to you that my life was spared." Our protagonist inquired, puzzled. "Those people have temporarily retreated, but where exactly did they intend to take you? And what did they mean by making you wish for death?" However, that man knew nothing. "No one knows about that. All I know is that not a single person taken has ever returned. They call themselves the Kunshao sect. Every few days, the Kunshao issue orders, after which they go out to seize a number of people. Regardless of age or gender, the number of people they require is always fixed, so surely someone else would have been taken in my place." The square-faced man eavesdropping nearby sighed. "Alas, I truly do not know what this is all about. I had merely been drinking heavily. When I awoke, I found myself in an escort carriage. It turned out everyone present had been abducted here." He then turned to the old man. "Old man, what is your story?" The old man lowered his head, recalling, I am much like you. Let us simply return to our rooms and rest first." Our protagonist said no more, only silently observing them. As dusk settled and darkness deepened, the old man quietly opened his door and stepped outside. He simply stood there, head tilted back, gazing at the towering cliff face. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "You are still awake, old man?" It was Shiligan, who had appeared without the old man noticing. "You cannot sleep either?" Our protagonist nodded. "I am unaccustomed to this bed. I cannot fall asleep in a different environment. Now, I finally have the chance to speak with you in private. I notice you seem quite knowledgeable about this place. Would it be convenient for you to share some insights?" The old man forced a laugh. "Haha, there's nothing to hide." He merely recounted his story as it happened. It is merely a rather cliché tale. "Previously, I sustained myself by gathering medicinal herbs. Then, they came for me. Each time, they made me search for dangerous poisonous herbs, so I was certain they were not for concocting medicine. Although my wife always pleaded with me not to do things against my conscience, at that time, I had already tasted the benefits, so her words fell on deaf ears. Eventually, while I was out gathering herbs,
My wife took our son and left our home.
It was much later that I finally felt regret and went everywhere, inquiring about their whereabouts.
Ultimately, I learned that my wife had long since succumbed to illness, and my son's fate remained unknown. Thereafter, I traveled everywhere, seeking news of my son, no longer working for the Feian Society, and finally, recalling the painful matter, the old man gritted his teeth, his aged face etched with sorrow. Though a wretched person like me truly has no right to live, should I miraculously get an opportunity to survive and depart from this place, even if only once, I wish to see my son again. The old man also possessed a determination no different from the protagonists. No matter what, I will absolutely find a way to depart from this place. I also have someone I wish to meet. My beloved San Lihian. She is at home, eagerly practicing her swordsmanship, awaiting my return. If I close my eyes, I can even vividly imagine what she is doing at this very moment. The protagonist tied up his hair. To depart, he first had to dispel the internal energy restriction. Though dealing with those individuals earlier was not an issue, the old man looked over curiously. But do you possess a method to dispel this restriction? If I possessed such a method, I would have already employed it. However, this is not a dead end. No. Therefore, I must first investigate the full scope of the Kunshao faction. The scene shifts to the Kunshao faction stronghold. Several wretched guards were loudly boasting amongst themselves. HMPH. I heard someone beat up a few of our insignificant underlings today. Were those fellows beaten senseless? If Lord Kunshu were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. One guard smiled mockingly. What was that fellow's name, anyway? Qi Liqian. Heh. That name sounds truly absurd. As he spoke with a twisted expression, he discovered that his comrades sitting nearby were being mercilessly beaten by the protagonists, who stood directly behind them. After delivering the blows, he swiftly slipped away, leaving them to sit and hurl curses at each other. Damn it! Why did you suddenly strike me? What utter nonsense are you uttering? When did I strike you? Where's your proof? Which wretched scoundrel is playing such a cruel joke? While they were embroiled in their argument, the protagonist had already managed to sneak inside. He found a pile of documents, yet none appeared to be of significance. Why is it hidden so meticulously? I must search more thoroughly. After scanning through them, he found nothing of any utility. However, the book attracted his attention. These scoundrels. 2533. 2534. I don't quite understand what exactly they did. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed, startling him, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Before he could see him, he managed to hide. He muttered curses as he entered. Today, someone escaped midway. How troublesome. Let's quickly clean up. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, staring intently in one direction. Why is that list outside like this? Could it be someone? As he spoke, he looked up, immediately spotting our protagonist hiding on the ceiling. Their eyes met, and his face flushed crimson. I've been discovered. It's time to fight again. The scene shifts to a large house on the cliffside. Upon seeing him, the servants immediately became flustered. Sir, you have returned? One asked deferentially. Nothing happened over there, did it? Another followed, tending to him. Are you tired, sir? He exuded an aura of nobility and power, a golden necklace adorning his neck. Seeing their attitude, he immediately knew something was amiss and asked, what is going on? Why is it so noisy today? He was Konthu, the leader of the Konthu faction. The servant, terrified out of his wits, still had to shout his report. Sir, we haven't caught number 2785 yet. Please give us a new number, and we will go apprehend them immediately. Because a strange fellow interfered and caused trouble. But how could this be? As he opened the door and entered, he saw Jinchi Gan sprawled on a sofa, casually munching on food. Truly worthy of being premium dried meat, he mused. The taste is superb. The entire room was filled with corpses, and the whole group was frozen stiff. Upon closer inspection of his face, they immediately shouted in unison, "That's him!" Watching them enter, he showed not a hint of fear, even looking at him defiantly. Originally, I didn't intend to do this, but someone discovered me. So I conveniently inquired about what exactly you all were doing. Konthu's grip tightened on his sword. He decisively drew his sword. I heard there was an extraordinary newcomer. So, it was you. How audacious. Before the sword was even fully unsheathed, he immediately glared defiantly, warning the man. How audacious. Put your sword away at once. If you dare to draw your sword, I will kill you. Kan Shao, number 26. He recited it precisely, without missing a single number. Upon hearing this, the man was utterly stunned and terrified. You? How do you know? Li Gan stood up, dusting off his hands. I have reviewed the list. Among all previous registrants, you are the only one still alive. He acted with profound conviction. You were certainly captured and brought here too. You were merely fortunate enough to be chosen by that wicked entity, which is why you hold your current position. But if I were to secretly report that you cannot even manage me, do you think he would allow you to retain this position? Or perhaps I should kill you now, and then demand the Kan Shao position from that wicked entity myself? These words utterly infuriated him, yet he dared not make a move, only observing him from head to toe. This man not only knew my background through the list, but also dared to threaten me. He was clearly no ordinary person. He then looked around the room filled with corpses, and realized that although these people possessed no inner strength, he had managed to rely on his own strength alone. Faced with an unbeatable opponent, negotiation was the best strategy. He acted according to his thoughts. He decisively put his sword away. So, what do you want? If you intend to utter foolish words like telling me to stop capturing people, then it is best you keep your mouth shut. He looked directly at the man, his demeanor completely contrary. This scoundrel understood nothing, being completely manipulated by him. Meanwhile, outside the tiled roof house, the young woman stood there, examining herself for a long time. She still had not bathed, and her appearance was truly unsightly. She recalled the time he had rescued her. Whether it was someone like me or others, why did he care for me so much? Moreover, he knew well that doing so would be extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Your name is Jia Yan, is that right? He brought an item before the young woman and asked with a smile, would you like some dried meat? I brought back a lot. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly retreated, waving her hands. No, do not come near me. I have a foul odor about me, and you have already noticed it. It seems you have always been bothered by this matter, he said earnestly. Come with me. Thus, he led the young woman to a secluded cave. Inside, a large barrel of water was prepared, and he personally guarded the end. Perhaps you need this more, don't you? Should anyone approach, I shall drive them away for you. Bathe without worry. If you feel discomfort, I can distance myself further. Gazing at his retreating back, she felt a profound sense of ease. There is no need. Your presence there is sufficient. Guy Nian looked at the water tub, deeply moved. To think, he actually helped me find such a place. The bathing tub was likely carried here by his own hands. It must have been an arduous task. He even had the presence of mind to offer reassurance. Though the food is bland and daily life inconvenient, please endeavor to endure a little longer. I am seeking a way for us to depart from this place, yet you show no trace of joy. Even if we were to leave, what then? To me, this place and the outside world are scarcely different, given my current visage. As she now lifted her hair, it revealed that half of her face was marred by disfiguring burns. He clearly understood the anguish festering within her heart. I know one who can erase such scars. Needless to say, her joy was boundless. She cried out to the heavens, is that truly so? I have consulted every physician of renown, yet not one possessed the ability to aid me. Who is this physician of whom you speak? He elaborated. It is not a physician, but my grandmother. It is possible even my parents possess this ability. She believed he spoke in jest to offer solace, then helplessly traced her fingers across her face, thinking to herself, I knew it. Such a feat is fundamentally impossible. Yet it was my own parents who disfigured my face thus, and then cast me aside. Those who perceive me as a monster, solely due to these very scars. It was revealed that they themselves were the ones who had splashed hot oil upon her face. I once believed all of humanity harbored hatred for me. He is the very first to have ever treated me with such kindness. The more she pondered, the more tears cascaded down her face. Unable to contain her query, she asked, why do you extend such kindness unto me? Within her heart, a silent hope flickered, though she knew it was impossible. But what if? Still, he ought to speak plainly. Because you remind me of the one whom I hold dear. Were she to fall into such circumstances, I would hope that someone would treat her precisely as I am treating you now. Guy Nian's last vestiges of hope vanished, and she wiped away her tears. She is truly a woman blessed by fate. She must be a virtuous individual. He simply nodded. After escaping from here, I will take you to meet her. However, she didn't quite believe it. Leave this place? Surely that's impossible. Though she thought so, she still smiled, her eyes crinkling. All right then. Also take me to meet that old woman. Promise? He gently smiled and nodded. Let it be settled with this word. The next morning, inside the prison cell, Xinch Ligan stood there, looking at the words tattooed on his wrist. That person sat there holding paper and a pen. Prisoner number 2760. Confirmed. Without error. He stared, speechless. He truly did not expect them to burn another person's flesh just to confirm an identity. A subordinate fearfully glanced at the clever fellow sitting there. I still thought he would change his mind by this morning. Yet he actually came. But are you truly going to follow his words? He could only remain silent, recalling their conversation from last night. If you intend to utter foolish words like advising me to stop capturing people, then it would be best for you to shut your mouth. On the contrary, the task was entirely different. He had told him to take him along. Now he was even more certain. That madman. It seemed his proposal from last night was not a joke. So he told his subordinates, regardless, deciding who goes is my right, so this is not a problem. Yet even as he said this, his heart was burning like fire. He could not sit still. If Lord Meng Yi discovers he is more useful, then I am finished. If I do not swiftly eliminate this root of disaster, It is very likely I will also be dragged to that place.
Outwardly he said. He volunteered to go.
I have no reason to stop him.
But inwardly he was thinking.
You fool! Do you truly think you can be as arrogant there as you are here?
You will regret your arrogance.
Li Gan seemed to sense his murderous intent. Having finished preparing, he turned and immediately glanced at him, who was sitting on a high chair looking down, smiling sinisterly.
Then, let us depart.
He simply followed the three of them. As he looked around, he wondered, is this place controlled entirely by mechanisms? Upon hearing the question, he grew vigilant. These mechanisms are exceedingly intricate. It is best you do not play any tricks. Our protagonist glanced over. What trickery could there be?
Your judgment of character is truly beyond words.
As he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked both guards accompanying him. The leading guard immediately turned and drew his sword. Yet before this wretch could even finish drawing it, he was met with a direct punch to the face, unbelievably swift and perilous. After swiftly dispatching all three men by himself, he proceeded towards several rocky outcrops he had previously noted.
These rock formations were devoid of even a speck of dust.
This suggested frequent handling. At the headquarters of the Cunning Guard faction, he could not find a method to restore his internal energy. Therefore, he had no choice but to search elsewhere. As he spoke, he twisted one of the rocky outcrops. Immediately, a spatial gateway opened. He surveyed his surroundings. Though this was a gamble, no matter what, he absolutely had to find a clue to remove the internal energy restriction within this place. And he had to be swift before that individual arrived. Thinking thus, he immediately sprinted away with incredible speed. At this very moment, on the other side, a subordinate rushed in to report, Lord Mengi, someone has escaped from the beast enclosure. He is heading towards that place. Upon hearing the news, he showed no haste, only a gleeful smile. Cough, cough. Need I even ask, who is desperately struggling to remove the restriction?
Slowly, he propped himself up and stood. Fool. There is nothing at that place. Since he has provoked me, then it is time for me to go catch a rat. Qi Liqian was also aware of his precarious situation and ran without pause. If he were caught, it would spell disaster. The one with the staff just arrived. Just as the leading guard regained consciousness, he knelt and desperately pleaded with Lord Mengi for forgiveness. That individual ran to that place of his own accord. He glared and commanded. After all, there is nowhere to hide in this place. He certainly cannot have gone far. Search thoroughly for me. Understood, Lord Mengi. The staff in his hand then jabbed down onto the leading guard's head. And you! You are still alive? How utterly fortunate. The leading guard was so terrified he almost wet himself. He looked up, trembling. Lord Mengi, hearing you say that, this humble one is truly terrified. However, the hand holding the staff was now radiating killing intent. He jabbed so forcefully that the man's eyes bulged, bloodshot, as if they might fall from his skull. Lord Mengi, that one cannot possibly live. He was then jabbed through the head by the old man's staff, dying instantly. Thus, our protagonist conveniently arrived before a room. Inside, a figure was working. He observed the figure, wondering, why would there be a grand physician here? An eye with completely black sclera was revealed. Let's see. Finally, someone with substance has arrived. On the infirmary bed lay a bare-chested youth, being examined by the old man. It is said his martial arts are not bad. Indeed, his innate foundation is extraordinary. Although it is decent, using such a person, one cannot reach the pinnacle. This old man was precisely a bewitching alchemist. As he held a needle, he muttered, surely the guild... Suddenly, the room door creaked open. Yet the old man was so focused on his work that he remained unaware, even as the protagonist sneaked in. Using materials of such mediocre quality, one could never create supreme-grade artifacts. If one desired more extraordinary results, his gaze fell upon the assorted jars on the table, then shifted to the shirtless figure lying there, covered in acupuncture needles. The old man's eyes, wide with ambition, clearly indicated that suitable materials were needed. Just as this thought concluded, the protagonist, from behind, launched a direct sneak attack. A single palm strike was enough to render the old man half dead. The demonic alchemist collapsed onto the ground, utterly unconscious. Shi Liqian understood the situation. So, they captured people and brought them here precisely for this purpose?
Now that he thought about it, he stood with his back turned, not noticing the man on the bed, who was now twitching. He circled the workbench. There didn't seem to be any special medicinal materials. What exactly were they doing here? He needed to search a little more. As he was looking, he was suddenly startled, swiftly leaning back to dodge instantly. He was almost fatally sneak attacked by the man on the bed. He somersaulted once, to narrowly avoid it. This situation was becoming rather troublesome. He would have to fight empty-handed again. But upon closer inspection, something felt off. But that fellow... What exactly were these people? With broken bones and fatal injuries, yet he uttered not a single sound, only charging forward relentlessly. He realized it. Were they exactly like the people he encountered on the mountain before he was captured and brought here? Could it be that all of them originated from this place? Having been captured and brought here, not yet understanding what had truly happened, he was like a human battering ram, punching tirelessly with an expressionless face. The protagonist blocked his punch with both hands, shielding his head. He couldn't kill him. He had to find a way to wake him up. Thinking this, he calmly called out, "Hey, I am not your enemy." He actually paused, stammering in confusion. No? Not an enemy? Seeing their condition, the protagonist became even more furious. Clanmaster Fei Yan, what exactly do you intend to do with these living, breathing people? On the other side, that woman was standing on a bridge, conversing with an old man, when a servant rushed over, shouting a report. "Great Clanmaster," she turned to ask, "is something urgent?" Her face showed not a trace of worry. The servant was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he delivered the news. Yenwu Ba and Yen Er-san have suddenly lost contact. She merely surmised that an extremely dangerous individual was approaching this place. The subordinate, whose mouth moved faster than his mind, immediately asked, "Please forgive this subordinate's many words. This matter surely isn't related to that stable hand, is it? Why not eliminate him before things escalate?" However, before the fool could finish speaking, the woman irritably and coldly flicked her fan horizontally, and immediately his head fell straight into the lake, blood gushing profusely. "You yourself know that you talk too much." The elder standing nearby looked over, his face darkening. "Guildmaster, this elder clearly sees that the hand holding the fan is trembling. Your hand trembles like that. It seems you still haven't fully regained control, have you?" she explained. "After using the great technique, it will tremble for a period." The elder only now realized. "You never told me you had this symptom." She directly interrupted him. "It's fine. If you intend to persuade me to give up again, please spare your words." He looked at the corpse in the water and felt fear. "Very well, then we shall not mention this matter for now." But even Yan Ertian was attacked in an instant. "Surely you can guess who the newcomer is? We must seize the time to eliminate Qi Li Gan, then go into hiding for a period." But the woman, highly displeased, retorted, "Do you think I will lose?" The elder, knowing he couldn't argue, sighed. "Alas, the reason you have always refrained from killing Qi Li Gan, forget it. What's more important now is that your current physical condition cannot contend with his parents." She had already guessed everything. The incoming person could only be a woman, he wondered. Only his mother? It cannot be known yet. She gazed into the distance and speculated. That person would absolutely not use such a method. In her mind, she recalled Zhu Lin's appearance, because he would absolutely not become so cruel. "From the first time I met him, I knew that this would be even better. That woman possesses the bloodline of the heavenly demon." She smirked triumphantly. "On the contrary, I am even more confident of victory." She made her decision. "Let us also depart to welcome Luosha." Meanwhile, with Qi Li Gan, a moment later, the new recruits rushed into the room. "Esteemed Master Alchemist, are you all right? This one is still alive! Damn it, that person has already arrived here." The elder sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples. "What in the world is happening?" His hands trembled uncontrollably. "Hurry! Bring that person back here to me. He has stolen my medicine." It was indeed so. He ran swiftly down the corridor. If one steals, one must run quickly. His calculating mind operated at full capacity. "Just give me a little more time. I must find a hiding place before Mengi arrives." But it seems he had already calculated too far. Just as he thought of it, he appeared out of nowhere, holding a sword and unleashing a horizontal slash. It struck the protagonist squarely in the stomach. He attacked, both swift and vicious, like a beast pouncing on its prey, and roared, "I am here." With just one sword strike, the protagonist was sent flying far away, his entire body slamming straight into the wall, which crumbled completely. Chilikian lay sprawled on the ground, on the verge of losing consciousness. He walked step by step towards him. "I thought you would resist for a while longer. So docile so quickly? Have you already given up struggling?" Suddenly he saw several white vials falling from the protagonist's body. "What is this?" He stared intently at the front of his robes. "Medicine?" He immediately threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha. Ha. You intend to try this kind of medicine? It seems you are truly desperate, aren't you?" He had guessed correctly. The smile on his face froze. Wait a minute. Could it be? Indeed, the protagonist's body was changing. Has he already taken the medicine? The protagonist's heart pounded wildly. Chilikian's eyes snapped open, fully awake. He has revived. His body transformed. Purple veins bulged all over his neck, twitching. Mengi stood there, staring intently at him, lying on the ground. "You brat. You are even crazier than I predicted. Do you even know what those things are? Yet you dare to consume them? You thought that was medicine?" His hand suddenly twitched. "Too noisy. You have been babbling incessantly this entire time." He could not comprehend. His brows furrowed tightly. "Boy, previously, those who consumed the Pillmaster of Enchantment's concoction all suffered extreme agony. If they did not perish, it would still take several days before they could reluctantly open their eyes. Yet now, Lingan still stood up normally, even stronger. He could not fathom it. How, ultimately, did you manage to endure it? He stood there, exhausted, panting so heavily it seemed as if smoke emanated from him. This matter, approximately 15 minutes prior, upon acquiring the vial of medicine, he immediately opened it. To remove the restriction on his inner power, he had to identify which bloodline was being suppressed. He could not help but click his tongue. Currently, there was not a single clue, so he could only forcibly stimulate it. In that case, he would need to use some potent medicine, and perhaps this very concoction would perfectly suit him. Thinking thus, he immediately tried it. What was there to fear? Now this scoundrel also knew he had taken the medicine, and he grinned slyly. So that's how it is. Haha, I have been feeling rather bored lately. Occasionally encountering something interesting is not bad at all. He looked at him coldly. Interesting, you say? Great evil wolf Meng Ai. You truly live up to your nefarious reputation. I had found your name quite familiar before. Only upon seeing the weapon in your hand did I recall. Although you were once renowned throughout the world for your formidable martial arts, that particular title only came after you annihilated the Dragon Sword Manor, did it not? A ruthless and vicious great evil wolf. One who would not even spare children. And your reason for doing so was simply to obtain the staff of the Dragon Sword Manor Lord, the very staff he now held in his hand. The old man, enraged by these words, immediately charged to fight. But the protagonist had already leapt up to avoid it. He even feigned ignorance, refusing to acknowledge it. Haha, because it was worth my actions. He was still about to charge and continue the fight. Where does this scoundrel think he is running? Suddenly, the protagonist spun around abruptly and clapped him directly on the shoulder. The old man, holding the needle, pressed his lips tightly, glaring furiously. That pill master of enchantment Silver Needles dare to play such a tasteless joke on me. Veins bulged prominently on his hand. A single, tight grip would be enough to crush the needle into smithereens. Meanwhile, the protagonist ran swiftly, with the old scoundrel in hot pursuit. I will make you regret this. Li Gan continued to run, his head aching as if it would split open. Yet the medicinal power ceaselessly stimulated the bloodlines within his body. He was on the verge of discovering which segment of his bloodline had been suppressed. Just then, a soldier ran from the front, shouting loudly, Lord Meng Ai, he is here! The scoundrel immediately appeared, charging forward with his staff in both hands, straight down. Seize him! He hastily drew his weapon and immediately blocked the attack. However, his power was too immense. The sword in his hand had already fractured, but it could only hold out for a few seconds before exploding into countless fragments. Both stood in the middle of the bridge, a deep chasm beneath them. Chiligan looked around. The stench of gore was overwhelming. What exactly have you done? Only then did his gaze fall below. The entire chasm was filled with piles of skulls and bones. Innumerable individuals had met their end in this place. He chuckled darkly. What is there to be surprised about? This is merely a place for processing livestock. Either they die, or they become something less than beasts, or they grow strong. Ultimately, the people here will all transform into one of these three types. Of course, the Flying Swallow sect only requires the strong. The rest can only be disposed of. He now understood the meaning of his words. His face darkened considerably as he slowly drew his sword, preparing to act. Ah, so you would burn people to death with oil? I will make you pay the price. Die! As he spoke, he lunged forward to attack. He still managed to dodge. Though it was regrettable, this place, filled with both combat and curses, would be your grave. If only his internal cultivation hadn't been sealed, this man would be utterly insignificant. He accepted the challenge regardless. The other thought bitterly after being struck. Ah, this fool dares to contend with me using only external martial arts? HMPH. After all, he consumed pills recklessly. His vital essence must surely be out of control. Thinking this, he cackled with glee. You are finished! He unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent him flying far away. Ligan was struck, spitting blood like rain. His opponent watched him struggle to his feet, intent on continuing the fight. Trisk, you cannot possibly be unaware that you have reached your limit. Why do you remain so stubborn? He cannot perish here, for there are those who await him. All those you have eliminated, and those you have branded as livestock and imprisoned. They all had loved ones they cherished, or dreams they had yet to fulfill. His eyes widened terrifyingly, desiring only to devour them alive at once. I will not allow you to trample upon those precious things. He ground his teeth so hard he almost shattered them. The power of will? He relies solely on that to persevere until now? Though I do not know what nonsense he is spouting, everything ends here. The two charged at each other once more, engaging in close combat. Their power was equally matched, and the fight was as tense as a stretched bowstring. He landed a punch that drew blood from his opponent, but it was of little effect. Fool. Despite this, he watched the collapsing bridge and the protagonist's falling body with a smug expression. You will still lose. However, our protagonist reached out and firmly seized his ankle. The malevolent Meng's eyes widened. Do you still wish to struggle?
Naturally, the situation had shifted. With one hand, our protagonist clung to the bridge's edge, while with the other, he firmly gripped the man's leg, casting him straight down.
He could not believe his own eyes. What was happening? His body could no longer move. His entire being stiffened. The staff in his hand plummeted below, as roaring flames engulfed and incinerated the skeletons beneath.
Our protagonist glared at him with disdain.
This cunning foe now belatedly realized that the previous attack was merely a feint. This strike was the true blow. The acupuncture needle piercing the Amen vital point had completely paralyzed him. As his body plummeted downwards, he finally grasped the truth. Could this inferno also have been part of the protagonist's scheme? But it was too late. He would surely perish in the flames below. Even if he escaped, no one could save him now.
Meanwhile, our protagonist continued to cling to the earth, laboriously climbing upwards. His entire body was exhausted, staggering with every step, utterly depleted of strength.
Fortunately, I now know which bloodline has been suppressed. Now I only need to discover a method to unseal it. However, before our protagonist could even rest, the moment he opened the door, he was assaulted by a sudden, startling attack. An immense power slammed our protagonist backwards. In that moment of dire peril, his mind raced, recalling his first love, the shadowless sect members, the old strategists, several other elders, and especially his parents. I promised them I would only be gone for a short while, and then I would return immediately. But now he lay there, drenched in blood, perhaps on the verge of joining his ancestors. The door opened wider and wider with each passing moment.
Qi Li watched the arriving figure with increasing astonishment, for it was none other than that infuriating provocateur.
They had encountered each other twice before, yet never had a true, proper confrontation. How could that elder possibly be here now?
Before he could even clearly discern the attacker's face, our protagonist was already sent flying.
The elder stood there, observing him with a sneer. No matter how much you struggle, you will not be able to break that seal. It is a rare and obscure evil cultivation technique, one that you are assuredly incapable of shattering.
Seeing our protagonist reduced to a soulless husk, the elder's glee intensified.
This outcome appears rather desolate for you. Within his mind, images of the past flickered. At that moment, his mother had approached and inquired, "Have you completed your cultivation, my son?" "Yes, mother. You mentioned you had something to discuss with me today, did you not?"
"Indeed, it concerns the 9-calamity demonic art." Since childhood, he had been taught by his mother.
The 9-calamity demonic art possesses the power to suppress all demonic Q and evil Q throughout the world.
Thus, even the prodigies of Shaolin or Wudang might possess the ability to defeat practitioners of the 9-calamity demonic art.
However, those who cultivate demonic cultivation techniques, or evil cultivation techniques, can absolutely never overcome it. That is why the 9-calamity demonic art is renowned as the ultimate demonic art, the demonic art among all demonic arts.
Li Qian listened intently, then nodded subtly.
"I understand," he replied. "But mother, why then was my internal force sealed by their evil cultivation technique? Is it because my cult—" Yet clearly, every day I cultivated to the point of vomiting blood, and after being imprisoned here, I never slacked off for a single day. Even so, I could not understand why I still couldn't overcome this power." As soon as mother heard this, she understood the situation. "Because you yourself are resisting this power, aren't you?"
Within your body, hearing this,
he suddenly could no longer hear anything.
Her words at this moment brought him back to his senses, his eyes wide with shock.
On the other side, the old woman was also nearing her destination.
This place was barren, with nothing able to survive.
The ground was covered in corpses. That scoundrel sat amidst the tree roots, looking at the old ant with fear. You, who exactly are you? Why are you doing this?" The sword in her hand was covered in blood. "Of course, it's because you swallows stole my child. It's very upsetting, you know."
That scoundrel, oblivious to his situation, still threatened. "Confronting our Flying Swallow Alliance, you will surely regret it."
The old ant laughed. "Regret? Betraying the demonic sect and living in seclusion with that person. I have never regretted it, and today's events are no different." The scoundrel then dared to say, "Whatever you do will be useless. After all, that fellow is dead? How dare you say my child is dead?" Before he could finish his sentence, his entire head was split in two.
Silencing Yan 18 from Lingan's side, our protagonist still had some strength left to contend with the irritating old man.
The two stood facing each other, their eyes meeting. "To think I would meet you again in such a place."
The protagonist stared at him intently.
"After my internal energy was sealed, I could clearly feel a sensation that made one's hair stand on end and choke their breath. A feeling of immense oppression.
This old man is too strong. Fighting him in my current state."
The old man then brandished his sword and extended his hand. "Last time, you, Yan San, were merely lucky to escape my grasp.
Prepare yourself.
He adopted a threatening posture. Today, allow me to send you on your way once more. As he finished speaking, he thrust his sword straight forward. At this point, the protagonist could only fight. What else could he do? No matter the outcome, I can only meet him in battle. He threw a punch, but his opponent tilted his body and dodged it. After this punch, the opponent also noticed the protagonist's hand. The tattoo has faded. Is it related to his internal energy? But the protagonist ignored it, spun around, and launched another kick, which was firmly caught by his opponent. His ankle was seized, and with a swing of his opponent's arm, the protagonist was sent flying to the ground, vomiting mouthfuls of blood once more.
Clearly, the protagonist was no match for his opponent in this wretched state. But if he didn't want to die, he still had to resist to the very end. There was no time to evade either.
The protagonist was furious. I clearly grasped the 9 calamity demonic art, so why? The old man also turned to mock him. Always having to hide like a mouse, how annoying. After speaking, he swung his sword, and a series of crimson techniques intertwined in mid-air, causing the entire building to immediately shatter into countless pieces. The protagonist looked utterly wretched. Damn it, why can't I still undo this seal? Only now did he recall his mother's words. At that moment, his body was consumed by an overwhelming fear. He couldn't comprehend. What was he truly afraid of? That old man was unleashing the Super Grand Unity Celestial Master's 14th demon-subduing sword art, and had already pierced through his body with a single sword strike. The long sword had pierced his abdomen, causing blood to gush forth. Both cultivators hung suspended in mid-air, the protagonist frozen in agonizing pain, unable to move.
Frowning deeply, the old man stared intently at him. Quite commendable, he sneered, to have twisted your body and avoided a fatal blow. Yet, it is utterly useless. Should I loosen my grip even slightly, you are guaranteed to perish.
Clutching the sword with a desperate grip, the protagonist felt a surge of confusion. This is a sword technique of the Huashan sect. You, a member of a righteous faction. Why do you serve as a minion for the Flying Swallow Society? The old man scoffed in retort. You dare to even speak of the righteous path? How truly ridiculous. Have you not looked upon the pervasive demonic quay clinging to your very being? With every battle, that demonic key must surely be surging, craving to erupt, isn't it? Ultimately, you are destined to succumb to that ruinous desire. But could it be that his words had struck a raw nerve, piercing straight to the protagonist's deepest fears?
This, then, was his true fear.
If he were to employ the 7th move of the 9 calamity demonic art, the 7th demonic sword strike, demonic impact, he feared that using the technique would inevitably lead to him losing control. Yet, he had once unleashed his power before Salian, and she had not uttered a single word of reproach. Even when wielding the 7th demonic impact, recalling the profound gaze of his beloved, he instantly seized his opponent's sword with his bare hands. In a single instant, the old man's sword shattered into countless fragments, and the demonic qi within the protagonist's body erupted with explosive force. If even Sadi Lin could accept this power, then what did he have left to fear?
The torrent of demonic qi surged powerfully skyward, tearing a massive chasm in the very heavens above. The old bald man's eyes widened, bulging as if they might burst from their sockets.
You, he stammered, utterly disbelieving. How can this restriction be broken? But before he could finish his sentence, the protagonist delivered a devastating palm strike that utterly disfigured his face. The protagonist declared, I have cast aside my fear, for now there is someone who can truly tether me. In that same instant, the old man was struck by the protagonist's palm, his head severed from his neck as his life extinguished. The protagonist then looked down at his own hand. This time, it was profoundly different from before. Previously, each time he wielded the demonic art, his true ki would rage wildly within his meridians. Now, however, he felt a profound sense of stability.
He tightly clenched his fist. Regardless, the plight of the prisoners in this place weighed heavily on him. They were truly pitiable. Moreover, those cruel individuals must be made to pay, especially the nefarious leader of the Flying Swallow Society, Qi Li, who had regained her power.
He solidified his resolve. I must utterly destroy this place.
Meanwhile, on Madame Beau's side,
the heavens wept torrents of rain. She remained standing beneath the gnarled tree roots. The rain is too heavy, she murmured. I had long foreseen that this day might arrive.
For after Zhao Qian's birth, though we lived in immense happiness, that joy seemed inextricably linked to both the demonic path and the righteous path, the cost being enmity from both factions.
The Flying Swallow Society, though its true allegiance was unknown, was universally detested. Anyone capable of abducting Zhao Qian must surely be an incredibly formidable expert. Yet, I have been unable to unearth a single shred of information about them.
Truly, this martial world is boundless, its true depths utterly unfathomable.
At that very moment, a horse-drawn carriage approached. The people within looked around in confusion. What is happening here? What is all this commotion? Where is Lord Yan Shiba? Nor do we see the livestock intended as an offering for Lord Meng Yi. Suddenly, they spotted the woman and cried out in unison, "There's still a female over there!" But the moment she turned around, every single one of them was instantly paralyzed with fear. What is happening? Why is her aura so terrifying? What exactly has occurred here?
She walked step by step towards them as they stood there, utterly bewildered.
What happened? I tore them apart, broke them, and crushed them. Many things have happened indeed. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the leader of the group had his throat slit, spurting blood.
He bewilderedly raised a hand to touch the blood on his neck, as if he had been pierced through.
His sweat streamed like rain. Merely the killing intent she exuded was enough to make one feel the terror of death. The woman asked menacingly, "Where is the holding pen, the place where you imprison members of the Flying Swallow Society? Lead the way for me." They worriedly spoke to one another. With such heavy rain, why haven't we seen young Hirochi all day? His whereabouts are always unpredictable. He must be meddling in someone else's affairs somewhere.
The old man's face fell with worry, but then he remembered that person had once promised to help him. As long as the restrictions are lifted, we will be able to get out.
After we get out, I will help you find your son. The old man only felt that he seemed like a good person. The square-faced man also nodded in agreement. That's right, I also owe him a debt of gratitude. Suddenly, the old man looked to the side and saw someone approaching. It was young Miss Giant.
The old man called out,
"You've come at just the right time. I see you haven't eaten anything today either. Come, let's share some food." The square-faced man looked over, teasing. "Old man, you're quite the nagger. She's not a 1 or 2-year-old child anymore. A young lady this grown surely doesn't like to hear you nag." He burst out laughing. "The older you get, the more you nag." The young girl, holding a rice ball in her hand, smiled blissfully. How strange. Outside, everyone avoids me like the plague. I never expected to meet such kind people here. All of this is thanks to that person's benevolence.
She recalled the day he stood guard while she bathed. At that moment she was too overwhelmed and didn't have a chance to thank him.
When he returns, I must definitely express my gratitude.
Suddenly she was startled and looked in another direction. The uneaten rice roll fell and tumbled to the ground, ultimately being. By the time Chiligan returned, the deed was done. The square-faced man had been slain. Those standing around whispered amongst themselves, speculating that to save the old man, he had risked his life, and in preventing the Konthu sect from seizing their captive, he met this end. But was there not also a young woman? That young woman, too, wished to save the old man, and ultimately was taken along with him. In another room, as one opened their eyes, they would find the demon alchemist standing there, muttering to himself, yet showing no discernible progress. It seemed Lord Yan-san had already dealt with him.
This is truly arduous.
To help the young grow stronger is effortless, but to revert an old man to youth indeed remains an exceedingly difficult feat. Just at this moment, a shout echoed from outside. "Wait, wait!" With a resounding crash, the door was shattered, and a guard was flung inwards, striking directly at the old demon alchemist. With heavy eyes, he struggled to look up, only to see someone approaching. A familiar voice resonating. "Forgive me. I am late." The young woman, Jia Yan, lay on the ground, covered in blood, smiling up at him. She looked truly wretched. "I knew you would surely come."
"Young Hirochi, I had originally intended to secretly help grandfather escape while they were not paying attention, but I was discovered, and they beat me within an inch of my life."
Her voice trembling, she still managed to ask, "Where is grandfather?" He looked at the old man lying on the bed, his entire body covered in embedded needles.
"Grandfather is all right." "That is truly excellent." He looked at the young woman, consoling her. "You will soon be free. Just endure a little longer." "Must I not quickly find my grandmother to help you remove your scars?" But the young woman was utterly exhausted, her strength completely depleted. "Young Hirochi, I can no longer hold on. Several times I wanted to give up, but to wait for you I endured until now. From the very first day, to the day you helped me fetch water for my bath, I have never been able to properly thank you.
Even if you said you would help me remove my scars merely to deceive me, it does not matter.
This is the first time in my life, the first time I have harbored hope for life. I truly thank you." Her eyes slowly faded. Chiligan watched with profound sorrow. "Wait, do not give up. Hold on, endure just a little longer." But the young woman uttered these words, and then drew her last breath. A contented smile still lingered on her lips. His hand froze in mid-air. He wearily slumped forward, despair etched upon his face. "Grandfather, no! I always thought I could help everyone, lead everyone away from here, help the old man find his son, and help the girl erase the scar on her face. I thought I could achieve those things." But the demonic alchemist was still alive, struggling to sit up and hurl curses.
"You wretched scoundrel! You've come to interfere again, just when I needed a place to unleash my fury."
The protagonist turned to glare at him. "How many people have you killed with this method until now?" "My count is 2,860. It's probably around that number.
Countless people had lost their lives by his hand, or been transformed into utterly grotesque forms. Killing intent radiated from the protagonist, and the alchemist trembled with fear. The pressure enveloped this man, an oppressive sensation, a suffocating rage. His face was paler than paper. He tried to explain, but the protagonist seemed to have almost lost all reason, wishing only to transform into a vengeful demon and eradicate all of them. Why are you still smiling? It's just that I find it too absurd. Those like you get to live, while they lost their lives. This world is truly absurd. It cannot even protect an old man and a woman, but a person like me who wishes to change the world is also truly ridiculous. The protagonist pointed 2 fingers directly at his forehead. Do you have any way to restore those who have been mutated back to normal? This old man still stubbornly offered sophistry. Becoming like that is, on the contrary, a good thing for them. They were originally just a group of nameless nobodies. I bestowed upon them strength and a physique they could never have dreamed of in this lifetime, even if there's no way to restore them. But so what? He had not even finished speaking when demonic energy shot from the protagonist's 2 fingertips, piercing his brain. He died instantly on the spot. Li Gan looked at his corpse on the ground. You damned scoundrels! You are truly beyond saving. Outside, the soldiers were also frantically searching. Is that person still alive? I saw him head towards the room of the demonic alchemist. Quickly go invite Lord Meng Yi and Lord Yan San here. Naturally, before killing, the protagonist recalled his father's words. When it is truly necessary to deliver the killing blow, one must consider it carefully before acting. This saying, I have always kept deeply in my heart. Today, I have also acted according to those words. I have considered it very carefully. Father, today I will completely deal with this rabble who are worse than beasts. Not a single one of them deserves to live. Even if the protagonist thought about it 1,000 times, this entire group still dared to shout, Resolve him with one blade! Charge! Those few charged forward, slashing immediately. Li Gan said no more, charging forward to continuously attack and slash. The entire group looked utterly panicked. So what about that person? He is alone, and moreover he has no weapon. Who says he doesn't? As soon as they finished speaking, the protagonist snatched a blade from one of their hands. The entire group was horrified, as they watched him cleave horizontally with a single strike. They meant to block him with a blade, but the entire person was already cleaved in half. How could they possibly block him? The entire group that charged forward was cut down by him, yet the leader still roared. Stop him! I told you to stop him! Damn it! He has already cut down so many with a saber. They were distracted for mere seconds, and he's already fought his way to this point. As he fought, he felt it. It was always the same. Each time I employ my mother's martial arts, it is as if I lose my reason, leaving only a soul craving. Murderous intent. The insatiable bloodlust forced him to fight, until his enemies shrieked, This man is a devil! If he was a devil, then they were even beneath that. He raised his sword with both hands and slashed downward. If one who eliminates trash like you is called a devil, then I shall gladly be a devil. In the blink of an eye, the building was utterly shattered by him. A devil, you say? I've grown weary of hearing that, but I will never again allow murderous intent to control me. As he walked out of the building, he saw a multitude of people standing outside. What is happening? I heard loud noises emanating from the Kunshu sect's dormitory. I rushed over to see who that young man was. Li Gan Bao's forces are out of time. Everyone must escape from here quickly. While the others remained confused, he continued, It is fortunate that everyone is gathered here. Among those present, does anyone possess knowledge of medical arts? I once ran a small medical clinic. I also studied medical arts for a period. He had anticipated this. I have located the bloodlines that were sealed by the medicine, he announced. I will now recite the names of the acupoints. You all must perform acupuncture on the cultivators. This will dispel the seal on their internal energy. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. Dispelling the seal? That wicked Meng. He immediately shared the good news with them. He is dead, and few of his subordinates remain. Those who have recovered their internal energy are to protect the others as they depart from here. The crowd wept tears of joy, covering their faces and sobbing. Can we Thank you. Truly, thank you immensely. I always thought I would surely die here. The last time I informed my family that I was going to work was 2 years ago. I told my pregnant wife I was going to buy her a watermelon. Watching them, he was reminded of himself. Now, he could finally fulfill his promise. A promise? Once he lets go of what holds him back, the promise of returning will manifest. He, too, must swiftly make his way back. She must certainly be waiting for him. Indeed, the young woman was still following the demonic empress up the mountain. Her grandma knitted her brows tightly. The path is so arduous. Why did you follow without even asking where I was going? The young woman patiently replied, I believe you certainly have your reasons for doing this. Grandma knows the matter of Li Qian has caused you much sorrow, hasn't it? At the mention of this, the young woman's eyes welled up with tears. If only I could be a little stronger. I have always only received help from Li Qian.
yet I have never been able to do anything for him.
Her grandma knew that those Liu Tian encountered in the Jianghu were all individuals seeking to exploit or rely on him.
That is why he had long since closed off his heart. You are the first person who wished to protect him. Perhaps it is precisely because of this.
Since meeting you, he seems to have changed considerably, learning to smile from the depths of his heart.
So even if you feel that you have always only received help from Liu Xian, you must look further. If you remain fixated on what is directly before you, you will see nothing at all.
All things in this world merely pass by in haste. You will forever be submerged in a mountain of regrets.
But as long as you cast your gaze further, you will discern everything. Where are we now? And where are we heading? Salian listened and understood. Grandma spoke no falsehood, but I am always first dominated by my emotions. Sorrow, vexation, anger, love, exhaustion, loneliness. They grant me no time at all to look further. Her grandma seemed to see through her thoughts. You feel that you lack talent, do you not?
Sali Lin nodded in admission. Yes, yet you cultivate martial arts every single day, never showing laziness. Even in the days your father was taken, you persistently trained.
Since Li Qian disappeared, you have never had a restful night's sleep, always brandishing your sword to cultivate.
If you do not believe in your own talent, then believe in your own effort, and prove the power of that effort right here and now.
They had arrived. Before them stood an ancient building, riddled with cobwebs. Jia Lian's eyes widened in astonishment. This is it, her grandma told her. From here on, you must continue your journey by yourself. These trials of the demonic sword cannot be overcome with mere courage. Have you prepared yourself to risk your life? Jia Lian felt no fear, her thoughts solely on Li Daiqian. Ever since meeting you, I have come to understand one thing. That is, if a moment arrives where one must risk their life, one must never hesitate, just as you do. With this thought, the young woman nodded confidently. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiliqian, standing amongst the crowd, suddenly felt a jolt. The entire group he had helped was joyfully examining themselves. How can this be? I can feel my internal energy. The restriction has truly been lifted. We cannot delay, everyone. Hurry. Suddenly, someone asked him, Young hero, are you not coming with us? What have you sensed? With his hand gripping his sword tightly, he said, Everyone, go first.
Swiftly, he raised his sword, blocking the sneak attack instantly.
An attacker has appeared. His strength is far from ordinary.
Suddenly, a surge of sword coolly erupted, piercing a massive hole through the ceiling. The crowd screamed in terror. Who in the world is it? Even the protagonist felt this chilling sensation was more potent than he had anticipated.
This individual is exceedingly dangerous. The others quickly scattered, exclaiming, Let's go, quickly! We are only holding him back here. Young hero, please take care. I will absolutely never forget this kindness. Qiliqian gazed at the figure standing imposingly before him. You actually stood by and watched me handle so many members of the Flying Swallow Society, only choosing to appear now. It seems your mission was merely to monitor me. He scrutinized the man from head to toe. Martial artists temper their body and mind through cultivation, and the depth of one's power can often be seen in their eyes. Although the gaze of a master can suppress an opponent, the eyes of one who has transcended the master realm are utterly devoid of any outward display, appearing incredibly ordinary. The man indifferently uttered, What does the life or death of others have to do with me? Gazing at his emotionless eyes, bored, indifferent, transcendent. Was he truly such a person?
Yet, this individual now seemed to take an interest in him. The man then said,
But seeing your martial arts, I find it very interesting. This was the very thing that made him appear.
Indeed, he raised his sword and declared, I wish to personally spar with you. Qiliqian thought,
I knew it. Is it this then? What was there for him to fear? If he comes, he shall be met. If he was truly such an individual, then he would have to use a fatal blow, the sixth form of the Super 9 Calamities demonic art. With that, the two figures immediately clashed, their battle igniting. Initially, they were evenly matched, their clash shaking heaven and earth. After only a few exchanges, the formidable foe had to exclaim, This martial art surpasses my imagination.
The opponent then unleashed a horizontal slash, which Qiliqian immediately parried.
Suddenly, he sensed the demonic aura, intensifying his loathing for the man. A demonic practitioner like you will surely be infatuated with this martial art. Align with demons, and I will personally send you to your grave.
Both fought with increasing ferocity, neither giving an inch, battling tirelessly.
However, our protagonist was struck by his slash. A long trail of blood gushed from his neck. His strength was truly formidable. That being said, he already had ample experience contending with such opponents. Are you Yan Yi? But he was slightly mistaken. The opponent introduced himself, stating, I am Yan Er, not even the leader. Yet he possessed such power. Suddenly he leaped high, appearing and disappearing with elusive speed, quite impressive for someone so young. But the age gap in cultivation cannot be easily bridged. With that, he immediately unleashed a swift and devastating technique. The first form of the absolute shadow sword, Severed Shadow, manifested as a series of dark streaks, aiming directly for our protagonist.
Qi Liqian hastily raised his sword to block. With several consecutive strikes, rocks and earth exploded violently, and dust and smoke obscured everything.
He used the rocks and earth to bury our protagonists alive, forming a small grave. After waiting for about 3 seconds, and seeing no sign of our protagonist, he furrowed his brow and turned around. It seems it was merely my illusion. I thought you would be more formidable. But just as he turned to leave, our protagonist unexpectedly burst forth from the pile of rocks, shattering everything. Holding his sword with both hands, he slashed straight down, his eyes blazing brightly as he warned the opponent, "It is your prerogative to think what you wish, but I have no time to squander on you here." Elsewhere, Elder Song was still training the soldiers, yelling exasperatedly, "Where has everyone's fighting spirit vanished to? Drawing your swords so slowly?" One of the soldiers, bewildered, then asked, "Instructor, when will the sect master return? The Bei Tianba clan is eyeing us with covetous intent. The sect master is absent, and even this old man doesn't know." He furrowed his brows, lowered his head and thought, "What exactly has befallen Lord Allah? Is the only thing I can do simply wait?" He could only brush off the question. "Don't you all understand the sect master quite well? Instead of spending time worrying about the sect master, you should utilize this moment to enhance your own strength." The wall guardian, the strategist, and Wu Ying observed the situation, noticing that everyone's morale was beginning to waver.
It was not that everyone was disloyal to the sect master, but in this situation, feeling uneasy was only natural.
The old strategist still clung to the hope that the sect master had not truly met with misfortune. He hadn't even finished speaking when Wu Ying, standing nearby, immediately interrupted. "The young master will most certainly return. I trust him absolutely. He will definitely be back." At the same time, in a dilapidated house deep within the forest, Sha Lian was still practicing martial arts, but the situation seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. A group of people dressed in black, with yellow talismans affixed to their forehead.
The young woman furrowed her brows, concentrating intently.
This was undoubtedly a formation, yet the pain she felt was incredibly real. If she were to die here, it would all be over, and she could not allow that. Even if it cost her life, she had to survive and escape.
Lingan said he would return, so I must also survive and escape this place to wait for him.
Meanwhile, our protagonist was also furiously slashing and battling. After exchanging a few moves with the protagonist, he realized it was indeed not his own illusion. This individual's power was unfathomable, yet he fundamentally could not control that source of power. On the contrary, he was being led by it. What a pity. I will not be able to witness him fully control that power. As for the protagonist, he had been struck several times. His internal energy was gradually depleting, and he could no longer endure. The other individual watched him charge forward like a moth to a flame, wondering, does he intend to finish this quickly? Very well, then I shall use one sword strike. This very technique, the second form of the absolute shadow sword art, and the seventh form of the soul-severing 9 calamities, demonic art, demonic departure, both simultaneously unleash their perilous techniques, intent on deciding victory or defeat.
2 surges of killing intent violently clashed against each other, truly of equal power, causing even Liugan to feel apprehensive.
The power is immense. I must continue to pour in more cultivation power, just a little more, try to resist a little longer. Suddenly, he felt something amiss with his body. This sensation, his body was burning hot as if scorched by fire, as if a ball of fire was surging within him. Could it be chi deviation? No, impossible. Moreover, the sword in his hand also faltered. It only blocked for a few seconds, before being utterly shattered by his strike. His sword continued to cleave straight down. With only a short distance left, the protagonist would have perished. At this critical moment, a red light streaked in from nowhere, blocking between the two, and simultaneously deflecting the descending saber strike of the other individual. The familiar sword appeared at the perfect moment. Even Yan Er was startled and stopped abruptly. His mother had arrived. That afternoon, it was also she who had intervened to save her precious son from a clear defeat.
The protagonist turned abruptly to look at his mother, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had not arrived late. His body, which had been burning like a fireball, had now completely cooled. Li Gan, having narrowly escaped death, also became much calmer, his gaze coldly fixed on the other individual. He hastily retreated, staring intently at his mother's weapon. What a truly strange saber, he thought. She proudly twirled the saber behind her. It was indeed a very rare saber. Li Gan, have you regulated your chaotic aura yet? He nodded. I am done. She glanced at her son, assessing his condition. If I had arrived even a moment later, that thing would have awakened.
But as long as he lives, it is fine.
Very well, we will talk later. As she spoke, she shouldered her sword and charged forward, preparing to continue the fight.
After deflecting this move, Yan Er's face darkened considerably.
She paid him no heed, instead glancing at her son.
Just observe carefully. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged forward to fight. This was both a battle and an opportunity for her to teach him a few more skills. Qi Ligan stood by, watching with his mouth agape. The other man was equally shocked. This is the first time I have encountered such an opponent. How could he possibly be qualified to fight back? Thus, he was toyed with, as if he were in her palm, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He could not even pinpoint her location, while she simultaneously fought and lectured him. Truly unfathomable. Clearly possessing such power, why would he live such a wasteful life? He still maintained an air of superiority. I merely cultivate the sword Dao. Life holds no meaning for me. The two fought with intense tension, and he sensed that this woman had not yet unleashed her full strength. If that is the case, then I must force you to exert your full power. No sooner thought than done, he immediately unleashed the superb shadow sword art, third form, heart severing, as his sword-wielding hand swung out. A crimson swordlight slashed directly down from above. Blood spurted profusely as his arm was severed by the woman's single strike. Even our protagonists, watching from the sidelines, felt as if the world itself had been cleaved. The woman was using the 9-calamity demonic art, latter half of the first form, directly severing one of Yan Er's arms. Now, his sword-wielding arm was gone, and she scornfully mocked him. One who has never borne the weight of life, their sword arts are undoubtedly shallow. For the first time in his life, Qi Ligan witnessed the woman use this technique. He was frozen, stiff, in utter disbelief. Mother, why did you abandon this martial art? Was it because of your family, that you had to give up certain things?
He recalled when he left to step into the martial world, his mother had once instructed him to return only after becoming a true man.
At that time he grinned confidently and asserted, "Yes, mother, I will certainly explore and witness the entirety of this world." On that day, although I feigned strength and turned my back to leave, my mother's silhouette remained etched deeply in my mind. During that period, I often felt deeply pained, even a little wronged. But one day thereafter, when Wu Ying appeared for the first time, I still remember recounting some matters about my mother to him. Our protagonist gradually experienced the harshness of the world, encountering his first setbacks. He could not help but resentfully ask Wu Ying, "Does mother not love me? I am still so young, yet I had to travel to such a distant place. Are you not worried at all?" He gently explained to our protagonist, "Your mother made this decision to protect the young master. After all, everyone has their own fears." Our protagonist naively asked again, "Do you mean there is someone in this world so powerful that they could make my mother afraid?" At that time, I vaguely thought that the person my mother feared was some individual within the martial world. But now I understand. My parents are the common enemies of both the righteous and demonic paths. What they feared was leaving me alone in this world. Therefore, they hoped I could live well, even if I was truly alone. He clutched the broken sword in his hand. But even now, I am still not strong enough.
The foe, whose arm my mother could sever with mere basic moves, was the very one who almost took my life.
That bastard Yan Er still had not given up. If he had 2 arms, he would fight with 2. If he had 1, he would fight with 1.
He retrieved his sword, knowing that even if it cost him an arm, the outcome would not change. He roared as he charged, unleashing the 4th form of the shadow-severing sword, and the latter half of the 2nd form, wind-blocking thorn, of the heaven-shattering 9 calamities demonic art. Yet the matriarch showed no fear, standing tall and watching him, a torrent of crimson power radiating from her body, blocking the path of his incoming sword. He could not comprehend what was happening. This is no mere protective body aura, he thought, gripping his sword even tighter. No matter, I will simply cleave you apart. Li Qian watched in panic, sensing that the qi flow had changed. No matter how formidable his mother was, she had not cultivated for over 20 years. He hurriedly shouted, "Mother, let me!" But the matriarch was not so diminished. True class is eternal. With both hands, she gripped the great sword, preparing her stance, and called out to Li Qian, "Focus your mind!" He stood motionless to the side, watching with wide eyes. The space around Yan Er darkened completely. He stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. How can this be? Li Qian also perceived the encroaching darkness. When had the matriarch appeared directly behind him? Just now. Were you unable to control your own body? I believe it might be related to this very thing. He turned back in horror, witnessing the woman's entire body radiating intense demonic qi. What kind of martial art is this exactly? Liu Qian was astonished to realize this was a top-tier demonic art. As long as one could grasp its ultimate essence, they could summon forth the heavenly demonic soul, a demon with 2 blazing eyes. Yan Er looked on in absolute terror. The heavenly demonic soul. What is that? The matriarch's 2 hands, gripping the great sword, now appeared as if 2 additional demonic arms had joined hers.
Yan Er's entire body froze in place. Could this martial art possibly belong to a heavenly demon? He had not even finished speaking when his entire body was cleaved in 2. His body exploded into a bloody mist, blood gushing forth like a river. The matriarch's expression remained unchanged as she imparted a crucial truth. Any cultivator of demonic arts and evil cultivation shall never be able to resist the heavenly demonic soul. All shall submit to you.
Li Qian finally understood. Truly, my eyes have been opened today, he thought. Could this martial art truly...
By the time he realized the problem, it was too late. Lady Bo took the opportunity to teach men a lesson.
Whoever cultivates demonic arts and evil techniques absolutely cannot withstand the heavenly demonic soul.
All of them will have to submit to you.
Li Qian witnessed this sight for the first time, utterly stunned, standing frozen as the other's corpse collapsed before him.
Unexpectedly, just one move subdued such a powerful expert. This is the true 9 calamity demonic art. His mind greatly enlightened, he finally understood. This is the realm I am compelled to challenge.
Within the flower garden, the sect mistress strode forward, with that elder following closely behind her. Sect mistress, please calm down.
The elder tried to reason with her. His mother has likely arrived. In your current physical state. But his words fell on deaf ears. That is precisely why I must go there, is it not? Annoyed, she glared a warning. Absolutely, do not obstruct me any further. The elder finally fell silent. The sect mistress disregarded him completely and continued straight ahead. Gazing at her retreating form, the elder was overcome with profound nostalgia, wondering if he would ever again meet the child from all those years ago. At that time, she was just a tiny child.
The elder walked up behind the little girl and asked,
"You came here alone again? Missing your parents?"
She turned around, her expression as tranquil as ever.
"No, elder? I'm watching butterflies."
The elder sat down next to the little girl.
"Oh dear, did I scare all the butterflies away? Haha." He suddenly presented several steamed buns to the little girl, his eyes crinkling in a warm smile. "Eat them while they're still hot." The little girl looked at the steamed buns, then suddenly covered her mouth and burst into laughter. He had to ask, "What are you laughing about, child?" The little girl took one. "From now on, whenever I see meat buns, I will surely think of you, elder." "My apologies, this is the only dish I know how to make." "But elder, the buns you make are truly the most delicious, because I've made hundreds of them, you see." The little girl ate her bun, a question forming in her mind. "Why do you only know how to make this one dish?" The elder looked up at the sky, sighing softly. "Because that child loved to eat them so much. Next time, I'll make you something else."
Now, gazing at the cold, indifferent figure before him, the elder still clung to a sliver of hope.
"But I believe that in a deep corner of the sect mistress's heart, traces of that child still endure.
Should the grand technique be severed, the little girl will surely return to her original form."
Therefore, the old man still decided to speak. "Guildmaster, I beg you one last time, please stop. Please reconsider." The woman froze in place, her face colder than ice as she turned to look directly at the old man. The two remained silent for a long time. If it were anyone else, their head would have already flown, but since it was him, she could not make a move. On Ziqi Qian's side, the battle had concluded, and many things had transpired here. If not for Mother's intervention, I might have. The older woman directly interrupted him. "You, even without me, could have managed it. Did you not already feel the sensation of your body igniting?" "Now that you mention it, yes. What exactly was that phenomenon?" "Didn't I tell you that the heavenly demonic soul could only be summoned once the 9 calamity demonic art reached grand completion? I have not yet reached that stage. It must be because, in that critical situation, you constantly struggled, yearning for victory and thirsting for immense power. That very desire stimulated your heavenly demonic soul. However, your heavenly demonic soul is likely not yet fully awakened. That is why you could not defeat that opponent."
She knew well in her heart. But such a matter was unprecedented. With even a slight oversight, there was a high possibility of the heavenly demonic soul gaining control over him instead.
All she could do now was advise him to continue cultivating, and then to secretly do what he needed to do. He understood. The tasks I must undertake. If Mother is already this formidable, just how powerful is the heavenly demonic soul of the heavenly demon?
But even a person as formidable as her could not achieve the dream of dominating the world.
Although I have known this for a long time, only now must I truly admit it. It turns out my dream is truly very difficult to achieve. The older woman understood what he meant. Perhaps. But those who are older no longer dream such fanciful dreams. However, dreaming is the privilege of youth, and I still have absolute faith in you.
Therefore, my son, you have no need to fear.
If your heart is uneasy, you will never be able to step forward. That is the nature of life. You only need to always hold fast to the belief that everything you encounter in life is ultimately for the best. One step at a time, steadfastly moving forward, is all that is required.
Ziqi Qian understood everything, his eyes filled with determination, and he smiled.
Yes, I shall engrave this in my heart. The older woman looked at him. Let's go, everyone is waiting for you. But he could not simply leave like that. I still have matters to attend to.
The older woman looked him over from head to toe. The gaze in that child's eyes was subtly different now. Surely he has experienced something here. But this time, just like before, he will undoubtedly overcome it with resilience, and gradually become a mature, fully fledged individual.
From this point forward, you must walk your path by yourself. Having said that, she turned and left immediately. Experiences like today's, you will face countless more times in the future. Though he always experienced such moments, pain and disappointment, whenever they arrived. But despite this, Xinshili Khan looked at the long, white scroll she had left behind, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this what she was trying to convey? You must still continue on your path. He had thought he was staying for some other reason, but it turned out he was merely burying his 3 companions. This is all I can do for you. The faces of the old man, the young woman, and the square-faced fellow appeared in his memory. When you reach the other side, you must surely forget what happened here. Forget this wretched mortal world. He stood up and left. After this, return and find me. I will surely create a better mortal world. Though this place has collapsed, the matter is far from over, for this incident will undoubtedly continue elsewhere. Suddenly, the space around him turned pitch black, as dark purple tendrils of energy enveloped everything. It was spewing forth from the ground, carrying an overwhelming murderous aura. A figure appeared directly behind him.
Xinshili Khan was not surprised. As long as this foe was alive, his eyes burned with indignant fury.
Perfect timing. The guildmaster of the Flying Swallow Guild, that woman, still disobeyed the old man and made her way here.
Seeing her method of appearance, he recalled that it was definitely the sinister technique he had encountered before. Was it the sinister technique of the Flying Swallow Guild master? His gaze then shifted. Was it the old man who was always lurking behind her?
Or was it that person's?
She sneered, a smile playing on her lips.
Long time no see, she began, immediately probing. Why are you here alone? I thought by now your mother would have arrived. His eyes flashed as he glared at her. This is a matter I must resolve myself. It concerns no one else. The more enraged he became, the more delighted she grew. Though I regret not being able to meet her, seeing your downcast expression is satisfaction enough for me. After spending these past days in the livestock pens, you must surely understand just how weak you truly are.
Each of her words further ignited his fury. He clenched his hands into fists, filled with immense displeasure.
Where is this place? Ultimately, that woman always acts high and mighty. I already told you. You are not the only one coveting dominion over the world.
Therefore, to seize dominion over the world, I absolutely need a group of powerful subordinates who are utterly loyal to me.
He could not help but recall the scene of skulls and bones piled up like mountains. Yet for this very reason, you would brazenly exploit those innocent people? That is truly too brutal. Moreover, I still cannot gauge her martial strength. Sometimes she appears weaker than me, yet at other times, I feel she is far stronger than even Yan. This means this woman is extremely dangerous. Even so, he touched the great sword on his back, feeling much more at ease with it there. The time has come to use it. I must eliminate her. That woman immediately opened her fan and glanced a warning at the old man. Do not interfere, or I will absolutely not forgive you. The old man understood her meaning and nodded. So, she intended to eliminate him right here, to eliminate that person's son. The old man stood there, recalling his dissolute past. After losing my loved ones, I lived an aimless, wandering life every day, until one day he saw someone enter and immediately guessed. Are you not the young master of Fengmenglu? He has come to find me. The old man did not understand, and asked, Respected young master, what is the purpose of your visit? This martial arts hall has been abandoned for a long time. Surely, you haven't come here to learn martial arts. The young man nodded. Actually, not long ago, I saw some children in the village, bullying a little girl. I heard that child is an orphan, having lost both parents. The old man replied perfunctorily. In these times of war and chaos, countless orphans abound. He nodded. That's true, but a child so young, with no one to care for, still worries me greatly. Whenever I have free time, I go to look after her. Upon hearing this, the old man guessed his intention. Your family situation holds many secrets, so you cannot bring the child home, and thus you wish for my help in caring for her? For a matter such as this, what use is it to ask a wretch like me for help? This young man was Xu Lin in his youth. My father often mentioned you. I know what kind of person you truly are. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted. Those are all matters of the past, he understood. I was too presumptuous. Please forgive me for disturbing your peace of mind. Then, I will take my leave. However, before he had taken many steps, the old man called out abruptly, How old is that child? Xu Lin immediately stopped. 12 years old. The old man's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. 12 years old? Perhaps because the life of my only daughter also ended at the age of 12, I wish to see that child grow 1 year, then 2 years older, and finally, her appearance as an adult.
That was why the elder frequently brought steamed buns to the young girl. Could the young girl not even afford a bowl of vegetable porridge all day? Her face was utterly pale and withered.
Eat this, and my time, which had stood still since the day I lost my family, began to flow once more.
Through the presence of that girl, the two of them remained by each other's side.
Now that young girl has grown so much.
Truly, a long and enduring fated connection. Xie Liqian swung his sword and charged to attack the woman first. She, however, remained composed. Her weapon, a thin fan, possessed immense power. With just a flick of her hand, it transformed into a deadly sword path. The two clashed with fierce intensity.
Was this his first true confrontation with her? Only now did he realize she had shifted the direction of her attack. With a mere gesture, she retracted her fan and sneered mockingly.
"Staying here for a while? Your martial arts have indeed progressed," she remarked, though it is ultimately for naught. As she finished speaking, she thrust her fan forward, its strikes as unpredictable and sharp as a piercing sword.
Fortunately, Meng managed to lean aside in time. Her attack was powerful enough to shatter miles of rocky mountains behind him. Meng, as always, wielded his sword, attacking relentlessly, aiming for a swift and decisive victory. The woman, however, simply drifted gracefully like a wisp of cloud.
She fought as if she were merely playing an amusing game.
Just how terrifyingly powerful was she, truly?
This person seemed to fluctuate,
at times human, and at others, transforming into an entirely different entity. Not even a few rounds into the fight, and he was already sweating profusely. He truly wanted to ask, "Who exactly are you?"
Her prowess was so great that she could effortlessly render him powerless.
With the first form of the 9 devilish illusions, wind departure, she glared angrily, leaping high into the air. Staring down as if struggling to land a decisive blow, she defiantly declared,
"I am the one who will erase this martial art from the world."
Ling Qian was taken aback by her sudden declaration.
"What?" Wielding her fan, she plunged straight down from the air, killing intent radiating and enveloping her surroundings.
Meng was beginning to feel a sense of trepidation. The abnormal sensation emanating from this power grew increasingly intense. After just 3 seconds of carelessness, he was struck by her fan, and blood splattered. His blood splattered onto her pristine, pale face, but the elder standing nearby was burning with anxiety. No, something is amiss. Indeed, the elder saw her hand trembling uncontrollably, immediately realizing that her grand technique was still unstable. Meng, naturally, also discovered this weakness. Though I do not know why, he thought, you have revealed a flaw. He seized the opportunity and delivered a swift strike, yet she surprisingly managed to block it. The two weapons clashed, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. Jinch Liqian lunged forward like a fierce beast pouncing on its prey, raising his sword high with both hands to bring it down, his eyes burning with a desire to devour her whole.
Jinch Liqian recalled the scene he had witnessed here,
his fury boiling even hotter. In the future, you will continue to inflict pain upon the innocent people, trample upon their hopes, and seize their very lives. I must eliminate you and end everything here. These petty tricks will no longer deceive me. But just as he brought his sword down, a swirl of dark purple energy enveloped the space, and she vanished without a trace.
Jinch Liqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Inexplicably, the old man suddenly lunged forward to intercept him, taking a fatal blow meant for her.
Blood gushed from the old man's mouth. Despite being on the verge of death, he still struggled to say, I know.
As for her, she was panic-stricken and in utter disarray.
No, don't come, she cried. He too was caught off guard and unable to react in time. He had struck, but it was the old man he hit. The female leader still escaped. A truly unexpected turn of events. What is the meaning of this? Moreover, in mere seconds, both the old man and the female association leader vanished without a trace, allowing her to escape by a hair's breadth. He was utterly enraged, bursting into a furious shout.
The scene shifts to a flower field 10,000 miles away. A swirling mass of dark purple energy manifested, and the female association leader looked around, bewildered.
This is, she stammered, when suddenly, a weak voice echoed. Do you still remember? You always loved coming to this place.
Startled, she turned around, only to see the old man lying there, barely clinging to life.
It was he who had brought her here, saving her life. They had also shared many steamed buns here. She hastily knelt beside him. No! Why did you do this?
In my current state, dealing with that person is more than enough, the old man rasped. You're at death's door and still so stubborn. The old man directly cut her off.
You stare. His eyes, gradually dimming, slowly closed.
It has been far too long since I last spoke that name.
Recalling scenes from the past, how wonderful those times were. I should have stopped you and prevented things from reaching this point. But I truly could not, because only that path could allow you to continue living. Forget simply advising you. I even personally cultivated dark arts to aid you." The old man's eyes closed. "In the end, can you promise your uncle one thing?" she cried out in anguish. "What, uncle? Please do not speak such ill fortune." Using his last breath, the old man advised, "Let it all go. Be it the past, your wrath, or the Fei Yanhui and all under heaven, even if we are both destined for hell. At the very least, live an ordinary life until then." Furthermore, as he spoke, the old man's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he roared like a demon. "That person? He is surely hiding something from us." Having said that, he spat blood and died. She panicked, calling out, "Uncle Yanxi!" But the old man was dead, dying miserably, unable to close his eyes. She looked at the dead old man, her heart growing cold. "Uncle, I am the one who caused your death." As she spoke, she gently closed the old man's eyes. "It is due to my stubbornness, my delusion, and my foolishness." She continued to sit there, her tears falling and wetting his face. Weeping, she called out, "Uncle, the past you spoke of, I will let it go. I will no longer act so childishly. But I cannot agree to your other requests. I apologize. I knew early on that person was hiding something from us. Just by observing the changes in my body, it was impossible not to know." Her eyes widened, as if she were going mad. "But this is also my own choice. Even if this body is torn to shreds, I must complete the grand technique to dominate all under heaven." She picked up the fallen fan beside her. "Furthermore, Zinch Li Gun, the one who murdered you, I swear a blood oath, I will definitely eliminate him." With that, she turned sharply and departed, leaving the old man lying there. The old strategist sighed in relief. "Ha! Now I can finally rest easy. Madame Liu has returned, so the sect master must also be arriving soon." Wu Ying smiled broadly. "The young master is unharmed. That is truly excellent." During the sect master's absence, no problems occurred at the manor, all thanks to the strategist's presence and guidance. The strategist, feigning modesty despite his pleasure, replied, "These trivial matters are not worth mentioning. Before the young master went missing, most of the subordinate clans of the Bei Tianba family had pledged allegiance to the Kangtian sect. Lin Xiaqi will certainly punish them. The Kangtian sect has the responsibility to protect them. If we cannot properly protect them, the Kangtian sect's reputation will decline. The subordinate clans will also abandon us." As he sat plotting his schemes, a person suddenly rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, "Strategist, sir! We have new intelligence. We discovered someone preparing to attack the Kangtian sect's subordinate clans, but for some unknown reason, the attackers are not from the Bei Tianba family, but rather the Night God Squad from Fengyun City." The old strategist felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but I had originally accounted for the sect master's combat strength. Given this situation, he asked the person, "Where is the Night God Squad currently heading?" He reported, "Currently, there are 2 squads. One squad is advancing towards the Yangshi Dao sect, and another is advancing towards the Bai family manor." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately surmised that the Bai family manor possessed greater power. It was highly probable that the Night God Squad was heading in that direction. The martial prowess of the Night God Squad leader is also among the most outstanding in Suiba. It seems we must ask Right Protector Elder Pili Jian to make a trip to Bai Jiazhuang. Wuxia immediately nodded, accepting the order. "Understood. Then I will lead the new vanguard squad to the Yangshi Dao Men." At the Yangshi Dao Men, the sounds of striking and killing resounded ceaselessly. "Ah, charge! Don't let anyone survive!" Old Taoist Yang, the leader of the Yangshi Dao Men, roared to his subordinates. "Quickly, take the women and children to safety first." He had calculated everything. Though they were still struggling to hold on, the disparity in strength was truly too great. Is abandoning that beast-hearted Lin Tiankui and choosing to follow the Kangtian sect also a sin? At this rate, their sect will surely be annihilated. Wu Griang was also present here. A single saber strike from him was enough to cut down several enemies at once. That old man looked on, utterly bewildered. You are? Wu Ying shouted to reassure the old man. "The Kangtian sect has arrived to provide assistance. Let us unite our strength and fight back." The appearance of these individuals significantly boosted morale. The Kangtian sect did not abandon us. "Everyone, unleash your full power to slay the enemies." Those few were beaten until blood flowed like rivers. They thought victory was within grasp. But then this happened. Why did these people suddenly appear? The Kangtian sect belongs to Pili Jian. Wu Ying thought while fighting. Fortunately, everything unfolded as the strategist elder had predicted. The Night God Squad leader must have gone to the other side already. It will surely end quickly. Just then, someone launched a sneak attack from behind, almost costing him his head. This forced Wu Ying to exert himself greatly. He had to turn back immediately to see his opponent's face. The moment he saw, he was shocked. This aura. Could it be that he is indeed the Night God Squad leader? Lu Yiqian looked at him, sneering mockingly. "Why are you so surprised? It seems you weren't expecting my arrival." After exchanging a few words, Both sides immediately clashed in battle.
Wu Ying felt a pang of worry. If I fight him, I fundamentally cannot protect the Yangshi Daomen. I must quickly send someone to inform Elder Pili Jian.
But before he could do anything, he was immediately struck by a near-fatal blow. His opponent was still laughing complacently. It's over. But that move wasn't aimed at him, but rather at the old man standing directly behind him. By the time Wu Ying realized it was Sword Qi, he shouted a warning, "Sect Master Yang, quickly get out of the way!" But it was unknown if it would be in time. The enemy was too fast, too dangerous. At this critical moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A bolt of lightning descended directly from the sky towards the old man. Everyone watched, utterly stunned. On the ground, a familiar crack was imprinted. The Sword Qi had vanished. Everyone who saw this mark recognized it. This dragon-shaped crack. Could it be Elder Pili Jian? But the voice that resounded belonged to someone else. A pity. Wu Ying looked up, gazing at the bright smile that appeared on his face. It was I. The one who unleashed that strike was Qi Li Gan.
He sat atop the roof, observing them below as if they were insignificant. The crowd below all looked up, cheering joyfully, their voices echoing to the heavens.
It's the Sect Master! The Sect Master has returned! That fellow immediately turned to look. Is that truly the Sect Master of Kangtian Sect? They say his martial arts are exceedingly profound. But he looks too young. Was the martial skill of the Thunder Sword just now a mere deception? Is it real or fake? If he wanted to verify it himself, he had to charge in. A single test would reveal the truth. Thus, he plunged his sword straight towards him, attacking first.
Qi Li Gan did not even need to move. Sitting still, he swung his sword in a single stroke, and that scoundrel immediately had blood pouring from his head. His entire body split in two as he fell straight to the ground.
Now you know, don't you?
After the turmoil subsided, the old man swallowed, still trembling.
Just now, I thought our sect would surely be annihilated this time. I never expected you to arrive just in time. With you here, we were able to avert this great catastrophe. He calmly looked at the old man and replied, protecting the clan and sect of our subordinates is naturally what our Kangtian sect should do. Has the Bei Tianba clan initiated any other retaliatory actions?
The old man, bowing courteously, replied,
Not yet, but how can I ever repay this kindness of yours? Just then, someone rushed over. Sect Master, about that. The old man understood the implication and immediately left. My apologies. This subordinate shall excuse himself and no longer disturb the two of you. Now, Wu Ying and he finally had a chance to look at each other. Wu Ying smiled proudly, unable to close his mouth. I knew you would definitely return. But young master, are you all right?
He immediately knew that nothing could escape Wu Ying's keen observation.
Indeed, Wu Ying, you are the most perceptive in moments like these. Those individuals from the Fei Yan Association are even more ruthless than we imagined.
The strange creatures we encountered on the mountain last time were all created by them, group by group.
Although that place has now collapsed, the matter is far from over. The head of the Fei Yan Association has also fled, but compared to that situation, the affairs here are even more troublesome. Wu Ying looked around, understanding the implication, and continued. Although the Bei Tianba clan managed to drag Fengyun City down with them, just as we planned, we did not expect them to deal with their own treachery.
He nodded. Since it has come to this, let us make good use of it. The young man immediately understood.
Make good use of it? It seems he already has a plan in mind. Let us not mention this matter for now. Why do I not see Thu Lien? Von An suddenly furrowed his brows deeply. About that, the young miss. She is currently still fighting in the midst of the demonic sword infestation. Furiously battling, she is far from finished. He wearily calculated. How many days has it been now? Let alone sleep, she doesn't even have time to catch her breath. She is clearly very exhausted. The talisman-afflicted enemies fought with increasing ferocity, like undying corpses. A moment of carelessness, and she was sent flying far away by his palm strike.
Her entire body flew through a wall into a room filled with pristine white statues. Her whole body ached all over. Struggling to scramble to her feet, her limbs trembled uncontrollably. Her body could no longer move, and her sword had also fallen.
Now she had truly reached her limit. But 3 more enemies were still approaching. She had to push on, even against her will.
At this very moment, the mark on her palm shone brilliantly. She looked at it in surprise.
The Divine Wind Gauntlet. She remembered what the senior had once instructed. Each of us has one. When a deity approaches, the gauntlet will react.
She looked at the 2 approaching enemies. Loi Kan had saved her many times over the past, and she had to make a resolution. She too must find every way to become stronger. Leaping to avoid an incoming strike, she then realized that these carved statues were holding real swords.
At this very moment, a cloaked figure lunged at her.
Fortunately, Sa Lian leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding it. She quickly seized the sword from the nearest statue's hand.
With a weapon in hand, she felt a surge of confidence.
Furthermore, this sword was far from ordinary. The moment it was drawn, spirit energy shone brightly from it. She quickly swung horizontally, and blood gushed from the enemy's body. The remaining 2 enemies were also dealt with in mere seconds. Sa Lian looked down in surprise. This feeling was certainly not from an ordinary sword. More enemies swarmed in, as numerous as a vast army, seemingly endless. But with a flick of her sword she was greatly invigorated. Let us try again. Blood from the remaining enemies splattered all over the statues, and finally, it was over. Sa Lian supported herself by the doorframe as she walked out, letting out a sigh of relief. It's a success. Kolia slowly walked out. Loi Kan, have you returned? But before her, there was no one. Sa Lian's eyes were filled with disappointment. The divine wind gauntlet had clearly reacted. Could it have been her own illusion? But why did she feel her vision blurring? Her body could no longer bear it, and collapsed. At this moment, a familiar tattooed hand reached out, embracing her. Chili had truly arrived. He opened his eyes wide, gazing at the girl he had longed for day and night, who was now collapsing in his embrace. He stretched out his hand and held her tightly, fulfilling his deep yearning. That night, the silver sword was neatly placed on the wooden cabinet. He sat by the bed, watching over the young woman who lay resting. But even by midnight she still had not woken. Her face, hands, and feet were covered in countless scars. It was clear how much she had exerted herself in recent days. After gazing for a long time, he finally stood up and went outside. Wu Yang was already standing there. You've arrived? He spoke. It is time for you to depart. He looked at him and said, that Feng Xiaoshuan has completed the task we assigned, but it is still not enough. I have already instructed the Yang sect to keep the secret. Now is the time to officially expand our territory. At this moment, at the Taikang Gate, a direct subordinate of the Northern Heavenly Overlord family, someone asked a subordinate from the Night God Squad, is there still no news regarding the attack on the Yang sect? He nodded. Yes, not yet. The old man, Shi Yu Ba, sect master of Taikang Gate, furrowed his brows deeply, lost in thought. How strange. It should have been completed long ago, shouldn't it? Why would that be? Could it be that the Night God Squad of Fengyun City has ruined things? Indeed. I disagreed from the very beginning to let them get involved in this matter. A few days prior, in a certain room, Lin Xiaqi sat on a chair, looking down at the 2 old men below him. A large number of families affiliated with the Northern Heavenly Overlord family have submitted to the Kang Tian sect. Regardless of the method used, they must be severely punished. However, the Southern Yu Alliance is currently eyeing us. We must first devise a way to deal with them. The other old man spoke. Your subordinate has a plan. He looked over immediately. Elder Feng Shu Xuan, what plan do you have? The old man seized the opportunity and spoke at length. This is a plan that can both demonstrate to the outside world that the Northern Heavenly Overlord family remains formidable, and simultaneously resist the offensive from the Southern Yu Alliance, that is, to involve Fengyun City. Lin Xiaqi and the old man Shi Yu Ba were stunned, their eyes wide in astonishment. Fengyun City? How can we involve them? He put on a mysterious demeanor. Young master, you once hired assassins to deal with Yangshu Cheng of the Southern Yue Alliance. To conceal this matter, the previous family head yielded some benefits to the Southern Yu Alliance. You still remember, do you not? We only need to yield those benefits to Fengyun City, on the condition that they help us deal with those traitors. Thinking back now, Shi Yunbao realized something was amiss. Feng Xiaoshuan, why would he propose this plan? Nan Yu Lian and Feng Yun Cheng acting this way was akin to letting 2 fierce beasts contend for a single piece of meat. If they were not careful and were discovered, the Bei Tianban clan would fall into crisis. But the deed was done, and there was no better way out now. He was filled with anxiety. With no news for so long, something unexpected must have happened. He swiftly gave orders to immediately go to the Yang family Dao sect to ascertain the situation. His subordinate grinned widely. Yes, if the Night God Squad has made their move, then it is certain that not only the men of the Yang family, but also the women and children will find it difficult to escape death. But before he could finish his sentence, a streak of light flew from nowhere, piercing his head like a flash, and he fell lifelessly dead right before the elder's eyes. The elder instantly sprang up, utterly terrified. What? What is happening? He looked at the newcomer, his heart pounding in alarm. You are... He remembered. It was the man who had accompanied the Thunder Elder. The newcomer then declared, it was I who executed Lin Tian Sui in my capacity as the right protector of the Kang Tian sect. Although our sect has eliminated the villain Lin Tian Sui, if anyone wishes to leave the Bei Tianba clan, the Kang Tian sect is prepared to accept them. Now seeing him stand there once more, the elder shrieked in alarm. Kang Tian's sect master Qi Li Qian smiled sinisterly, tilted his head, and regarded him, offering a brief greeting. Long time no see. The elder's face turned pale purple with fright as he pointed. Why has this person come here? He stepped over the other's corpse, advancing step by step towards the elder, clearly intending to eliminate all of his people. You truly devised a brilliant scheme.
But what can be done now? Although dragging Feng Yuncheng into this was not a bad tactic, the Night God squad has already been completely annihilated. The elder listened, his brows furrowed in disbelief. What? How do you know? Even now, you are still shamelessly denying it? No, that's impossible. What do you mean, utterly annihilated? This is all baseless fabrication. Who could possibly destroy them? He ignored the elder, mockingly scoffing. Believe it or not, the ones who annihilated them were the White Tiger squad of Nan Yue Lian. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and the elder was clearly skeptical. Why would Nan Yue Lian help your subordinate family?
Could it be that they have discovered our Beitianba clan was preparing to yield benefits to Feng Yuncheng? He ignored the elder, stating,
That matter does not concern me. This time, I have come here solely because you dared to harm a family under the Kang Tian sect. I am here merely to exact retribution. He then declared, his eyes widening.
The old man immediately fled, but not without leaving himself an escape route. His foot stomped heavily on a secret mechanism stone, and he laughed triumphantly.
Do not fail. The ground immediately collapsed, revealing 2 secret doors. A series of assassins surged up from below, attacking the protagonist.
They surrounded him from all sides, thrusting their swords and roaring, Quickly, kill him for me!
Li Gan, facing these mere pawns, showed no fear as he leaped high, gazing directly towards the fleeing old man. You there! Cease your struggling. You cannot escape.
Suddenly, he saw the old man's hand press forcefully on a hidden stone. He was slightly surprised.
That scoundrel! There was actually a door there. Before leaving, he even turned back with a triumphant laugh. Thank you for providing the information.
The protagonist leaped down, roaring, Wait! Where are you going?
But before he could pursue, those soldiers blocked him with their swords. He was certainly acting, intentionally allowing himself to be blocked.
Putting on a masterful act, he roared, Stop right there! But the old man, too preoccupied with his hasty retreat, paid no heed. The stone door then closed completely, leaving the protagonist outside, shouting, Elder Sia, don't run! This old man is truly cunning.
As he ran through the tunnel, he racked his brain. Although he wasn't sure if that fellow's words were entirely true, he had to seize the opportunity to report to young Master Lin.
The protagonist stood outside, still furiously punching the stone wall.
Wait! I told you to wait for a moment. Damn it. I didn't expect there to be such a mechanism here. Suddenly he stopped, his expression changing completely. He smiled sinisterly. Elder Sit, I have expended so much effort seeing you off. You must convey everything clearly to him. Wu Ying also appeared right behind him. All around him were the corpses of the soldiers. Young master, your acting has truly improved. They will surely believe that this matter was orchestrated by Nan Yu Lian. After all, to make the play more realistic, we even hid Nan Yu Lian's hidden weapons there. I truly did not expect young master to resort to such a ploy. The protagonist, a master of profound and intricate schemes, unrivaled in his cunning, then arrogantly grinned. To employ the 2 tigers competing for a prey stratagem, one must indeed be this decisive. He had calculated everything. From this day forward, the landscape of the martial world would completely change. Finally, it is resolved. Let's head back first. Someone is waiting for me. They must be eagerly awaiting.
Wu Ying immediately understood his meaning.
Hee. Are you referring to the young miss herself? The protagonist chuckled. Indeed, she is also waiting for me, but the one I am referring to is someone else. Wu Ying momentarily couldn't guess. Someone else?
It turned out he went to meet Father Tu Lin.
The old man looked at his son from head to toe, noting that he had grown thinner.
The young man glanced at his father, teasing. Those people from the Fei Yan Society must have fed me terrible food.
His father suddenly explained. I had originally intended to rescue you, but both seemed embarrassed to utter it aloud. The young man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Father, you also know how to utter such words?
It had been a long time since the two of them had been so affectionate, making it truly difficult to speak.
The young man found amusement in teasing back, remarking, It seems being captured once in a while isn't such a bad thing after all. The old man was speechless, scolding, You little rascal. The two stood there, conversing for a long while. Esteemed father, there is something I wish to ask you. The young man went straight to the point, inquiring about the Fei Yan Society and a certain woman. Father Tu Lin's face grew serious as Chili Qian spoke directly. It seems the leader of the Fei Yan Society knows you, father. No, it's not just a simple acquaintance. There appears to be some past grievance between her and you. Father Tu Lin seemed slightly discomfited. He immediately explained, I have never formed any grudges with a woman. I only learned of this Fei Yan Society after you were captured. You can believe me. Your father never lies. Then for what reason exactly is the leader of the Fei Yan Society involved? The old man continued. I have heard. This incident was indeed extremely dangerous. If you continue down this path, you are bound to encounter similar troubles. What are your intentions for the future? The young man already knew this without his father needing to say it. I know very well that the path I must tread is one stained with blood. But even if I do not walk it, others will. So I have decided to press forward until the very end. At times, I truly cannot act with careful consideration, but I swear, I am prepared to guarantee that I will absolutely never do anything that would bring shame upon you, father. Old man Tu Lin stared at his son unexpectedly. Your appearance has changed greatly from before, yet your words remain the same. When Qi Li Qian was still a child, he had once said with innocent, wide eyes, I will surely become the most outstanding hero in the world. At that time, his father had dismissed them as childish words. But now, with the young man so grown and imposing, he still embraced that very ideal. The old man chuckled, choosing to believe in him. Now that I have truly matured, the young man said, no longer hiding or beating around the bush, just as his father had stated. Now that I am grown, please tell me the truth, father. Do you truly not suspect any woman? He then added, I won't tell mother. I am no longer a child. I can understand such matters. The old man's face grew darker and darker, like the bottom of a soot-covered pot. The scene shifted to Lin Xiaqi's room. As soon as old Xiubao rushed in, Lin Xiaqi immediately questioned, what is the meaning of this? How could the Ye Shen squad be completely annihilated by the Nan Yu alliance? The old man had barely caught his breath, finally managing to speak with great difficulty. It seems the news has been leaked. Even the sect master of Kang Tian sect knows about this matter. Upon hearing this, the cup in Lin Xiaqi's hand immediately shattered, his eyes blazing with intense fury. Qiliqian, why is everything always connected to him? No, never mind that. Our original plan was to incite a conflict between Fengyun City and Nanyue Alliance, wasn't it? That powerful retainer agreed, saying as much. But the current situation feels amiss. The young master is not wrong. Only Elder Feng Shaokan remains calm, which, conversely, is a good thing. It's just that Fengyun City might suspect Bei Tianba's family orchestrated this, so we must immediately inform Fengyun City's lord about this matter. Lin Xiaqi immediately agreed. Elder Feng spoke reasonably. Go and do as he said quickly. However, that powerful retainer immediately grew suspicious. Elder Feng Shoukan, he merely watched as the situation was about to spiral out of our control, yet he could still utter such words. His heart burned with anxiety. He truly wondered if everything would unravel to an unsalvageable extent. After speaking with his mentor, Liqian was once again training in the forest cover, his mind unable to shake the memories of that place. Alas, so many people lost their lives here, and they were all innocent. Yet I was powerless to save them. But my mother's heavenly demonic soul is truly abnormally powerful. If I wish to protect those I cherish, and truly change this Jianghu, he resolved, I must acquire even greater power. His tense face suddenly softened into a gentle smile. He changed his expression so swiftly, without even turning around. He knew who had arrived, and asked with a smile, Are you awake? It was Xiao Lilian, standing there, gracefully stroking her hair. That bowl of porridge was delicious. Thank you. Still so reserved as always? Of course it was delicious, wasn't it? I am quite confident in my culinary skills. He also offered a few words of praise to the young woman. The formation of the demonic sword insects was incredibly formidable, yet you did not falter in the slightest. You truly are unique. Xiaolian looked down at her scarred hands. The sensation within them was too real. It didn't feel like a mere formation. Even now, I can distinctly feel the sensation of swinging my sword and striking down. Suddenly, he said seriously, There's no need to risk your life to such an extent. You still have other paths you can take. The young woman understood. You say that because you're worried about me, aren't you? But compared to being protected by others, I now wish even more to protect others. If you say so, then I won't stop you. You have grown stronger. You are now a true master. Xiao Lilian's joy was evident. To hear such words from your mouth, I truly feel embarrassed. After all, my current martial arts, fundamentally